No shortage of headlines to discuss today, just for the day and also for the week ahead, because we've got quite a lot to talk about. In the meantime, let's take a look at this NASDAQ chart. This is a 4-weekly chart, monthly chart. Nice push to the upside with only a couple more trading days left in the month of April 2026. And as I mentioned, lots that is going to be happening within those days. We get earnings from 5 of the Mag 7 plays. 4 of them are going to come on Wednesday, another one on Thursday, and news for a lot of those individual names also coming out today as well to digest. Then on Wednesday, we're going to get the FOMC meeting. I believe our final with Fed Chair Jerome Powell. So another thing to keep an eye on, though, the outcome of that likely will involve rates being held in place. Oil also in focus, more geopolitical headlines to discuss, including the fact that looks like we didn't quite get that negotiation meeting on Saturday in Pakistan that we were thinking we were going to get. Tons of headlines, lots to discuss. How are you doing today, Sharif? How was your weekend?
I'm good, Adair. Thank you. It was very good. Too short as always. Good morning, guys. There's a whole lot to talk about, as Adair mentioned. Oil in focus as Middle Eastern tensions continue to brew their. Meta, also very interesting story. China, the regulator there, looking to block Manus, the acquisition of Manus. That obviously hurts Meta's pursuit of agentic AI. And Qualcomm, speaking of AI, what a tie-up between Qualcomm and OpenAI. Qualcomm for the second day in a row, gapping up to the tune of 10% plus. And Google looking at opening up a campus in South Korea. And NIO tying the knot here with onsemi for some autonomous vehicle driving. There's no shortage of headlines, Adair, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk a little bit, I think, about this Fed meeting because we might not get the chance later in the morning. I know you mentioned a couple days ago, Sharif, you thought there could be some surprise coming from Fed Chair Powell as he leaves. Do you think we get that later in interviews, or do you think he actually says something to shock us at the press conference?
That's a great question, Adair. I mean, it's really hard to know exactly how he's going to go out. As you mentioned, though, you know, he has been very, very reserved in some of his responses. It's going to be interesting. The investigation into him is over, being kiboshed last week. That opens the door, of course, to his successor, Kevin Warsh, coming in. And we'll have to see Tom Tillis pulling his reservations this morning as a result of the end of the investigation.
Although we do have to keep in mind, we had Janine Pirro, U.S. Attorney, saying that at any moment they can reopen that probe. So this Powell thing could still be on watch. I do have to pull up Amazon here as well, because I am seeing a story on this one. Business Insider reporting that they're pushing their stores engineering team deeper into AI. Not a massive headline, but point remains, guys, tons to look at. So what are you looking at today? Joe and Sean, how are you two doing? How was your weekend?
What's up, man? What's going on? Yeah, we're here with Joe.
Let's go.
Good to see you, Joe.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the first time for everything. You don't have a coffee yet, I noticed.
Yeah, no, we'll wait a little bit.
We'll have to get with Randy going on here.
Well,
we were just saying what a gorgeous weekend it's been, and what a great day it is today.
Yeah.
The weather's finally popping, and you were out and about in the city.
Out and about, man.
Kensington Market. What did you get anything at Kensington Market? Cheese?
No, just walking around. I mean, typically, like, so what I've noticed now is a lot of it is taco. It's like a lot of taco shops, taqueritos. Yeah.
Okay,
So
that's not too bad.
If you want to go for some taste testing, you go there and grab a taco here, there. So we'll do that another time.
I had a couple tacos there in Mexico. You know, they had some tequila testing. Tasting around in Mexico.
Oh,
that was
testing.
That was
you got
testing and tasting.
Yeah, you got
testing and tasting. And then we had some crazy hockey over the weekend.
Yeah, you were saying.
Not too much about our audience isn't too interested in hockey, but
that's all right.
And then we come back.
Americans, they love sport.
Yeah, and then we come back to. Was no major fights this weekend? Was there? No.
Nothing really. No.
Okay. Yeah, you're my guy
not for
for
a
that
couple
one.
of weeks. Yeah.
NASDAQ heading down a little bit right now. We'll have to see what's going on here. But yeah, it's great to have Joe and Neil taking the day off. And I guess you're doing the whole day again.
Doing the whole day,
my
boy.
That new contract is really starting to kick in right now for you.
I have, right?
I like it.
Yeah, that's why I had to go in over the weekend, lock in my days off. You know,
yeah.
say, hey, man,
I saw you took that way. You took a couple of days off here in December over here?
Yeah, we got to get pre-planned ahead. You know,
You planning on going anywhere?
Yeah, I'm planning.
Oh, nice.
We don't know where, but
I got the vacation bug a little bit now, but now my next thing is into Minnesota for hockey. Now I'm checking all these flights out all the time. You know what? You actually told me something a couple weeks ago that was interesting, and now I'm thinking about switching it over. The credit card that I have just gives me like percentage.
You, dude.
No, but it's pretty good though. It's like 1 to 2% on cash back.
Yeah.
So, but I was doing the taxes. Of course.
Yeah.
And I realized how much we're spending on our credit card there.
Yeah.
And it's fine. I put everything on there. But it's like maybe we need to get a little bit more points. And then now that I'm traveling, I'm thinking like, hey, maybe get one of these travel visa or Amex.
Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly.
More points.
Yeah, exactly.
You know the problem with American Express is it's not accepted at as many places as Visa.
Visa is exactly.
So it's actually looking like we do like a lot of the shopping at Loblaws and things like that. Even Walmart, they don't accept American Express.
Yeah.
I think you always got to have a Visa.
That's why I got my Visa. I've had the same one essentially from. I switched it to the cashback, but I'm like, okay, I'm not spending. Yeah. This was like years ago.
Oh, okay.
But I'm like, I'm not spending enough. Essentially, I'm like, what am I gonna do with this couple of pennies here and there? And then I put it back to the Aero plan, and sure enough.
Yeah, you like the Aero plan.
Yeah, I like the Aero
Yeah. I think it's the more flights I start, but flights are not cheap anymore.
No, they're not. They're not.
Especially with this little gas tax happening.
Yeah.
Right here. People go to Minnesota. Yeah, what's up? Oh, Mike P. DeRider. Which one do we got on here? Is he talking to himself or talking to us over here today? Shout out to Mike. That's the ongoing joke around here. Great to have everybody back.
Yeah.
In the chat. And hit the like, hit the subscribe. We come in today. Tesla down 0.41.
Yeah.
Here right now a little bit. I was just looking through some of our watch lists going on today. NVIDIA, Qualcomm. Wow, what a deal there with Qualcomm and OpenAI. I mean, Qualcomm gets 14% today. They had double-digit growth there. Move on Friday.
What's up, Randy?
Yes, he's got the turbo going on today. I've never seen that shirt yet, my guy. How's it going? We're in a great mood today because Happy Mondays for sure. We were out. The voice is now going to be cracked for a very long time, for a while. Because baseball's back.
Okay.
So we did.
And you're coaching still, right?
Yeah, so coaching 2 teams, and yesterday we had two different things going on there. So a lot of yelling and screaming. But, it's very good. Did you say coffee, Randy? That'd be great. Thanks, man.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, we were out on the ballpark on the diamond yesterday. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, Jay's pulling out a W in the series there.
Jay's finally starting to get going a little bit there.
Started to wake up a bit.
Boston fired Cora, which is their manager for over a decade, and they got rid of him.
Oh, really?
So he won a World Series with them back in 2018.
And the Mets lost how many straight did they lose? Like 10, 11?
They were 10. I don't know if they got any worse.
And then they broke. No, I'm pretty sure they snapped it.
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, AMD still hot. You're still positive here today. I'm looking at a couple of other names. We got the overall market going to be in play. Just be cautious considering. Obviously, we have USO, some more headlines, so a little bit more headline sensitivity kicking in. But what I was thinking about over the weekend is like, what can I potentially buy?
I know. What are we going to buy?
And there's just so many things extended. But this is what I'm thinking here, Sean. Is we had AMD, we've had Marvell, and Broadcom make these big, substantial moves. Is it time that we start to rotate into maybe some NVDA? And I think we're going to buy a little bit more. I have been.
You want to rotate into all-time highs?
I think, well, the thing is, think about how long we've been consolidating for. And then we haven't even broke that previous all-time high. So I think if we're going to make that push and continue to climb, I think that's going to be the name that I'm going to be looking at moving forward.
I just get a little nervous about it because where we are with that stock.
Yeah.
But, and it's nice to see that it's finally breaking out. I think you might be onted something there. We're taking out that 211.20. Oh no, it was 212 and change.
Yeah, it's like 212. Yeah, it's like.
I'm going to get that exactly off e-signal again. It was back in October, wasn't it, where we had that all-time. Whoops, get down there. Yeah, you're the one complaining about my mouse before. Yeah, 212.19. We have it back there on October 28th or 29th. Yeah. Right there. So I think we probably hit that even before the market opens today, right? You're 75 cents away from a brand new all-time high there for NVIDIA, let alone a closing all-time high. We already made that on Friday. So we'll see if NVIDIA can get going. Qualcomm's to deal with OpenAI there, so that's a nice move. The name that I thought maybe you were going to go to would be Apple, just because it's been the one falling down over the last couple of days, right?
Yeah.
And today you're down another 1.5%, even getting a little lower here on Apple as we get a little nervous hands with their report coming on Thursday. This is your Super Bowl of earnings this week. Oh, plus, by the way, I was actually listening to Bloomberg Radio on the way in, and I forgot about this. Fed is in 2 days.
Yeah, Fed 2 days.
So 2 days, 5 hours, Joe, and 51 minutes and 2 seconds right now. But I have some bad news for people.
Oh no!
If you're wondering about volatility or uncertainty, then in 2 days is not your day because we have 100% chance of absolutely nothing happening other than I believe right, Adair, this is Powell's last, I think. So
that is generally going to be the case unless we get some kind of delay with Kevin Warsh's confirmation, which as of this point we're very unlikely to get.
Yeah, so that'll be it. So we'll see some parting comments from the big man himself. But I mean, I think that everybody who's been, besides Donald Trump, I think Donald Trump would admit that the Fed's been doing a pretty decent job because he's going to go out at a stock market all-time highs. So there goes the NASDAQ going out there right here. One that's been struggling a little bit has been the Dow Jones. I mean, we've seen some sort of give back. There it is, the DIA in some of the healthcare names, and then obviously energy's pulled back a little bit. I mean, energy's going a little higher today, but the Dow and the diamonds are going to be not at all-time highs. I'm wondering if we pick something that might be something, Joe. Get into some of the DOWGAs over there.
You had that on your pick for last year.
Yeah, that was last year.
Performed.
Yeah, and then this year I'm actually. I thought the Nasdaq would underperform this year. I mean, we talked about that underperform expectations.
So did I.
It seems like it's not doing that at all. We were right a couple weeks ago. About the Nasdaq, and then now the Nasdaq is straight fire.
It's straight
fire. It
fire.
was up 1.6% again on Friday. So,
but the thing is, though, Sean, there's still a lot of year left, right? Like, and you know how right? There's still a lot.
You a little cold?
Yeah, it's a little chilly in here, as a typical.
These guys told me that your nickname is Joey Chivers.
Joey Chills.
No, but because you're always.
I don't know if I'm shivering. No, but
I'm gonna say this is what I heard.
It's always like chilly. Yeah,
it is. But would you prefer to be a little chillier or a little warmer?
Oh, what kind of question is that, brother?
I thought it was a decent one.
Oh, if you don't mind, brother, if you don't mind.
I'll take espresso too,
I'll take an espresso, fire it up.
I'm trying to.
Dude, yesterday, so Selena's all warm yesterday, right? She's in like her.
You still didn't answer the question. Like you'd rather be warmer.
1,000%. There's no debate.
Okay.
There's no debate. I would rather be sweating.
There's about to be a debate. There's about to be a debate when I put up a poll.
Put the poll up. I would rather be sweating, and I thrive in the heat.
Yeah. No, I mean,
going on those runs is where I thrive.
Right. Yeah, and you're not.
It's like 27, 28.
I think it would be overwhelming. People would be more into being warmer.
You think so? Oh yeah. I don't think it's close.
It's those. Yeah, you'd want to be a little warmer than a little cooler. I think.
Yeah.
That reminds me of. Oh man.
But
when is the United States taking over Greenland? I mean, the funny.
Yeah.
It's
soon, man.
I was thinking because people were like, it's cold in Greenland, but it's warm in Iceland.
Yeah. Is that what they got going on there?
I don't know. I was just thinking about that. Oh, that was crazy. But did you see the state? The correspondence dinner, they had that guy running through there.
Seriously, this guy was like.
I was at a 50th birthday party on Saturday night. All of a sudden, I get something on my.
Kirk was there, obviously too.
A lot of people were there. And apparently, they stopped that guy, in the tracks there.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump goes, well, you have to be something special to try to get assassinated.
I appreciate you, my brother.
All right, so here we go. All right, let's go back over to the desk. You guys prefer warm or like slightly warm or slightly chilly a little bit up on the desk?
I mean, I'm from Winnipeg, so I like it nice and cool. If it is too hot, I do not function. Like, it's not even I don't like it, I just don't function. What about you, Sharif?
I like the heat. I just don't like the humidity. So give me a little heat, maybe like the high teens, low 20s. Just keep the humidity out of there, Dara.
Yeah, the lack of humidity certainly would be preferred. Really quickly, we're going to talk about AAPL, of course, in relation to this Qualcomm story. But MSTR, I want to mention, shocker, Michael Saylor buying more Bitcoin. Sharif, 3,273 Bitcoin purchased here, aggregate purchase price coming in at $255 million. That brings our total holdings to just above 800,000. So more Bitcoin for our friend Saylor. Let's talk, though, about AAPL, because a couple different headlines here, but the biggest, again, related to that Qualcomm story.
Absolutely. Qualcomm and OpenAI apparently in talks to develop a new smartphone. That is, of course, after Johnny Ives joined OpenAI about a couple of years ago now, I think late 24. So something for Apple to be concerned with here. Separately, Bernstein also maintaining Apple with an outperform rating and a $340 price target. Likewise with Evercore ISI maintaining that outperform rating and a $330 price target. And then shipments of foreign branded phones, including Apple iPhones within China, are up 78.2% year over year, about 3.36 million handsets sold in March. Those are foreign made, Dara. So good to see there, but no good reaction for Apple stock on the back of that OpenAI headline this morning.
Do you think this is going to be like a long-term risk for AAPL? Do you think they're going to be able to maybe overcome this once they get their iPhone update? Like, what's with the Siri?
Let's see what the OpenAI has to offer. Right now, it's an enigma. We have no idea off which to base our opinion.
Yeah, fair point. What do you guys think about this story and this stock today?
I mean, that's kind of sort of where we went to at the beginning when I was talking about, what stock might be worth something today. To go long. I mean, I don't know if it's long today, but something to maybe pick up as Joe was talking about. Oh, here's my little Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin doing? 77.8. Okay. That what Apple was maybe doing is trying to pick up some sort of a value because it's the one that's not breaking through its highs right now. We have so many other names that are, especially in the tech space. I mean, I love the Amazon story. I think Amazon That down there at 200, I think was a good gift of when we based out there. And I'd like to see Apple come back in a little bit here. I know when Neil, this broke through the 200 period, I believe he picked something up around that 250 area. That was a good spot. And I think if we can come back, I mean, it's not too far away from that. I think if we can come back into there, that'd be a decent story. But yeah, competition reigns supreme right here. The analyst said that business remains strong in March with global sales rising 13%, unit sales increasing 10%. First quarter iPhone revenue is expected to grow 15%. These are all notes from our watch list. And by the way, make sure you do. I'm going to show it to you guys in a second here. So I'm not just, come on, get over here. That I'm not just reading random stuff over here. But here we go, 15% robust demand. Everything's going good. They're supposed to post quarterly earnings Thursday, April 30th. But it's just this, following reports of an impending, and I think Sharif hit it on the head there too, and saying that like we don't really know what all of this is going to mean for Apple. I mean, I thought that there was going to be at one point a Tesla phone.
Yeah.
You know, there was you know, Samsung's come out with great technology as well, and you know, duplicating and overpassing, and you know, the iPhone's not necessarily the most shiny object in the store anymore when you go there, right? I mean,
the laptops.
We all, I mean, I think pretty much all of us here besides Neil, Brendan switched back. You know, we're all kind of iPhone people, but at the end
Brendan switched off iPhone again?
Yeah, he got it for like 2 weeks or something.
And then he got rid of it?
Yeah, and then he just said, he's had enough. Yeah, no, so I think Apple's been through worse than this, but I do think it's a little bit of a scare.
Yeah.
I mean, remember when Google, when they were like, oh my God, OpenAI is doing a browser.
Yeah.
You know, and Google got smashed.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, Google's now smashing, you know, and it's just like, it's part of the ebbs and flows of these technology businesses. And, you know, we always think about what names are top now that may not be top in 10 years.
Yeah.
You know, Apple's sort of driven that whole move all the way up. They've always been.
But do we believe that this product, like we understand that Johnny Ives working with Sam Altman, they're going to produce this phone by 2028, apparently, on mass production. But we talk about integration into ecosystems. Is it going to be, like, you're going to need a product that's going to essentially hit it out of the park to sway people and get them away from something they're heavily integrated into, right? So I don't know, can you pull people out of the iPhone ecosystem, really?
No, I mean, I think they can't. I don't think they can't pull me out. I mean, I think there's been, my whole family, now even my kids all have iPhones, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
So we have 5 of us, all with iPhones, all connected to the cloud, all easy to track. But I mean, I know this technology exists everywhere. It's just, until there's a problem, I'm getting a little jealous of that.
Or until there's something that's significantly better, right?
How's that espresso?
It's good.
I know.
It's good. I typically sip them. I don't.
I mentioned to Randy I wanted one over here. I'm gonna have to message this guy over here.
That's all right.
Any earnings this week? Oh yeah, here we go. CRML to acquire European lithium. So we'll have to check out that. 835 million. Isn't too big there. What's up, Pops Mafia there in the chat wants to know here. Maybe I can find.
Wants to know if there's an after show.
Yeah, here, I'm gonna post this up. We're gonna send some questions.
Absolutely.
There it is. Hey, that made a cha-ching song, but it wasn't. Pops Mafia got away with no super chat in the cha-ching song there.
There you go.
I believe we're going to go on earnings shows this week. Yeah, I mean we'll double check it all, but Wednesday's an absolute monster day, right? So we got Wednesday, we got Thursday, and I think we got some Robinhood action. Actually, Adara posted up. You know, Adara's got everything going, so I don't even.
Yeah,
if you go to TTV Research, you're just going to lose yourself in tons and tons of information.
Yeah.
But right here, this is
that Wednesday.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, so the one day we're not having a show for sure is Wednesday.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm just going to get this off the screen here so it doesn't block what's happening on these days. See ya, Pops Mafia. But thanks for asking us. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who will be here on these days, but I believe we will be having an earnings after show. And Joe's welcome to stay with us, of course. Amazon, but you're working too far, man. Go home, actually. Go home at 4. Right. Joe, do not stay with us
let you guys
at 4 o'clock. Well, look at this one. Google.
Amazon.
Give me one that you're most excited out of these 4. Google, okay. I'm going to go with Amazon over there. I think the story about Meta slashing some jobs last week, the 10%, I think that's going to be interesting to see what winds up happening there with Meta. And then they lost that Manus deal while Chinese regulators coming in and saying potentially no moss on that one. This is a very interesting name too. Bloom Energy has been really on fire, right? They can turn sort of any of these fossil fuels and all this kind of stuff right into energy immediately. Their technology is hot fire over there apparently, and the stock will show that to you every day as well. Robinhood, I know that's a name that you're familiar with, and we like to talk about there as well. That's coming, and then on Thursdays relatively light, but we do have Apple. Apple's always at 4:30. So that should be interesting, or somewhere around there. I think Reddit is a little undercover gem as well. We can look at that, and then Oh, Rivian, man. I don't know when these deliveries are coming to Canada, but we're excited for some Rivian action in my household if we can ever get that. And then a name that I know Sharif's interested in, and we all sort of are as well, Caterpillar is a big name there as well. And one of the names that Adara started trading early on her career, Eli Lilly.
Sharif's not in Bloom Energy or anything along those lines.
Bloom Energy's been awesome. I mean, congratulations for that one. No, Sharif's not in that.
Yeah.
You know what had a good report today, actually, was Verizon. Verizon net subs up 55 million, or 55,000. 55 million would be huge. 55,000 subs that they grabbed last quarter that the street was not expecting. So they were up 4% when I looked. Now they're up 3.5% a little bit as well. And trying to get some of that dividend if you want to separate a little bit from the
options here
space as well. Oh, you got to get out of here.
Yeah, I got to head over to the big screen.
That was fun,
my boy.
All right, Joe's going to get over to the big screen and get ready for some option talk right there. And we're excited to have Michael. I think we should have Michael. I should never say that unless we check the board out there. But some talk there coming today as well. At the end of the month, so we're getting ready for such a big month wrap up there, as it's been a successful one for many of those names. Just to Joe's point about what we're trying to buy right now, maybe it is NVIDIA finally starting to break out of that malaise, right? I mean, it's just been such a hot 2-3 weeks for everything in the space, and there goes NVIDIA right now, taking out those highs. So we're going to see if we can hold over this 212.19 area that is the E-signal reported all-time high. So we'll see if we can get to that. I think we get to that even before the market opens. So, here we go again with another big day ahead of us. So there we go, Adara. A little bit of talk about some of the big tech names. All started off with Apple, and they're going to be excited. They're normally at 4:30, I believe, right, Adara?
On the dot. On the dot, usually 4:30 day. I've never seen them be late. They're much like NVIDIA used to be with that 4:20 time that we know last time NVIDIA was kind of late on their report. But Apple, probably the most punctual of the Mag 7s. I actually have this fun little infographic here, as we love to do at TTV Research. This is a look in order, at least estimate times, of all of the 5 Mag 7 names, 4 of which are reporting on Wednesday: Amazon, Meta, Google, Microsoft, and then the last of which, again, Apple. End of the earnings session, 4:30 p.m. after SanDisk on Thursday, April 30th. Now, it's also worth noting, guys, we're going to get, again, SanDisk on that day. You're going to get Carvana on Wednesday. It's just a glut of earnings names. So if you are, enjoying this, if you have any ideas for stuff that either you want to see or what you think is going to be the best earnings name of the week, drop what your favorite ticker is that you are most excited for earnings in this chat. We're going to go to Joe for options in a bit, but Sharif, first, let's talk Verizon, because VZ, probably our biggest earnings name of this morning in terms of market reaction, and maybe some of these numbers here too. Yeah,
missed on revenue, and usually when you miss on EP or you beat on EPS and you miss on revenue, it's because you had you didn't really have a lot of promotions, and that's exactly what happened here. So they basically said that they missed on revenue because they didn't have as many promotional sales for their handsets, nor did they have a lot of promotion for their prepaid plans, and so that's maybe why they missed about $400 million on revenue. They say, look, our turnaround, the CEO, Dan Schulman, said the company's turnaround is gaining momentum, though, and they're beginning to reclaim their market leadership. They added about, I believe, 700,000 or so post-paid subscribers, which is one of their best prints in a couple of years. So we'll have to see. Classic telecom setup, though, guys.
Yeah, we get TMUS, I believe, later this week, too. So this is just the first. I mean, telecom, not a massive sector, but do you have any thoughts on this stock or this look right now, Sean?
They're starting to beat expectations. Obviously, they have some promotions going on there. We just talked about switching over into new phones, and sometimes they get a nice little boost because of that. I mean, carrier discounts are something. Before I went over to Joe, I wanted just to see what Verizon's dividend was, because I thought it was like 4 or 5%, if not a little bit higher at these points. Yeah, there it is right there. Look at this, 6%. Right there for a dividend right now. So, to hold your money into now what was a decent report for Verizon, plus you're going to get that 6%. I think it's, you never want to chase yield, because when you're chasing yield and stuff like this happens and you're like, oh man, what have we done? But you're bouncing pretty cleanly off this 200 period. So sure, we don't get there exactly. But remember, some of these lines that we draw, they're just support and resistance areas. So if it doesn't get into there, that's pretty good, right? So you come in, you bounce off of it, now you're starting to go higher. I think we got to like Verizon around here. And these stocks are boring. We understand what they are. That's why they pay that dividend, right? reinvesting it back into shareholder wealth and equity here by giving you that dividend and divesting some of that cash out. So I think that's a good move if you are looking to, you know, get a little bit of yield there and sort of diversify your portfolio a bit. Verizon seems to be a good little look there. AT&T, I'm not, actually I have to look up, I'm not even sure when all these reports are coming through, but you know, a lot of these charts are looking very, very similar. Here's an AT&T chart. Again, a little bit of a move down, now a bounce higher. If they can get a good report as well, then we can break back through the 200 period moving average. The fact that Verizon bounced off of it rather than hovering underneath of it makes me like Verizon a little bit better. So just out of those ones, but hey, the real winner, man, if you're gonna chase what's been happening, T-Mobile, I mean, has been, and I haven't looked at a chart of this in a minute, but obviously it's lower now that I say that. But this has been really hot fire over the last little while, starting to get going. You know, high of 260, back into 180 right now, trying to bounce off of this 180 level. We'll see if T-Mobile can get working out as well. Actually, I guess it's not. I thought T-Mobile was doing a lot better than they were, but now in here into 220, we're coming through. I should be working now, Andre. I did hear Adara, so I'm not sure why I'm not hearing you. But all right, Joe is ready to rock and roll now over there at the big screen with his options action.
Welcome. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from last week. Some interesting names. The first one on the list here is NVDA, and we're going to be looking at this 215 strike price here. That's going to be an all-time high if we have the ability to reach it. Now, as for some of the metrics, we have open interest sitting around 32,800 and volume with 36,700 contracts open and closed on Friday session. I mean, that's not a lot. We've seen 100,000, almost 150,000, even upwards to 200,000 contracts throughout the strike prices on NVDA, but that's not the case. So this supply, I have a feeling we can get absorbed. We also have a technical potential breakout here with a previous pivot around that 212 marker, and then also a resistance zone that has been breached. But as for our Greeks, guys, these contracts are still relatively expensive. We're looking at $4.65 on the ask if you're a purchaser, and if you're looking to write, you have $4.60 on the bid. So you'll be collecting $460 on that front. But Delta, relatively cool considering, right? We're still sitting around 38, slightly elevated at the money IV with a slight uptick. But this Delta, considering we're out of the money, we'll see that a little bit cooler. Now, as you climb and approach higher to the strike price, you'll see that start to increase. Now, as for your gamma exposure, you're sitting on $2. Nothing substantial there. And once again, you're at the money IV sitting at 37%. Moving forward, let's take a look at AMD. Now, we're going to be going extremely out of the money here, guys. We're going to be looking at this $450 strike price, but also our expiration cycle. So this is going to be May 18th, all right? May 18th, but one thing that I want us to focus on before we get into open interest and volume is the appreciation within this specific contract. 1,400% in this expiration cycle, the 450 call expiring May 18th, grew substantially, and that's going to be due to the breakout that we've seen over the past week. Now, as for the bid and the ask, it's going to be expensive here. You're looking at $900 there and 10 cents and $855 if you're going to be looking to collect. Now, one thing that I would really want us to focus on, I was going through multiple expiration cycles, and this was the most substantial size that I've seen through the next month and a bit, all right? $450, you're going to see a lot of activity throughout this week, but it's almost 35% away from where we're currently trading at. So there's something going on. We're going to continue to monitor this cycle and see what we got going throughout the strikes. But $450 was a standout number. Once again, open interest sitting at 16,700 with 7,130 contracts open and closed. You're at the money IB with a slight uptick, 64.2%. And considering it's so far out of the money, that's still relatively high delta. That just shows you how much we're appreciating in the volatility range that we've been experiencing over the past couple of days within AMD. Your gamma exposure, almost none there, guys, considering we're far away from the money and we have a further expiration cycle. But we're going to keep our eyes out on AMD for the next little while to see what the derivatives market is telling us about this specific name. Let's send it back to Sean.
Oh, back to me already. Okay. Yeah, look, everybody. I mean, I think that AMD call, it's Neil laments over this every day, it seems like, at least when I saw him on Friday. Actually, I was only here Friday. And it was just the fact that he had sold the AMD, as I think probably a lot of people did, and just believed a little bit more in NVIDIA. And it's all of a sudden, you know, you see this is almost up 20 straight days or so there with Advanced Micro Devices, and it just keeps on chugging along. And who would have thought that? I mean, the PE doesn't mean everything when you're talking about stocks, because AMD's PE is well through the roof right now. But, you know, as more and more deals come in, we get that deal with Qualcomm now and OpenAI, and there goes AMD breaking through this 260 marker, and it's just like up and away. And who knows when that next little move will actually pull back in. Maybe it's today, right? I mean, down 0.2%. AMD's report is going to come on the date, because I don't see it on our little marker there, Tuesday, May the 5th. So in 8 days, we're going to be getting some Advanced Micro Devices. And as you can see right there, the PE of, maybe if I zoom in a little bit, maybe you'll actually be able to see it, 133, current PE, forward PE 51. When you compare that to just some of their competitors, right? I mean, there's NVIDIA's literally a third right now, PE, 42 versus, and 25 with the forward. So for me, I think I prefer right now, if we're going to play that game, to play in with NVIDIA. But that doesn't mean anything. The stock market will do what it wants to do. And right now, AMD's got the juice, that is for sure. I mean, we've just pulled back $6. You know, and you're still at 350 right there, which was the high. So maybe AMD gets going again. I'm not even sure what's going on here with the NASDAQ right now. I was trying to find to see if there's any information here. It doesn't seem like too much going down. USO, we talked about oil, was starting to inch up a little bit as I sat down here earlier, and there it goes, just a little bit of a movement higher right there. As Iran talks in Pakistan, President Trump not sending Wickoff and why would Kirshner go anyways? I don't understand why the brother-in-law goes.
He's been, well, I guess son-in-law technically, but he's been like a part of this negotiations from the beginning. He was also a very big part of Trump 1.0 and was actually considered the only person that could stop any of these conflicts in Trump's mind.
Okay, in Trump's mind, yeah. So there we go. But those guys not getting sent down. And, you know, President Trump seems to be very diplomatic with this process. He's saying we could do it over the phones, we could do it over secured lines. There's no point in sending a delegation 16 hours over to Pakistan to basically get turned around.
On taxpayer dollars.
Well, that's, yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too, right? It's not, it is also the jet lag aspect. I mean, even though I'm sure they're not traveling coach or anything like that. But still, you know, 14, 15 hours to get over there seems to have been a little bit of a waste of time. So I agree with that. Actually, I never even thought about that, so taxpayer money. So that's a good thing right there that they're trying to get this all figured out. But as the NASDAQ goes to the downside, it does look like obviously oil starting to tick up just a little bit there. And we didn't even get a chance, Joe, to look at gold yet or anything like that here today. Gold or silver, we've had a great time so far this morning looking at everything. But gold downside as well. I believe silver. I got to get some ideas popping off very, very soon. Do we have Michael Noss coming soon? Okay, no problem. Andre, you take as much time as you need, my guy.
You do what you
over there. He's not. He had to tell me that you were ready, and now he's telling me that.
Are you tapped into Unity then?
Oh, I'm tapped in.
All right, man.
I could hear you. I had to, you know.
All right, yeah.
I like the sultry voice. I like the Joe voice, but I had to turn it down a little bit there because.
Yeah, that's all right. That's respectful.
No, because now you're right beside me.
Yeah.
So it's a little different. Neil probably had to turn you off when you were sitting there, but you're using Neil's mic though, no? Oh, you switched over.
Because it's easier. Okay,
it's easier. That's why I was hearing you. I was like, but why are you using Neil's mic?
Yeah, but I never have these guys. I never have Sharif or anybody in my ear.
No. I never have Neil.
Yeah.
But it's like I like to have you guys, so when I come back from the midday show, I can listen to you guys. Okay, that's good. Well, without any further ado, we have Michael Noss ready, and as you know, at the end of the month, it's always nice to look at those kind of charts as well. I'm not sure what's on deck here today, but I'm sure Darren knows. Let's go back over to the desk. It's Michael Noss.
I do know, and it's an interesting one. Right before we get to Noss, I do want to mention, because we were just talking about some of these oil headlines, Iran saying that their military, or they believe their military should have control over the Strait of Hormuz. This is not shocking. We already knew this. But the other thing is apparently President Trump, after these called off visit to Pakistan over the weekend, he's going to be meeting with the security team, and they're going to apparently be discussing next options, which could include resuming the bombing campaign of Iran. Now, that's not to be considered the main option, but apparently it's one of many they could be considering as next steps with Iran negotiations. So I'll keep you posted if we get more details. But without further ado, Michael Noss is here today. Lots of exciting stocks, I think, an exciting sector to talk about. How are you doing? How was your weekend, Michael Noss?
Doing good. I'm a little sunburnt because it's actually trying to get nice out here, but all in all, everything's been great. How about you?
We're, I think, great over here. Thank you. Weather not quite sunburn level as of yet, but a little bit nicer, which is always good. And let's talk about this slideshow that you've prepared for us today, because very interesting sector and one that certainly was in the headlines as of last week. So what are we looking at today, Michael?
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to start with this just to talk about, I'm talking my book here. I know I've been on here a handful of times talking about psychedelics and my investment in them and some of these names that I have, but we had this press release that came out last week on the 18th here, and from a signing, I actually watched the signing. It was pretty funny. Joe Rogan was in the White House and they were talking about this, but the idea is some acceptance to psychedelics as a mental health kind of therapy. That's the main idea behind it. The actual order doesn't legalize anything. It's not meant to be legalized. It's meant to kind of fast track research. So these are essentially biotech companies we have to look at them at. It's not the same as the marijuana sector that every time it seems to get good news, it seems to get smacked back down, because that's going to be like a commodity. In this idea, they're looking at these as biotechs, but these charts are starting to look really, really interesting to me. So I just wanted to bring them back to your attention. And again, considering the news that came on. So this is PSIL. So if you just want to take an ETF route, this is Advisor Shares. They have this ETF that just basically tracks, they buy everything that's a big kind of psychedelic part of it. And if you kind of don't want to go into individual names, but you're interested in that, this is one that's fascinating to me. So I think the last time I brought this to you guys was probably all the way back in July, when it looked like we were buying or getting through the VWAP from that all-time high. And I think that's what I said is, yeah, if we can get through and stick the landing through this VWAP, that's kind of interesting because it shows the average price of the average market participant from the absolute high is now making money. And as soon as everyone starts making money, that can be a nice little sentiment shift, and things can look much better when everyone is making money. If you want to know what sentiment is, sometimes you need to just look at price and positioning. So we're clear through that now. We had a little bit of a gap on that news. You can see it is very zoomed out, but on the very far right there, just that little bit of a gap. And so far we're holding it. And that's why I wanted to bring it to you guys today, because most of these things gapped based off of, okay, there's some acceptance in the administration with what we're trying to do. Now let's see if we can push higher. So if this gap continues to hold, I think this is going to be an interesting area to look. If we end up just fading that gap and breaking back down through this VWAP, I'm just going to be no longer interested and just wait for whatever the next catalyst would be. But let's actually zoom in and look at some individual names inside of this. The first one here is ATAI on the next chart there. And this is actually, I was checking the short floats of these as well. Most of them are sitting around somewhere between 10 and 20% short, which makes sense for the biotech sector. We know most biotechs will generally fail trials, and most biotechs don't end up being amazing kind of blockbusters. So like most biotechs, these are carrying heavy short interest. So if these areas that we're looking at end up breaking, they could have a little bit short squeeze going on. So this one's looking very cup and handly to me, right? We had this long base going 2023 to 2025. Again, this is a long-term chart. We broke out of that base at the end of last year, beginning of this year, and then we're putting in this handle look. You can see the gap off the news, and that gap is still potentially holding. So if we can get above $5, that's interesting to me. That would be kind of that downtrend line to see if this can resume higher. The next one here is CMPS. This one's holding the gap the best because they actually got some voucher. I don't understand all the nitty-gritty behind this, but they got some actual mention directly in this bill for potentially fast-tracking their drug, and that's holding 850. And I love that the gap happened right above a very recent high, making this 850 zone a very important one. If we can end up holding above this area, maybe getting through 10, this to me seems like a pretty simple continuation trade, because you put your stop at that 850. If we end up losing that in any significant way, it's probably time to go. But above 10, this one looks super interesting to me. This next one is Help, and I wanted to show this one just to show why it might benefit people to look at the ETFs. Some of these, the last two I showed, looked amazing. They were at least in bases and potentially looking to break out, and they had a positive reaction off that news. This is kind of a relatively weak name. This is Cybin. I guess they just changed their ticker recently to Help. And you can see really no reaction off the news and in a downtrend overall. And I just wanted to show an example of either if you're buying the ETF, you don't really need to worry about this too much. But if you're hunting in the sector, you can go through and you can look at the ones that look kind of relatively strong versus the ones that look relatively weak, and just probably understand that the market may know something with these different companies a little bit more than we do with the chart. So this last one, again, full disclosure, I'm heavily invested in this name, have been since 5, so it's been a great trade, and I still have it. But I always want to tell you guys when I'm talking my book here, so you know. The thing I like about this one as well is just if the same zoomed out period, this is by far the strongest. It's putting in a little bit of a bull flag now, but it's been the strongest over the last couple of years. To me, as part of the benefit of technical analysis is I can defer a lot of expert opinions on things like this that I wouldn't really understand to the masses out there. And if this has the best chart and it's the strongest name out there, it might just be the best when it comes to cash position, or it might be the best when it comes to how their drug potentially may do. But this one looks the best to me just because, again, as long as it holds this bull flag, it holds that reaction that it had higher based off this news, I like it. But just want to reiterate, these are biotechs, right? So there may be phase trials coming out soon on any of these. If they pass, they could skyrocket, and if they fail, they could completely tank. So if you are going to trade these, just understand, like with any biotech, you have to trade them very, very small, because there is a world where there is some failure in a trial, and something like this opens at like $5 tomorrow.
Thank you very much for that in-depth analysis of these charts in the sector. Now, we did have one technical analysis question I saw in our chat, I believe in relation to the first chart you showed here, that PSIL, that I wanted to mention. Jackson on TikTok asking, A, what is the benefit of using an A VWAP versus a standard VWAP? And B, how do you set that up?
Yeah, so most charts you can draw them. I always recommend Brian Shannon's book. I know he's a friend of the channel as well. Maximizing Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP, I think it's called. But the idea behind VWAP, as opposed to any other standard moving average, is it just represents where the average market participant. Yeah, that one right there. Perfect. And if you go right to the back, you'll see my name in there a couple times. So that's really cool. But the idea behind it is this line just represents if you were dollar cost averaging into this ETF, where your price would be. So where are people on average based off price and volume? And it's the same thing that you're seeing if you're day trading on a day trading chart, but that's just going to start at the opening bell. With Anchored VWAP, you can start it kind of wherever you want, which that's the main question, is where do you start it from? I really like all-time highs, all-time lows, large gaps, large events, that type of thing. But in this case, what this blue line is showing me, not so much a huge support and resistance I'm going to buy when it hits or sell when it gets through or something like that, but it just says the average psychedelic investor exists somewhere around $18. So if we are above $18, then people are probably feeling pretty good because they're up money. When we were down at, $6, $7 and that line was still up at 24, people are going to be kind of bummed about the space. And to be able to look at where people are positioned, I think is a really good way to see what their sentiment would be like. And sentiment follows price.
Thank you very much for that impromptu technical analysis question. We appreciate you for taking it. Now, Michael, where can people find you other than on this show at 8:30 a.m. Mondays and Fridays?
Yeah, I'm Michael Noss, CMT, everywhere. So you can find me on Substack and even TikTok. But everywhere I am, I'll be Michael Noss, CMT.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing Michael Noss, CMT, back on this show on Friday morning. Thanks again for being here with us, Michael.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, make sure you join us every Monday and Friday around that 8:30 mark. Michael Noss will be joining us. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. At the top of the list, we have GE Vernova with the downgrade here. Guys, you're down 1.67%, but the rating going from an outperform to a neutral weight here, $1,190 is going to be that price target. BNP giving them that downgrade. 2% here on Campbell's Company going from outperform to market perform, reducing that price target from $27 to $21 by Bernstein. Now, as for AMD, surprisingly so on the downgrade side of things here, still positive 2% roughly, a little bit less than that. Price target going from outperform to market perform, and a target of $260 by Northland. And then we have Adobe down 1.5%, going outperform to neutral with a $270 price target by Mizuho. Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the upgrades here. We have First Bank going from an outperform to a strong buy. You're up 5.5% here this morning, and an increase in price target, $26 to $27. Nokia also getting the nod here, guys. You're up 4%, going from a hold to a buy with a target of $15 by Argus. Now, Fortinet also on the positive side of things. You're up 8%, 0.8% here, 0.8%, going from a neutral to a buy with a price target of $104. And then we have CrowdStrike getting the nod once again. I believe they received an upgrade last week. You're up 1.7% here, going from a neutral weight to an outperform with a price target of $520 by Mizuho. Let's send it back to Sean.
So the thing about GE Vernova, I mean, that's a stock that I absolutely adore. I mean, the way the stock's been moving. I mean, this is, again, another big name in the power supply, right? Power supply products, engineering. And as we talk about this data center just starting to continue to pop off, there goes GE Vernova. I mean, you're looking for this gap fill to refill back into 1,000. If you can do something like that, then that's, for me, as a buy. I mean, that was a downgrade with a price target higher than where it is currently right now. So I like the space. I was just looking at it. PE 70, a little high, obviously, but there it goes, man. Data center, all the rage right now. GE Vernova, the name that I like there. And then I know CrowdStrike's a pick of Joe's as well. As a pick of mine, pick of all of ours, I think we all like the cybersecurity space, that's for sure. Palo Alto is one that I'm heavier in right now, but CrowdStrike also, back up to the top side of its range, right? We still have a ways to go to get back up to that 550 area, but I think in a world of uncertainty right now, as far as where AI is taking everything, I don't believe that the IGV is hitting, that sort of Centrini report there where we're talking about how every software as a service is now basically under fire. I just don't think that, and I don't know enough about it. I mean, there's probably some engineers obviously there. Oh, here we go, we'll get this. Let me get this in a second. I just don't think there's enough worry for some of these hack ETF, some of the different cybersecurity names to have such a huge impact from the different Anthropic products out there, Claude bots and whatnot. I'm not too concerned about it, but I do like the fact that we're trying to break above the 200 period and get a healthy bid underneath CrowdStrike. Okay, here we go. JKL. Oh, he's on a travel day. Okay, well, hey, we just talked about how good traveling is. We talked about using travel points, getting your credit cards. I still want to look into that, the best Canadian credit card to own there if you're putting some dollars on it. Travel Day Report, still short BMNR and MSTR. So we'll just take a check out BMNR there a little bit, as well as they just announced, record Ethereum holdings as well last week for them, all continuously buying some of those dips in ETH. And I believe that the short, oh no, why is my chart not loading? Okay. I think it's a good play. I mean, unfortunately, I'll have to figure. Oh, I know why. It's because it used to be on the Amex. Hold on. Give me 1 second here, and let me call this back up on our eSignal charts, as we still don't have the capabilities of going from Amex to New York on our charting platform, and I'm not really sure why that is. Here's BMNR right here. So obviously you have that huge move up, as we talked about, the whole Tom Lee, he got everyone else super excited. Then he sold probably some of his position, bought a couple yachts. Joe was on one of those yachts. Joe with the espresso, thank you so much. That's a good one there, my guy. We were just talking about BMNR, but we also we got dumplings there today as well for some reason there. And we got one welcome. Sia is in the building now, back with us full time. Now, Sia, we're really happy to announce that. So you'll be seeing a lot of her coming up soon. So here's BMNR. JKL, I don't mind it, right? I mean, I think that you want to obviously get below this $21 mark where your 50-period moving average is. But I would think that short's probably good until you break this 24-quarter mark. We haven't been back through that since February, early February. So for me, I actually like that play, BMNR there. And then MSTR, you're sort of dancing with the devil there because of the fact of how levered it is, but I don't need to explain that to you traders out there with MSTR. I mean, if Bitcoin goes, then just have your stops ready to go and get out. But I think you got to give yourselves a little bit more space in MSTR because of the fact that it can move pretty violently. And I don't really see Bitcoin moving around too much right now. 77, 78,000. We'll see if it can finally break through that $80,000 mark. But I like all those shorts, JKL. I think crypto has had a nice little move higher. And I'm just stuck right now. I mean, I have NVIDIA written down. I put out right now so those are some trade ideas. I want to thank you for sharing your trade ideas with us there. I'm actually looking for some ideas right now. I just put it up here just to see what you guys were thinking about right here. We have someone, Trader Tawa Shuwan, right there has some ideas. So I go like this, and I have an idea to block that individual right there. So Northwest Sasquatch says ONDS, Rumble, and Soundhound is what we're liking at there. And Surge the Cat, TQQ or SQQ. Oh, by the way, how's Milo doing?
He's good, man. He's good. Yeah, we're out chilling.
You had that scare a little bit there.
Yeah, he was sick for a little bit. Yeah. He's been good running around.
Almost a year old or more?
He's old. He's like 1 and a bit now, a couple of months, right? Yeah, so. We were out running around with my grandma yesterday for a little bit. He was rolling by the beach, rolling in, so he had to have a bath.
He's loving the beach, eh?
Yeah, so we had to bathe him out because he smelled like Lake Ontario, which is not necessarily the best thing. But no, Sean, what I'm thinking here essentially is like you were just talking about Bitcoin or Bitmine immersion, and you're still down 85% off of the high. Like, I think we're sitting in a pretty good position where if you dabble a little bit, you have your out, right? Like, how much lower can Ethereum go? I mean, it's not a one-to-one, and it's essentially not a spot ETF. But if we're looking at this at some form of a leverage play, and in a successful treasury, we're talking about the fact that these guys are raking in $100 million essentially a year just off of staking their Ethereum. Tom Lee continuously buying more. Is this a bad area to dip by? I mean, if it breaks that $18 mark, you can just get out. So you have $4 worth of risk roughly. So maybe this is a good opportunity to get involved in some BMNR. But as for Ethereum, we obviously have to follow what this name is doing. And with Ethereum, it really isn't as consistent, I would say, as Bitcoin, aside from the hefty pullbacks. I mean, with Ethereum, you've seen we tap into that $5,000 mark, and then it just absolutely tanks, losing 60% of its value. And it takes multiple years, essentially, for it to recover. So I think there's a different use case here. And with BMNR, if we're going to be looking at it as a treasury play, $100 million to kick things off and continuously buying more, I don't think is a bad start.
Yeah, I mean, I like the staking idea too. Depending on where you're staking, I guess it's about 4% or so. So that's a good little opportunity there. But like you said, you don't want to chase yield too much. You got to believe in what Ethereum's up to. Right. I like the idea of a potential fade maybe in something like the TQQs today. We'll see with Iran talks failing a little bit. We saw how hot sort of oil's been going for the last little while. We could see something here. Maybe give a little bit of a give back. But here we come right up to the upside right now with the NASDAQ. Now trying to hold through VWAP again. Good morning, everybody, says Southern Nurse. So we want to say thank you for the 1 penny there, and you get on the show for that. So this one's from TikTok. So we want to say thank you to all of our viewers watching us live right now on TikTok. So wherever you're streaming, we should be able to be up there, just like a Michael Noss. We're everywhere. Type in Trader TV. You'll be able to find us on whatever streaming platform you are looking at. We want to say thank you to everybody joining us live on TikTok. Ooh, the BMO World Elite card gives 2.5 cash back. 2.5 cash back.
That's pretty good.
That's very good. I think I would avoid the travel worries if we were doing the 2.5. I think mine is like 1 to 2%, and then it maxes out. That's the problem. Like it maxes out
after X
at
amount.
A point, right? Yeah. So that's why I was looking to say, kids, there's something where you can get travel points, because now that I've been traveling, we get that bug.
You get that bug, exactly.
I want to go to Vegas.
I've never been.
I was gonna take the wife for 3 or 4. You never been?
I never.
I was gonna go for 3 or 4 days. Like I haven't been probably in a decade.
A weekend.
Vegas. I know it's super expensive, but I'm just talking about, like, look, I do enough gambling on the show. I don't want to go there, see some shows, eat some good food, chill out at the pools. Absolutely. Stuff you could do anywhere, but Vegas is Vegas.
Vegas is Vegas.
You know what we used to do when we went on the Strip? Get those yards. You've never been there, but there's like Slurpee machines that are just full of booze.
Oh, yeah. So when I went to the Chicago Bears game, we got one of those. You get the
yardstick or whatever it is. Exactly. You just load it up there, and then next thing you know, you're either high off sugar or
both,
off alcohol or something like that. But I think now, actually, I've heard some negative things about the Strip there, because cannabis, I believe, is now legal.
So people are just.
So I think people are peddling, weed and all that stuff on the street a lot, which is fine, but it's
better than the hard stuff, I guess.
Yeah. So the one thing that's negative about, obviously, smoking in general is the odor.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Not a fan of the odor?
No, I mean, it's just one of those things. Well, I'm just saying when you're walking around the streets.
Yeah.
It's one thing if people are drinking.
In Toronto, that's all you smell.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So I don't know if that's true in Vegas. I just heard just smaller. The strip is, although it's quite wide, but you know that kind of smells quite a bit. You can, but anyways, you guys let me know in Vegas. I'm sure it's fine.
Toronto.
Oh, what's up, Adam James?
What's up?
Well, they call Yonge Street used to be. Not Amsterdam. Shoot, something about Amsterdam. I'll have to think.
Oh, is that what they call it?
Yeah, I can't.
Who is that telling you they call it there?
No, it is. Trust me. I'll have to look it up. Welcome back. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, we were here last Friday, but it's good to see. Yeah, it's good to be back. Basically, thank you so much from everybody there. There we go. Sunny San Salvador.
Yeah,
she says what's up to Joe. Says Adam James.
He's loving San Salvador.
This man is everywhere, right?
He's a digital nomad.
Yeah, I love that. And that's part of being a trader, right? I mean, you've got your account set up. You got your laptop. You can trade from your phones right now. You can watch us here every day. You can trade on Robinhood, hopefully for Joe's
That's what he's
sake.
doing. That's what he uses. That's what he uses.
Collect that 1 penny per trade that Robinhood does. You make a couple of 100 million trades there. And we're really happy as well to be back. So thank you. Keep those super chats coming in. And we'll see if we can get some winners. We got another super chat. I don't know. Whatever shows up, we show up over there. Uh-oh. There's that.
There's your big bang.
Oh, thank God Sean is back. Why is that?
Okay,
Lost money without me. Okay, well.
There you go.
Maybe I promise you can lose money with me as well.
Yeah. So, it goes both ways, man.
No, thanks for all that. Look, remember, here on the show, Joe, myself, Neil, Sharif, Adair, everybody that's here trading, we're just trying to put our best foot forward, and hopefully it all works out. I mean, the big thing about it is, regardless of if you're green, red, black, purple on the day, make sure that you trade responsibly and trade with your stops and make trades that you want to make. Don't, the biggest thing for myself that's changed is the whole FOMO and revenge trading aspect.
Yeah.
Just because I wrote down Intel on Friday breaking through $87, would have been a great trade if that were to happen, right? Intel gets to $87 on Friday, basically right there, and stops and turns around and comes right back into the downside. So I didn't even trade Intel. It didn't hit my level, and I wanted the breakout. It didn't happen, so I stay away. So you don't get so excited about, oh my God, now I need to completely change my game plan. Stick with your game plan and alter it throughout the day, and I think that's what we try to do best right here. Okay, here we go, Rowan Speed again. We got to get back over the desk because we're going to go over our watch list. We're having a great morning so far. Tesla has been good on open. Jump, scalp. Yeah, we had that great trade. So this is another example. We had a $3 or $4 winner on Tesla on Friday, took it early, and then got hit on the way back in as it lost its momentum around 9:45, 10 o'clock. So there it is. Thoughts on today's open and price targets? Okay, we can do that. I'm still looking. I had a request actually to trade TSLL on Friday afternoon, and
you were tempted to trade TSLL?
Yeah. I mean, tempted. Yeah. I mean, I was just the chat was like, yo, they like that you trade it because it's only a $13, $12 name.
Yeah.
So a lot of traders were saying, hey, with a little bit of a lower account size, maybe we should be trading TSLL as a group because I also trade TQQs.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like, why are you trading the TQs if you can trade the Qs? Why not trade TSLL instead of Tesla? So I think now that we have Joe beside me here today, he'll probably be looking at one, I'll look at the other, and maybe I
got AMDL as well.
Yeah, let's not get too carried away over here. Okay, so no, good point. I'm just playing around on that one. But yeah, so for me right here on Tesla, haven't done too much work into seeing what the news stories, if there is anything here with Tesla today. The fact that it's down 0.6. I look at a 5-minute chart always to sort of start the day off with and sort of see where we are. Well, right now this seems to be in a little bit of a malaise, right? I mean, 68 bottom, 78 top. So you're in this $10 sort of gap area here. I think, we've really respected this 370 area, it seems like. So if we can dip down in here, this is going to be an early look. I will do a little bit more on this. We're going to go through our watch list. Tesla's always on topic here today. I was thinking the market was going to be a little bit heavy today just because of that failed Iranian talks. And I like the fact that we broke through VWAP and now we're holding VWAP to the downside. So I would definitely be looking short early on Tesla just because of those early moves. But we've seen it, and let me go over to what you're talking about there on the super chat, and then we're going to go over to the desk. These are the kind of moves that we're talking about. I had this move and then gave it back as we tried to protect some VWAP there, and then it even broke through the 200 period, and then we even broke through the pre-market lows as well on Friday. So you got to be careful with Tesla, but look what it gave you. Joe. It gave you, and I know you're looking at this because you're trading it, you know, it gave you the bottom there, the bottom there, the bottom there. So as long as you were patient, you didn't actually have to hit this in the first half hour. You could have easily waited and gotten a little jiggy with it as the day goes on because we respected a bottom thrice there. And even on Wednesday or Thursday afternoon, same kind of ways, right? You break through, you can take it. Otherwise, you wait for that support to hold and fold. So that's what I'm going to be doing here with Tesla early, waiting to see if that 370 comes into play. I think that'll be a marker. I'm going to make a couple notes on that. Maybe Tesla does make its way over to the sticky note today. Is it one of the names on your mind early or not?
Tesla, yeah, I have NVDA. I think the name of the game today, obviously as it is typically, is patience, right? We've been on a big time run with AMD. I'm looking at AMDL if you guys are looking for a leverage play. That's sitting around $34. We have TSLL, NVDL. So a lot of these leverage products here I'm going to be keeping my eye on. NVDL, AMD, and TSLL are essentially going to be my vehicles on the session so far. And then we can always keep our eye on Bitcoin, right? Like, when are we going to have that one session where it's essentially you get that big 10% move, or it's like 10K within Bitcoin? So that's what I'm sitting patient waiting for. We will get in. I think there'll be multiple opportunities in order for us to try and take advantage of these styles of trades. But as for now, we are below the volume weighted average price across the board here, Sean. So maybe it's a little bit of a breath type day. You get the pullback here, some profit taking and some relaxing. But I would like to see the long. Maybe that comes around that 2 o'clock mark or any time. So we're ready to we're prepared and ready to go. Meta long today. We can take a look at Meta before we send back. I know it's 9 o'clock. We'll pull this one up before we send it over and get it started, headed over onto our watch list. If you're looking for another leverage product there, Sean, FBL for Facebook, got the 2X there, right? So how many do we have now? We have.
Do you work for Beta Pro or something over there? Go back to
they should get me working there. I mean, here we go. We can do the rundown. We have AMDL, TSLL, NVDL, SOXL, FBL, right? We can get long in the tooth with that one. But no, in all seriousness, guys, as for
Hood L.
Is there Hood L?
I don't know.
We'll have to find out. But here it is, right? With Meta, we're not necessarily in breakout territory. Let's see if we can punch through this resistance zone that we have at 679, and then maybe off to the races we can go. But we have to take into consideration this massive run that a lot of these larger names have been on, like 30% in the span of 3 trading weeks here for Meta. That's a pretty big run, and same thing with AMD. So let's be patient, wait for opportunities to fall into our lap, and we can take advantage of it. But yeah, 9 o'clock.
That was pretty fast. That was a fast hour, no?
Things good. Time flies when you're having fun. Monday is typically the fastest day of the week for me. I don't know how you feel about that. Monday just always seems to fly by.
I like it. I mean, I don't. I know you guys go into the gym all the time, like throughout the weekend and everything like that. I get back into the swing of things finally starting on Monday. So I feel like, the weekend is sort of a little chaotic a bit. No, not too much free time. And then, coming into Monday, you get right back into your sort of your routines. And that does create it. I mean, I say it all the time to you guys, to Dara, Shreve, everybody in the back, Neil, everybody. It's like how fast the day goes here. You do the show, you're having a great time, you're able to trade. Unfortunately for you, the day will probably go a little long as you're on air all day.
But see, the thing is not that bad.
No,
like it's like I was having a conversation with my grandma about it. It's like we're just sitting here, essentially talking about things that we enjoy doing and have a good time doing it. So
I mean, I still can't believe we get paid to do this. Microsoft will no longer pay a revenue share. Ooh, okay. What's up with that? What are they even sharing revenue for right now? Copilot? How's your Copilot thing going on?
I don't know. I thought you were the last one using Copilot.
You're the last one using Copilot. Okay. I'm really excited. So there's an up and down little move there for Softy, 428 down to 420. We'll see what winds up happening with Microsoft as that goes back up. Microsoft will no longer pay a revenue share to OpenAI. I don't know what to make of that headline here. Let's go back over the desk and figure out what Adair and Sharif may be thinking about this. Adair, is there any more context to this? Because does that mean that Microsoft's falling out of bed a little bit here with OpenAI?
Mm-hmm.
So I just got a little bit more context here. Basically, they said that they're not going to be paying a revenue share to OpenAI, but they will participate and remain a major shareholder in OpenAI. They also remain the company's primary cloud partner, and OpenAI products will continue to ship first on Azure. So it sounds like the only major change to their partnership is this revenue share agreement. As of right now, shareholders do not seem to like this for MSFT, but again, if I do get more information, I'll let you know. Also, this does seem to be an announcement that the company's making, as opposed to a report, as far as I can tell right now. But in the meantime, Sharif, what are the futures looking at like for?
Well, we closed out at 713.90 on Friday, Adair. That's yet another all-time high, and we're just a little bit below that level right now at 713. We're down 0.13. So here's the deal: we're going to use 710 as our first area of support. If we catch a bit of a sell offer all the way down, we're looking at that $10 level to hold us up. If we continue to trend up, and last week was a very good week in the market, we're looking at 715, which isn't that far from where we closed out on Friday. That's going to be our one. If we really get going here, we're going to look to that 720 area for whatever reason. Maybe there's something bullish catches the market, and we look into that $10 area as resistance level 2, Adair.
Tons of stories to talk about today, and you can find all of them, although of course not ones that come throughout the morning, but anything pre-market on watch. You can find this here on our Trader TV Live watch list. You can find that, again, that URL right there. Just click subscribe. It is free, F-R-E-E, free, and filled with tons of information, so definitely check it out. We're going to start here with the story we mentioned earlier, but certainly one that I think bears repeating. QCOM gapping up for the second day in a row, and this time with quite the hefty news catalyst, Sharif.
Yeah, the market likes this is because they're going to be able to control the software aspect of the, well, let's see, comes out as a phone, who knows, the software aspect of the hardware device, and then obviously building the chip to jive with that software. Where have we seen that before? Apple, vertical integration. You control the chip design, and it works well with the software, and that's kind of what they're going for here with Johnny Ive's latest tie-up here with OpenAI. Obviously, Qualcomm expected to be basically the designer of said chip design. Now, they are trying to go for a mass production by mid-2028. Again, no prototype as of yet, but we'll have to wait and see here. The market likes this double digits, Sadara.
Yeah, Qualcomm, OpenAI phone. Thoughts?
Yeah, so my thoughts right now are with Microsoft. We're going to go over Qualcomm in a second. I'm going to do that in a minute. I just want to bring this story one more time because Adara dropped sort of the knowledge there, and we sort of saw that this is not necessarily a divestiture of anything for Microsoft, but is OpenAI, like this is a big move, down 4% with Microsoft earnings coming on Wednesday. Right now, Microsoft was one of the names that I was actually thinking to myself. I was like, it's okay to talk to yourself every once in a while. Where is the value? And we talked about NVIDIA here and something. I thought Microsoft was going to put up a big data number in cloud. I mean, I know that they were potentially losing a little bit of space there to AWS and Google. But yeah, now I just wonder, have they, changed a little bit of course here? I just want to read more about this story before I make an educated opinion on what to do with this trade, because Microsoft right now jumping up and down a couple dollars right now and dragging the NASDAQ with it. And I actually just wrote down on here the TQQ short. I'm a little bit delayed. Joe and I had some good conversation here. I'm going to be working on the sticky note a little bit more coming up, so it is coming out. I see some people in the chat. But yeah, Qualcomm not near all-time highs again either, but we're getting there up into that 190 space again for QCOM. A big day there on Friday. Not sure if something was leaked, and then this morning we get that announcement there where they're going to be working on the chips for that new OpenAI phone. The only thing is there, I think it's just a report about this right now. It only makes some sense if they can actually sell these phones. Right now, OpenAI is partnering with the company as well as, this is Ming-Chi Kuo. We've heard this name many times before there in China, often reporting on Apple and stuff like that. So it makes sense there that the telecommunications expert there, Ming-Chi Kuo, would be able to answer this question. But yeah, towards more AI workflows and things like that, I think a cell phone is a simple computer that's in your pocket. I think a lot of people there, I was talking about this with my son as well, that if you are really doing some serious work with AI, you're probably not going to be using your phone to do that kind of stuff. But we all are looking for that next big hot thing. I think a new phone would sell. I just don't know if it has legs. So I like the Qualcomm story here. I think if you're in it, I do wonder if it's a little time to maybe take a little bit off there. Look, if you took some off at Intel when Intel went to the highs, you got burned because it went to 85 bucks. All right, and right now Qualcomm does have a chance to go up, but I think the market's telling us a story here, Joe, where you are fading off pretty nicely off of that 170. So you're down $7. We always talk about the 200 period being pretty key, and right there at 160, it looks like it's bouncing again off of the 200 period moving average. So I'm long Qualcomm until it breaks 160. So that may happen. We only have 20 minutes until the open. Qualcomm, a break of 160, I think changes everything, and we potentially start to look short now. So I like the name, but 160 is my level.
Yeah, just to touch on your Microsoft point there, I mean, the rift between Sam Altman and Microsoft continuing to grow here. I think, in my opinion. Anyways, aside from that, Qualcomm, my big issue with this is look at the competition you're stepping in the field with. You have the Google phone, you have Android, and you have Apple. So this device has to, in my opinion, really be kind of groundbreaking, and that next generation, even though it's going to be a first-gen device coming from OpenAI, it needs to take that step where to grab any form of market share from these larger names, it has to be a really, really good product. And I don't know if they'll have the ability to do that as OpenAI and ChatGPT slowly step down in the rankings in quality of large language models. I know a lot of people are using Grok now, Gemini. So there's so many tools. Is this going to be something that maybe, hey, are we going to be looking at this as a Mark Zuckerberg reality labs kind of thing, where it's just like, hey, we spent all this money, we have this deal with Qualcomm, but then the device isn't actually what people want and what the consumer wants. You have to wait, coming out in 2028. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's good to know that they're getting a product released relatively quick. Like the deal between those two, Johnny Ives and Sam, wasn't done too long ago. So we'll keep an eye out on it. As for Qualcomm, I don't love personally, but it is a positive catalyst.
We do have, I don't know, Dara, I mean, you guys are so busy over there, so it's a lot to add to, but we do have Poet right here. And
I have the news, yeah. Okay,
here we go, because right now, we'll go to Dara in 1 second. I just want to show this chart. $16 down to $9. Poet had a huge move up, and I remember Neil and I talked about this on Friday, because it had broken through a lot of levels there, and we were talking about 7 at one point here as being, 10 as being the top. There's that break last week, and I'm sure you and Neil were looking at this earlier, as probably Sharif and you were as well on the Midday show. But Adara, what's going on with Poet here, down 38%?
Yes, they announced here, it looks like around 9 a.m., so I apologize, about 10 minutes ago, guys. They announced that Marvell canceled all of their purchase orders with Poet that were tied to the Celestial AI. That includes initial production orders that have been disclosed back in 2023. So this impacts roughly 3 years worth here of these orders. Poet saying that cancellation was tied to alleged confidentiality breaches. And of course, the company does continue to serve other customers. But again, Marvell canceling all purchase orders tied to this Celestial AI. While we're here, I think we can go to the second story on this morning rundown, which is big tech earnings. I mean, we've got 5 of the Make 7 reporting, 4 of them reporting on one day, which is the first time I've ever seen that. So what are we expecting from some of these companies here, Sharif?
Well, we're expecting Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, and Apple all in the same week. And there is the geopolitical safety. They're looked basically as not affected as much as some other names by the geopolitical issues, more of a secular play. Market will be very, very interested to see how much CapEx is going to be spent here. The 4 largest tech firms expected to spend $649 billion on CapEx this year. That's not a forward guide. That's for 26. Also, cloud growth expectations, 50% expected for Google, 38% for Microsoft Azure. We're talking about growth year over year, of course, in valuation versus risk, excluding Tesla. So Tesla not included in this number I'm about to give you. The Mag 7's trading at 25 times forward earnings. That's actually down from 29 times back in October. See if we can get back to that high level, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, what do you guys think about these companies heading into earnings? Now, Microsoft, of course, with its own catalyst, could be potentially changing things, guys. Which of these are you looking at for today, and which of these are you most excited about going forward?
That's a good question. What am I most excited about? I'm going to kick things off with Meta. I think a big question here is CapEx. A lot of people talking about that. Is this guy going to increase it? We already know he's spending the most out of all of the hyperscalers, 130 billion plus. So that's substantial. Is that going to be increased? How is Reality Labs doing? What is the digital ad revenue looking like? I think those are going to be some of the key metrics that are going to be intriguing, in my opinion, and where we take that next step. There's so many of them reporting in the same day. It's going to be such a massive teller, and you will see some crazy moves, I believe, in the NASDAQ. So META is going to be my primary suspect there, Sean.
All right, so I was actually going to note right here, Microsoft is bouncing like a lot off that bottom. We last looked at this, it was 407, and I was like, we got to try to figure out what's going on here, because now you're starting to get a little bit of a bounce back there in Microsoft as we continue to retrace through some of those levels. You're right back to VWAP right now on that OpenAI news there with Microsoft. So it sent it down 4% nearly. Well, it was 4% when we were looking at it. Now back half, plus half back on Microsoft. So there, that one goes right back up to the upside. The name that I'm the most excited about, and again, this is a pretty decent long-term holding for me. It's definitely getting overweighted now, but I don't really care. I mean, I think we got to be overweight on tech names at this point anyways, just as we continue to break higher until something does dramatically change, right? I mean, you're now breaking through on Amazon. This is what happened last earnings report, and I put out that piece, and I bought some on day 3. Didn't necessarily work out on the 3rd day, but we did hold this $200 marker, and that was a big move down there. So on a major CapEx spend. So let's just wait to see what this next quarter brings. Are they actually starting to, realize some of this spending back onto their income statement here, or are we just sort of bleeding away some CapEx as we continue to hopefully build something that people will use? We know their infrastructure is getting to be real hot, right? The AWS and a lot of abilities there to build on top of some of the applications that they've made through Rufus and whatnot for the Amazon shopping experience continues to be something there. And, just learning more and more about, as retail investors, this name could start to get hot a little bit as now we go from a storage name where AWS has really sent this name sort of through the roof to let's see, exactly how important, their retail spaces. They've opened and closed different stores with Amazon, but I think this continues to be an AWS story. And as we continue to get data build outs, we saw GE Vernova at all-time highs. We've seen Caterpillar starting to bust through some of those levels as well as we just continue to appreciate northbound here in the space. I like the retail space. I like what they're doing on the AWS. Andy Jassy penned that letter a couple weeks ago giving direction. Everybody seems to like it. They have Zooks as well. Yeah. They have some space interests here. And guess what?
What's up?
After everything we just mentioned here, that's not even their biggest catalyst.
The layoffs?
No, layoffs are layoffs. No, man, Anthropic. Yeah. They are the largest investor in Anthropic right now. They have over 8% of Anthropic. So when that name comes to market at a valuation of probably 3 or 4 times what the market's expecting to give it, then you're going to see Amazon really start to kick up some dust on that. So I like Amazon. I like Google's recent investment in Anthropic as well. So for those 2 reasons alone, I really like Amazon and Google.
I feel with Amazon, it's like we almost just kick the e-commerce side of things to the curb, and we're just like, yeah, it's AWS, it's everything that they have coming in the pipeline, essentially. You just mentioned the AVs, autonomous vehicles within Zooks, right? Those are in Vegas. Now, speaking of Vegas, you wanted to go there, you may as well check out a Zooks and go and ride with that. There's no front end. I think they're pretty cool vehicles, but there's so much in the pipeline. They're getting in the
front end. Oh, yeah,
right? It's like you can go both. It can literally just turns around. Anyways, they're getting into pharmaceuticals as well, too. Sharif knows about that. So a lot in the pipeline for Amazon. And I mean, we have to take into consideration everything that it's done when the majority of their products are coming from China and you have tariffs on them. So, I mean, Amazon's been an amazing performer and it's rebounded pretty well, but yeah, the e-commerce side of things, I think will still drive it, but it's AWS. What is that growth coming in, and how much are they going to continue to spend? One of the larger hyperscalers who actually are starting to see a profit turn, even though it's nothing substantial, these guys are starting to see an ROI relatively quick, and that's essentially what we were looking for. And I mentioned the layoffs as well. So, I mean, a lot going, if something can move, it might be between, in my opinion, what we have in Meta. I'm really interested to see what we have there, and then Amazon for a potential breakout in an all-time high.
Another big tech story here, rather stocks to watch. After Intel's big gap up on earnings on Friday, we have some moves here in analyst notes on the likes of NVIDIA and AMD today, Sharif.
Yeah, this is an interesting trade here, Adara. We've seen a big move of money outside of SaaS and software names, specifically into semis. And what the market is pricing here is basically a hardware-first mandate. They're saying CapEx for the major hyperscalers expected to be about, as I mentioned earlier, about $650 billion this year, and they're expecting the majority of that money to be spent on silicon, hence why they're moving up here quite aggressively. But there's also this SaaS digestive period. Some of these SaaS names are really struggling with enterprises automating AI tasks. That's led to valuation compressions with a lot of these names. But there's also sovereign AI demand. We've seen a lot of the countries in the Middle East and Asia want to build out their own AI. The only way to get their hands on that, obviously, is to buy silicon and power racks and build out data centers. There's also the power trade as well, right? This really driven by the energy constraints for the new AI chips and these very energy efficient names, case in point, Intel's 14A node, are really being championed as the next gen of AI. So more money funneling in there. And then there's also margin divergence, Adara, with SaaS companies facing that sticky inflation and higher consumer acquisition costs. Top tier semis are maintaining record-breaking gross margins.
And it's also worth noting here, you've got NVIDIA with a $300 price target maintained here by BofA, calling it a top sector pick. Meanwhile, AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, getting a downgrade from Northland Capital with a $260 price target. What's the look on these semis and all the others?
Yeah. I mean, you had AMD on the watch as a downgrade there, so that's a little bit interesting to see that. I mean, I think we were both looking at. I won't steal the thunder with NVIDIA, because I know you want to talk about that. I just want to look right now quickly. I think a name that got really heated, and look, I mean, I'm in Marvell. Marvell's been an absolutely beast. I know Sharif's in Broadcom, which has been a great, I mean, some of these names have just had great upside plays, and I just, you know, just like getting out of some intel at some of these levels as well, I really feel it's appropriate to do probably some of that on Marvell. I mean, we were really lucky to get Marvell to get through this $100 marker, and then that next level was that 130, and ever since we've broken through that, it's just been up and away. So I just want to say, like, to take something, I know you're a Kramer guy sort of too as well, but like, you know, pigs do get slaughtered, and the thing is, like, if you're not taking something out on the way up, I think it's a little foolish at this point, especially now that you're heading into this major week of earnings. If there were, you know, don't want to use the Lord's name in vain, but God forbid, we have some sort of a negative pushback here from some of the big spenders. What exactly will that mean for a name like Marvell, where people are running sort of to buy this name because of what's involved in building out the data centers, what's involved in these custom ASICs, like Sharif was just talking about there as well. So, you know, you got to be careful about some of these specialized companies that have really got going on this big, huge data build out and server side business. And Marvell is just one of those names that I feel like could get hit a little bit if we do get a pushback. So just for me, I think NVIDIA, you're going to talk about that. I really like that as a breakout, but I also put AMD and Intel and all these names that have gotten really excited to the upside in that same category, where I don't think you would be wrong taking a little bit out right here and then maybe regrouping in a couple weeks, depending on what happens. Because a lot of the times we get so excited about things and then it gets flipped on its head. So it's like when the easy money appears to be easy, that's actually when it's the toughest. So I don't think it's the time right now to be rushing into a lot of these names that are up 50, 60% over the last month.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what I was about to get at. 75% in AMD over the past month, since the beginning of April, okay? And then you have 126% over the past month and a bit in Marvell. Now, something that hasn't been moving as fast is NVDA. Now, we know that NVDA investment, $2 billion into Marvell. We have Broadcom around the all-time highs. You have AMD all-time highs. So I'm thinking, hey, let's kind of, as Sean was saying, just kind of get level-headed once again. There's nothing wrong with taking some profits off, because if you're selling some at the high, the chance of you getting a pullback are pretty high, in my opinion. So if we're looking at this name, you could be the best in class. You could be the best of breed. A lot of people were talking this, essentially, is that you have to look to take some off. And I think that's the narrative here. $347 and change, a high of 350, 75% off of those lows. That's a pretty big run in AMD. You could take a look at the PE. Is it expensive or is it not? Is things going to turn around on a dime? I don't think that's necessarily the case, but you have to take into consideration is that, hey, this will take multiple years sometimes in order to receive some of the gains that you've received in a month. So just keep your eyes on that. I would look to take a little bit, even if it's 30% off, and then look to allocate some at a lower price. But a name that I'm going to be keeping my eye on, and the focus is this one, essentially, right? They're in bed with all of the hyperscalers. You have the deal with Marvell. So I'm looking for this name, considering it's had that almost it was like 6-7 months of just consolidation and moving sideways, moving to the right, not necessarily up or down. You have a low of 165 and a high of 185. Now you've officially broke through that on this run that we've seen in the chips. So I think, considering we talk about the longer the consolidation and potentially the longer the move and all the deals that this company has made, I like our chances to climb a little bit higher, and price targets of $300 north on NVDA. I wouldn't be surprised if we can break out and sustain this move, which we have already. So that's going to be my primary. I'm not going to chase the Marvells. I'm not going to chase the AMDs. I like the king of the chips right now, and that's NVDA, guys.
Time to talk here about TSLA. Of course, we had earnings recently, and now new interesting catalyst involving some share registration, Sharif.
304 million shares, Adara, tied to Elon Musk's 2018 pay package, which was voided by that judge in Delaware, and then obviously reversed by the Delaware Supreme Court last year, siding with Tesla. The registration of these shares does not mean there's going to be immediate sale. Rather, actually, it ensures that they'll be freely tradable only when Elon Musk actually exercises his options before they expire. They expire in early 2028, so they may not even reach market until then. Tax implications, though, to cover the significant tax bill that comes with exercising these many shares, he likely will be forced to sell some of them like he did back in 2021. So we'll have to see if this affects dilution, Adara, or any of the volatility.
And we know Sean earlier was asking about a catalyst in Tesla. This is really the only one we have. What do you guys think about this name?
Yeah, I mean, now you're starting to go down even lower than we were before. You know, we talked about we got a super chat of this name about looking for that 270 level and, you know, potentially where we're looking here on Tesla. And I just, you know, it's a nice downside move. You do get that huge bump up there, up into 400. We bounced off of the 200 period moving average. That's never a great sign when you hit it and reject it, especially when it's up to a past support area that now looks like it's going to be resistant. So if you're thinking about going long on Tesla right now in the long term, I'm already stuck long. I'm not stuck. I'm long. I'm not thinking about buying more of this name at this level. But again, we saw the movement, and if we're going to talk about day trading, this is a day trading show. We only have 3 seconds now until the imbalances come out. Let's have a quick little look here, just in case something does pop through with these imbalances. So here they are out right now. It's hit a size there. I see Intel with a little small sell. Right there, kicking a little lower. NVIDIA with a sell. So as some of these names come sell, you do see it's pretty mixed up, though. Right now, Snapchat has a story about it. They were up a couple percentage points as well there today. That's got a buy underneath it. But okay, back over to Tesla. Yeah, we got that super chat about scalping it, and I think that's the right thing to do. I mean, on Friday, we sat there, and we were all like, you know, happy, happy, joy, joy early because we went long, and we were able to get out. And we were able to do quite well up there. Once the momentum breaks, you definitely want to snap out of it. So, you know, watch out for the 25 period moving average early. That's something that I look at. And then for more support, we look at the 200. But we had that long early on a sort of a pre-market break with Tesla and getting us that bottom. And we called 372 or 370 on Friday. That's exactly where it went to, and then it blasted higher, and we were able to catch it on the way up. But look at this falling knife on the way back down, almost like a complete N shape there, up and down. And then it just gave us an easier trade as the day went on, as we found some support. So right now we're at 372.50. Look, that's that level there from Friday. If we sort of zoom back out is what I'm trying to do right here, and see what's going on today. There you go. Now you're at that 372.50 mark again. So you're coming right into these areas. So now I feel like on a 5-minute chart, we zoom back out a little bit and we look at this level right here of 370. So it looks like that's going to come into play. The sticky note is now out. I wrote down short on the NASDAQ here today with the TQQs. I don't like the fact that we're underneath VWAP. We're holding it pretty good. I'm not really hearing too many great stories. I didn't like the fact that Microsoft sent this market a little lower there. I don't like the fact that Apple's starting to go lower. So I'm not going to fight the tape with the NASDAQ. So I can't right now think about a long in Tesla, but down into there at 370, I think that's the first spot that you might sit at to see if you can do something there. And we're just hearing in our ear right now that Microsoft's all the way back. So there goes that story.
Yeah, exactly.
You could have just made 4% in your account. Obviously, that's, you know, cherry picking because there's no way you're getting the bottom. But there it is, a nice move back up there for Microsoft. So I would rather hold off on Tesla a little bit, let it develop a bottom or a top, and play off proper support and resistance rather than just trying to guess here on TSLA.
Yeah, maybe a couple of headwinds here for Tesla. I mean, we talked about the earnings report, fantastic numbers coming from the company, obviously positive cash flow, but we've said this on multiple occasions, the fact that it's not going to be positive for long due to the fact that he's spending $25 billion on the terafab, which we think is a little bit of a slight underquote, and chances of it costing him more are probably significantly higher than what we're expecting. The market taking a little bit of a dive here once again as NVDA. But as for Tesla, I mean, I didn't love the breakout. It has broken that channel, but the market really moving lower here now, being led by NVDA. You can see that we're starting to take a little bit of a dive here, guys. I'm not loving the long either here in Tesla, but I mean, we've had a couple of strong sessions over the past couple of weeks, Sean, so I wouldn't be surprised if at some point throughout the week, we see that one where it just bids up and continuously grinds higher. So I'm not thinking long on Tesla here today, but anything can happen considering this is the market. And we've seen a lot of these fades just get bought right back up. So if that's going to be the narrative here with the street, so I mean, at the end of the day, go with the flow.
It's funny that we talk about the NASDAQ, and like I'm sort of looking short on it, but we're up 1.6% there on Friday.
Yeah.
The market just keeps on pumping for the NASDAQ. I mean, look at these TQQs chart here. So a little silly maybe to think about it, completely going short, because I think you're right.
Yeah,
the
at
rebound,
some point, right? Like, I mean, even if it's later in the day, around that noon hour or something along those lines, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, we sold off enough. Oh, we think everything's at a discount from an intraday standpoint, and everything just gets bought back up. Yeah. How many times, like you just mentioned on Microsoft, okay, yeah, you're down 4%, and then next thing you know, half an hour later, you've recovered the majority of the move that you just lost. So I think that's the narrative right now. A lot of these dips being bought, and let's stick with that.
Quickly here, guys, because the market is about to open. USO and watch. I mean, most recently, we're hearing reports that President Trump meeting with his security team and considering a variety of options, including potentially resuming the bombs and strikes in Iran. Sharif, what do you have for us?
Yeah, well, we could open up the strait later, hopefully, as Iran is floating an idea of opening up the strait, voiding that or removing that from the nuclear talks, basically saying that they'll do each independently. President Trump canceled the trip for his envoys amid tremendous infighting and confusion within Tehran's leadership, something that I theorized right from the beginning.
Yeah, what do you guys think here about oil? And good luck to everyone as the market prepares to open.
We only have 15 seconds right now until this market opens. I'm actually going to start the day with a short. I mean, I wrote down 62.30, trying to break through on the TQQs there. So I think if we do break this low of 62.20, we're going to try our hand at a little bit of a short here with only 5 seconds to go. We will talk all about oil here as well. Ears to the ground. We've got obviously Adair there behind us. Sia's here today as well. We're really happy to have her around now. So here we go. The market is now open to a little bit of a bid here for the NASDAQ as we continue to go a little higher. Let's wait to see, man. I mean, maybe that was the low right there that just came through. I mean, we saw Microsoft really get kicked and then right back in MSFT. Where is it? There it is right there. Right back to almost green now on Microsoft after being down 4% on that story. We wanted to look at Apple, which apparently had some problems there with that new OpenAI phone possibly coming through there with Qualcomm. Apple now bouncing off 265 up to 267 is trying to go there as well. The other name that we looked at was Poet, and if you don't know it, we're going to call it up right now. There it is, $9 breaking. All right, man, there it is. We do have our first trade on, so we got to hit the trade alert board right now as we take that short, as we break down right now. And hey, look, this could be, we're going to give it a little bit to VWAP here. I mean, if we break through VWAP, we can get out. 62.80 is going to be my stop right now on the TQQs as we have first position in here, Joe, and it's going to be a short on the NASDAQ. We're trying to stick with our guns a little bit right now. See if we can get out a 5% down here at the 10 marker, and then a little bit of a break through 62, and then we'll see if we can get something down there as well. So far, one short right now, a little early for that, so we're not going to load up on it, but if we do come back up into the 65 area, we'll see about getting a little more short there. Breaking out through 80 would be my stop there on this NASDAQ. Early short here on NASD, NASDAQ, but TQQs. TQs,
yeah, we like that. Yeah, Sean, let's see, man. VWAP starting to curl down pretty aggressively here, guys. We have NVDL still have the inability to crack through this 104.20 level. That's going to put you approximately around, okay, there it goes, that 210 mark on the actual underlying, and a nice uptick in NVDA. Let's see if this is going to drag the overall market. I have my eye on Bitcoin as well to see if we're going to get this move a little bit higher. $44 has been holding pretty good for us here today. So maybe we'll get a curl over north of the volume weighted average price, punch through some of these pre-market zones, and I think that might be a green light for us to rock and roll on some Bitcoin. But nonetheless, I mean, TQ's down a little bit. There's no continuation since the bell, but I think this is a consolidation before we break down. We are slightly extended from VWAP, so maybe you get a pullback into that area that Sean was talking about, and then maybe a continuation. So that's a potential play there. NVDA essentially now north of VWAP, so that's a positive sign. Waiting for some more data to be printed here on Bitcoin, just in case there is a long opportunity. All right, let's send it off to Adair.
Yeah, I'm seeing reports that a drone attack has targeted Iranian opposition groups west of an area in Iraqi Kurdistan. So some attacks here on Iranian groups I'm seeing reported here, but again, taking place in Iraq. Let's talk about Verizon. VZ on my chart here. We know they had earnings this morning, kind of a mixed report. The earnings call apparently started at 8:30 a.m., so unclear where this announcement's coming from. But either way, stock spiking in a big way off the open. In discussions, apparently, with hyperscalers and cloud providers to integrate their fiber and 5G assets to support AI infrastructure efforts. Unclear if this is a report or an announcement. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Yeah, good.
Thanks.
Good stuff. How's that TQs rock?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, not much going on here as well with the TQs. I mean, you kind of nailed that. Oh, hold on a second. I got to turn. I have Joe in my ear again. Hold on, turn that off. Right there, I wanted to hear Dara a bit better. Okay, so yeah, still in the short, still waiting for some 10s. One name that just fell in that I was like really thinking about buying here was going to be Google. Nice little move straight down right now into 340s again, 343. So, you know, this is going to try to hit a level that I was, you know, looking to buy up. I mean, there's the low. You know, we do have last week's sort of high that we broke through there on Friday. We busted through that 340 area. Now we're trying to hold out. So this could have been a decent long, but I was looking at my position and was like, you know, I'm already short the NASDAQ. Going long Google, short NASDAQ doesn't necessarily make too much sense, but we do get a little bit of a fill there, so we'll just go a temporary bang. As we get some 10s, we do get the bottom there of the current move, so we do take 10 cents on 5%, so very small amount out right there. S&P futures trying to get going a little bit. We haven't looked at the banks yet. We didn't even talk about anything other than big tech pretty much all morning, so we do apologize for that. But look at JP Morgan. I know a pick that you like, pick that I like, one of the top names in my portfolio as far as the bank sector is concerned. JP Morgan up a little bit as well. SoFi starting to go higher as well. Now, yeah, we bought this 18 bucks on Wednesday or Thursday last week. Yeah, now up to 19, so that's a nice little move there. We did have some talk earlier, Joe, as well about BMNR. So we can watch out for this. There it goes, man. Flat, up 0.02, but a nice little recovery there in BMNR as we have a couple traders in our chat there we know are short BMNR. There goes, you know, Bitcoin 77. You can see it at the bottom of my screen right there. Check in on Microsoft. The Microsoft story, an interesting one there with OpenAI. We'll get some more clarification there, but, you know, they did have that story earlier about what was it? They're not paying any more royalties or something?
Yeah, so basically, the revenue sharing agreement Microsoft had with OpenAI is over. Sam Altman already commented on this too, I think like a minute or so before the bell, but it kind of echoed what we already knew. He said that we're still going to be partnered with Microsoft. They're still our primary partner, but we can also offer on other clouds. So it really just allows OpenAI to branch out a little bit in terms of who they work with. That's, to my understanding, both in the initial announcement and what Altman said, that seems to be the main piece of this.
Okay, so yeah, we'll you know, Sam Altman coming out and talking about this story. So we'll wait to see what's going on there. But yeah, I mean, you know, this is the problem. You know, you're in a trade and nothing's really going on. So sometimes when a trade doesn't work immediately, there's two things to do. You either like try to let it work out and see if anything's really changed, which is why we go back to, there we go, we take out another piece there at 10. Why we go back over to the TQs and let's let this thing work out a little bit. We're now bidding, we're out of just 10% now. We're bidding O's. We'll see if we can get some O1s down here now as we continue to watch the market sell off a little bit here early today. Failed Iranian talks, I believe, would be a reason for part of this. There, one name, see, the market just bounced again. We almost got our O's and then it bounced. Here goes the market trying to go upside. We only have one number today, so we'll watch out for that one coming. And I'm just
It's a very minor number too, like it's not one we usually give.
Yeah, so I'm gonna exactly go over what that number is just real quick and then we'll go over to Joe. Dallas Fed Manufacturing at 10:30. I laugh, but you know, nothing going on with that one most likely there right now. But let us know if there's anything in the chat, obviously, that you guys want us to cover that potentially we haven't. It's very early days. It's 9:36. Thank you so much for joining both Joe and I, Neil, on day off here today. So we're really happy to be here with my guy, Joe, one more time.
There goes Bitcoin.
Yeah, there goes BT. You're not in anything?
Yeah, I'm looking to see if we can get involved.
You're looking at BTC?
Yeah, we're looking at some Bitcoin.
Nice move back here for the TQQs. So, you know, like I said, we're not layering into this stock, not until we get up here into the 60 area, this little top, then we're going to break through if it does break through 80s. So just a couple pieces out here, potentially looking to maybe reload a little bit of what we have in there, but I think patience is going to be key. Did NVIDIA take out the all-time highs yet? No, it did not.
Almost. It's almost there.
Yeah, so this is a worry spot for me, right? NASDAQ rips higher here if NVIDIA takes this out. So it looks like NVIDIA is trying to go. AMD also downside today. That's down 3%. We saw the downgrade come.
Yeah.
And then what like, Intel up or down, do you think?
Down.
Down, okay. Intel up right now, 3%. No, I think it was a good call. Like AMD was down. We saw some, you know, some of the high flyer names get a little hit there.
Yeah.
But no, Intel just finding a bid one more time here today. You talked about the 50-period moving average. I mean, great little low there for Intel coming in. Okay, now we're going to get a little shorter here, I believe, on the NASDAQ as we hit VWAP. So yeah, I'm still going to wait for this 80 to break, but it's getting excited now as NVIDIA trying to take out some of those highs. And let me guess, that Google long at 43 would have been okay. Up to 44 right now. Google, Micron bouncing as well. I see some people talking about that.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin continuing to the top side here, guys.
Wow, Micron.
It's going to be our primary name right now as it's continuing to climb higher. We'll pull up IBIT for us. Now we're posted up at 4406s to see if we can catch the fill. So we need some form of a pullback, market continuing to climb. Let's see how we react around the volume weighted average price. I think that's going to be a key teller. We have AMD heading towards the downside, 336.51 here, and it looks like it wants to break the low of the day so far. But with NVDA climbing higher, I mean, today is going to be the day. Did we tap into 212? We did almost 212.02. So you run into that previous all-time high, start to come back in a little bit. But I was mentioning this is going to be my name where I think I'm going to start to grab a little bit more, sitting on some cash, nothing substantial. In the swing account, we're 100% cash, but long-term account, we're sitting on about 1.5%. So let's get fully allocated. My opinion, now's the time. So yeah, well, let's be patient, Sean. That's my primary name. We have a consolidation low, 4406 is here. I don't know if we're going to get that as we're continuing to move. So I might have to bump that up to 4408. To be honest with you, because we broke up I mean, it's only a couple of pennies, but hey, it's a lot, man. It's a lot here in Bitcoin right now. But with the market moving higher, starting to pull back, what we have as resistance from before can potentially act as support at 62.28. Now, if we reject VWAP and you see the Microsoft start to come back in, which I believe they are, what's Microsoft doing? Hovering above the volume weighted average price. And I say this all the time. When we're trading the TQs, Sean, it's like I have to run through and see what the larger names are up to. What is Apple doing? Apple flat, moving around the volume weighted average price. What is Amazon up to here today? Below the volume weighted average price as well. So if these names really start to get rocking and rolling, then sure enough, maybe the Qs will start to follow. But we have AMD to the downside, Bitcoin to the top side, and NVDA just hovering slightly above VWAP.
So a quick little look here at the broader market, because I think you just, nailed some stuff there about some tech names. Yeah, I mean, let's look around. There's Tesla down 1.7%. Maybe we'll have to have a quick look at that again. You're looking at the TSLA. It's Micron land, right? And we're all living in it right now. Micron up 5%. Again, as that name continues to go higher, we have SNDK reporting, I believe, Thursday.
Correct.
Yep, good, thanks. There for that one. There's Corning down 3% as we worry about Qualcomm and them getting some deals with OpenAI. Why not Corning? Why can't they make the Gorilla Glass for the OpenAI phone? Maybe there's something going on there. AMD to the downside as well. But okay, we just got another piece out on the Qs off that reload. So that was going to be a nice little short up there on the TQQs off of VWAP. I'm really interested in some of these names. GE Vernova, man, you can't keep a good stock down for long. So we'll have to wait to see what GE Vernova says about that. Down 3 and a bit percentage points. Another name that I favor, and I don't own any, but I do like what they're doing there. Vistra Energy, another one, VST, could be something going on there. John Deere upside as we look at that overall market. Nice to see Eli Lilly bouncing back just a little bit here. Still bad, man, still underneath that $900 mark. We watched that lose that 960 marker and hasn't really been able to come back from that since then. So here's just a little broader look at the overall market. The real redness would be in that producer manufacturing area. And then Tesla going on right here as well. Amazon, Walmart, Costco, retail side down with Home Depot up. I haven't looked at Target in a while. We did get some out at, I think it was 122 and change. Target went up to 130. Talk about a name that does give a dividend in the space, which is kind of rare. 130, yeah, for Target. So we'll see what that goes.
Walmart has one, no?
No.
Are you sure?
If they do have one,
it's very small. It's very minuscule. I think it's like 1% or something.
Okay, we could check it. I mean, 1% is better than 0%.
Yeah, they do offer. They do offer. Yeah, it's like a quarter a share. So $1. Yeah, $1.
$1 a year on
it's like
130.
1.2%. Yeah.
No, less.
Exactly.
Like maybe 0.7.
Yeah.
Okay. Reloaded there on the TQs a little bit there. We just got a piece out as here we go back down into the downside. We're trying to support our positions here. I'm short right now the NASDAQ. Joe's looking at a few names. We got Adara in the back.
Indeed, we do. Let's take a look at Verizon. I know second time this morning I've mentioned Verizon, but they do have their earnings call happening right now. CEO Dan Schulman saying that the company sees multiple $1 billion in revenue from AI support. So unclear what his time frame is for that amount of revenue, but either way here, VZ on watch as that earnings call seems to continue. Back to you.
It looks like it's going to break here. I mean, we rejected VWAP on NVDA. We have Bitcoin starting to come into our level, and then AMD is just straight to the downside. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to fill this gap on AMD, and I'm not saying we're going to get that full closure, that hard gap fill, but at some point you'll get like 40, 50, even maybe 60% of it closed. So let's pull up AMD on the daily. Yeah, so there we go. We've already entered it there, Sean. So boom. Right at 336 now we're trading at 330 with a high of around 352. So you don't want to be the individual up getting caught all the way up here buying that high. And that's what I was mentioning not too long ago. You have that pullback and it's starting to formulate right now. I think that we see a little bit more. $300 I think is reasonable in my opinion on AMD. Substantial move, 75% in the span of a month of trading. That's a pretty big move in my opinion. And it's one of the names I was like, hey, is AMD going to be that next $1 trillion club? Obviously, we know that JPM. We were talking about Sean was talking about the banks, best in breed. You're sitting around 800 billion right there from a market cap standpoint. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see AMD. Also, Walmart, the name that we were just going over, part of the most recent addition to the $1 trillion club.
I don't mind. Is Walmart the most recent one? Okay,
yeah.
I know Broadcom hit it there, but I know Walmart did as well. Yeah, it's a good call on that one. Making the move over to the NASDAQ. A little bit of a false bump into the NASDAQ 100, but that's okay. All right, so just talking a little bit about the futures play. Like, the setup is here for it to go down. It's just, it's not doing anything. The futures are not really doing too much, which I think is where there's some value in trying to follow your plan. And I mean, that's, again, up to VWAP. We waited pretty patiently to get that short, which gave us a little bit of juice to get back into the downside. I am still a little nervous about this. I mean, it's not necessarily going the way that I thought it would. I thought we would start to head downside a little bit more now, and I hate sitting in something waiting for the story to develop, but I like the NASDAQ. I like the fact that we're still underneath and that we should be able to get downside a little bit, and here we go. What's not helping the NASDAQ, but it's helping the old account there, as we see if we can have some diamond hands with our Palantir longs right there, because it's nervous Nancy on this stock, right? I mean, when the market goes upside, you are looking for some help with Palantir, but today market's going downside and Palantir's up 1%. So that's a really nice call right there for Palantir shareholders, watching this name sort of appreciate to the long end of the chart.
There goes the NASDAQ for you.
Yeah, there goes the NASDAQ for me. Yeah, we're still doing, I appreciate that, Joe, there. A little look on the NASDAQ. So, yeah, we'll continue to, hold out hope that the NASDAQ will get to the downside. I'm still bidding some O's there. Let me just put another bid right here at 06s. There we go, we'll take that as well. Just so we don't get carried away with it. There it is, a nice little downside play there for the NASDAQ. And that's the only trade that I have on so far there today. And looking at that Palantir looked pretty juicy as well. No problem with PLTR for the long side. Microsoft, did it recover? I would assume with the NASDAQ coming down, Microsoft, no. Microsoft is fine. The other name that we wanted to look at potentially for a short was Apple. And that name is not working out for the short either. And I always get questions like, oh, you wrote down Apple short, but you didn't take it. Yeah, I mean, it has to set up. And right now, with the NASDAQ moving to the downside, I just don't see like too much excitement for me to be taking Apple long if I'm not long already. So we'll wait for this to maybe fade out a little bit. We are at the pre-market highs there for Apple as we get worried about the Qualcomm story and what that means with OpenAI. And it's just a matter of how close are they. I thought we heard from Adara or Sharif that it was maybe Was it 2027 there for the OpenAI?
I don't even remember seeing a date on it, truthfully. I mean, Ming-Chi Kuo, usually I find he's kind of, he can be far in the future, but I find he usually tends to be at least partially accurate, so bear that in mind. I find people tend to kind of turn against him or root for him depending on if they're speaking about companies he likes or doesn't like. I think with him, generally, I'm just being honest here. I think generally speaking, his track record.
Gia. Thanks, Adara. Gia, my God, you can tell who I'm yelling at all week. But there we go. We just get a nice, sweet-ass move.
Yeah, something stepping in here for sure. Something stepping in on the market.
Let's go, man, Joe. This is what trading is about, man. You make the calls, you step up there, and hopefully it starts to pay dirt. And there it goes. Nice little downside move for the TQQs. This is the trade that we wrote down right there on our sticky note, the only one that we have taken so far today. So if you guys is following, we do appreciate that one right there. There it is, a TQQ 62.30 short, 62.30 short. What do we have? 62.30s. And there's the short now for the TQQs. Now, is this a home run trade? We've made our day with it, but that doesn't mean that we won't lose it back again. Here comes the NASDAQ to the downside. So far, so good there. But looking for a little bit more. And if we can try to find out where that little bit more would be, I'm always looking at this 200 period moving average. So I would think 61.40, 61.50, something like that for a little bit of a play. Remember, the NASDAQ's been super hot, so it's been a dangerous play, I would say, to try to hold on to this short throughout the whole day. So let's see if we do get a little bit more movement to the downside. I'm going to take out one more piece here at 62 flat and then see if we do get a continuation move lower. So far, so good, but not the most exciting market to start the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's to the downside. We tried that dip buy, and we were just giving it past that low of the day, and whatever volatility spike just stepped in, we've seen it across the board here. But we'll take another attempt. If this downtrend breaks, then why not take an additional stab on that one? Nice short from Katina Man on the NASDAQ, but then we also have a nice indecision print on AMD right off of these lows, so you can grab that. Oh man, that was a nice opportunity missed right there.
Yeah, man, the market just bounced back.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just going to bounce back. As for Bitcoin, these dip buys a little bit more tough because you see these volatility spikes and it just flushes, especially when we had a support level right there at 44.06, decides to break that and head a little bit lower, now at the low of the day here on Bitcoin. So we have to wait for this trend to be broken in order for us to get involved. But yeah, there it goes. Volume stepping into the overall market, and then sure enough, you're starting to climb a little bit higher here, being led by the likes of NVDA as it's still hovering around VWAP. We have Apple still doing the exact same thing, continuing to climb here. So maybe we'll start to head towards that pre-market high of 270 here on AAPL. So not too bad of a look there. Amazon, how has that been performing on the session around the low? So participating in that flush. And then Meta, almost at the high of the day there, Sean, but we're holding up. Yeah, I mean, just holding up pretty good.
Tesla down 3%.
Tesla tanking.
Some more action happening right here for TSLA. What I miss, Adara?
Yeah, worth noting, I mean, I have no idea if this has anything to do with the drop, but it's worth noting. I'm just seeing a headline here. I heard some headlines earlier, saw some headlines earlier that the foreign minister of Iran, Ergachi, was speaking with President Putin of Russia. Now I'm seeing reports from Iranian media suggesting that Iranian foreign minister Ergachi telling Putin that their ties will be strengthened, I'm guessing, between Russia and Iran. That's really all I'm seeing here from a geopolitical standpoint. Small story on Boeing, but not moving the stock in any way whatsoever. Seeing reports that Boeing and the U.S. Navy successfully completed a test flight. Back to you.
Boy, here we go, man, to channel my inner Obi. Oh, boy. There goes the NASDAQ to the downside. And it's exactly what we talked about on our notes is to that note what Adair just mentioned there. You know, strengthening Iran and Russia ties. That's not going to make President very happy. Also, the failed talks over the weekend and the fact that they did not send that little convoy over to Pakistan there, which is, I guess, unfortunate to some extent. But at the same time, they can get that done, as President Trump was saying, over the phone. And so I'm hoping for something more of that. I mean, we want peace is what we would like. But that's okay if that's not there, because the market right here is a screaming short. And by the way, we continue to print it right here. Now we're 60 cents in the money on this trade as we continue to go down. And there it is. Daily goal has been met. On this move to go to the downside, we are looking at 208. We wrote down 208 as a potential long there for NVIDIA. But yeah, nice little comeback in. Look what happened, Joe. We touched day high again on NVIDIA. Almost all-time highs one more time there. We were within pennies of that. There, 212.10 we got to. We have written down as 212.19 as the all-time high there. Wow, for NVIDIA. NVDA. Man, if you guys are with me, let's go. There it is, man. Back to the futures right now as we get going on this call. The call of the day for me on the note is right there. NVIDIA's coming in, so you can take that. Apple 270 short, we didn't get that price yet. And then Poet, we looked at that as a potential long on POET there, but we got to break through 11 is what I was looking for Poet to get going again. That does not happen, and that continues to make a little lower. But it takes one good trade, and I think we got one on right now. I'm putting another bid here at 66s. Maybe we can get that. There it is. We get it as we make new lows right now in the NASDAQ. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. You're not going to find a better trading show right there. What's up, Adam DeLuz? You might be right, man. I mean, we haven't been able to find really too much success here trading the futures as an individual trade, but you might be right, man. I really enjoy trading these, and there it is from Adam DeLuz. We are a futures trader at heart. I believe that's probably true right now. I like trading them because it's clean. You know, okay. I like looking at individual stocks when there's stories. You know, like AMD with the downgrade, right? That's pretty interesting. But sometimes it's interesting to come in here, have an idea in mind. We were talking short all day. Everything on here is pretty much risk off. Besides NVIDIA, I mean, NVIDIA dropping down $4, we'll take that trade, which it's coming in right now. But I think you got to have some ideas there as well. So, here we go. 1,000 DOPS.
What's that? Dominican peso.
Ooh, Dominican peso.
Yeah.
I used some of those last week over there. Bullish or Sean, bullish or bearish on Apple? Bullish into earnings for sure. Based on technicals. Okay, we can have a quick look at that through earnings or not versus Amazon. Okay, 1 second. And would you hold through earnings or not versus Amazon? So I like Amazon better than Apple, especially with some of the news that we've heard today. And it's not that it's anything crazy. It's just I think there's competition coming for Apple, and I don't think that that's anything that we should be afraid of as Apple investors. I mean, there's always somebody, the gun's pointed always at the top, and I think Apple always does have someone trying to eat their lunch. I mean, you know, they came out with the Apple Home. There was already the Google Home system there as well. Amazon has an Echo product. Apple came out with these AirPods. I believe that the Fold will be a decent opportunity for them. And I see a lot of Apple everywhere I go, so I'm pretty bullish into it. But technically, I think you do have an opportunity to drop into this 255 area where your 200 period moving average is. It's kind of fool's game a little bit sometimes to try to guess where earnings are going, but I don't hear that many red flags. It'd be interesting to hear a new CEO, right? So Tim Cook gone. This will be his last sort of quarter. And then we have Turnus coming in. So I don't know a whole heck of a lot.
I was going to say, how do you feel about essentially the front office change?
So unfortunately that story hit. I was going to actually ding for Adara at some point because that story hit while I was on vacation. I didn't really have too much of an opportunity to dig into what we thought about Apple's new leadership. But what do we know about him?
Well, I was going to say, I made an infographic about him like in early January when we first started seeing reports that this could be a thing. So I've been looking him up for a while. Basically, his entire work history is at Apple, more or less, but he's mostly known for hardware, which is leading some people to be concerned that he's not going to be the AI-focused leader people think Apple wants and or needs. Furthermore, though, with Turnus, this actually is, he's not going to be having an Apple quarter while he's CEO until the end of October. So the Q3 season, because we're not getting that turnover, I think, until September or October. So Cook's going to be in for a while. This is not going to be his last quarter. He'll have one quarter after that.
Okay. So we still have a little bit more Tim Cook, but I just wonder about, there's always the talk about, where's the new products coming from? Where's that sort of, development, product development? And then we heard, again, Dan Ives is still bullish on Apple. So we do have, some kind of a talk there that we can hold out hope that Apple starts to go. But to your question about Amazon, for me, Amazon is
that him?
Is him. So we can watch out for AMZN at some point in the future as well for a great little look there.
There goes the market, like right back.
Yeah, I was thinking about shorting a little bit more.
Yeah, right back to the top side. I mean, we're in this IBIT trade here, slowly starting to work for us. We have NVDA just below the volume weighted average price. So let's see. I mean, that's a nice print there for a continuation to the downside on the NASDAQ. You can see an inverted hammer candle right around VWAP there. And we have a strong hammer essentially on volume. So I want to see if this low is going to hold up here, folks. And then maybe we can potentially find a long here in NVDA NVDA. I mentioned, I think that this is the day that we break, maybe in hold, or at some time throughout the week. So I'm going to be patient and wait for a high-quality opportunity to step in here with this name. But I think considering the run that we've seen in the chips, it's only a matter of time until this dog starts to participate. And AMD starting to climb a little higher as well, too, here, guys. So a lot going on. Bitcoin, we got our eyes on. And then Tesla, how have you been performing here today? Definitely on the weaker side, I'm pretty sure. So I think
Tesla's
it's the
been down 3%.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the CapEx, right? Like, let's not beat around the bush. We know that Elon Musk is going to say, oh, it's only 25. Well, I mean, hey, when you only have 1.5 billion or something along relatively close to that number in free cash flow, that's not going to remain for long. Also, the deal with Intel is positive for Intel finally getting a big hyperscale customer, but I don't even have a bang or a siren or anything along those lines there, Sean, but there goes iBid heading right in towards the volume-weighted average price. We'll take a couple of cents on that. We're going to hold on to it a little bit longer, considering we were out on the previous long, and then now we're waiting for it to break and hold, and then maybe this market can really get going here. But yeah, I'm liking what NVDA is up to here.
Yeah, the market is getting going. I've actually tightened up, like we said. I mean, this is why you got to cash out a little bit. And we said, you know, in a market when you get the ups and the downs, you got to be very, very careful with what exactly you're doing. So we don't reload this again until VWAP right now. And, you know, if we're going to be that futures trader, Adam, we got to have stops. So I'm going to wait here until, actually, I'm going to change this. I was going to stop out now, you know, basically breaking here. I'm going to give it to 70s. If this 200 period winds up breaking, then I'm happy to get out. So I'm going to get another bit in here around 62.55 and be very specific with sort of the entries and what we're trying to do here with this, because you never know where we're going to drop out of. And yeah, risky talk here with the TQs going back up to the upside. And, you know, potentially there, where did we say to get long on NVIDIA again? Oh yeah, 208. The low is 208.40s right there. So, you know, again, a little bit caught there with rose-colored glasses, thinking the market was potentially only going downside there, and we missed the opportunity to get long there on NVIDIA. So, I mean, again, if we stick with our notes, we did have that level written down there, and that's about it for me on NVIDIA and Apple. That can a little bit of a talk there with the futures as well going through. Check out on USO as we, again, the market's just bouncing right back up to VWAP. So there goes USO. Wow, that was a good short, eh? Like right
USO
there.
To the down, yeah. So that's probably helping the market too.
Right, that's helping the market get going big time right now. But there it is, 135 hits again. So you talk about trading off of support and resistance. I mean, how good does that look for support and resistance traders? Right there, hits the day's high again in the pre-market, hits it right here with 10 minutes ago, and then the drop comes back through. So on a lack of information really today, when we don't see too much going on, we've got to watch out for USO and with oil. Poet, another big name running around, Joe. I mean, they're near the lows again. They're trying to break back down through $8. Wow, it's already 10 o'clock. So we're going to go over to Adara what's happening now, but there goes Poet breaking through $8 now down 47%. I never understand why these things don't halt the way they're supposed to, but there goes Poet, potentially looking for a halt right now. The only halt that I see is this EUDA right now. So EUDA, I have no idea. Volume 100,000 shares, not much going on, but this name has halted a couple times here today. EUDA on a little bit of a run to the downside right now on a halt. So, all right, over to Adara, what's happening now?
You look at the 15-minute chart, there's kind of a ho-hum opening for the NASDAQ. Now, as you can see, roughly range-bound first 15-minute candle, second 15-minute candle, we drop and then reclaim the entire move back to the upside. And as of right now, this third 15-minute candle just starting, pretty range-bound. That being said, again, if you look at it on these shorter time frames, we did get a big drop and a big pop coming back into neutral with that 663 halves level, certainly of note for the NASDAQ. Here's the SPY, looking roughly similar to the NASDAQ, though notably making a slightly lower high as we digest tons of geopolitical headlines and a lot of earnings previews, earnings down the pipeline for the week. As Sean mentioned, the Super Bowl of earnings, and I certainly would agree. We also have the FOMC meeting. It should be the last under Chair Powell, should Warsh's confirmation go as planned. That meeting will take place on Wednesday, where the Fed is expected to hold rates neutral. Let's talk here at MSFT. Microsoft, big drop Then nice recovery after announcing an amendment to its OpenAI partnership. It's no longer going to be giving OpenAI this revenue sharing deal. And then also OpenAI is allowed to use other cloud providers, though again, Microsoft remains the top cloud provider, I guess their preferred cloud provider, and also Microsoft still holding OpenAI shares. Then we've got QC, OM, Qualcomm is going to be on watch here. Now, this name has given up almost its entire gap up, now up only 3% on the day. Report from supply chain analyst Ming-Chi Kuo suggesting that the company is working with OpenAI to develop processors for an AI-powered smartphone, which of course would put it in competition with AAPL. Last but not least, USO looking pretty range-bound, much like the market, as we mentioned here. Lots of different headlines in the Middle East. We know President Trump announced that he canceled the trip for envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to go to Pakistan to discuss a deal with Iran. That trip was canceled as of Saturday. Now, as of this morning, reports came out suggesting that Trump is going to be meeting with his security advisors to find out what the next step is going to be. That next step could potentially include resuming the strikes in Iran, though, of course, that step is not guaranteed. And if I get more details, I will keep you posted. Big morning, big day, big week. So where better to be than right here at Trader TV Live? Do make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content as we send you back over to the guys.
Yeah, and big dogs too, big dogs. And I think, you know what, you just mentioned Google. I mean, what are we at, all-time highs now? Yeah, both. Yeah, all-time highs on Google. We were talking about the Amazons, the Metas, the NVIDIAs. I think this is the sleeper of all. I don't even know if we can call it a sleeper. I think it's going to be one of the best.
This dog is barking, man.
It's barking, man.
You know, this is like my dog. I don't know what Milo does, but
all he does is bark. You have to get him a little buzz.
Yeah, I gave my dog to my parents, Belle, and she's just this little cockapoo.
Yeah.
And my mom said that they basically, just a joke, that they canceled the security system at their house.
Yeah, you have to.
The minute that's anybody's approaching the front door, these poor Amazon guys.
Man.
I'm sure they can tell by the bark that it's not a vicious one, but we definitely know when we're getting in delivery around my house. But so stupid, because remember we were talking about going long on Google down there, but I was short on the Qs. And I was like, well, I don't necessarily want to go long on Google because we're thinking this market might be a downside play. Yeah, thanks, Sean. That was a good play there. Only up $6 since we made that last call. So I think to your point, man, Google remains pretty strong and one of those names that we want to look at and definitely have in your portfolio. I mean, if they're going to be buying up dips, then, you know, who are we to say that that's not the right play?
It's up 30%. Since the beginning of the month.
Oh, yeah. Google, absolutely on fire. I mean, you even mentioned AMD and stuff like that, up 70% in a month. Can Google and Netflix and all of them go as well? I mean, talk about Netflix. Netflix with a little bit of a spot here right now. Oopsies. Oh, man, our charts, man. We got to get that organized. But right into here, this could be a spot. You know, we talked about where the setups are. I actually think Netflix has a good opportunity to get going through the high side. I think they are a net beneficiary. Of AI. I mean, you know, curating lists for you to be able to watch stuff that, you know, potentially forcing you to watch stuff that you like. It's like an algorithm like TikTok, right? I mean, once people start to get on it and they start showing you all the information and what you like, it just keeps on pumping through. So as long as content can keep coming out with Netflix, I actually like the levels that Netflix is at here through earnings, and not great. Obviously fell back in on that little play there, but you know, the billions of dollars, what was it, 8.7 billion, I think it was, or something like that they got as a breakup fee.
Like $2 billion. It was like
2.7 or something like that.
It was near $3 billion, but it was under $3 billion. I think around
I think it was 2.8 then. Had the numbers mixed up. 8.2, 2.8.
Yeah.
So I think they take that, put that in their pocket, invest that into more live sports. Live sports are so hot right now. I mean, I don't even, it's just like, I know we're in Canada, NHL playoffs are here right now, but I mean, how much more do you watch when something means something? You know, like we're watching the playoffs more than regular season. And I think once YouTube gets Oscars as well, so that's coming up, and then more games for Netflix, more opportunities for that. I really like the space. I think as content remains king, you do see that live is the next big thing there. So I really like Netflix.
You know what's not really talked about that much right now is the Raptors. Like the Raps are playing. We're not really going on.
I'm making some money on the Raptors a little bit.
You are? Nice.
Yeah. I had them both at the home.
Nice.
They play way better at home than on the road.
Than on the road.
So that was sort of a little bit.
Tie that series up.
Yeah, that's 2-2. I think they could beat Cleveland right now. You want to talk about a good bet? I mean, that's a plus 380 right now, series bet.
That is
so your boy is all over that as well. also plus 380. All right, so TQ's coming down in. Believe it or not, man, believe it or not, is at home. Where's that from again? I don't even know. But here we go, nice move down into view up. Guess where we're sitting? Right there at the 25 period moving average. That's right where we're sitting and we get missed. We're at 16s, we get missed right there. So hopefully the TQs continues a little bit of a downside push right there so we can put some money back into our pocket. But yeah, the market just really doing nothing right now and I'm getting a little anxious. So I want to get a little more if we can come up to the top here. But doesn't it look like the TQs is relatively strong here? I don't want to put on a whole bunch of shares. Getting a little nervous about this. Cavs will win, eh?
There we go, Kane. There we go. Continue, man. We take a little off there.
We got some IBIT going on.
Yeah, we got IBIT. Strong move, man. We only take 20% off. We're going to wait and hold some for that 44.20 break here potentially. But a nice strong uptick, volume supporting that move as well. So, yeah, a couple big moves here. I mean, the Q is starting to hover. I know you're short at the end.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you had the nice trade off the get, but have some of the larger names. It's Google, man. It's the absolute beast and monster, which Google is, as it's still hovering around those highs. Continuation is a whole different question. As we did uptick, we failed to breach it. So now establishing a lower high on IBIT. We'll sit in this a little bit longer. We only took 20% off on this one.
All right, I was just, I'm trying to find the visual. Do you have the visualizer up?
No, I don't have nothing, man. I just got onto this domain. I got to get all those.
I got it. Hopefully we'll be able to show it. There it is. Thank you. Look at this, man.
Andre, how's the,
Andre is just the man.
He is the man. How's the new team?
They only played one game, and it was just a very. They actually lost to Guelph 2-1, but that was yesterday, the first time they'd played together. Thanks for asking, and I just hope she doesn't break.
How's she?
If she breaks another stick, I swear to God.
Well, I know. I seen the one that you just.
I can't anymore. I can't anymore,
brother. I'm telling
you, the TQs needs a tank.
Yo, so a couple of seasons ago, I don't know what it was, but I was just going through sticks like they were going out of style.
You can go back to the two-shot here on.
Right, like so. Essentially, what I was like, dude, they were only lasting a week and a half, and I was just, and I don't buy the most expensive.
Right,
$100, right, is my cap on them because they just break essentially.
What do you buy for $100?
Oh, you gotta know where to go to.
No, I do know where to go.
You're not getting that at Hockey Stick, man. I'll tell you that for sure.
Where are you getting $100 sticks from?
Tire.
No, man, you're buying like these wood sticks.
No, I'm not, dude. I'm telling you right now, you can get the CCM tax. You can get the tax and another CCM. The rib core.
Yeah, the rib core.
You get like it's like 85 plus tax, $100.
Hey, man, I believe you. Many wouldn't. I do.
Yeah,
man. Okay, so let's go back to the visualizer just really quickly right there. But yeah, thanks for asking. Yeah, she's loving her. Tonight's the parent meeting. So the coach is going to meet with all the parents, and that's when I got to write the big check, I imagine.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's about $6,000 for the year. All right, so didn't CRML have news? I believe it did, so we can look at some
acquisition news. Yeah, and they've just been like stacking up companies recently. They announced recently that's going to be their strategy, so another acquisition for CRML.
Yeah, about $865 million. There we go, so we're right there. Thank you for that, Adara. Okay, SNDK. Oh, this is a little bit see-through right here. GME, Car. Oh, Avis. Okay, let's have a quick look at Avis. Avis has been a stock. By the way, let's go, NASDAQ. Come on, baby. Come into the 15. I'm bidding 15s now. Oh, he got filled. Okay, we got filled.
Big scalp. This is not Assassino.
This
is Sean. This is Katina, man. That's not Assassino.
I'm an assassin as well.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Stock market assassin. Oh, whoa. That's it, man. Show's done now. Show's done. Yeah, the market's...
so I have to... He does a good point, man. I cannot... That's his name.
That is?
I will not. Why, did someone say that in the chat?
Every time that ding comes in, I think it's Adara about to chime in.
First of all, what are you feeling about his... You want to get Randy involved here pretty soon?
Oh, brother, I'm still milking this one here.
Yeah, me too.
We got the jitters. I sip these,
maybe we should get a fresh one.
No.
People want to see Randy. I'm trying to get Randy.
Okay, we'll get Randy out here.
You got too many over there?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a single and then I put in a double.
With the caffeine or what?
I think they
those your real, what, you have contacts in or?
No.
Oh, you got like light brown eyes?
Yeah.
Oh, nice, man.
Yeah.
As I stare into Joe's eyes. I don't know if I've ever sat this close to you before. So that's nice. Yeah, my new obsession with Joe there. As we got a little bromance going on over here. Very nice. Okay, so Joe, I mean, we were just celebrating sort of the TQs make the move higher there. We did not. We were close, man. We were at 62.50. We were waiting for that to come in. We don't get that. But boom, bang.
Oh Oh my God.
Oh my God.
They're falling back in a little bit here. So
Yeah.
oh my God, a little bit there. Shout out to Adara. There's, oh my God, right there. As that move's coming back in. And then we do have Sia's going to be making her appearance relatively soon. I think maybe on the midday, I'm not sure when she'll be there.
I think just before, last time I seen her, we had a nice Intel infographic on there.
Yeah. I hope you guys are enjoying.
She's locked in over there.
Hope you're enjoying Joe and myself as we continue to hopefully entertain and have a good time here.
Yeah, you got me blushing, Katina, man, apparently.
Hey, man, it happens to many.
Well, see, it's the same thing, right? As soon as you start gazing into the eyes, it's just, it's over. Right? It's over.
Thanks for not saying anything about my eyes, though, Joe.
No,
I see it only goes one way. It's fine.
I can't complicate your TQ short anymore, brother.
No, it's okay. That doesn't matter. It's more about the eyes, you know. But all right, so Tesla, as we have a great time. The thing is Tesla right now 365 and going lower. Right now for TSLA. So, you know, this name can't catch a bid despite what the NASDAQ is doing right now, trying to get a little bit of a bid up. Tesla is at the lows right now, down 3% and trying to get a little bit lower. I mean, I like that IBIT trade that you're working on as we get back up into, are we supposed to go to Adara? Back up, nope, okay, good. Back up into 78,000. For Bitcoin. So we'll see if that can get going. On a little bit of a drop down, obviously the market's retracing in a little bit now again. We still do now I can just confirm it. We do have NVIDIA written down here as a long. My number one, I mean, I don't really rank these, but it's like the first thing that comes to my mind. I put at the top, and then we went to the NASDAQ short there, which is the only trade we have on, which has been pretty good so far. I wish it could get a little bit better. But the NVIDIA now, we can justify it long there at 208. So as we watch out for our sticky note here, NVIDIA 208, we have Apple 270 short is what we're talking about there. And then this name at the very bottom is Poet. So we'll see if Poet can get going a little bit. Thanks, Andre. Nice little cool look there for the note. So that's what we're talking about there today. And is that Fabian over there?
Yeah, it is Fabian.
Oh, it's Fabian.
Hey, Fabian.
Oh, this whole time. Oh, okay, my bad. I was like, what's going on over there? And then just quickly, there's the family and
that's not all right.
No, that's not what I wanted to show. I wanted to actually show this because I wanted to find out what other traders were looking at real quick, and then we can show some family stuff. So, you know what? Joe, why don't we do a favor? Why don't you look at Robinhood quickly?
Absolutely.
So we'll look at Robinhood real quickly there. Starlink, a nice little ad there. So for Starlink. Surge the Cat also looking at TQs. That's good there. Neary looking, let's have a look at PLTR. We did get a good number from Verizon this morning. They were up 4%. We'll have a quick little look over there. You're shorting Domino's. Domino's was in the note today for us as well. What's up here? Heather, I believe. Is great follow and a great trader there as well. Micron, CRML, and then Tesla. So a couple good ideas. You guys can go find me there on X, and we'll be able to discuss some more ideas as they come through. But what about Robinhood? We kind of left that alone a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, I've been in this. Okay, there we go. Bang. We'll catch another fill at 15s here on
Let's go, Joe.
Continuing to climb. Bang, 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 bang. No, as for Robinhood, Sean, it was participating in that rally, right? Like you get 44% off of that $64 low, and you climb into that $92 mark. But I mean, if we're talking about the grand scheme of things, you're still down 45, so you're almost cutting half off of the highs. I like everything that Robinhood has to do. I mean, if we're going into tokenization of actual assets and the tokenization of equities, Robinhood's going to be at the front of that. Obviously, we have the PDT rule coming into play, adding a tailwind into this name. So I like it. We've seen it in Webull. You're getting a little bit of a bounce on that name as well, too. So I like Robinhood, but the thing is, it's been hit heavy, right? Like, was it overvalued over here at $150? I've been in this name since it was $40, essentially. I was fortunate enough to participate in that, but as a shareholder and someone who sold a little bit at 122 and then bought a little bit more at 119, where we're currently sitting at, isn't looking too pretty. I would like to see some more of a recovery, but from a technical standpoint, you do have some trend lines being broken, right? So that's the start. You got to start somewhere. You got to walk before you can run, and I think that's kind of where we're sitting at here with Robinhood in aspects in kind of conversations just due to the fact of a full-on recovery. It's going to take a little bit longer, and it may not ever get back to those levels. We have the tie and the correlation between Robinhood and Bitcoin. I want to see that decouple a little bit more, just considering I think it's so much more. There's options activity, and I talked about the tokenization of everything in private equity you can get access to over in Europe. So yeah, a lot going on for this name. At some point it will. It's just a question of how long, I think, with the Robinhood.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Robinhood. I mean, I bought a little bit more SoFi. I like SoFi's business a little bit better because of the banking side of it. But I do understand that, hey, I think you got one, especially if you're a little bullish on crypto.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the way that crypto's been moving lately, we do have a great opportunity there to get crypto names back into the old account there. I got to go to Turkey one day. Apparently,
brother, just join the crew. I've been thinking.
If someone works for a Turkish hair transplant thing, I think
wait, you could get it done here.
Can you though?
Yeah.
Of course you could.
Yeah.
Wondering what the price.
Well, I mean, you got to take into consideration.
I think I can't get it done now. It's too long. I should have got it done a while ago.
You just need more. So it goes like, apparently, I was looking into it. So it's yeah. So it's like a matter of like how many of like the little follicles.
Yeah. I think I need probably too many.
Yeah. So you're probably sitting around the 10,000 mark. I think
Jesus Christ, that sounds like a lot.
6,000, right? So I mean,
that sounds like a lot.
It's $1 a follicle. I think it's going for right now.
$1 a follicle. Yeah, man, you've really done some research into this. Man.
Okay,
man. I'll do it if you do it. Okay, how about that? Exactly. Why doesn't someone sponsor Joe and I?
Yeah,
we'll get it done, man. We'll take the trip. Hey, I saw some ads in Cancun also as well.
You
All right, me and you, man. Let's go.
Let's go. Prestige worldwide,
get that done. Okay, the market is coming back in a little bit, which is nice. So the TQs is starting to print. I mean, I'm just trying to get a little bit out here. You know, we've had a sort of a good morning so far shorting this, but we are looking for some more opportunities. So put them there in the car. That's what it was. Avis.
What's that?
We were trying to have a little look there. Avis was a big short, right? I mean, we did have that report over there the last couple of days. So let's go have a quick look at what the short flow was. I wanted to say it was in the 30s, but before I say that, I know it was popular last week and I was only in here on Friday. Let's go, we got to go into details over here. CAR. Interesting name. I mean, I love that name. 2 days from now, so they do have earnings in 2 days, Wednesday the 29th there, before or market open. Where is the short float? What? Why can't I find? Oh, it's because I've zoomed in before on this. Short flow, there it is. 46% short right now for AVIS. So we can have a quick little look at that right now. As the S&P futures are up right now, down right now. NASDAQ is also down. Is that right? Is the S&P up? Yeah, so S&P's flat, about 0.7. NASDAQ down right now, 0.29. But yeah, whenever you're looking at a high short float, sometimes this is what can happen, and it's a complete dumpster fire there. Dara, what was going on here with Avis? I don't remember it being this dramatic.
So that is exactly what the move was. We did not have any news to explain it. Very likely a short squeeze. There is a very, very long but detailed and I think pretty good piece on X by a trader named The Short Bear, kind of breaking down some of what might be happening here. But basically, I guess just very moneyed people involved in bringing this to the upside. Eventually, the bow must break and the cradle did in fact fall.
Okay. So,
wasn't that your dream side gig? Used car salesman?
Yeah. No. I'll be the other way. I want to be the guy that haggles with them.
Okay, you like the.
Because I saw some business. Yeah. No, someone put it out and it was like they're hired by people to go and get a better deal. So it's like,
okay, yeah.
Let's just say you pay 50 grand for your car. I'd be like, I can get it for 48.
Okay, yeah.
And then we split the difference.
But like that, what's that term that we use in sports? That middleman. Come on, man, help me out.
Agent?
No.
Middleman. Arbitrator?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So I want to do that. I think that's fun. I don't know. Anyways, even when you're there, and you're on the beach in Mexico or something like that.
Yeah, and the guy trying to get a lower price.
Yeah, just whatever, man. I mean, just little things like that. You have to.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to pay fair value for it, but or ticket scalper maybe might be in play there as well. So but Avis, I mean, well destructed now. I mean, I think that if you are looking for something, the 200 period moving average has always been something that we like. So down to the downside there. For that as we keep on going back and forth. We're waiting for new IPOs to hit, right? I mean, we're going to hopefully have SpaceX coming pretty soon, Anthropic coming soon. We're looking for OpenAI. But guess what, man? We just took another money fill, man. The schmackers came in there into 62 bucks. So right there is a nice little pull back in. We'll wait to see how much we can get on this trade, but looking for more always. Quickly look on Marvell and then back over to the desk because Adara's got an update for us. Marvell, as we said, we mentioned this name earlier. It sucks because I do own it, but at the same time, at least we talked about it. Some of these names that are getting heated up, like an AMD, unfortunately for everybody, fortunately, Intel continues to go higher, but Marvell down 5 points today, 5%, as well as our good friend AMD, which was down 4 the last we checked. It looks like it's bouncing a little bit now, down 3 and a bit. All right, over to Adair for the big desk, and then we'll be right back over here.
Time to go over some of these small cap movers. So let's kick it off here with USEG. Also interesting and kind of rare lately. This is a day where all of these small caps have their own individual catalysts. So nice look here. USEG signing a 5-year helium offtake agreement with an investment-grade global leader in industrial gases. So good look here for USEG, especially with that pre-market move to the upside. You've got about a $74 million market cap and a short float of just under 10%. That is a name as well that we've heard of and talked about before. I'll move this. You can see the price action a bit better, but ONCO is actually on our watch list today, and I failed to mention on our watch list, they have a catalyst. Andrew Oakley has resigned as the board's chairman. This was announced after the bell on Friday, with Sammy Dorf appointed as chairman of the board, effective, I guess, retroactively as of Thursday, so the day before this was announced. ONCO on watch with that in mind. They underwent a reverse split as of the end of March, so recent reverse split play with a $540,000 market cap, 580,000 share float, and a 40% short float. So pretty large short float, especially given how small that float is there for ONCO. Last but not least, YAAS, Yaoshin Technology on watch again. Day one catalyst today, acquiring 18% of the equity interest in YATOP in consideration of $10.8 million. You've got a $17 million market cap for YAAS with a 2 million share float. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, you're just in Bitcoin. We're in this other name over here. CAR was named CRML on a deal today as well, critical metals. So we'll see if that gets going. I mean, I do like the critical metal space. We've talked about the investments in Lithium America for the United States government, as well as MP Materials. Possible look there. That's the one that the United States is in. There's a CRML with a small little $865 million purchase today of some company. But that's moving around up 4% right there. All right, just a look. Let's look back at SoFi because I'm interested in this $19 break. We did break it earlier. We're not really doing a whole heck of a lot right now at that level. So maybe a look here for our good friend SoFi trying to bounce off. I mean, I would like to get this thing into 1865 if the market does, decent year. If the market does decide to come back in right into there, that could be a little bit of something for SoFi. So we don't mind that kind of a play either. You know, Meta on that possible Manus acquisition there, Chinese government trying to block that a little bit so we could see if Meta gets going. This could be another name that really, I mean, in Zuckerberg we trust or not, but you know, we're going to see them come through their report, and this is another name that really has a great opportunity to get right back to the upside of 780. I mean, these hyperscalers, if they continue to spend and can show actual, like what are you going to do when Meta starts showing a profit based on all this spend? Then it's going to justify the whole thing, and then it's gonzos, right? Because what you've already spent in the data center is gone. And that's, the stock is already liking it. So as long as we can now start to prove that, hey, some of these investments are starting to pay off with either new products or, you know, some kind of a positive story there, I think Meta can absolutely fly. To me, the biggest risk short is Meta. Doesn't mean I like it for the long the most. I think it's the biggest risk short into this week is Meta. Bill Ackman, Pershing Square IPO set to raise $5 billion. I think if I ask Adara, she may have different questions about that.
Yeah, like I said, they can have this IPO, but also they like to kind of trick us and be like, we're going to have an IPO, and then, oh, never mind, we aren't going to have an IPO. So allegedly this will happen, and I mean, in all seriousness, congrats if you take this IPO and you do well. I'm not trying to diss the IPO. I'm just trying to bring up the very real fact that Bill Ackman has pulled a fast one on us with this Pershing IPO.
And I'm glad that you mentioned that because when that story was first brought out, we didn't really know anything about that kind of headline. So thanks to Dara for paying attention to everything news related. And if you are, you know, looking for news and things like that, you found the right spot. Anything that hits the wires, it's been a relatively slow day. Adara will get us that almost too fast sometimes, and we gotta wait for that story to develop. And then just like in Microsoft today, if you waited for this story to develop and tried to actually understand what the tie-up between Microsoft and OpenAI and what this all means, you missed it because Microsoft dips down 4%, Joe. You know, for Microsoft, which is a $3 trillion company, to be dipping down 4%, that's quite the move. And then all the way back up to basically Greensville again. We're getting lighter and lighter on this Q's position. I don't know what to do other than to buy out of this name because the market's not doing too much and I don't want to give it all back on a potential move higher. So, all right. You want to do something?
I would love to hit the bang, but I can't. But what we were waiting for to formulate here, Sean, was a new high on IBIT.
And you got it, man.
So we'll take a little bit off. They were posted up at 16s. I think it's going to continue to climb. But I think we're going somewhere, aren't we?
Yeah, let's go over to the big screen. We'll see ya.
See you.
We're going to take a look and deeper dive into Qualcomm. We did hear the news today, which I will get to later, but let's take a quick dive about their timeline. So in 1985, the company was founded by 6 to 7 founders. Then we had the PDQ CDMA smartphone come in the year 1998, which Qualcomm was widely known for, which was the first wireless smartphone. Then in 2007, we had the Snapdragon processor come in that did help high-performance smartphone computing. And then in 2020, we had the 5G boom. Now, this was a time when 6G Foundry was also taking place by the company. And like I said, the 6G Foundry did take place around that time, but initial research was also developing. Then during that time in the year 2024 was when Qualcomm's stock was performing really well, was trading around the $200 region. And coming to today, we have that partnership with OpenAI. The companies have not commented directly on this, but it's coming from an analyst comment and news agencies reporting that it's partnering with OpenAI to produce certain smartphone mobile chips. Now, it's no surprise that we know OpenAI was already wanting to tap into that smartphone market. And that's all. Sending it back to you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, good reporting there on Qualcomm. And today we get the Qualcomm news. And look at this, man. This was up 14% when we first sat down here today. It was up to 170. And there goes Qualcomm right back into 148. So, you know, we talked about how, you know, this new OpenAI phone was potentially quarters, months, years away from, you know, actually getting developed and actually being put out there. Not only do you have to build the product, but then you also have to make sure that there's enough demand for that product. And I'm not sure there would be, especially, well, who knows? But with Apple working on getting that Siri rollout and then finally going to implement either Gemini, or I thought the report maybe on Apple was that you could play nice with almost all the LLMs. So that's going to be something interesting. I'm very excited to see what that looks like, their new AI chip as well into Apple phones. So that created a little bit of a downside push here for Apple initially there today. But as you can see, with Qualcomm going one way, Apple kind of going the other there as we wait to see some absorption of that news story. So thanks, Sia, for that infographic. Is that infographic up anywhere or maybe not yet? Maybe I'll post it on mine, or TTV Researcher will put it up soon. But okay, so Intel, guess what, man? Unbelievable note that we wrote down there, and this was on Friday's sticky note. And again, I'm going to go try to look for that right now because people were like, man, you wrote down 87 on Friday on Intel, long top break. Well, Joe, my friend, and everybody else, Intel just went right to 87 again and failed right back there. So now that is back-to-back jacks, back-to-back days where we had an 87 look there and fail off of 87. So if this mark, if I say 87 again, then you know, maybe it means something.
Say it one more time.
All right, if we get an 87 break the next time, maybe that would be something that we'd be interested in. So we're going to continue to pay attention to said break there of 87, and we'll see if that can happen. I do like the fact that you're pulling back into VWAP though on Intel. Could be a good buy spot there in and around $85. So we'll wait to see if that does happen. The amazing Dallas Business Fed Index, Joe. Do not take any positions. We have 40 seconds, just joking. We have 40 seconds left until that does hit. And boom shakalaka. We do
Have you
get
ever been to
another
Texas?
fill. No.
Oh, yeah, that's one of my favorite states.
We'd like to go to Texas for sure. We do have a good friend of Neil and ours from high school.
Is that your Ethereum millionaire? Is that the
No, that guy's chilling in Italy right now. Yeah, he went there to realize no taxes on his $450 million.
I mean, that's real smart.
Yeah, so he's chilling out in God's country for a minute. But no, one of our other friends is also very much a genius, a doctor. Actually, liver transplant surgeon.
Oh, wow.
Down there at Baylor.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
so a good friend of ours.
Oh, okay. Baylor.
And he talks really, actually, he built what would be in Toronto considered like a mansion. For I think it was under $1 million.
Right, yeah.
And I looked at the house, I was like, dude, that's like, you know, you're like Drake status over here with that. But shout out to everybody in Texas. It's definitely a spot.
I don't know if did you see our boy George Springer put his house up for sale?
No, I did not.
Okay, so yeah, he's done that.
He's in retirement mode soon, I think.
Yeah, and anyways, I'm gonna say,
bought it?
No, I wish I could. You know what he was asking? My boy on my hockey team, he's actually the listing agent.
I'm looking for a new spot.
Okay, well, are you ready to drop
a five schmil?
Like 6.8, yeah?
Well, I can negotiate.
Yeah, all right, yeah, let's see.
No.
I know that.
I mean, unless you got some cash that if I could borrow, then no.
Do you want to go half on it, or?
I can't even. I can't even go a third. Over there.
We'll get some
but
investment.
if this trade continues to work out, let's go. Come on, Springer, holler at your boy.
It's funny because sorry to interrupt you, but you have the TQs going short, and this IBIT long is still working out for us right now. So yeah. You're going short, I'm going long, and we have both these trades. It's boom, I don't even have the bang, Sean, as we put in a new high of the day right there on IBIT. Let's see if we can continue.
Yeah, we're doing something special here as the market comes back in as well. So there goes the TQQs fading back out. So this is going to be the trade that I have based on today. I did like that Google, but Google touched 350 and it's still hovering. So here's 350, man, a great level for Google. This, I believe, is now all-time highs on GOGL right now. We trade Google versus Goog, just a difference in share class and a little more volume on Google. So if you're always looking here and wondering why we're looking one way and not the other, I like just the more volume on this name. So that's something that we look at. We did have good earnings today, and I said I like the earnings there from Verizon. I like the net new subs number that they put up. So Verizon today up 3%. Was up 4 and a bit at its highs. Verizon doing pretty good though, holding out at that 47.60. Another good earnings name as here we go. They all fall down and we go a little market red now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not a great Kanye thing. I was more doing the that's one of his better ones, I think. I really like the Graduation there. I mean, a great album.
That's the best one.
Yeah,
Graduation is the best Kanye album, and my high school grad cake was the Kanye Grad Bear. I do not know how I made my parents, like how they let me do that, but shout out to Kanye.
Yeah, there we go, man. Shout out to Kanye West for sure. Definitely like Kanye. The only guy, I mean, this guy did $480 million on a concert that he gave 5 days announcement to. He went back-to-back days there in SoFi, sold out 80,000 seats, despite his rants and whatnot still going on. Kanye West, still one of the top draws in concert land, that is for sure.
Yeah, because I
don't know. How was Coachella when you went this year?
I was going to ask you that. Well, I mean, that's where you secretly went instead of.
Yeah, that's exactly,
you went to Coachella.
That's exactly.
And you bought. Did you see some of those Airbnbs going for like 38?
Oh, I know. I saw a whole bunch of people complaining too, like, oh, I spent all this money on an Airbnb.
Yeah.
Well, you're the one that spent all the money.
Exactly. I mean, come on, man. But I mean, it's LA. I wouldn't be surprised if those people.
Our boy Justin Bieber though continues to outshine at those events. So shout out to the Biebs right there. Okay, yeah, more outs there. Intel, a little bit of a pullback there. We're looking to maybe buy off of some VWAP there, but there's the dip down. We did not get involved. Now it's a 200 period moving average as Joe goes high side right there. I don't have a Joe money bag, but there we go, man. Keep that money in your. There it is, man. Nice call there on IBIT. Hey, you and I are just secretly here 2 for 2. I mean. You don't have
I'm 50%. I'm
what else did you have earlier?
Just the same one, right? Out on one, we take a stop out, and then we re-engage, right? So yeah. So you're 2 for 2?
No, I'm 1 for. I was saying I only traded
together.
the Q short. I thought you only had the IBIT long there, but you're
combined,
in.
Still
you're in,
66%.
We're in. It's not too bad.
It's a good.
Right there. All right, so that's Intel to the downside. What else you guys want to talk about? Let's go look at Poet. This was a name here that they got hit on the Marvell news. Marvell cancels a bunch of contracts, or the whole kit and caboodle, I think, on Poet, right there saying hard pass no moss on their services. So Poet now down 50% there. They did have that run up on similar news there, getting more and more contracts. And I apologize, I'm not sure exactly their frame of business, but they do have a cancellation there from Marvell today, downside there for Poet. And I do think that is leaning a little bit on Marvell today because, again, if business is strong and things like that, it's not very often that you would cancel contracts. So Marvell downside push there today, down 5%. The name for me is going to continue to be Amazon on watch. We really like what Amazon's doing these days, taking out new highs. And, you know, you don't get huge market cap names moving like this, but Amazon says, yes, you do. As that continues to go higher, Google still holding out through 350. Your look at IBIT might lead me towards a Coinbase as well on a day like today. $200, decent spread though. That's often not considered by me when I'm trading Coinbase. You gotta, if you're gonna have a stop, give yourself a little bit of room, because Coinbase 30 to 40 cent spread can be pretty nasty as well, but they're trying to break through VWAP as that's getting going. And then we did have our good friend JKL talking about MSTR today, looking for that short. So we'll see if anything can kick out for Marvell as well. Sorry, for MicroStrategy. As you have the IBIT long, so obviously MicroStrategy kicking a little higher. Like, what's IBIT up today? Just 1% or so, or a little bit less?
4/10.
4/10. So yeah, there you go. So almost up, you know, 0.5% there, as opposed to MicroStrategy there, or not just strategy, sorry, up 1.5%. And SPY trying to battle back, as is the NASDAQ, right? So we'll just continue to cover a little bit here and dance with the devil on some of these shorts, because they haven't been printing great. We did have that initial move. Wow, there's a nice, wow. Oh, there's a spike up here. So now the market's starting to go off. Adara is on top of all of this. Big, huge spike up right there in the market. We're still waiting for our order to come in here around 40s for the TQs. We'll short a little bit here at 30 because of that bump up, but we're not sure what's going on there. We'll take a little bit of a short. We're waiting for 40s, believe it or not. Actually, we're waiting for 38s that we don't get. It goes to 37s, but a nice little move up there in the market. This is where you got to be sort of risk on a little bit,
spike up.
Risk off a little bit here before you hear the news. So we'll cancel some of our orders. We'll see if we get a 62.40 fill. We're out of this name at 62.50. We've changed it. We break through this 200 period. I'm out of the TQQs on a little bit of a spike up there in the market.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a big time spike up there in Bitcoin as well. Something that wasn't breaking down with the overall market, and then we're fortunate enough to reload. We have to talk about no hesitation nation and just get right back in when you're feeling something. Liquidity grabs south at these support levels, and then we just hop right back in. Boom, 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 and off to the races. We wait for that one-to-one risk to reward. Comes back against us. I'm like, oh no, don't do this to us, IBIT and Bitcoin. And then boom. So I'm not sitting on anything, guys. About 5% left on this one position. Sean had that. I think with these, see, the thing is, guys, when we see these moves, the chances of them getting faded, like it's a pop, you fade it. If it sells off, you buy the dip. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to come back in. And yeah, exactly. And there it is, Sean. A nice 5-minute indecision print right at these lows. I know our boy Gorev here. He's reloaded there. Our boy Gorev is long some NVDA. A nice move off of that high. It still didn't breach this 10 o'clock pivot there, Sean, on the TQQQ. So looking pretty good for you there. And we're sitting in this Bitcoin. No point in us actually kind of roaming around and scrolling for some other things when we're just managing what we have on. It was literally in the span of a couple of seconds. Sean's like, hey, what is IBIT up today? I'm like 0.4%. And then boom, right at this highs, you're closer to 0.8. So it just doubled right there. So a nice move, 0.6 now, looking like we're going to continue to climb. Let's see how this market reacts to this move. Definitely a headline coming in. We'll send it off to Adara when she's ready to go.
Sorry to disappoint you guys. There's no headline. There's not even anything resembling a headline. I have nothing for you as of right now, so we'll do the sector watch, and if I see a headline pop up, I will keep you all posted. But worth noting, sometimes these pops don't have anything to do with headlines, and if that's the case, that's completely fine as well. We'll take a look here at this sector board. Tons of weakness right off the bat I can see here in producer manufacturing, with AMAT, GEV, and LRCX all down at least 3% each. Consumer durables, Tesla to the downside here, but the rest of the sector relatively flat. Health tech, you have Eli Lilly and Johnson & Johnson both struggling. Consumer services with some weak spots, including McDonald's and Marriott. Non-energy minerals, NEM, Newmont, earnings day 2, down 3% in a sector that looks pretty red across the board. And last but not least, in terms of weakness, electronic tech, you've got names like Micron and Intel up 4% and 2% respectively. But then Apple to the downside here. We know Qualcomm competing with them potentially and working with OpenAI for that competing AI smartphone. Broadcom to the downside, Arista Networks to the downside, KLAC to the downside. Texas Instruments earnings day 4, I believe, to the earnings day 3, sorry, to the downside. Then you've got strength though in tech services, in finance, in transportation, and for the most part in health services. Back to tech services for a second. We talk a lot about these SaaS moves. One day they're down, the next day they're up. Today they are to the upside with CRM and Palo Alto Networks each up nearly 3%. CrowdStrike did get an upgrade this morning. That's down just shy of, up just shy of 2% today. Do make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back over to the guys.
Yeah, thank you for that. Wow, it's 10:40 already. Sean, we were talking about MSTR. You actually pulled that name up. Adara brought us this morning as well. Strategy, another 3,200 Bitcoin for 255 million. So, I mean, it's only a matter of time until this guy hits a million Bitcoin. Going to be one of the top holdings in the largest wallets that there is. But I keep forgetting what his preferred note stock ticker is. But do you know what he's doing? So this preferred thing is just like essentially it hits 19, he sells it, they buy more Bitcoin, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that. Yeah. I mean, there is some financial restructuring happening there. We did catch a little bit of the cues. Yeah. What was it? Okay, we'll talk about that symbol in just a minute. But for right now, we do have to remind everybody that, of course, the markets have been extremely active lately. And for traders, this kind of environment creates, of course, opportunity. Big moves means more setups and more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital like we do on the show and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal accounts. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're scared about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets, be careful and join up with tradethepool.com. Scan that QR code, get 10% off, and join us at tradethepool.com. Scan that QR code to become part of the Trade the Pool team. So there it is right there. I hope you guys are interested in joining them up, and we want to thank Trade the Pool for their continued sponsorship of this segment. So to your point, or to that point, Joe and I do trade here on a prop floor. We are with Real Trading, the same company that I've been with for 24 years and never missed a payment, never anything like that. And we introduced crypto trading to the platform, as well as we introduced options trading very soon. Yeah. My guy over here, Joey Options. I keep telling you, don't look it up until we tell you because you get excited. Yeah, and we're waiting for that to come through, and we will have a major announcement on that very, very soon. Joe may be making said announcement. All right, so nice move down on the TQs. I just told Joe, man, we were 1 cent away again from getting that short. Just sitting right into here, man. I was waiting at 38. It went to 37. Honest truth there, does not come in for me, but that's okay. We took a little bit when we realized we missed it. We punched a little bit short there, so we did get reloaded on that TQQQ position as we get into the downside. So that was good, but the market's still a little sleepy time right now. Eli Lilly's had a little bit of a rough ride. This is a pick that I've made in the account right now. It's OB1. I'm number 2. Joe's hovering around there as well with our yearly.
Pull that thing.
You want to pull that thing up there? I haven't even looked at it today.
What do we got? Where's your voice in there?
I should be technically right here. So it was OB right there, 25%. I'm at 9%. Adara, Randy, Joe. So you're the last one. You're at zeros right now, 0.7.
I should be 4.
Let me zoom this in a little bit. This is what we're all up right now. And then as we go to the downside, don't show this to Neil. He's very, very sensitive. Down 6, no, just joking. Down 16% right there as we go. I've just been saved by the Marvell. Big Bear AI, we took a shot, at that one. And we, you guys know we're long at $4.20. That's still down. Eli Lilly was just smoking one right there, down 18%. And just because Joe's here, we'll do this as well. You're much more level-headed portfolio right there with your boy Walmart, JPM, and CrowdStrike. All 3 of these names. Actually, I don't own Walmart, but I do own these other 2. So we definitely like that one over there. And then
only down 2. I was down 16% plus on CrowdStrike. Now we're only down 2.
Yeah, man. I mean, if I didn't have Marvell, this would be a complete disaster as well. Look, Neil's not even on here. Here's Neil right here. So again, we have Marvell up 99%. Unfortunately, his AV right now. The other 2 just kind of hovering, FCX and CRISPR Therapeutics, as we all have our picks. And then Adara, pretty level-headed picks as well. Boeing, 3%.
The Oracle short.
The Starbucks reports this week as well. That could be real nice. The Oracle shorts printing, and then where's the leader of the pack? Vroom, vroom.
Who is that?
Well, that's again something from the 50s or something. Leader of the pack. 88% on a name that none of us had heard of, even himself, when he made the pick there. But I even asked him, I was like, what is this? He's like, I don't know. I just like to break out. So there it is.
Oh my God, Obi, stop it.
Man. No, it's true.
I know how he
To be fair, we were allowed to make these picks on purely technical basis. 2 of my 3 picks were technical, and the one that wasn't was the short. So,
no,
I think shout out to him for.
I don't know if he's throwing shade. I'm not throwing any shade. I'm saying that you can again.
I'm not throwing any shade. I just know how the pick was found.
How was it found?
I'm not saying anything.
Why? What do you mean you're not saying?
I'm not saying anything. I just know. It doesn't mean what do I.
Well, if you don't.
Exactly. I couldn't be more thorough on how the pick was found. I know.
Okay. I will do digging into this. I will find out by the afternoon show how whatever BW was chosen. All right, and what is there controversy behind this?
Yeah, there's major
controversy.
I should be in fourth. Randy came in multiple months in after.
Oh, no. But Obi.
I was gonna say, why do you keep saying you would be in fourth? The fact is, you are not in fourth.
Ouch.
And that's the truth.
Okay, well, I can come in 2 months either and pick a stock that's up 20%, and then I'd be sitting in that exact spot.
Ouch.
So that's why.
Okay. We're all good over here. We will make some more picks, Joe. We'll all make them at the same time.
We gotta do it quarterly.
Yeah. You want to do one right now?
Yeah, why not?
You want to battle me?
Want to do a week right now? Like by the week ending, the best performer?
Okay, so we could get that set up for 2 p.m.
Yeah.
The only problem is, remember, earnings.
Why don't we do it now? Yeah, that's great. That's even better, right?
Do we want to pick a name that's earnings?
Okay, do you want to do 2 picks right now?
We can.
Yeah, just for fun. We'll see which ones performs better. 2 of the Mag 7 that are reporting.
Oh, we got to pick a Mag. Each pick a Mag 7?
Okay, it doesn't matter. So whatever. From this week, we'll do 2 picks, you and I.
Okay. When, right now?
Yeah, right now. Right off the spot. Who do you got?
Okay. Let's go to a dairy. I'm going to think about a name, because if I'm going to take a risk here, you got to think of something. Okay, let's go back over to Adara.
Middle East headlines here, guys. Getting comments from the foreign minister of Iran, Ergachi, saying that President Trump is asking for talks since the U.S. has not met its goals. However, Iran is apparently considering the request. That's apparently coming from Telegram. So if I get more details here, I will let you know. But again, apparently in a Telegram message, we've got comments from the foreign minister of Iran saying President Trump requesting negotiations. The U.S. has not achieved any of its objectives, but either way, sounds like they're going to be considering this request. So really back and forth messaging here, but either way, sounds like there could be some kind of request at the very least being considered from Iran to reopen negotiations with the U.S. Back to you.
I mean, the only thing we should be really betting on is like what the quality of the lunch is going to be like on Friday, because apparently we're supposed to be getting burgers maybe
I didn't put it in though.
On Friday. I thought you put in the request.
Well, I didn't get everybody's order.
Okay,
so we can still set it up.
We'll get that all figured out. Yeah. No, there's no tension between Joe and I. Joe's just upset about this BW pick, which is not even my pick. All right, I'm going to put an end to it. I'll take SanDisk. So I'll take SNDK with them reporting later on this week. So I'm going to take it right now at 1,000. Here, is this price okay for you, Joe? $1,039. Okay, $39.50. So I'll take SNDK as one of the picks, and I'm going to take Meta.
And we're just going largest percentage gain, right?
Yeah, I mean, how?
Yeah.
They can't be dollar amounts.
Okay, cool.
SanDisk is still a $1,000 name. So I think Meta scares the shorts a little bit with their report. I'm going to go with Meta and SanDisk for the 2 plays of the week.
Okay.
So, you turned the gun on me pretty quickly.
Yeah. So
what do you think?
Are you ready? Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with
long. Both my picks are long.
Yeah. Both of mine are going to be long. We're going to go with Amazon as one of our picks there, as Bitcoin puts in a new high. And then also what I want to see is, let's see, I got to scroll down.
I almost chose Bitcoin.
We can, but it's not like they're reporting.
No.
A weekly percentage gain.
It doesn't have to be such that are reporting.
No, that's fair. So I'm going Bitcoin, and then Amazon, and then let's head over to this. Come on, we can pull it up here.
It seems like you made me pick immediately.
And Google.
But you
there we go. Are you ready? Amazon and Google.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, look, I hope all 4 of those are hot fire.
I think
we would love
they will be.
to have a hot fire.
You know what's hot fire right now, though, my boy?
What's that? Our show?
Yeah, it's super hot fire there.
Oh, I should have took Bloom Energy.
Oh.
Don't tell Sharif. Don't tell Sharif.
Sharif, there he is. That's what made you think of it, eh? You just came right in.
I saw someone in the chat go Bloom, and I was like, and all of a sudden I say it, and Sharif appears.
Yeah.
That's like amazing.
So I got...
I like that. He blooms into the studio.
So you got SanDisk and...
What a call on Bloom Energy, by the way.
You got SanDisk and who again?
Meta.
Yeah, all right. I got Amazon and goggles. But what we also have right now, Sean, is that Bitcoin now up 0.7%.
Yeah, that's a great trade.
As it continues to climb.
I don't have a Joe slapping face emoji. We'll just go like that for that. It was a great trade there on iBit as we continue to run the gauntlet here today. And you're going to get Joe doing big time work one more time as Neil off today. Joe will be here for the midday show as well. We got to get back in the swing of things. We'll hit the gym up again. Throwing down some kettlebell stuff. I like to do the...
Ask Sharif about kettlebell.
I did, yeah. Sharif's giving me some advice. He's been doing some good. He's talked about the measured weight there and everything like that, and the weight distribution. He's been giving me some tips on that one. Because I find like swimming is good and it's good for all that, but then that's more like cardio stuff. So I feel like if you build some muscle, it helps burn a little bit of fat there as well as the muscle gets going. But I don't need to tell you guys are well above my pay grade, both you and Sharif on that. Okay, look, it's 10:50. We'll come back for what is a healthy lunch, hopefully, there today as we focus on the salad aspect there on the What's for Lunch. But it's been an absolutely great show. I want to thank everybody for watching us. Make sure you do hit that like and subscribe. Shout out to everybody that's watching us live on TikTok, out on X. Joe and I both have accounts there. You can go find us there as well. As Adara at TTV Research. We want to thank Sia for the throw in there on Qualcomm, and she'll be back much more, obviously, throughout the midday and the rest of the day. But for now, back to the desk. It's Money Talks.
US dollar gapped up and then slammed lower. We are talking about an opening here at 99.3 for the DXY, low, which is basically where we're currently at, around 98.2. Now, I tried to look into why this was. I did see an article from the Wall Street Journal that came out about an hour ago, citing some comments from analysts at Morgan Stanley. They're saying that risks for the dollar look increasingly skewed towards a drop in the DXY. Again, this is according to currency analysts at Morgan Stanley, saying that foreign exchange markets seem to be becoming less sensitive to headlines with regards to energy supply disruptions with the war in mind, also saying that investors appear to be looking towards long-term themes. So again, Morgan Stanley analysts saying looks like there could be a decline in the USD going forward. Now, I do want to speak, speaking of going forward here, about that April 29th Fed meeting. As Sean mentioned, we're only a matter of 2 days and a handful of hours away from this meeting. Now, as of right now, 100% chance the Fed is going to hold rates steady. We know that in prior days and weeks, we'd had 99% chance, 98% chance. Yeah, it looks like 100% chance we're going to get rates held steady. If you go look forward here, we're now not seeing any kind of rate cut, according to the CME FedWatch tool, until December of 2027. Now, this has kind of been oscillating over the last couple of weeks. We've seen these rate cuts starting anywhere from September to December of 27. But as of right now, looking very hawkish for that DXY, or for rate cuts, rather. Back to you.
Yeah, Jesse. Maybe you need another espresso with 8 minutes to rock and roll here. Time flies. I was talking about the fact that Mondays are quick.
Yeah, time flies. I mean, I think we've had a great little show here. And the ending moment will be What's for Lunch.
Oh.
So, I mean, we've had this flag numerous times.
Okay.
And it's just today's a different protein considered what this flag normally brings. And I have news for everybody. If you're paying attention to Friday's show, you will know that Neil switched over to this protein because of, I switched over from tilapia to said protein. Neil following suit as well. I think it's a good move. Today's flag is the Greek flag.
Ooh.
And of course, a very, very famous protein for Greeks. Catch me if I'm wrong on this one. Grilled and roasted salmon.
Dang.
I mean, when you go to the Taste of the Danforth, you can't wait to have that salmon soup and those salmon pitas.
Yeah.
I don't know, but anyways, love the Mediterranean food over here. Greek and grilled and roasted salmon, so we get a little choice of both. I don't know what that means exactly. With roasted seasoned vegetables, garlic bread, and garden salad. So not 100% sure why flag is Greek, especially when we have garden salad and garlic bread and all that kind of stuff, but it's good to go. Grilled and roasted salmon.
Okay.
Wait, how do you feel about salmon?
I had salmon over the weekend, and I had salmon twice last week. So we're going on like the fourth in the span of less than a week day of salmon. So
hit the wrong button.
Yeah, hey man.
No salmon. If you have salmon in fruit salad, I would say
that's iffy a little bit.
Maybe hard pass on that one. So yeah, I'm not sure why it is grilled and roasted at the same time, and maybe take your pick on that one. So would you rather have a grilled piece of meat or roasted?
Grilled all day.
Grilled. I love the barbecue.
Fire, yeah, exactly. Anything over fire is goated.
I cannot believe I even asked you that. Okay, so there we go, man. We'll end the day with there's Meta. There's the picture.
Oh,
Fear Meta, baby.
Okay, hold on. Where's my?
Oh, we didn't even write them down. Oh no, we got to write down the prices. We got to write down the prices.
Write down the
of
prices.
this. So, all right, Sandesk was something 39, 1039 for SNDK. I'll just use Meta right here, 681 for Meta. What are your prices at?
We can figure that out right now.
Yeah, just tell me.
Let's go. Hold on.
SNDK.
Let me pull it up.
We'll go to Adara and we'll figure out these prices so I don't get robbed at the end of the week.
Couple headlines here. We'll start with Tesla. TSLA pulling back a little bit here. We did get a post from the OpenAI newsroom account on the upcoming court case between Elon Musk and OpenAI saying, quote, "We can't wait to make our case in court where both the truth and the law are on our side. This lawsuit has always been a baseless and jealous bid to derail a competitor." We'll also finally have the chance to question Mr. Musk under oath before a jury of Californians about this attempt to undermine our work to ensure that artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity. Basically, Elon Musk going after competing company OpenAI, at least in their opinion. We'll have to wait and see what the courts decide. Furthermore, we did have one Middle East headline. It's kind of like a lot of these, a recirculation of things we've already heard. But CNN reporting that Iran has officially proposed the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, what remains unclear right now is the status of these U.S. demands, so whether or not they're willing to meet these demands or what these demands are. But either way, sounds like there is some scenario under which Iran would be willing to reopen the strait. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara, for all of that news. So we've written down the prices. So it's SNDK and Meta versus Google and Amazon. So we'll have to write. We got the prices down. We'll talk about that on Friday coming through. We did talk about Bloom Energy. I mean, that was a name that has just been real awesome, man. I mean, breaking through that $100 market, now 240, crazy name there. Really bounced off of, I mean, here's the break of 100 there. We haven't seen it since, but then we did come back in and give us that little sort of resistance or support, I guess, of the 200 period moving average. And since then, it's been elevated to the top side. So again, another sort of energy play that's no longer undercover. This has been a big move higher there, Bloom Energy. And some of you that have really supported that name have done quite well with BE. So congratulations for that one for anybody on the Bloom Energy as it goes bloom in your account and blooming nice profitable petals into the account there as well. Intel downside a little bit today. Started off pretty hot, got up to that $87 mark, now down. I shouldn't say down today, up today, but down right now, bouncing off of your 200 period. That looks like it's setting up for a decent long as well, something to be worth played out. We did take some more out on the Qs as that went to the downside. My guy Marvell, we can check out, actually, whenever I talk about Marvell, we should also look at Broadcom a little bit. Marvell, I think, would be worse than Broadcom today. They canceled that deal with Poet, so that's not necessarily signaling strength in the name. There goes Broadcom down 2% as well. So Marvell, double Broadcom today to the downside. Both these names real hot, man. I mean, from 300 up to 400 there for Broadcom. A little bit more of a steady name as Marvell, just a baby compared to a Broadcom, but we'll wait to see as both of those custom ASIC space there in Cadence. We did hear that deal with Poet fall through a little bit there today as well. So there, Poet losing the deal from Marvell. Canceling some of their purchases. So that's going to be a little bit of a look. And remember, this TQQ trade, we just got out some more just to wrap it up. We only have 2 minutes to go before we throw it back. I may not even, I mean, I'm going to try to get a little more there. We tried there and missed it. We were able to get some on the reload. We didn't get our full shot, but you know, just trying to see if we hold underneath this 200 period. Wouldn't mind trying to get a reload there and then a punch out above 50 clears us out of that trade. But other than that, man, this is what we're doing. So far, so good.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good one so far. I mean, Bitcoin takes us our 2 attempts to get this ball rolling here. So attempt number 1, we go long, but that dip, I told you guys we were posted up at 44.06s, comes in, and unfortunately the momentum really started to pick up. So we get out at the crack of the low of the day. But as soon as we started to turn around, I waited for that trend line to break here to the downside because we have about 10 minutes of selling. And then sure enough, I re-engage here. We wait for that 1-to-1 before we take anything off, and then off to the races it goes. And we're fortunate enough to catch and break some off at the high of 44.35. Now it's starting to come back aggressively. If it cracks this low, then we get out break even by by any means, I don't have very much left, like 2.5%, maybe even a little bit less than that. So no issues in regards to a trailing stop. Will allow that to come into the break-even mark. 10:58, not very much time left, 2 minutes, and join me, surprise, surprise, Sharif and I over there during the midday, which will be obviously full of bangers as Sharif trades some of the small cap names. Poet on notice here today. I have Amazon, I have Google, Sean has SanDisk, and Meta, so that's going to be an absolute slugfest. I'm going to be looking forward to that. And who is going to come out on top? It's just competitive nature, man. Same thing.
Yeah, man. No, I'm not even that competitive. I mean, you just wanted. I feel like you were very sensitive to that, to some of those picks. So we'll go 1-to-1 and give you a chance.
On my picks.
No, I love your picks. I like JP Morgan, CrowdStrike, Walmart. Here's a halt right here. HTCO, High Trend International, right now up 150%. That name halting there at the high side, 28 and change. So we'll look to see if HTCO can get going there as that name goes higher. What was that? We had XE. So this was on Friday. We did have this IPO come through, and it wasn't that great. It did fail its IPO price, but then today, see you, Joe. Good show over there. Go get set up with Sharif. But yeah, that one came out at 30, and where's my 5-minute chart? Just got busted up there. But downside play there for HTCO, for XE on Friday as we break that IPO range and come back in, and then today we get some upside surprise there on this SMR name. So this should be a good one. XE. Look for some more volume to come into this name as the day goes on. I did lose one of my charts there. Yeah, I guess I got to open it up back up again. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. It's been 11 o'clock. We'll give Joe a couple seconds to settle out over there. Yeah, look, the reason why I picked SanDisk is just, I don't know, oops, that's Blue Ocean, SNDK. They're reporting this week. They've been pretty hot. They're not taking out. I mean, I was almost going to go Micron, stay away from the report. Micron's been real hot, but there goes SanDisk breaking through some of those levels, and it's a very dangerous. Like, they could be down 25% on earnings as well. So, no idea. Just want to get some fun back in there as they try to break higher there. SanDisk, what a name, what a monster. I mean, if you go back to August, which, can you believe this was $41 name? Like, you're 1,041. They added $1,000 to their ticker in about 8 months. So there we go, man. I mean, SanDisk continues to be real hot. I'm going to open up my other layout here, get this chart back open. It should open up right here, right now. Right now or not. So we'll get that all figured out. But all right, it's 11:01. Joe getting locked and loaded. Thanks for watching. Neil will be back in the seat tomorrow. Thank you, Joe, for everything today. It was a great open there. Thanks to Darius, Sia for everything. Thanks, Sharif, for the big desk as well. And thank you to Michael Noss, who came through with us at 8:30. And most importantly, thank you to everybody for watching. We wouldn't have a show without you. So I'm back at 2 p.m. The Midday boys will take over for me for now. And you're going to get Joe one more time and Sharif. It's going to be another great show at Darren and Sia in the back as well. See everybody at 2 p.m. Ciao till then.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh. Greetings and
Did you tell him to do that?
Pardon me?
Did you tell him to synchronize with that?
That's why I call him Assassino. Because he's just that good. Shout out to everybody. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif. Let's say hello to everybody, Joey. Assassino, I can hear myself in my ear. I don't know what's going on there, but thank you. Nope, not still there. Mel, Aria, we got John Zuver. How about Bodine? Sunny Sharma, BJO 9000. Shout out to 29. Slow Motion Joe, Dean Allen, Mike P. D Rider, one of Mike PD Rider's many accounts. Shout out to my man. We got Mopar for life, Commodity King, Boosted Red Spot. Shout out to Tony, SRX1, Jeremy Newman, Clint frickin' Hamilton, Green Saber, and shout out to Common Sense. Shout out to my man, Hangry Wife. We got TTNNP. Who else? If you're new, maybe you're not even that new. Maybe your name hasn't been called. Probably Assassino. I'll probably shut it off in a second here. Texas Boy 1979. Daily Day Trades Pablo. We got Janky Stock, Randy Worms, Mimi Wasabi, and Leahy. Homeless God. Okay. Well, God is omnipresent, so you could make the case he may be homeless. I don't know where I'm going with that. Brooke Trades, Robert Lewis, Melinda. Who else, man? West Y'all, Tyler Smith. One more. Joey.
Yes, sir.
Looking for a new name. Hectic. 183. Ooh. Yeah, I hope it's not a hectic morning, I'm not gonna lie, but let's take a look at what is moving right now. I already know what KC526 is looking at. Casey, don't try to pretend like your screen is not on HTCO right now, because this is a multiple halter, and I know this one is right down your alley. I'm keeping an eye on this one as well, up 145%, basically knocking the door of $30, $29.89 high. It was about to go limit down, funny enough. Now limit down's moved down, 25.82 is limit down, 30.90 limit up. This one's halted multiple times. I'm just reading what she says in the chat. Of course she's looking at HTCO. The grass is green every day. Let's go. HTCO is the one that I'm going to keep my eye on right now, but PAPL made a big move here as the boys were winding down the morning show. That flat top break essentially threw a $1.20 ripping up into $1.35, up about 40%. So PAPL, this is a second day play. You'll recall we had PAPL on watch on Friday as well. Probably the day before that. This has been running for a number of days, so a repeat offender here for PAPL. There's a bunch. There's YAS that's trying to hold up at the volume weighted average prices. SGMT, which is up about 45%. Big breakout right at around 7:15 when the headline hit. 937 high. This thing closed out at like 586 on Friday, so it's up big. Right now, though, it seems to have a lot of trouble, Joey, for whatever reason. Don't really know why. At about 875, 850, you can see that initial rejection right at 7:50 a.m. and down we go after making that 937 high. Funny enough, though, there does look to be like a good area of support at 8.25. Not an area that I would have earmarked. I would have been looking at VWAP or that whole dollar level, which are separated by 8 pennies. Nonetheless, 8.25 it is. We're going to keep an eye out on that, especially if this current candle, the 1105 candle that is, breaches the 11 o'clock candle, which is an 863 high. We're showing 53 right now. If it breaks above that, then we could be on the way to 875.9. That's SGMT. As you can see, there's plenty on my screen today, all of which are looking pretty good trend-wise, like structure-wise. CAST also above 26.33%. Remax. Do you know why they put the slash between the re and the max in the logo of Remax?
I don't.
I don't either.
Okay.
And we looked into it and we couldn't
find any answers.
I don't know, man. I see this company up a lot, obviously, around here, especially real estate so dominant. It's only a $200 million market cap, though. So RMAX trading at about the volume weighted average price. This one, guys, could be a flat top break through 10, but I would say be on the lookout for bamboozlement. It broke it in the pre-market at 6. It broke it in the pre-market at 7, and it broke it I want to say a couple of times over here, 930, right at the implied balance open, and then 950 again, all of which failed that $10 area. They all retraced below. So Remax in focus. ABSI as well, Joey. This one not up, not nearly as much percentage-wise as some others, but you can take a look at the structure there. Very, very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, showing about 450 or so. That's ABSI. Last but not least, MNTS. This is another repeat offender, getting a big breakout at around 10:15. Joey, 678 high. We'll see what this one holds up. But there goes HTCO. Here comes limit up into 31.84. We're showing 31.20. Let's see if we can limit up again. But HTCO is ripping into another local area highs. It's a 31.84 high. I see support generally at around 27.5. I want to say to about 28. That's because of this flat top break over here. So I'm not saying I'm going to wait for it to drop down into there. You may have to punch in at the highs. I really, really don't like doing that. I'd like to pick it up off a key area of support, Joey, but you know sometimes we don't get the opportunity.
Yeah, so that be the case sometimes. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the names that we have on the radar. I mean, you've seen what we were going over here today, but what we were grinding essentially all morning up until until 11 o'clock. We were in this for quite some time, 9:55. All the way up until 10:40, so over an hour, just gone, evaporated. This 5-minute candle putting in the exact same span in which we were grinding. So we got out break even here on that trade. Oh, hold on, let me zoom this out. We didn't have very much size left, right? We were talking about 2.5%. So you take that break even, stop out, looking for the all-day continuation. Doesn't seem to be the case, but what we do have here, guys, is you can see that the market pretty choppy, a lot of overlapping candles. This is going to be the TQQQs, the NASDAQ here for us, TQQQs on our SPY at the lower end. Let's get this over to a 5-minute time frame. And just sideways PA, overlapping, so buy the lows, sell the highs, buy the lows. And that's kind of the narrative. So channel to the downside, but it's kind of giving me feels like you can give yourself a really tight stop, and if you're proven wrong, because you're at the lower end of the consolidation at 661, you can place an order right there. And if it cracks, say this wick lower, you want to give it a little bit room just in case you have a headline step in. I believe we already had when there's a volatility spike would help drive Bitcoin a little bit higher on this specific candle off to the races it went, but then the volume starts to uptick on the downside as well as that upward trend breaks, and then sure enough to go to the downside, sending off to Adara.
Keep an eye here on GOOGL, seeing that the company has apparently announced that Pentagon has added new Gemini models to its AI portal. Now, I've mentioned this before. Google does tend to have a lot of these announcements around 11 a.m., so kind of par for the course here, but hanging out near all-time highs as far as I know, as, again, the Pentagon adding new Gemini models to its AI portal. Back to you.
Yeah, let's pull up Google here. I know Adair was just talking about it. We may as well just go over it a little bit more here and see what we got going on. We hit all-time highs today, right? You're hit at 351. You open up at 342. So you're catching 10 points just like that. So Google's looking really good. I'm excited to head into towards the earnings report. I just believe this name can continue to climb, right? If we're going to be talking about Gemini and all the contracts that they receive and it being one of the better AI tools out there, then sure enough, what is this going to add from a market cap standpoint? If we're opening up ChatGPT and Anthropic at $1 trillion, so how much higher can we climb potentially here in Google? So I really like what we have going on in this name. We talk about it being the tech ETF. It is. You get exposure to everything, whether it be cloud, whether it be actual or AI tools. What else do we have? We have search. We have streaming. And then you also have autonomous vehicles within that. So Google is an absolute monster, and I think it's going to remain at the top of essentially from a market cap standpoint. I think maybe in the coming year, I wouldn't be surprised if it beats out NVDA. I just feel I have that much confidence within that name, and that's how I feel about it.
Bold, Joey. I like it, man. I like these type of calls. All right, couple of positions. We're in PAPL, PAPL. Reason I'm in here, I perceive a flat top break in and around this 120 to 1.25. If it loses 120, I'm out. Simple as that. So we'll keep a close eye there. Also in MNTS here, looking for another move into the high of the day. My 1R on MNTS, by the way, 74. The high of the day, 78. So yeah, it's good that, I hate, trying to take out area highs for my first 1R. So that would be south of south of the high of the day. Now, problem is with MNTS, it's a bit spready. So you're gonna have to be careful with this one, okay? Up into 68 it goes, but no continuation quite yet. Seeing 68 come up here, looking for 74. So those are the two trades I've got on right now. I'm quite interested as well in ABSI. Oh, what's this one doing? ABSI, but let me pull it up on a trading screen over here. ABSI, is this on the NQ? Yes, it is. 1 penny spread. It's trading at around 4.5 with a 460 high. It's not rocketing up or anything, but the reason I'm interested in this one is because it's held structure, and there it goes again. Into 58s. The high of the day is 60, so just glanced at the high of the day. Now, I don't necessarily want to wait for the high of the day break on this one, just because it's not really parabolic. It's more like steady state, higher lows, higher highs. ABSI, the ticker up 15 1/3. But there does seem to be a good amount of support here at around 4.5. Now, whether it loses 4.5 or what, we'll have to wait and see. ABSI, the ticker, going to go ahead and throw my risk calculator there to make sure that I've got the exact share size that I want. So we'll give it to 48, and that would be like a couple of pennies over here. So let's just go for that amount of shares, and then we'll give it to 48. So we're in about 3 positions, pardon me, at the moment. And for me, 1R on ABSI, 4535, would go to about 59. So let's go ahead and put an order at 59 to see if we can wet the beak in and around there or what the situation is. So basically in 3 positions, none of them really doing anything at the moment, but key technical areas for PAPL. I also like the $0.50 at around on MNTS, and ABSI also the $0.50. So if we lose any of these, it'll be small losses, and hopefully we'll ride trend a little bit here. MNTS holding up just a skosh. PAPL also showing that there is some buying here coming at the $0.25, but not exactly rocketing up. Now, by the way, PAPL is an Amex name. So, you know, right away, I always say this, under suspicion. And I say that jokingly, but kind of not really, right? Amex stocks, my perception in the past that they're quick to change trends on you in a hurry. That's just one of the afflictions from which they suffer. The other affliction is, of course, much like New York, if it halts, we're going to have to fly blind. We won't have a theoretical, auction price that we can gauge, you know, whether or not there's more buyers or sellers at any one level. All right, ABSI moving in closer here to my beak wetter. I'm waiting at 59. That's going to be 1R for me on ABSI. We'll take out some of the positions there, showing 58s. There's sellers at 58, so nothing doing. Not really getting the print. It's a 1 penny spread, so it's a good spread. Volume decent as well, not great. 4.4 million shares traded on the day. So not too bad here. So we'll keep an eye on ABSI. Looking for that move into 59. So some size just came off 58s there, but no continuation quite yet. What are you guys looking at? Tag me if you guys are looking at any of the new or any small cap gappers that I don't have on my watch list right now. But we've got 8 good ones. Hopefully we'll be able to make some money off these. And then the one that I've said very little about here, kind of to start the morning, because I'm not involved in it, is HTCO. This current candle here is losing trend. So we've got a topping tail candle that breaches 30 into 31.84. The prior bar low on HTCO, it won't show me. Great. Okay, so we'll have to use a different screen, of course, because the program is solid. Prior bar low on HTCO, 27.47. This current bar low, 26.67. So we've lost trend, at least for the moment, on that one. We'll have to wait and see if we can regain the trend on HTCO. So still, we'll keep a close eye on that one. Nothing doing over here. Nothing on ABSI either. Still waiting for the sellers to get removed at 58, but not really breaking through there. Video user says SLS. Let's have a look at SLS, see what that one's up to. It's not bad. It's not great. What is this thing up on the day? About 10.5, a little bit less than 10.5%. Let's look at SLS. You like the Mercedes SLS, Joey? I do. Yeah, attaboy. That's exactly what this reminds me of right here. SLS. Look, you know, not my faves, as I mentioned, but I pick it up if, you know, I had to, off the volume weighted average price. I don't like the failing of 5 and a move down into 490s. Look, if it finds buyers at 490s, fantastic. If it doesn't, I'm not involved. Really that simple. Watching here as ABSI just takes out our first beak wetter. Not a bad look on this one. We get 59, so there's 1R. Now ABSI, 2R for me is 64. So let's go ahead and post at 64. On ABSI, see if we can get 2R quick as you like, or what the situation is going to be. This is not strong. It's up 16 1/3, but it's got good structure, hence why I'm involved. MNTS, no, not really. It's not losing the 10. It's not losing the $0.50, but it's not continuing on. And, you know, with the higher lows and higher highs per 5-minute candle. In fact, MNTS feels like the volume's dropping off a little bit here, something that I need to be alive to. Where am I at? 61, showing me 56, so I'm out of the money on this one. And then last but not least, Joey, PAPL, really holding that $0.25 well, where I perceive a flat top break to have manifested. But, you know, it's nice to see the flat top break. It's another thing for the level to hold.
Yeah, exactly. I got my eyes on the NASDAQ here, guys, TQQs to be exact. What we have here is consistent lower highs. So we can see that this downtrend is working. So essentially what I'm going to wait for is if we have a 5-minute candle close above this 662 level, then maybe we get some form of a continuation. I often say, like, when we're paying attention and we're looking to trade the NASDAQ, we have to keep an eye out on some of the larger participants. Like, what is NVDA doing? What is Tesla? The Googles, as Google's continuing to climb on the daily. You can see we're at 551.26 now. Is that a new HOD? Not quite, but relatively close, only a couple of pennies away. And same thing with AMD. As this name started to recover on the session, let's figure it out before we send it back to Adair. Hovering below the volume-weighted average price. So I wouldn't be surprised if we can get rocking and rolling in the overall market. But we also have to, sorry, Adair, 1 second. We have to be patient and wait just in case this level is breached. Then there might not be a potential long here in the overall market. All right, Adair.
Yeah, let's take a look here at USO in the market. We do have some more headlines coming out of the Middle East. Wall Street Journal just reporting that Iran has offered a deal to the U.S. And we know we already heard that they were considering a deal. Apparently the deal they actually have out here is that they are saying they can end the war and the U.S. has to lift the blockade, and they will actually delay talks on nuclear. So apparently the goal of this offer is to start talks, but it does push the nuclear negotiations to a later stage, which we know that is one of the biggest things President Trump and his team have been pushing, that they want there to be negotiations here on nuclear and Iran not getting a nuclear weapon. If I get more details, I'll let you know, but apparently Washington and the U.S. here have yet to respond. We also had comments from the defense minister of Israel saying that there is no ceasefire with Lebanon. So more tensions in that area of the world as well. Back to you.
Yeah, that's
what do you think about that? Like the fact that the Strait is holding back oil. Oil is keeping, the lack of oil is keeping prices high. That hurts President Trump in his popularity and approaching the midterms. Yet, you started this whole issue based upon the fact that it was a nuclear issue.
Yeah.
So if you want to separate the Strait and the nuclear, right, how do you save face if you go ahead with that? Because you started this whole thing based upon the fact that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
But now a new variable has emerged, which is, price inflation. What does he do?
Was it really about, like, you see what I'm getting?
It doesn't really matter if it really is, but that's what he said. So if he's got to hold up, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm 100%. Time will tell, right? Like, if he's like, okay, yeah, let's work on that deal after, then sure enough, maybe it was just about that one thing. But I don't think it was necessarily only about them having a nuclear program, right? So, I mean, I read a couple of things. I'm no conspiracy theorist, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. It's funny how this kind of war is going on, Sharif. You just have essentially one side bombing the other. It's not like Iran's doing anything to the United States, right? They're not over here dropping stuff on their
Remember when we got that, like, fear or whatever about
the hypersonic?
But I wasn't talking about that. Remember they were saying that there were Iranian submarines off the coast of the West Coast in California. They were going to start clipping Orange County. I don't mean to make a joke about that, obviously.
No, it's no joke, but it's awfully lopsided if you ask me. So, I mean,
UCAR breakout.
Yeah, UCAR breakout. Nice call out there. I'm going to talk about the cues here as we're still holding up at this lower end of the range. Google at the high of the day, and the market's not participating. Who's really dragging us down? And I'm going to kick it off with this right here. This is going to pull up NVDA and see how this has been performing. A nice bounce off of the low there, Gaurav. I know you've been long this name, hopefully from 208 as you're climbing back up to 210. I wouldn't be surprised if at some time this week it holds that 212. That's going to put you past that all-time high. But right now we're just stuck in this down channel in the market, not looking like it wants to find a rebound anytime soon. With that being said, we're going to be patient, wait for that opportunity. We had that one trade already here today on Bitcoin, and good thing we got out break even, because look at the momentum just really pick up to the downside here as we get out. Boom, clean flush. So that's why even if it's a little bit of a percentage of what your total position was, you still want to get out at that break even, because you can probably get a better price. And the way price action is looking right now, I don't know if you get that full on recovery. Michael Saylor buying another 200, or sorry, it was like 1,300 or 2,300 or something along those lines, Bitcoin, or 3,200, sorry, Bitcoin for 255 million. I mean, let's see if this is going to drive price a little bit higher. This guy's going to be at the top in the highest holding wallet at some point here relatively soon.
Crazy, eh?
Yeah.
All right, PAPL stopped out, lost the 120 area. This could trend back up, but if it lost the structure, I'm not going to chase it here. We'll have to wait and see how this one does. And HTCO is losing the bid and losing it in a hurry. Limit down, 23.86. We're at 24.26. 23.86 limit down. So it's losing 25 in a hurry. There does seem to be some buying here at around the high to mid 24s. Be on the lookout for that. APSI, I got stopped out of MNTS as well. So we're going to go 1 for 3 to start the morning here, guys. No continuation on either of these initial ones, PAPL or MNTS. ABSI, the only one I'm still involved in. If that loses the $0.50, we've taken out a good portion of the position, but we're still holding the majority. So would probably put me break even on the trade. We'll have to wait and see. That's if I get stopped out of ABSI. But I see UCAR here moving. So UCAR, kind of a trade de novo, showing up a little bit late to the party. Let's see, is this on the NQ, Joey? Let's find out. It is. 1 penny spread right off the bat, 236 high, dropping back down now into the $2.25. So let me give you the technicals. Prior bar low, goodness gracious, this hover over is not working. 207 or thereabouts. Current bar low, 217. Prior bar high is the high of the day. That's 236. This current bar engulfed both from the upper and lower side because it's got a high a little bit lower than the high of the day, 235. But here it comes again into 31, looking for 32. This candle has a higher low, but it doesn't necessarily have a higher high. Let's see if this one can rip up. We got to go to Adara with news.
Just be aware here, there's actually a small cap, so keep an eye on this one. KITT, Nauticus Robotics, a name that's been on watch a lot as a potential sympathy play as we get news about these deep sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz. CEO of the company actually commenting on the Strait of Hormuz, saying that, quote, we anticipate a gold rush of activity on the governmental front. We have recently hosted several defense contractors at our Florida testing facilities, and talks are ongoing. So KITT CEO implying that the company could get some government contracts as a result, or at least potentially related to what's happening in Hormuz. Back to you.
Good stuff. Yeah, so Bitcoin's really moving here and starting to outpace the market to the downside. So I'm curious what's going on. We were up about 0.8% at the high of the day. Now you're down 1.25. So that's a big swing right there. I'm just seeing if there's anything really going on. Does Bitcoin have a strategy problem? Okay, let's read this. Even though Bitcoin purpose built for uncontrollable. Now we'll read that later, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. That came out a while ago anyways. So aside from that, we were talking about Michael's strategy. 3,200 was it? 255 million. He bought some more, so a pretty good look there. This guy's going to hit $1 million, I think, probably by the end of the year. That wouldn't surprise me. Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the other names on our watch list and who's helping drag this market down. We had Amazon getting closer towards the low of the day, so you can see we curl over right at VWAP, and then sure enough, we have a low of around 250 or 260.29, continuing to bleed. Meta just coming back in towards VWAP. Google still hovering around the high of the day, is coming to the lower end of the consolidation, but this thing's climbing. New all-time high on that as well, so looking pretty good. How is Broadcom off of that high? So you have that punch through, and then now you're starting to see an inside day, right? So a high of around 433 and a low of around 397. That's crazy, a $50 swing. Anyways, essentially, so you're on the inside 414.93. SanDisk, what Sean's pick, continuing to climb here today, another all-time high, and sure enough, you're starting to come back in, but nothing substantial. I think at some point these dips will get bought. And how has Netflix been performing, right? Like we had this massive breakout. How much follow through are we going to get? That primary trend is just consecutive weeks, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like over 2 months of just consecutive selling. You break out pretty strong. Now you want to find some form of continuation, which we're currently not getting right now, especially after that earnings report streak. We had a massive gap down.
Well said, Joey. There goes UCAR into the day high, 249. We're long 33s. We've taken out some here at 1R. 30, I took it out before 1R. I'm not full disclosure. 1R for me was 50, but you know my my aversion for taking out 1R, 2R at the whole or half penny levels as a result of whole dollar or half dollar level, excuse me, as a result of possible psychological areas of resistance. So showing 45 right now, 249 high, looking for a move above the 50 penny area. There is selling as expected at around the half dollar, and hence why we did not breach. So continuing to watch that one. Here's 48, there's 49. I've got a liquidity tester just north of the half dollar. And it's for very small share size, just to get an idea of what kind of resistance we're looking at the half dollar. UCAR, trade de novo, coming new with a new headline, a fresh headline, midday. That means the algos and the degens, including myself, including in one of those degens, that like the new trades where, you know, the best trade is not behind it. There it goes, Joey, through the half dollar into 55. So that's, okay, 2R now for me, 67. There is 59. Let's see if we can squeeze up a little bit. There's 58 into the high. There's 60, Joey. This one is ripping up. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. 67. Looking for the next level at 60. I didn't even mean that. What? There it is. Let's see if we can break through the 60 penny level. Big sellers. We saw a big seller at the half dollar. Now we're seeing another big seller at the 60 penny level. So the algo setting up basically at every 10 pennies, give or take. Let's see if we can kind of get through this level. We've got 33s on, so we can rest a bit easier. Guys, there is nary a green candle here on the 5, at least on my chart. Maybe yours is a little bit different. Bottom right of, well, bottom right-ish of your screen. No red candles ever since that 11:05 break. So UCAR is on its horse and maybe looking at taking out 60 pennies. There's 59 again. The shorts are in trouble here, guys. Let's see. Let's see if we can let's take some of the shorts money here above 60 pennies, or they're going to take our money. We'll find out, but we're nicely in the money, so we don't have to worry about this too much. But hey, if we can get above 60, you know how my bias works. If we get through these levels, we're talking the half, the 2/3, the 3/4, then my bias starts growing that we are headed to that whole dollar in and around 3, right? So we'll see what we get. Won't get upset. Shout out to my man, Neil. I don't know if is he under the weather?
No,
he's good. He's good to go.
Day,
I was going to sell him. Yeah, I hope he feels better. But
day.
Topping tail candle now, guys, forming on the car, UCAR that is. As I've always say, though, you know, these topping tail candles are not the end all and be all in the world of small cap gappers. So, you know, don't try to be too myopic with the price action. Look at the bigger picture here, but continuing to watch here, Joey, looking for another move up.
Good stuff there, guys. I got my eye on a couple of names here. Where are we going to look to? We were talking about Tesla earlier this morning. Lots of buying pressure starting to kick in on the lower end of the day. I like this 5-minute candle, so you can see indecision print. You can see the buying pressure slowly starting to uptick, and the market not really doing anything. So we'll try to find an individual stock. I would like to grab it, but one thing that we need to do, we drew this trend line for you guys not too long ago. Once we get a 5-minute on the back side of it, then maybe we can continue to climb a little bit higher. And it's the same thing with NVIDIA. I wish these things were universal so I didn't have to continuously draw them, but maybe it's just best that we do it together, right? So we can see exactly what we're looking at. And Neil loves these plays. I love them as well too. The trend line break, you have a 5-minute candle opening up on the back side of it. That maybe can tell you, hey, we're ready to get going. We sold enough. There's a nice indecision print on volume off of the lows. Going to be your 4th or 5th largest print of the intraday session outside of this first half an hour drive, first 45 minutes. So that's looking pretty good. And if NVDA gets rolling, then you know it's going to drive the NASDAQ with it. So that's something that we're going to be looking forward to. We have our eyes on Tesla for any form of a pullback. I'm not going to be, like, I don't want to chase it all the way up here.
I know I don't mean to interrupt, but you had a really good point. Your indecision print. New reviewer in the chat asking, what do you mean by indecision print?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, for sure. Okay, so let's do a quick breakdown, right? Don't tempt me with a good time now, Shreve, which you guys just did. So essentially, like an indecision print, I want to find some things that can classify as like a fully bearish candle or a bullish candle. So let's just isolate this 5-minute. Right, so you have an open up here at 62.13 and you have a close at 61.91. This is on the TQQs, right? That is just classified as generally as almost as bearish as you can get on a specific candle. Now flip this to be a green candle, right? And that's essentially as bullish as you can get. So an indecision print would be something where it's classified as a doji, right? So a doji candle, whether it be a hammer or a shooting star, whatever it may be, there's plenty of these names, but an indecision print would be something like this. So you have an open, and then you have a push all the way lower, but then buyers push price all the way back to close as a hammer. So I would just classify that as essentially as an indecision print. Same thing with this one. And when I talk about them, location is extremely key. I'm not talking about them in the middle of the ranges. You will want to try to find them at the highs and the lows of the days and even around the volume weighted average price. But once you really start to understand price action, you'll understand this is an indecision print, a doji, and there's a lot throughout the intraday session, but where you find them and where you locate them is extremely key, in my opinion, and how the success of the trade is. So essentially that it doesn't close something as completely bullish or completely bearish. There's indecision and not as decisive as a move as what we've seen in some of the other prints. Adara.
Let's talk about BT. Now, as you already mentioned here, biggest story by far today that I could find is Michael Saylor and Strategy purchasing more Bitcoin. As of today, announcing they purchased 3,273 Bitcoin. Last week, purchase value of, I think, 255 million for these Bitcoins. So now they hold 818,334 BTC in total. Apparently, this total purchase price at nearly $62 billion, average price per token across their tokens at roughly 75,500. Now let's talk about this price action on BTC, because this is really interesting. Today we get a bit of a double top of that area just shy of 80,000. In actuality here, around 79,000 halves. Today high, just shy of 79.5. High on Wednesday, 79.5 on the dot. So again, we get that double top and we push lower. In this case with BTC, we've already given up as of right now the entirety of the weekend action and basically any of the action that we had from Thursday onwards. So Big drop here on Bitcoin in terms of the amount of price action we're taking out here. Now, we actually are down about 2% on the day. But again, when you think of the structure of this, I think a little bit more significant here. We'll pull up Ethereum here, ETH, and Ethereum continuing to look a little bit different than Bitcoin. In this case, a little bit weaker than Bitcoin here. We continue to have these slightly lower highs in the daily chart. And as of right now, trying to take out that support that we formed on Sunday, April 19th. So last Sunday here, around that 2,500 or I guess 2250 level. Back to you.
Stuff, yeah, so there's the rebound, the curl off of the lows here on Tesla. Yeah, Bodine, was it Bodine who asked that question? No problem, anytime, my friend. Would you like to get in at 1140? That gives you up into 55s. Now let's see if we can get a pullback, retest this pivot here at 1148, or maybe even 1145s, and then maybe a continuation to the top side here in TSLA. Now we have NVDA on the backside. As we as we start to look at this one, 209, you know Drewski, right?
No.
Oh, you don't know the comedian Drewski?
No.
Oh, really? Okay, look at him. He's pretty funny. My type of humor. Anyways, aside from him, he's always like...
Observational or story? So
what do you
more
mean?
like Seinfeld?
No.
Or is it like Dave Chappelle where he comes up with
Exactly.
stories?
Yeah.
Love
kind
it.
of like that too.
Yeah,
like he kind of
love that,
impersonates like things and
Yeah,
stuff
he
like that.
just
Yeah,
makes up these cockamamie stories.
Yeah, exactly.
But they send a message.
Yeah.
Right?
So anyways, there's this one skit where he's just like talking about all the people at like HSB or like historically black universities in the States, right? And like there's this one group and he's just always mimicking them. He's just like just doing that. And he's like dancing like an old man and stuff, like wiping down his old vehicle and stuff like that.
Joker.
Funny stuff, yeah.
I like that. I like the guys that can actually put on a story.
Yeah.
It's not just making shallow observations that everybody can make. Hi, Seinfeld. Love you, brother.
He did the controversial Erica Kirk impersonation. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't. No. Interesting. Guys. There goes UCAR into 265. We went the beak at 63. It's dilly-dallying right now, man. Look, it's not losing trend in the sense, what I mean by that is, in the sense that it's not losing prior bar low. So if you're riding trend, as many mechanical trading systems do, by just looking at the prior bar low for a reason to get out, moving up your stop constantly, the prior bar low, a trailing stop as one would call it, you haven't been stopped out. But we got a couple of topping tail candles now, all of which breached 60. There hasn't been a print though, a closing print, above that 60 penny level. I don't really want to do prior bar low with this specific one, at least on the 5. And the reason I say that is I got pushed out a number of times last week on these, very parabolic names by having too close of a trailing stop, I think on the 5. So if I'm going to use a trailing stop, I think I'm going to look to the 15. But here comes the $0.50 again. Quite frankly, I feel the area that I got in at that 230 something was the hell of an area to get in there because there was multiple rejections at that level, almost a flat top break. It's losing the bid really quickly right now. My area is essentially VWAP. Does this stock hold up above the volume weighted average price? If it does, VWAP is 235, 234. I'm in at 33. So I'm going to hold. And if it holds up at VWAP and then subsequently shows me the next 5-minute candle, that is a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, I'm going to add into the position. We're going to wait here as it's neither stopping me out nor losing VWAP. So that's my look there. HTCO is making a move here, guys. Here comes HTCO into 28. Got off the schneid at 24. There's 28. Let's see what kind of selling now we get at 28. Big sellers, they're killing them. All right, for the moment. Makes me feel bad. It makes me look stupid, because the spread on some of these is a little wide, so it'll like breach through 28, it'll go like 28, 25, then I'll see it like 27 something because of the spread, obviously. So no continuation quite yet through 28, showing 27 3/4, not a bad look here on HTCO. But I gotta tell you, I don't really have a great read on the chart pattern of HTCO. Let's look at this monster on the multi-time frame look and get a gander here of what we're looking at here. So they're all ugly. I'm not gonna lie. All the time frames on HTCO are quite ugly. Top left, the 1, top right, the 5, bottom left, the 15, bottom right, hourly. Perhaps a flat top break here on the 15. What do you guys think? Obviously, this candle here ruins that, the 11 a.m. candle. But look at the wicks and the closing prints right around 28. So it feels like the real selling, at least from what you can see on the 15-minute time frame, HTCO looks like it's got a lot of selling at the 28. In fact, the only closing print to close above 28 is this one right here, the 1045 candle, which closed, at 28.16. Then we saw what the subsequent candle did. It made that high, but it also dropped markedly. So, yeah, we'll continue to watch HTCO. I do like that 28 level decider there, but I'm not really interested in executing on it at the moment. Joey, I got to tell you, I'm not liking anything right now other than the one that I'm in, except maybe SGMT here is trying to make another move, but we've seen this story before with SGMT looking like it has support at 8.25 and then resistance at about 8.5, 8 2/3.
Look what Dana White said.
I saw. He was talking about, he's like, I took it all in. He's like, you could tell he's an adrenaline junkie, right? Yeah, and there was a camera filming him, right, when the whole thing was going down, and he doesn't even go down. He's sitting there, everybody else is like below the table, and Dana's like...
It was like, yeah, who's it?
Right, he's sitting there like really absorbing the whole thing in. He sees like the Secret Service, and they're making their move, and yeah, he was just about that life, but shout out to Dana White. I guess, like, you know, when you're running a fight business, Joey, right? Yeah. Not a lot of things excite you. Guys, the spread is just opening up here. 27 on the bid. It was like 66 on the ask. And that's 28, 27, 27, 66. It's marginally above 28, but no closing prints. And you can see the resistance coming in on HTCO. Right around 28. There is an epic struggle happening right now between longs and shorts at this level. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, Joey. If we rip up and we leave 28 in our dust, HTCO could be back and a breakthrough 30. It's above it right now on both the bid and the ask, so watch out here. This could be the breakout right now on HTCO.
Yeah, big scalp. It doesn't sound like you have... Thanks, I appreciate that, Big Scalp. But if you have an 84% win rate, I don't think you really need to fix anything. As long as you're remaining positive, can you improve? Absolutely. Do I have a great skill from hitting your losers fast? I do the majority of the time. Sometimes I don't. You have to be 100% though. Like, I mean, there's times when you have to cut things, and I tend to do that. Why? Because I just had years of experience of working on my own and trading on my own, and I've been through the fire, essentially, that if you don't, it'll burn you more. Right? This is what I often say, is that if you break your rule, if you continuously break your rules and it seems to work, eventually your rules will break you, and then you'll be like caught scratching your head. So nonetheless, I think you're okay at an 84% win rate. Analysis paralysis, hone things down. Like, I'll go over the same names throughout the whole day. Like, we've been talking about the Meg 7. I have SMR, IBIT, AMD, Google, Tesla, NVDA. I still go through it sometimes. Like, so when I'm trading the TQs and I really get like zoned into it, I'm just like trying to get into that flow state. Sometimes I'll catch myself going through Apple and Amazon and Meta and NVDA and AMD and Microsoft and all these names a little bit too much, to the point where it's like, okay, it doesn't really matter. What is price action telling me? Even though I say you want to look at them, it can give you a little bit more conviction within your trade. If they're all climbing higher, then sure enough, yeah, take the long on the NASDAQ as it's continuing to move. But this is it, guys. I thought we were going to climb. We had that curl over bouncing, NVDA helping drag the market up. I was posted up at 61.85s. I thought we would get this pullback. Doesn't seem to be the case right now. Off to the races the market goes. You have now 10 minutes sitting on the backside of that trend. I'm going to show you here momentarily, but that's going to be right after we get back from Adara.
Yeah, one headline to keep you guys aware of, nothing massive here, but Iran's foreign ministry apparently going on Telegram and saying that Iran's foreign minister Arghachi told Putin, the leader of Russia, that the U.S.'s, quote, destructive habits and unreasonable demands, as well as their frequent changes in position, are slowing down diplomatic process. So Iran apparently talking to Russia, saying that U.S. is the reason that these processes are going pretty slowly when it comes to negotiations. Again, you have to keep in mind the source. This is coming from Iran itself, saying that the U.S. has been slow, but either way, here more back and forth and commentary about these U.S.-Iran negotiations. Back to you.
Great stuff there. Thank you very much for that, Adara. There goes the market. So there's a very low chance of 61.85 coming into play for us. Now, I like what somebody said here, CED, SSTX. You say, okay, new stepping in here potentially in the market as NVDA is climbing higher. We're seeing an uptick in the NASDAQ. We'll keep our ears to the ground just in case anything steps in. All right, so this is what I have to say about this, and I actually went through the experiment. So you say, look to increase your risk to reward as you have a high percentage. So it's funny, when I was creating a couple of my algorithms, me tweaking my risk to reward so it takes profit at a 2-to-1 or 1-to-1, I actually found that you will see, so the larger your risk to reward you're looking for, so say if you're looking, say, average of 1.5 and you're looking for an average of 2.5, but that means you need that trade to work out longer, you can see a slight downtick in your accuracy. Why? Because you're going to be exposed to the market more. So what I had is that I had exactly a 2.5 to 1 on my primary algorithm, and the accuracy was a little bit lower. I put that down, surprisingly, to a 1.8. This is where I found the median and where it was the most successful, a little bit under a 2, and you see multiple upticks in percentage points from that specific strategy. So you may have an 85% clip rate at hitting say a 1 to a 1.5 to 1, right? But as soon as you increase that, don't be surprised if you see that accuracy slowly start to compress a little bit and come down as you widen the range in which you're going to take profit.
That's a really good point, Joe. Continuing to watch UCAR, holding up at VWAP, not liking what I see for an ad. A move above 44 or 45 likely gets me back into the trade. Area high is the candle, the one on the 1-minute chart, by the way. 1141, the high of which is 42, but it's really putting in, honestly, it feels like to be like lower highs and about to flat bottom break. So what I'll do is we'll go break even on the remaining amount over here, which isn't much, quite frankly. Let's go just like that, and we'll just leave that there. Now I'm watching as well PAPL, because it's starting to look like it has that 120 area support. I mean, the only time it breaches when I got stopped out, but it's not looking great either. I mean, if I had to classify this, it's like a C plus possibly set up, but not great. HTCO bamboozled. It went through 28. In fact, it almost got into 30, about 29.5, and then it lost it. It dropped into 25. So HTCO, not really ready at the moment. It's SGMT that's starting to look pretty good, okay? And here it is, taking out area highs. We were talking about SGMT having a bit of a range, and now it's ripping up into 73. And by ripping, I mean relatively speaking to its price action into 75. It looks like it was a clean hold here at 8.25. 8.25 has shown itself to be a bit of an area support, at least once the price action calmed down a little bit. SGMT into $0.75. I don't even have a risk parameter on SGMT. Who we're going to take off here? MNTS, which ABSI is hot garbage. So we're going to put in SGMT over here. Let's flip back to the live price, and here's what I want to risk, and we'll delete that. Perfect. Just using my risk calculator above. Oh no, you suck, UCAR. I didn't get a chance to add. It just things go without me, man. UCAR holding up at VWAP here, south of the $0.50. Let's see if this can get right back above the $0.50 and start taking out some area highs. We got 33. I didn't add into 40. Got a little distracted there looking at SGMT. But look, there's localized selling. They're selling at 49, 48, so we can't break through the $0.50. If we fail here on UCAR, I'm out. Reason being, that would be the lower high setup, right? So we got into that 265. That's the area high, right, where we got out. And then kind of come back down into VWAP. We hold support. Here it is, 250 again. We hold support at VWAP, right? We move back into 255, and here it is again, Joe. So this one is back in business. The car looking real good. Let's take a little bit up here for another possible high of daybreak. What do we got on this one? Big seller at 58, looking for that continuation to retest that 65 area high. Obviously not pleased with where I got in, but nothing really changes for me here. If it loses VWAP, I'm out, Joe. Here's 59. Let's see if we can pop up into 60. No continuation, though, through 60, so we just flashed 60s there for a quick sec, and then a move right back down. So keeping an eye on this one, brother. What do you got?
Yeah, good look there. A bounce off of volume weighted average price here on the NASDAQ. So I'm probably going to have to lift this bid up to 61.95. That's the most I'm willing to pay. We'll be a little bit more patient as the market is climbing a little bit higher here, and it's being led. We know who's already leading the race. Boom, off it goes. This was the print, Gore. I couldn't even say enough, brother. You're just an absolute monster with this style of trading, man. And I couldn't be more happy for you, to be honest with you. Continue to do your thing, whatever it is, it's working. Will AMD find somewhat of a bounce? You're getting a curl over here. Just in case it's really weak, we can have a tight risk profile. Let's pull up AMDL. I do like it right around that low. Let's get involved here. We've had a monstrous run, and what we can see is that the buying pressure is relatively weak. How much? I got to give it 30 cents. So with that being said, we're going to go really light on it. Okay, let's go. Let's get involved a little bit more, but 31.20s. We'll give it to 31 flats. Okay, so that's going to give us 60 cents, a little bit more. I'm using AMDL for a potential rebound back in towards the volume weighted average price. If it curls over and cracks these lows, out of dodge we go, and we find something else that has been working for us. We've had that one trade on here today, and that is going to be IBIT. That has been the monster for us. We want to get involved in some NASDAQ. Let's pull it up here as you get that downtick here. Ooh, AMDL, using the leverage product to our advantage here, Sharif. A slight uptick. This is what we want to see. Bang, a couple of pennies in the money. 31.40 would have been more ideal, but we do have that breakup, and there's some buying pressure off of the lows. We just went over this bang, bang, bang. A nice support level as the market's continuing to climb higher, but this dog here is leading the way once again, climbing. I think it's only a matter of time. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the post-market or even by the end of the session that you have an all-time high at this pace here on NVDA. You're about $1.30 something away from that level, brother.
UCAR ripping up into 270 again. Got in a little bit there, scalped up a little bit more, looking for a move now above 270. A lot of selling on these names, though, guys. You're kind of seeing the shorts take aggressive positions as soon as we make new area highs. There's either aggressive profit taking or aggressive selling at these levels. Let's continue to watch here. I'm going to build a position again into this one, looking for, looking for that move back into 270. Let's see what we got over here. My man, Adam James abroad. I love this guy's energy, bro. I mean, he's great. Looking for that entry here. Let's go ahead and give this one, let's go ahead and just do that for that many shares. We're looking for a bigger move up, though, on UCAR. Let's see if we can kind of pop up into area highs there, 66. We're going to wet the beak there super quick. What happened here?
What happened?
I don't even know what happened with UCAR. I don't understand how the whole thing got out. Okay, that's fine. We'll get back in. We made a boo-boo there. We took the entire position out. That's a mistake on me. Let's see if we can get another hold up at this area. New 5-minute candle now. Let's see. There was a buyer generally at 60. So let's see if we can kind of see what the buying was in and around that level. Now they're buying at higher and higher levels. So let's take this up. 259. We'll have to give this one a little bit of room over here. I've got a bias that we test that 70 penny high again, but you never really know how these ones are going to act, right? Selling really into the highs. Prior bar high is the high of the day. There's 69. No follow through yet. 69. A lot of selling at 69 here. Let's see if we can flash 70s momentarily. Look at this size selling, and it's all a hidden order at 69. There's 69 again. Aggressive selling. Nary a 70 print. There's 70. Can we breach through 70? Lots of selling, guys. At 70, a very aggressive seller right there. So we'll wet the beak. We'll take out some profits there. We'll see where this one wants to go. Anything below 260 ends the trade for me. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Let's post something a little bit above 70. I'm going to go for an aggressive price spike up into 75. Big seller again at 70. There's an aggressive buying, sell, tug of war happening right at this high of day. But shout out to my main man, Adam James abroad, dropping 2 in the chat. Smash Bros. It's always that. It's always going to be Smash Bros, baby. Shout out to you, my man. By the way, good dub there for you guys in Southampton. That's good. So you guys go to the FA Cup final with Chelsea. That pleases me because more distractions for you guys kind of puts the possibility that you may slip up in the Premier League. Now, I know we're also in 2 tournaments, as are you. because now we've got semifinals this week against Atletico, who by the way, have not done very well in La Liga at all. But hopefully, you guys have a little bit of a hiccup there, maybe drop a couple of points, much to Arsenal's pleasure. We got to go to Adara.
Pop up here in DraftKings, DKNG on watch, and you could also keep an eye on PENN, Penn Entertainment, but DKNG by far getting the better move here. We have a report from a journalist by the name of Ben Horney citing CFTC Chairman Michael Selig, basically saying that the CFTC is considering some proposals to regulate prediction markets. These are not far away, and they could include restrictions or bans on prop bets and parlays. Again, Selig reportedly saying here, quote, we can't have them be the Wild West. So again, indications here from the chair of the CFTC that we could be getting some further regulations on these prediction markets. Now we know DKNG and PENN in the gambling space, they do compete with the prediction market, specifically in parlays, which were mentioned here. So could be a good look here for DKNG and PENN if we do end up getting those restrictions on these prediction markets. Back to you.
What was his name, Joey?
I think it was Ben.
Ben?
Yeah.
I know Ben. The guy in the back.
Connor Ben?
No.
Oh.
Ben, Algo Ben.
Nigel.
Is that his last name?
Nigel Ben?
No. Just our Ben. What's his real name? What's his last name?
I don't know. I just call him Benner though. Yeah, shut up, Ben.
Stop, Adam.
What are you saying?
Arsenal Bottles League and Champions League bottle gas. I hate this guy, bro.
Gas, man.
Yeah, look, man, we beat the hell out of Atletico 4-1. That was in the group stage, to be fair, and quite frankly, we were an entirely different team at the time. Again, I'm going to keep saying the same thing. I don't recognize the team. They're not playing the way that they were playing. So, yeah, absolutely a chance that we could bottle that. Secondly, we also beat Bayern. I'm pretty sure we beat them 3-1, but that was without Elise and some other people there. I think Bayern's playing a lot different, but Serge Gnabry out for the World Cup, so that removes an attacking threat there. I think very little of Harry Kane. Obviously as an Arsenal fan, but, you know, Elise is just, he's crazy. Like the stuff that I'm seeing from this guy, he's the real purchase. Eze's been great for Arsenal, but I think Elise is he's just a monster, an absolute monster. Yeah, Luis Diaz as well to New York. What a mistake Liverpool is for letting this guy walk. You don't break up a championship team.
Ever.
You let the championship team go until they stop winning championships, and then you start moving around the pieces. I don't know what they were doing in the front office. I don't know what Orange Salute was doing either, but that's kind of the look there, my man. Joey,
yeah.
What are you looking at, brother?
I got out of this AMD trade. I'm not liking it before my even stop hit, so I'm just like, all right, let's get out. Anything can happen. I got my eyes on DKNG now, up 1.5% almost. Continuing to climb. So, I mean, we just take a fraction of a loss there, nothing substantial on AMDL. We had IBIT rocking and rolling for us here as this name is continuing to bleed and looks like it wants to curl over momentum. Really picked up to the downside with a high of around 44.38, and then sure enough we drop $1, which is quite a bit here in the name. So we'll post up. We still have our bid on the TQQs for a potential rebound as the market continues to slowly grind. It's broken that trend. NVDA is doing that exact same thing. So I think at some point this will be this DraftKings move, so you have to be patient and wait for that to come into play, and then sure enough you get that curl over, might give you around 50 cents or so, or 20 cents, which isn't horrible, down to 23.30s on DraftKings. So I have my eye on that one. I'm going to kick AMD to the curb, so whatever happens on it can happen. I'm not going to be phased about it. I just don't like the trader right now, and I want to avoid it because it's really expensive in my opinion. $333, no thanks. I remember trading this thing when it was like 60, 70 bucks. And now holding the lows. Let's see, AMD looking heavy. Yeah, looks like it wants to sell off a little bit. Here's the curl over here in DraftKings starting to formulate. You're up 1.5% now, starting to see that pullback. Maybe it comes back in towards the volume weighted average price, but this is my primary culprit. Let's see if we can catch this fill at 61.85. 85s here on the NASDAQ. Moving forward, let's take a look. Let's head back over to our watch list. And we haven't even looked at the options chain today. Oh my God.
Oh my Lanta.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my Lanta is right. There's BM&R. There's BM&R. Were you outside yesterday?
Crazy, right, bro? Today and yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm out of here immediately. Yeah, you gotta spend these days outside. You know my aversion for humidity, right?
Yeah,
And this is the weather.
This is your style here.
Perfect, dude. You got the sun. You got the temperature on your side. You just don't have the accompanying humidity.
You're just leaking.
Oh, bro, I can't stand it.
I love it, man.
No,
I love it.
No.
Dude, when I'm at home, it's just chilling. I don't need the AC. I don't need anything, man.
You don't need the AC in this weather. It's crazy to put on the AC.
You don't need the AC. But even in the middle of the summer, I just love sleeping on top. So I'll sleep on top of the blankets, be all nice. And then your body naturally cools down, right? So then when you wake up in the middle of the night, you just throw the sheet on.
Right away.
No AC. I know you need the AC.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa! What's going on with Robinhood here? Dropping substantially down to $83, continuing to move lower here, guys. SoFi back down to $18.71. What's going on with this stuff? There's the pullback in DraftKings we were talking about not too long ago. So fade those pops, and then sure enough, you would be nicely ITM. I still have my eye on it. CrowdStrike, how you doing? How you been performing? I mean, you're only down a couple percentage points off of our entry price for those picks. Let's see if you can continue to climb. Receiving the upgrade here today, Sharif. So yeah, not too bad of a look for the SaaS names.
Yeah, UCAR guys, I'm just watching here on UCAR. We'll take our first negative trade on it. I tried to get in at 63, stopped out 55. So it's in kind of this, like, I don't want to say consolidation because putting in lower highs. But there seems to be a buyer in and around the $0.50. I don't think it's quite yet ready to go. I'm seeing ABSI look good. I'm seeing CAST look good. HTCO's kind of lost the bid here and is of very little interest to me. So SGMT kind of stair-stepping up below prior area highs, but there's CAST. CAST you're going to have to be careful with because it is a little spready. And ABSI as well, kind of like showing that curling effect. Finds a base at 450. You can very clearly see that. There was definitely a buyer at around 450. Now we're showing 54s. But I got to tell you, I'm not really loving these, so we'll pack the patience. But my main man, Adam James Abroad, dropping another 2 in the chat. A market correction could see AMD retrace to 180. Oh, whoa, my days. Bro, let's have a look.
180?
Yeah, man, he did say 180, Joey. Let's have a look. Let's see what AMD can do here at 180.
Who said that? Our boy Adam James?
Yeah, man. He brings the fire.
Brother.
All right, let's have a look. So this is the 4-hour chart on AMD. We're just going to do this quickly before we send it to Adara for happening now. Let's just take a quick look here, Joey. Where is the last time we had 180? Oh, my days. So we're going to have to zoom out a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and say 185, James.
That's
Adam.
Not 180.
I know, but look at this. Look at this bottom. 180 hold. 185 hold. 185, 185.
Yeah.
And let's just go with 190 on that. There's a bit of a base here. So I'm going to say, you're going to drop down. You have a big market correction. Let's just say this whole AMD thing is a trade and not fundamentally driven, which I disagree with. But 260 would be the first area after 300, of course, 300 being the whole dollar level. You look for support in and around there. And then I'd look for 280. Look at that consolidation over a period of days. 1, 2, 3, 4 days we spend at that 280-ish level. Then we break out on the 5th. And then if that loses that 280 level, then I'm looking at around that 260 level, which is an area high that we rejected multiple times earlier this winter before we dropped all the way back down to 185. So I see what you're saying. To that 180, I would say 185, worst case scenario, but I don't see that happening. This is a fundamentally driven company. They've got deals. It's not like a small cap gapper that's, hopefully maybe we'll have a deal in the future. There's money coming their way now.
That's the stock getting cut in half.
Yeah. Well, it's done that before.
It has done that before.
It has done that before.
But it hasn't done this before with the deals that it currently has now.
It never had the deals that it currently has, right?
Right, so maybe that might be a deciding factor on that. There goes DraftKings continuing to climb. AMD.
Both wearing red.
Snap.
You guys notice that?
Crackle, pow.
Look at that, bro.
No, it's chilly in here, no?
Unbelievable.
That's why I had to put the sweater on.
Put the sweater on?
Yeah.
It's like 25 degrees outside.
No, it's not.
All right, guys, we got to go to Adara for happening now.
Let's talk about today on this exciting session so far to start the week. And again, this week is going to have tons of action-packed catalysts from earnings to Fed speak and a Fed decision later in the week. As of right now, S&P 500 really struggling to get anywhere near our session highs and also that pre-market high here around that 714 halves level. Take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ looking similar and actually kind of more, I would say, aimless than the S&P 500. S&P 500 a little bit more structured. NASDAQ kind of chopping around here with lower highs and higher lows. Let's talk, though, about some of these many catalysts today. Before I say anything else, I just got another one here for Google. GOOGL on Watch Financial Times reporting that Google staff is urging CEO Sundar Pichai to block U.S. military AI use. Now, this comes about an hour after we heard reports the Pentagon is going to be, I guess, having access, I believe, to some more of their Gemini models. That was the headline from about an hour ago. So interesting note here. Now, speaking of these Mag 7 big tech AI plays, MSFT on watch with a big amendment to their OpenAI deal. Now, a lot of this is going to stay the same, but basically the major things that have changed here is that Microsoft is no longer going to be participating in revenue sharing with OpenAI. And furthermore, OpenAI now can also house their models on other clouds. So Microsoft is still their primary cloud partner, but it's not their exclusive cloud partner. After this came out, we had Oppenheimer reiterating outperforming Microsoft, but lowering their price target by more than $100 to $515. DKNG, we mentioned this one. This stock, along with PENN to a lesser extent, just spiked to the upside after a reporter by the name of Ben Horney, yes, that is his name, he went on X and he posted about an interview that he had with CFTC chair Michael Selig, during which Selig indicated that there could be some proposals coming out about more restrictions and regulations on these prediction markets, which we know are a competitor for the likes of DKNG and PENN, saying it can't just be the Wild West and allow these poly markets and Kalshis to do whatever they want. VZ was on watch today. This earnings infographic you can find, I think in about 20 minutes is scheduled to post here on X at TTV Research, but mixed report for Verizon. A lot of positive comments, though, coming from the CEO of Verizon, Dan Schulman, during their earnings call, did send the stock to the upside, namely their connection with Anthropic's Project Glasswing, and some indications they're going to be making deals with hyperscalers later this year. Last but not least, in about an hour, we do have a press briefing with potentially White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt at 1 p.m. Now, I say potentially because, as far as I know, she was supposed to be going on maternity leave. We know that she's going to be having a baby at any moment. I've seen that there could be any number of Trump officials or head White House officials that could be leading the briefing in her place should she not be there. Of course, I will keep you guys posted if there is anything market related to come of this hearing. But again, that briefing in about an hour at 1 p.m. In the meantime, we'll send you back over to the midday, guys.
Stuff. Yeah, thank you very much for that, Adair. Looking forward to all of that. Let's get right back into these markets as AMD is about to put in a new LOD. Well, I shouldn't say about, but heading towards that area. We're posted up at 6185s here on the NASDAQ, so it's been a good for us here today. Just in regards to Bitcoin, are we going to start to cool off? 5-minute time frame, we can see an indecision print, nice risk profile right there. I mean, if it's worked once, that volatility spike, let's get involved in this again. I like where Bitcoin's sitting. It can either work for us or we're going to be out relatively quick. It's either or, and I like that scenario because that's what happens when you put yourself in the right place at the right time. We have to risk about 10 cents on this one, so let's get ready to rock and roll. We'll post up so we get a good price on this one on the bid at 48s. We'll even put 47s in there because we like 47. Let's add a little bit here. We're going to increase our share size just a tad to see if we can catch a fill here on IBIT for a potential rebound and a move back up towards the volume weighted average price, or it's going to be an all-day seller. So let's wait and see what we got going on there at 47s. There we go. Bang, says Travis. Yeah, brother. What's going on? I hope you're having a fantastic day. Street's biggest winning month today, pushing the commas. Huh? Oh, yeah, man, I don't know. You'd have to ask Sharif that. But anyways, aside from Los Pollos sold at 370, now left with some for a runner. On what, brother? Tesla? Oh, my God. Yeah, I know. Tesla, man. Oh, it's so frustrating. I was looking at it. We never got that curl over in AMD, but this is what we're looking at here on Tesla. Boom, off to the races it goes. Now that indecision print right there on IBIT. Market continuing to climb higher. What are we going to do with ourselves right now? Considering the market's just doing everything that we thought it was going to, breaking of the trend line, sitting on the back, and then now, sure enough, you have this name right here. Starts with an N, ends with an NVDA. So there it is, a nice move in the overall market as Tesla's starting to recover from its losses earlier, almost at the high of the day in NVDA, and we have AMD at the low of the day. Adera.
CPRX pushing higher. This is Catalyst Pharma right now halted to the upside on reports that Angelini Pharma, an Italian pharmaceutical company, is reportedly exploring an acquisition of Catalyst. So again, CPRX reportedly an acquisition target. This one now halted to the upside around 32.56. If I see any more details, including a potential price for this possible acquisition, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Yeah, I just pulled that up before you brought up the headline. I saw it halted on my scanner. Very nice. Right now, it's showing a top of $29, though, which is well below where we halted. We halted 32.56 halt time, 12:03.54. That's not even a D print there. So the earliest we will be open is 12:08.54. Currently, let's just go to another time in sales, is 12:07.41, so about a minute and 10 seconds or so. We'll see. Shout out to the auspicious turtle. He says you want me to look at the top 5 topping till candles. Would you help me understand these top 5 wicking candles on Poet since 9:58 a.m.? So this is the 1 minute. So 9:58. Let me just throw sorry, give me a sec here. Let's go like this so I can put in my vertical line, 9:58. Where is 9:58? Right here. Okay, so that's 9:58. I don't see topping till candles, brother. Are you talking about these areas right here? You know, the price action at around 10:39 to 10:41, then again at 11:30 to 11:33. Tag me just so that I can see what you mean. But I don't see the topping till candles, quite frankly. Let's just wait here. I want to see what CPRX is going to open up at. So here we go. It should be opening up in about, I want to say, 10 seconds if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. The top is moving up to 30, 29, 30 and a half now. The top really dilly-dallying here. Moving on up. Let's see what we're going to get on this. It's open. It's opening down. It's okay. Limit down is 27.45. Limit down is 27.45 from what I can see, but it's regaining some trend here. Right back above 30 it goes. The spread is decent. It's like 30 some odd pennies. And there goes 31. It's up 12 and change, 13 and change now. No continuation through 31 though, but holding up above 30 generally. Yeah, I don't know what kind of momentum or trend we're going to get. Gapped up into 32.56, dropping down to about, the same price action we were at before we kind of gapped up at 12:03. So we're below 30 again. I don't know if I like this. What's up, man? What's up, SHS, NSN, y'all, Sharif and Joe missing out. Missing out on what, bro? NVIDIA? I don't trade large caps, brother. That's Joey's world, Sean's world, Neil's world. I'm just small caps and small caps only. But, thank you for thinking about me. I'm missing out there. But, I'm not going to trade them. So CPRX, let's see if this one can kind of regain trend. If it doesn't gain trend above 30, I'm kind of not interested, to be quite honest with you. Auspicious turtle, Sharif, sorry, your chart looks different. I wish I could send you a picture of mine. Okay, so you're probably looking at dark pools. I can almost make an educated guess. If you're seeing wicks and I'm not seeing wicks, there's probably a reason for that. IB doesn't show the wicks. Joey doesn't get them, neither do I, but we get them on here. Right on the white screen SSE, which is P8, of course. This is our firm software. We work in a prop firm. This is their proprietary software called P8 for real trading. And we do get the dark pools on there. So I kind of get what you're saying, but I don't get the dark pool wicks on my black charts, which are IB. And so I probably won't see those topping till candles. Now, dark pools are important. Have you ever been printed on a dark pool intraday? Because some people have.
Never.
Never, eh? Yeah,
No.
Some people have been printed on dark pools intraday. But as a general rule, you're not supposed to get printed. They are basically orders that take place off regular exchanges, sometimes during off hours, and then they get reported, sometimes midday, and that they throw off the price action, right? Because they took place at a different price level than the one we're currently at. That's why sometimes you see those dark pool prints. Only missing out on Arsenal title, Chappie.
You know what?
I'm gonna allow these trolls about Arsenal because they do bottle it.
I want to add something as well too. Something that someone taught me a long time ago, and I actually I look.
People said that you're missing NVIDIA, by the way.
Well, no one's missing that, man. We know that we're almost 70 cents off at that 112 there. So essentially, watch the tape. An extremely strong morning. If you watch the tape on the same name of a Tesla, So to add to your point, so say Tesla's trading at $600, we'll call it $600 flat. Okay. You can see orders come in from the night before at like 604, 603, 602, just way above where price is currently trading. Right.
Yeah. Throws off price action, right?
So and then you can make trades based off of that. So you can see the arbitrage essentially from where price is to what's actually printing on the tape. I used to watch somebody trade like that, and they would just absolutely rip crazy size on that. We're in Bitcoin. Let's see if we can get a rebound. I mean, off of those lows, if it cracks, then so be it. No issues there whatsoever. Tomorrow will be interesting. Stick around. Yeah, I mean, we'll be there. We're out of this trade at 43.40s. And then we have no issues with re-engaging. It's been our better trader here today, so let's stick with something that we're in sync with. There goes the market off to the races, holding that $62 mark. We catch a couple of pennies here on Bitcoin. Let's see if we can get a move back in towards the VWAP.
Catch me outside.
Ooh, how about that?
UCAR just dropped, Joey, all the way down, losing VWAP, losing the 2.5, losing the 10 EMA. It's very bad, SSC. Oh, that's Fabian. Get it to my man Fabian. With current bar low, 219.5. It looks like it's going to lose 220. Quite frankly, I don't see any support until possibly $2. There seems to be a buyer here for whatever reason at the fifth of a dollar. Big buyer at 20, but they're eating away at his size. But more size came in there. Someone spoofing that. Someone just put in almost 1,000 lots on one exchange, and they were off like that. I didn't see enough shares come in there on the time and sales to remove that. So, guys, spoofing. I think we don't spend enough time talking about illegal activities on these exchanges. Spoofing is illegal, right? It's essentially me posting an order like we just saw at 220, so that a big order, mind you, so that it kind of shows the sellers that, hey, a monster order just came in at 20 pennies, and then maybe they cancel their shorts or they cover a little bit earlier. I had no intentions, though, of allowing that 2220, in this case on UCAR, to fill. So I ensure that it's canceled before it ever gets filled. So that's not allowed. And if you do it a lot, the exchange will ding you. But, you know, that is something that we need to talk about because, quite frankly, whether or not it's illegal or whatever, it's done often. So you guys have an idea about that. What's up?
They just hit that ding now. Yeah, it's usually when the dare.
Does anyone enforce it? Of course, when it's abused. Great question, Ichiro. Sometimes, you know.
Yeah, you see that? Go back to that.
Yeah, he put the level 2 on the Fabian. He always plays around that. He's crazy with that.
That's Assassino, man.
No, that's Fabian, bro. Oh, Fabian. That's you, Fabian? That's Fabian, bro.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Come on, man.
Oh.
I got dunked.
Crazy. You know, you didn't hear what Sean said to me today.
Hey?
He's like, hey, man, you wearing contacts and stuff?
Why?
He's like, your eyes. He's like, your eyes and stuff.
No, you have colored eyes.
Yeah.
I already knew that. Maybe he hadn't looked at you that deeply.
He hadn't looked at me that deep.
That's nice.
So be careful, man.
That's nice.
Be careful.
I love it, man. Yeah, so essentially that's what it is, man. You just put an order out there that you have no intentions of having filled with the intentions, or for the purpose, I should say, of dissuading others from getting in or getting out. And so the point I was trying to make earlier is sometimes like we'll take legitimate orders, but the system here internally at our prop firm will kind of flag it as possible wash trade or spoofing, and then we'll get like an error message. But sometimes it's not that, right? So, you know, it really depends how it all goes down. Guys, I don't like anything at the moment. I hate to put it so negatively, but nothing is really setting up my way. Everything is very consolidative, guys. Whether you're looking at YAS or you're looking at HTCO, which, by the way, just found support at 17.5, right back into VWAP at 22.5. It is halted up. HTCO is halted up. SGMT as well. Looks like, okay, so if SGMT breaches prior bar high, I'm going to get in. Because this clearly has a buyer at around the $0.50 where it had resistance before. So if I'm really looking for something here, SGMT could be setting up. UCAR lost it. CAST is too spready. MNTS is very spready. And ABSI, very consolidative, so nothing for me to do there. It really does feel like maybe SGMT is the best of the bunch. And that really isn't saying much. So let's put SGMT on the UCAR screen. This is on the NQ. It is. It's a 3-penny spread on SGMT, which is already quite displeasing. Prior bar high takes us to 871. Current bar high is 68. If we breach prior bar high. I'm going to ride this trend for another possible attempt at $9. So we're going to keep an eye there. And while we're thinking about that one and assessing, we're going to send you Adair for news.
Keep an eye here in ASTS. This is AST Space Mobile. We did have a post a couple minutes ago from the official FCC account, or the Federal Communications Commission of the U.S. They shared a post basically, I guess, just quoting their chairman, Brendan Carr, who said that the FCC is laser focused on clearing the way for direct-to-device. So direct-to-device, basically technology allowing standard unmodified consumer smartphones or Internet of Things devices to connect directly to satellites. So I guess this is being viewed as a good look for ASTS. Again, AST Space Mobile pushing higher after the FCC shared a post on how it is laser focused on clearing the way for direct-to-device, or D2D. Back to you.
Take over for a sec, because I wanna find out if Jose was accurate about some of these low Earth orbit satellites
that still need to ping off
5G. Exactly, right? I'm gonna find out if maybe that's newer tech, or like the Gen 1.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Whereas Gen 2, 3, whatever, may not be like that. I'm gonna do a little bit of a deep dive if I can send it to you. If that's
dive right in, brother. Yeah, there goes Tesla, the name that we wanted to get involved with. NVDA continuing to climb, man. What a beautiful play right there. Let's see if we can get a bounce up in Bitcoin. Off to the races it goes in AMDL, so that's starting to curl over. Excuse me. But you have an hour of just consecutive buying here, and you're going to head in towards this pre-market zone of 374 on Tesla. Let's keep an eye out on that. Let's see if we can breach this 211.98. One thing that we haven't done here today, guys, and we're going to do it right now, is pull up our options chain to see if there's any resistance zone at that $200 or that 212 mark, 2.5. Our 1150 is 211.50 is what we're going to have to be looking at approximately. If there is even that, no, there isn't. So NVDA, there's no size here. Okay, watch out for this name to continue to climb higher. There is nothing from a resistance standpoint. Like absolutely zero. This is such small size considering 217.5. Let's head over to the May 4th expiration cycle. Nothing along that neck of the woods. May 15th is a number that we were talking about. Here it is, 212.5. Nothing. 2,000 contracts. Like that's such small potatoes, man. That's within like a couple of transactions here, essentially, right? So times that by 100 right there, and that's how many actual existing shares are still sitting there. But anyways, at the end of the day, May 22nd. Okay, 215, there's a little bit of size, but nothing substantial. So watch out for us to continue to climb higher. I'm waiting for a 1-to-1 before I even take anything off. Risk 10 cents, hold for 10 cents. Now that's going to put us right at 43.47. That's approximately 3 cents away. So as long as this bid continues to lift, then I think we'll be sitting in a pretty good position. But until then, we got to diamond hands this, be prepared to get out, but also be prepared to take some profit when we do run into those targets. AMD is, of course, AMD is ripping. We're out of that one there now, and it's heading towards the high. So an additional fake out, punches through the lows, curls over once again, and then sure enough, off to the races, helping drag the overall market up with it. Same thing with NVDA. Now, as for earnings, we can go over some of those names, look at the implied volatility. We can go over some of the expected moves as well. I'm sure Adair is going to make an infographic based on all of those. So you'll get a full dose of information and everything you need along those lines to guide you through some of the reports here this week. Wednesday going to be that star-studded lineup, and looking forward to that one without any form of question.
So they don't need them. The only reason that they do partner with them is because, you know, these radio frequencies, what are they called? The different wavelengths, what are they called, Joey? Frequencies.
Okay.
They're regulated federally, right? So you have to have a license. And so the ones that with the license are the telecom companies. Okay. Also, but they don't need them. They don't need them at all. It's just right now. So if they were to get their own license, then they would circumvent them. But the only thing is that when you send a text message, for example, via satellite, it goes back into the regular network, right? The regular phone network. Okay. And so what they're saying is these satellite companies, they don't want to build up their own regular terrestrial network, as opposed to only having things bounce between internally for their own network in space. So that should be interesting.
Do you see when you're in an area with no signal, you can select send like text with satellite?
Yeah, and it completely circumvents terrestrial towers. But the only thing they're saying here is that you only need them for the licensing of the spectrum, the wireless spectrum, so to speak. But once you start licensing these satellite carriers, low Earth orbit satellite carriers directly, and they own or they have the licensed spectrum, then why do you need them? Mm-hmm. So interesting take there. But the Starlink network works that way, says Ichiro. That was my understanding as well, and I didn't really understand what Jose was talking about. But nonetheless, that is a good point because he is accurate because they still do need them. For now, underline that, for now. Guys, I'm not liking anything here, man. Oh, boy. Let's just look at HTCO because it's trying to work back above VWAP, right into that 24 area. Look locally. There's a lot of 24 selling here. Not much for me to do at these levels other than the wait for a breach of 24 and then 25. Quite frankly, I'm not going to enter this at around this level. I'm 0 for 1 on it. I tried to get in over here. It didn't have any continuation. I really had a bias that there was a 28 area resistance that we broke from. We actually broke above it quite aggressively into 29.60, and then it ended up failing and it never looked back. So here we are right into 24, aggressive selling into 24. You can see that on both the level 2 as well as the chart. So no continuation, sadly, through that level. Yeah, JL 822, the whole market is sideways. Yes, small cap gappers included in that sideways motion, of course, but what can you do? NVIDIA is close to highs, so if you're looking for something right now, 2011.95 high. Is that all-time high?
On
12.12?
Yeah.
It's all-time high?
12 on.
12.12? Yeah. That's, 212 is what I'm saying there, sorry. That is the look there. If there are any other small cap gappers, tag me. But right now, I'm not liking anything in the world of small cap gappers. I just had a quick look there on the scanner. Nothing doing, baby. But if there are other ones that I'm not keeping an eye on, Pat Christie says roller is grinding. Let's take a quick look at ROLR. See what he's talking about there. ROLR. I remember this one. Yeah, hey, right into the high, 25. 25%, very lightly traded though. Look, you can just see that through the candle. So when you see these dashes, see how many dashes there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like a halt, but it didn't actually halt. It's just there was no change in the price action for 5 minutes. So a bit of a stair step up. You're going to likely have to deal with a lot of spread on this one. Let's see what ROLR spread is. If we can take a quick look there. It's not showing up. Oh, there it is. So the spread right now, 6 pennies, not too bad for an almost $12 name, ROLR, the ticker there. But there goes HTCO through 24, on the way possibly into 25. Good recovery off that 17.5 low. It's still not, at a level where I take it, but it took out the 24 sellers. So good momentum for this one. 25.87 limit up. Here's 25. This one's on its horse here, guys. About 87 pennies or so, and now it just breached 25. So this one's ripping up here, and we could find this one halting up 25 or so. Resistance right now, can't breach that level. As I mentioned, 25.87. It's showing 37s here on the level 2, Joey. So good strength here on HTCO.
Good stuff, Dan the man. Yeah, I would see if you can get the lower end of the consolidation, right? Then that way you can really get in a good risk to reward. Because if it breaks that, then you can just get out and maybe get a better price. But until you're proven wrong, right? Like if you're buying the top end, you have to give it that multiple dollar. That's just how I think and how I operate. So yeah, I would wait for one. Yeah, anytime, brother. So anyways, I'm just looking here. What I see on the 5 minute, not looking overly promising on Bitcoin as the market was grinding, and then it's just not really doing anything as the momentum really upticked as it started to sell off. So we'll be patient, we'll stick to our stop, but the way things are looking, not great here in the world of Bitcoin. DraftKings continuing to climb higher on the 5 minute. You can see that's a 1 minute time frame. You had that volatility spike, and I thought that, hey, you'd get somewhat of a fade, but off to the races you go and continuing to climb. There goes NVDA starting to creep higher towards that previous pivot high of around 212 level, and then you have the NASDAQ on the backside of this trend, in which we were referring to not too long ago. We want to be patient, wait for that pullback to get in, and then boom, off to the races. We were talking about AMDL. I'm glad that we got out of it. You did have an uptick, but now you're just right back to where we previously entered. I think this name's going to be weak, considering it's been on a 75% run in the past month. That's pretty big, right? Especially for the name that holds that much market cap, like 500 billion. So that's substantial, 75%. You're adding significant amount of size to that market capitalization number. Now, moving forward.
Joey, can I mention something?
Of course.
HTCO's halted up, guys. 26.86. We took 26.15. So we're in the halt right now on HTCO. It's ripping through 25. It ripped through 24. And now the top is showing 27. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. We're going to try to take this in for another halt up if it allows me. But 26.86, Joey, halt time, 12:25.43. The earliest will be open is 12:30.43.
Good stuff. Yeah, man. Nice. Hopefully you catch that halt up as well too.
Hopefully,
You're in one right now, and then you're
now,
looking for it to open up, halt right away, essentially.
Yes, sir.
Pretty much. Yeah. Solid. I like that.
And roller is ripping up. So whoever called roller, sorry, I have a very, very short-term memory. Great call out by you. Roller is going here. Roller ROLR is up, man. Sorry, Joey, I just got to cover this quickly because it's really going. Great move. We were talking about this one, 11 and change. It just ripped up to 12.50, dropping a little bit now to 12 and 3/4. But ROLR, decent midday breakout here. And quite frankly, look at the volume profile on the bottom right of your screen. It is making higher highs on the volume profile. So, the volume is really certainly not slowing down at these levels. Something to look out for here on ROLR.
Good call there, Gaurav. Nice, smart. Just leaving a little bit on for a runner. See if you can get rocking and rolling there. We're still waiting for a little bit of a breakup. You can see that we do have these consistent lower highs on IBIT. We can use these to pivot. If we sit on the back side of this, then maybe we can head a little bit higher into that 43.60 mark, which is going to be one of our primary targets, giving us a little bit more than a one-to-one. But we're out right at 41, so it's like very, very tight risk on this trade. Hopefully trying to catch the low of this consolidation zone. RORL, yeah. So I hope everyone's having a good one. CCL popping up on the scanner. There's a couple small cap names that I had my eye on earlier in the day. We'll stick with SOX S. How have you been performing? 3x daily, straight up into the right. Intel starting to come back in a little bit with it. The multiple upgrades last week, with also a target increase to the 90s in Intel. OGN, okay. Oregon. Anyways, Nokia with an upgrade this morning. NVIDIA, we were talking about that throughout the whole session, and we will touch base on it multiple more times throughout the day. MU, how have you been performing coming off of that 532 high? Now we're just being patient to see if we can, this shelf that we're forming, don't love it, but maybe we can break through as the market is grinding and we're not really participating in this Bitcoin recovery, considering, this momentum, I was talking about it not too long ago, significantly stronger to the downside. All right, so we have to take that into consideration. The more we just hover and not kind of breach through ebb and flow and then slowly grind, the less that I like it. And then this can just be a consolidation before it establishes a new low of the day, right? Just absorbing, catching some of the longs, and then boom, clean flush down into that 43.20 mark. I think that has to be taken into consideration, so we're prepared to get out if the trade doesn't want to work out for us. And you can see that we were once green, now turning into a bear session. So we're holding off of a couple of days high, prior high. Let's see if this level can hold up for us. 43.80 printing 43.70s on the bid. So we're just flat right at the money, as Fleet would say. Now, as moving forward, XLY, have you been doing here today? Is that discretionary? Okay, I thought it was Staples. Yeah, that is discretionary. How's XLP been doing here today? Ooh, to the downside. How's our friend Walmart been doing? Ooh, not too good here, Sharif. Let's take a look at this one from a daily and see what we got going on here on the weekly, WMT. Slightly off of those highs of 134, 128. I wouldn't be surprised if we can catch a little bit of a bid and continue to grind in Walmart.
We got another 20 seconds or so before roller may or may not open up. Let's see what we get. We're showing a top now of 27.62 halt level, 26.86. Continuing to watch. What time is it? We got 2 seconds. Let's go. Let's see. Do we get an open? There it is, into another area high. Let's see if we can wet the beak here on some profits. No continuation now. It is failing, so it should have definitely put a market on open order there. Joe's going to call me out on that again. All right. Here's 27.50. Looking for a bigger move now. Let's see if the bid can move above 27. The ask is, but not the bid. So the bid's failing. Anything below 26 ends the trade for me. I'm in at 15s, and we're going to have to give up a little bit there. So we'll take break even on that one. Yeah, should have definitely done a little bit better on this one. Full disclosure. Should have definitely put in a market on open order. We did get into 28s, but the spread was ridiculous. So when I came to take the print, there was no continuation, but it is failing now. It's about to breach prior bar level.
Let me ask you something on that. So so you can see the tap on it. Mm-hmm. What if you just post up a limit order a couple of pennies low?
It has to be. It won't sense.
Okay, yeah. That's what I was curious because I was thinking, okay, maybe you could just instead of going our market on open or limit on open, you could just limit once it opens. It triggers like a couple of.
See, like on your platform or mine, it'll do that.
Yeah.
Right. So if you throw in a limit order on IB, it'll take it. But if you do it here, no, it won't. Guys, roller just dropped off a cliff. 1285. It's lost it by $1. That's ugly, man. You dropped from in 1285 in one 1 minute candle, 2 1 minute candles. Sorry. So in the span of 2 minutes, we just dropped off big 1285 down to 1185, trying to work back above $12 now. So roller, look, it's still in play. But, you know, much like all its other siblings that trades on the Amex, this one is under probation until stated otherwise, quite frankly, because it is an Amex name and they tend to be a little bit bamboozling. But good volume coming in late into the day here. I want to say the last 15 to 20 minutes has brought in the majority of the day's volume. We are up above now 2 million shares traded, with the majority of that, I want to say, being done in the last half an hour or so. Keeping an eye on these ones. APC as well, ABSI. Continuing to curl up. This is a very slow mover. So if you're going to involve yourself in this name, couple of things. Firstly, we're right at that intraday resistance. 460 has been a very, very staunchly resistance level, but we've got a great looking bull flag here that we could break through. And if we do, you know, you could see the $0.75, if not the whole dollar at 5. So ABSI, good hold right around $0.50, but you're only like 9 pennies in the money, and you're probably holding this for the better part of 40 minutes, excuse me. So maybe not the most momentum name around in the business. Let's throw in ROLR's ticker over here, as I didn't throw that in. Yeah, so roller, you know, nothing for me to do there quite yet. YAS, YAAS, heading back into highs, Joey. So we'll keep, or not highs, but into that resistance level at around 160. So we'll keep tabs on that. But I did some kettlebell training yesterday. Now that Katina man brought it up, I want to show my kettlebell workout. Right now that we have a little bit of time over here. So I did alternating kettlebell swings. That's number one. So just where you're flipping them hand in hand. And then what I really like doing, the only reason I use dumbbells for the next workout, dumbbell snatches, is because when I use the kettlebell snatches, which I wanted to do to kind of keep the kettlebell theme, the kettlebell will smash on my watch every single time when I flip it up, whereas the dumbbell doesn't. And then we did round the bodies. Have you ever done these?
I've never
done those. Where you're just taking, like, you're just literally taking the kettlebell and you're throwing it around your body.
That's good. That's good. Hand-eye.
Hand-eye, number one, great for core strength and actually good for shoulder mobility because your shoulders like are just spinning around. So I want to show this over here. Let's bring it in. There's Mrs. Melania Trump and on the gram. Let's show this over here. Where's my thing? Home? I don't even know where it is.
Pull it up.
Oh. Yeah, there we go.
Francesco.
There we go, my guy. So these are the kettlebell swings right there. So look at that, just throwing those up. That's 72 pounds. So it's not that light. And then the next one's going to come up in a second. What I do, this is the dumbbell snatches that I do, and I love these. Great for shoulder mobility as well, and a lot for your linear chain. These are the round the worlds. I love this workout, man. You do it for both arms. So you go one way, you do like 20, 15, flip back the other way, right? And then, we're going to do a little segment every day.
Oh, the workout segment.
Workout, my boy. All right. No, I don't miss leg day,
man.
there goes
NVDA, man. What a dog. All-time high right now on the day. About to top into 213. Really good looking. Bitcoin heading lower as the market's climbing a little bit higher. So we might have to get out of this one and see if we can re-engage later. That one didn't really work out. So, yeah, I mean, AMD got a little bit of an uptick, but just the way this 5-minute this pattern is just looking like an ABCD pattern to the downside. I thought, considering there was some buying pressure in here, off to the downside it goes. But there goes NVDA, new all-time high right there. I said it was only a matter of time, and that's why I was a buyer of this name. See if it's going to continue to climb. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes on a big-time run. 230s. We'll take 300s, obviously, but we don't want to get too optimistic and too ahead of ourselves. But a good look. All right, we like seeing this here. It was only a matter of time. The larger names participating, helping drag the overall market whatever Saylor did and bought some more 3,200 Bitcoin. That's doing absolutely nothing for the price action here today. Down 1.3% and looking like it wants to continue to bleed. All right, what are you doing here, Bitcoin? It's probably going to do an additional fake out, so let's just get out. We'll take a couple of cents. That's absolutely nothing there. And then we'll wait for it to curl over if it has to do an additional liquidity grab, and we'll re-engage one more time on this one. AMD looking primed for a potential bounce here, so maybe we take one more stab on AMD as well too, Shane.
Sounds good, Joey. I don't have anything, guys. We'll just cover the names that you want to cover because, hey, nothing's moving, you know? We're going to keep an eye on Roller. If Roller wants to come back down, hold, you know, that 1175.12, we'll get involved in that one. But there's really nothing going on right now, and we can't really control that, sadly. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Yeah, great comments there by you guys in the chat, especially the individual. Coffee Black 905, love this comment here. For kettlebells and add in halos, chops, and windmills. Great core and shoulder workout. I'm taking a picture of that, of your comment, just so that I can actually explore what those are. So my buddy does a lot of kettlebell certification for trainers. Like he's been doing kettlebells for the better part of 20 years. So I actually met with this guy on Saturday, and he was kind of giving me the ABCs of kettlebell training. Now, you think it's sort of quite self-explanatory, right? But there's so much of the power generation that has to come from your hips. Whereas, you know, when you're moving your arms, you're more prone to want to generate power from your arms. Not so with kettlebells. A lot of it is correlated, and it's kind of why I like it, because you're basing it on both the upper body and the core. So definitely ends up working a little bit to your favor there. Trav, man, I don't know what that means, brother, but yeah, shout out to you. I don't know why you were looking there anyway, bro. Golf franchise, GPRN daily, starting to show squeeze signals. Let's take a quick look at GPRN, man.
What's Trav, man, saying?
He said some funky stuff. GRPN.
All right, man.
1550 area high, not my cup of tea, I gotta tell you. It's only up 4 1/3. It's only done about 547,000 shares on the day. It's got a good looking chart pattern. Not trying to hate on that, but just too sparsely traded. If it holds up at 15 1/4, even with the spread that it has under its belt right now, that could be a bullish sign where you're kind of getting that breakout. I want to say from around 1490, give or take, where that flat top break happened, and then you kind of get a bit of a bull flag with a bit of a range, 1530 to the downside, about 1550 to the upside on GPRN. Keep your eye out for that, but other than that, you know, it's just not my cup of tea. But there goes HTCO, right back into the day's high, or to the area high here. And this is where we were trying to take it out last time, right? Right around 28, and now it's ripping through 28. 29.35 is the halt level. That's limit up. Let's see if this one can breach 28 on the bid and the ask. Right now, it's above on the ask, but not necessarily the bid, Joey. So let's see if we can kind of move there and then use 28 as possible support.
Yeah, absolutely. So there it goes, continuing to climb. And new, once again, we'll probably do it a couple of times throughout the intraday session. I just figured at that pace, it was only a matter of time until you ran into that neck of the woods. You had other names that were putting in that marker, and sure enough, there it goes, 213.46, new all-time high, lengthy consolidation, and now we're starting to finally break out. So this is the name that I was picking for the next buying opportunity. Glad that we got out of this Bitcoin. Can't break this trend. We'll allow it to curl over, and then maybe we can find somewhat of a recovery here on the day, but it doesn't seem to be the narrative as Bitcoin is weak. Tech names strong as we had Google continuing to climb. Tesla right back into this morning's pre-market zones as well. So boom, look at that move. We marked out this 374.22 level. That was a prior pre-market support. We ran right into it and slowly starting to stall out. Google on the 5-minute. Where's the volume weighted average price? We're way above that. Consolidating. I know Bo Dean was asking about this. It was like, hey, you buy that breakout, you get a little bit, but even so, it's so hard for me personally to chase it, but with a strong name like that, micro dips, micro pullbacks, and then off to the races it goes. Can we take one more attempt on AMD? I think so. I was waiting for a pullback, but let's just get involved on this. We'll go a little bit more size than last time, just in case it does want to recover. So what I'm looking for is a lagging name. If it cracks the lows, I love the positioning, right? Because if it breaks the low, you're relatively close to it. You don't have to give it that wide of a stop. Once it cracks, then you just get out of dodge if it doesn't recover in time. We do have that downtrend break with the market continuing to climb. Bitcoin moving lower. I talked about the shelf. We don't like shelves. When shelves are being formed, it's like, uh-oh, that is a recipe for disaster unless the name is extremely strong, and that's not the narrative in Bitcoin. Man, oh man, strong stuff here in NVDA. That was a missed opportunity on the day. I'm glad that you grabbed the low of the day, Gorev. A nice look on that front. So let's be patient. There it goes, cracking to the downside now, down 1.4% on Bitcoin. Glad that we got out of that early, just reading price action. It could have obviously went one way or the other, but nonetheless, let's see if we can get something going here in AMD. Adara.
Beware here, guys. More comments coming here on this Twitter from moves. Nothing massive, but MS Now reporting, citing the head of the International Maritime Organization, that 20,000 seafarers and 2,000 ships are stranded due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. So again, reports here on the impacts of the Strait of Hormuz, again, on 20,000 seafarers and 2,000 ships. Just keep an eye here in USO, pretty range bound. Always waiting for the next headline here. So stick with us at Twitter TV Live for all of the updates you need to know. Back to you.
All right, watching HTCO here, trying to take out 30. There's aggressive buying at these levels. Well, we're going to get in a little bit here. We're going to give it to 28. Let's see. We can add into this position if it really goes. There's 29. Let's watch to see if we can really rock it up. We got 29s on the dot. Really bad entry there. The spread is very, very tough. There it goes through 29 momentarily. Let's see if we can add into this position. I don't really want to take out anything here as opposed to add. Let's see what this one has to offer. Let's kind of just see if it wants to hold up above 28. 28's been a bit of a resistance level, but nice move up above 29, looking for a deeper 29 push here. So we're seeing it on the ask. We're not seeing it on the bid. There it goes into 29.32, but there's no continuation. The bid remains below 29, and down it goes again. So let's see if this one wants to continue up. Just pack in the patience over here. Nothing for me to do. And there it goes into 30. Very aggressive move here. Look at the spread really open up, though. And there it goes into 30 and a half. Now it's ripping. And there's 30 and a half, 30.60. There's 31. Limit up at 31.11. Perfect freaking timing into HTCO. Good trade here. Let's see if this is going to halt. We got 29 on the dot. It's showing 31.33 on the bid. HTCO, it ripping up. And it's about a couple of shekels below the high of the day. Good entry here on HTCO. We're still holding the majority of the position. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. What a rip up here on HTCO. What got me back into this trade is the buyer at 28. It kept dipping into 28 and the bid would not drop below that. And if it did, it was like showing 99s and then immediately retracing it above. So HTCO halted up 31.11. Let's hope that this one has a bit of a better halt kind of reopen than the prior one did. Now showing 31.50 halt time. 43.48. The earliest will be open is 12.48. They come in waves of 5. Good look here on HTCO, finally getting a bit of a bigger move. And now we have a bit of a backstop with that 29 entry. So pleased with this trade. Hopefully we can do a little bit more damage here on HTCO. What a gnarly move off 17.5, that area low. And since we put in that 17.5 area low, we are up 78% from that move. So nothing to complain about here. We're going to look for a little bit more. Just hopefully not as choppy is the reopen on HTCO. Again, in at 29, showing 31.11s right now. So good look on HTCO. Thank you, Mr. Ducats. All right, continuing to watch Roller as well, ROLR, right back down into VWAP, and it did breach a 10 EMA on the 5, but trying to retrace above it. ROLR was rocketing up midday. It had the majority of its volume come in at about 25 after 20 after 12. But hey, you know how these ones rock, right? Into area highs, and then all of a sudden they're into area lows, right? So ROLR, we'll keep a close eye on that one, and if warranted, especially if it starts changing trend, we'll get back in to this monster. But right now, we're going to keep a close eye on HTCO, Joey.
She's a roller, yeah.
The rolling.
She's a high roller, baby.
Oh, yeah. Who's high roller?
Who sings that, man? That's a song. I know who sings that song, guys. I got to listen to it.
The chat will know for sure.
The chat will know for sure. She's a roller, yeah. All right, guys, there it is in AMD. Nice little move to the top side. Let's see if we can get some continuation here today. Waiting for the chat to tell me who's singing it. No, that's not Limp Bizkit. That's the one that Sharif was singing. It was in April Wine. Yeah, she's a roller. Thank you, Coffee Black. Speaking of coffee, yeah, this is, the jitter juices got me 100% here today, Sharif. Not even going to lie on that one. Pardon?
What?
The jitter juice.
Jitter juice.
Coffee. Yeah. It's got me. Yeah, I'm not having the greatest time, to be honest with you. But anyways, nonetheless, let's see what we got, guys. Tesla continuing to climb. New all-time high there on NVDA. We want to see our AMD start to recover a little bit more before we decide to take any off. You did get that move up into 3165s and now starting to chop around as the market is climbing, and we are not necessarily right there. Joey Jits, yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, they are very bad. Want to be traded.
Do you actually get jitters from them?
Big time. Yeah, like I currently have them.
When I went on vacation, I didn't have any coffee. I had coffee on the first day only, right? And then I'm like, all right, so if I come back, it's gonna hit, right?
Yeah, it didn't hit.
But it did after I came back from Aruba.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because I didn't have coffee on that trip as well. Came back, had one here, my crack in a cup, as I call it, and woo! I was flying,
That's
but
why everybody likes it.
I don't understand why it didn't happen last time, man.
It's super catchy, yeah. All right, man, come on, AMD, man. Why aren't you participating on this little uptick? Now the market moves, and then sure enough, it starts to sell along with it. I think we can get a rebound. We just probably have to sit in this trade a little bit longer. I want to play a break of that 3165, and we can head into 75s and get a little bit more than a 2-to-1, essentially on that specific trade. But nonetheless, you have to one step at a time. You have to be patient and wait for that opportunity. It's been over an hour of just consecutive buying here in Tesla. Like, this buy program is in full effect, Sharif, right off of these lows, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100. Oh my God, over an hour and a half essentially there on Tesla, straight to the upside. A couple more strong upticks, and then sure enough, we'll be able to take a little bit of profit here on this AMDL trade. You can see that the tape is looking slightly stronger. We got to take a look at the actual underlying asset though to see what we got going on. Reflects relatively close, but bang, there it goes. Nice uptick there, Sharif, in AMD. Let's see if we can get this to continue.
All right, we're showing 3118s here. For 3111s now, so basically the same price. I put a market on open order, 3147 now for HTCO. We'll still have some shares. Should be opening up momentarily in about 10 seconds. 12:43:48 was the halt time. It is now 39:41. 42. It should be coming in here momentarily. Let's see what we get. Won't get upset. Looking for that move. There's the print. Nothing prints, of course. Why would it, right? There we go. We'll take a B quitter there, looking for continuation. Anything below 29 ends the trade for me. I'm in at 29 on the dot. I'm looking for another halt up. It's 31.84 high. It's losing. It looks like it might be losing 30 here. I was looking definitely for 30 to hold. There it goes into 31, Joey. Here we go again, looking for limit up. Limit up. Can't quite see 31.33. Let's see if we can take out day high. There it goes, 33.80. Limit up, 33.80. We're close. Here comes 33. No continuation on this. Here comes 32.80. Looking for a move into 33. We're in at 29, ending it here. Good trade. Okay, not bad, not bad. It definitely takes a little bit off the table there. So good move here for HTCO. Look for a breach of 33, 33.80 limit up. So still watching, seller at 42 here. They killed him, Joey, into 33. That's the high of the day now. Ripping up his HTCO. Watch for a drop back down. Wow, just as I said it, it lost it from 32 right into 30. That's ugly, man. 28.60, limit down. So if we lose 30 here, we're losing 30 in a hurry. Wowzers. Into 29 2/3. We could see the $0.50 momentarily. Yeah, just continuing to watch. I want to see if 30 holds up because I see 30 as a flat top, right? We only have one closing print on the 5 that actually closed above 30. Is the candle that we halted up on at 12.40. That was the only one that closed above $30. So there's definitely a buyer here at 30. Now you're going to have to deal with the 50 penny spread, which is quite frustrating to get your fills, right? Especially if you're scalping these small cap gappers. There's definitely a buyer here at 30, guys, but it did breach again, so you will have to give this room where to 29.50, 29.40. There's really no very clear signal. You can give it to below 28, where I definitely see the original resistance, but that means you're going to have to size down a little bit here in order to hold on to your parameters. So Bovin says, I'm seeing 30% of short interest on HTCO. I don't know, brother. Let me double check here with my platform. I'm not exactly sure at the moment. I'll check for you and get back. But I just want to watch the price action here at the moment, because this could be another entry. Here we go again, 31.31. Here comes into about 31 2/3. There's 2/3, looking for 32 again. Recall, it's a 33 high a day, right? So 32 still means, I don't want to say it doesn't mean much, but you've got another dollar there that you have to deal with in terms of resistance. So we'll watch that one, Joey. Let me just pull up the information here, and then I'll get back to Bovin on that. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, we had 3180s printed there. I wasn't posted up just yet. I was going to see if we can get a little bit more stronger of an uptick, and then we break through that level, and then I would take some 3180s. Doesn't seem to be the case, but a nice partial sitting on half of the position right now, and that's what we did, right? Like, so you take 20 cents to the downside. We wait to take some off before we hit until we hit that 1-to-1, and then now we're holding 50%. So a little bit longer than that, 1 1/4 here. We'll take that one, not too bad, and let's see if we can continue to climb. Ooh, Heaven 4426.
See that?
$20 super chat.
Just made
1K on HTCO. Thanks. Solid at 31. Were you going on about
29.
HT? Oh, you're in that one.
No, I'm not. I'm out. I got out
You
here.
were in that one.
There it goes. 34.06, guys. 34.60 limit up. We're showing 34. The ask is showing 34.80. All right, the limit up move. 34.95 limit up. It's a 34.80 high of day. We're at 34.20. There's a seller in and around the quarter to a third of a dollar on HTCO. Very, very strong, very directional here. Finally, this one, you know, you could have written this one off, right? Because it double topped at 30, lost it, went all the way down to 17.5. What a recovery. You don't typically see these recoveries, especially the ones that come from the depths of hell, from which this one came, 1750. I wouldn't have earmarked it to make a 34.80 high a day in, you know, less than an hour, and that's exactly what it did. 34.95 limit up is still the price over here. Shout out to Heaven 4426. He dropped in 20 nice ones in the chat. He made a cool. Yeah, I know. I want to read it again, Assassino, because he's trading the same one I'm trading. Made a cool 1K on HTCO. Cool. Sold at 31. That's my man. Cool. Your friend Bovin there is also in at 23. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Bovin, Perplexity, and this is where I'm getting my short interest from, is telling me there's about 787,818 shares borrowed short as of the 15th of April. So a little dated. That's about 11.8% of the float with about 1.6 days to cover. HTCO, at least on my platform, the float is showing as, give me a sec, I'll just tell you what I'm seeing here as the float, not the short float. I'm seeing 3.5 million shares. Yeah, that's not bad. About 3.5 million shares there. It's either between 3.5 or 7.2, because sometimes it tells me outstanding is a float, and then sometimes the float is actually the float. I'd explain that, but it's a waste of time trying to explain these
what is going on
things on IB, because some of them don't make sense. But this is the only one here, Joey. This one is really ripping up, and it looks fantastic. So the problem is, it could just drop $2-3 at a time. So you're gonna have to manage that with proper risk parameters there. So great job, guys. Whoever took HTCO, good on you guys. I don't think this one's done. 34.80 high. We could see 35. If not, if it blows through 35, we're probably going to 40. Like, to be quite honest with you, it's only up 190%. And I use that, you know, I say that jokingly, but I don't at the same time. We've seen ones go 300, 400, 500, 600, 700 last week, right? So 190. Although great, of course, and whoever took that whole 190, chapeau, but we could see a lot more here. We could be at 40, we could be at 45 by the end of the day. And if you're small cap gapper inclined and you have the time, and this one is still going late into the day, stick around in the aftermarket, because a lot of these ones have a real tendency to rip up to no end in the aftermarket, because of course there's no volatility halt parameters after 4, as there isn't before 9:30. Same thing, so.
All right.
Keep that in mind.
Let's trail this stop here on the downside. Bang. We'll get all out of that AMD trade. A nice little pop up to the top side. We'll take that one. As the market was starting to downtick, and then sure, yeah, I know Mike P, man. It's these things. If I drink it too early in the morning, it's just complete caffeine crash. Nation over here. No, aside from that, guys, a nice little scalp on AMD. let's be patient and see. There it is, another uptick. Do we re-engage in some Bitcoin longs off of these lows here as we starting to form a base right at that 4340 level? We're still climbing higher, slight uptick in Tesla. You have that pop-up and you have that poke through into NVDA, now starting to come in off of that 212.64, so you have an all-time high around that 213.77 level. Bang, we like that. Cha-ching. The long-term accounts are going to like that one because it's a widely held name. All right, so where's the next opportunity? What do you got? Shorted the TQs up there, Katina, man, nice. You're going to re-engage on that trade. Yeah, Stockhead, man, you're wilding out today. No, obviously that would be crazy. Nor do I partake in any of that stuff. That's not me, man. My body can't even handle caffeine, let alone that other stuff. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, lightweight, man. Super lightweight. Just hit the gym and chill out a little bit. Nonetheless, guys, let's head over to our scanner and our watch list to see if we, yeah, exactly, Dan R., you know it. Let's see if we can find anything. But one thing that I need to start doing is drinking coffee with a straw. Why? Because it stains the pearly whites, and we don't want that. All right, we got to keep the teeth as white as possible. And considering, like, how many do I have? 4 fake ones. Thanks, hockey. Thanks. Anyways, aside from that, yeah, man, 3 of them knocked out at once. A lot of this one, boom, pushback, fight, pushback. Anyways, nose push to the side, boxing, that is. But nonetheless, all right, I've been rambling on. What was that one song there? She's a Roller. Yeah, who is it? Somebody sings that song again one more time. There's SMR, a nice little recovery. There goes my ADHD brain just jumping all over the place once again. But nonetheless, SMR, sure enough, holding up this trend line and continuing to climb back towards the high of the day. Mara, I actually was doing some options reporting on this thing, showing a little bit of bullish sentiment, but doesn't seem to be the case right now, as it's putting in a new LOD, and so is Bitcoin. Just too weak right now to find a long. If there is one, it might come around that 2 o'clock hour. We'll continuously keep our eye on it, see if there's anything for a rebound opportunity in the land of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. MGM, shout out to Bet MGM. I don't know if that's the case, but 40.26 holding that bull flag base. Not too bad of a look there. Was there? Did I see a guy from work point in? Yeah, there we go. You gotta try smelling salts. We take those for hockey, my friend. Smelling salts. They don't really do anything to me, really. I don't know why everybody thinks that they wake them up. I just hit the smelling salt in the container, and then it's just like, oh, okay, that just didn't smell very good. All right. You ever
wake you up? I've never actually used it.
Tried smelling salts? Yeah, it just didn't have that effect on me.
I see a lot of people using them for PRs. They'll take it before they do a PR.
And they'll just hit the smelling salt?
They'll do it before they hit the PR. Yeah. I've never
the fresh ones are strong, but it's just like, okay, why would I? It's just like, it burns a little bit, and then
does it actually?
Yeah, it's hard. Like a brand new one, fresh out of the package. Like boys on the hockey team, you just pass around the salts, and then you couple whips and everybody's like, oh, let's go. But it never really had that effect on me. All right, let's get right back into these markets as Katina Man is short the NASDAQ once again, looking for some move to the downside. Let's see, Joey Option need no. Stop saying that, guys. Jeez Louise. There's IBA. They're saying, I'm not even going to repeat it. Anyways, APLD, how have you been performing on today's session? Not good. So the market, not the best here today. Slightly, pretty choppy if you ask me. You can see that we have a lot of overlapping candles. You do have somewhat of a recovery, but now you're just hovering around VWAP. But Tesla doing opposite market things as it's continuing to climb, looking like it wants to punch through some of these resistance zones. So not too bad of a look there. I see my guy from work, Lele. Could you review INTC and SPY? Absolutely anything for you, Lele Love. We're not allowed to call her anything else. Intel. I mean, you can't really go wrong in this name, right? Like, well, you can obviously, but just the way that it's been trading lately, how are you going to go against the grain on a name that's almost doubled? It has doubled essentially in the span of 3-4 weeks. So 102% from the start of the month, going from $40 at that low all the way up to $84, 104%. That's a pretty big move if you ask me. So Intel, you might get some form of a pullback, and I was kind of referring to in the same in AMD, you have a breach of the trend, or of this gap. So now you come into that 330 mark. Our boy Adam James is saying all the way down to 180. That would cut the stock in half. But I think you can see something respectable around a $317 mark or even $300 here on AMD. That was a ferocious move to the top side in advanced micro devices.
Good call, Joe. Good call. All right, we're going to start the news segment soon. We got Sia on the ones and twos. It is about 1 o'clock. There's a lot to talk about today, guys, so no shortage of things to discuss. So many different market-moving headlines. You got the semis extremely strong. Again, we'll be getting into that. But I'm back in here into HTCO 3079. I just went to peak at 3150, and here comes 3174. Looking for a bigger move up. Let's see if we can kind of price spike up, take out that 3250 where there was a lot of selling. 3168 right now showing up on the time and sales. No continuation. We'll whip the beak here. Unreal spread. Look at that. I offset it by like, I think 30 or 40 pennies. And now it's coming right back down below 31. Let's see what kind of continuation we get. I'm looking for a 30 hold. So now there's a seller at 31 here. Very, very unusual price action. So this one is going to lose the bid. Let's see if it loses 30. I don't want to see this through. Let's see. They're right back into 31. No continuation again. So shorts setting up at around 31. Let's see if they continue to be staunchy at that $31 level. Nothing getting taken off the size here at $31. It's not printing anything above that level. So there's an aggressive seller at 31 bucks on HTCO. We can't really shake them at the moment anyway. I want this to resolve. So let's see how this ends up going. Doesn't look good on the 5-minute chart, but there it goes, ripping up again, 31 and a quarter. That's only on the ask, though. There's nothing above 31 on the bid. The spread is just, it opens up 50 pennies wider at times. There it is, 31 and a third again. Let's see if we can get into 32.50. There's the beak wetter there. There's 31.50. Looking for another move here into 32. Now there's 31.70. Okay, 69 technically. There's 83. We're in at 30.79. Looking for continuation here into 2. Just trying to, pack the patience. This is a good-looking candle here with $30 support. However, this current candle doesn't have a higher high quite yet. In fact, it has a lower high as well. So we're going to take it out here at the $0.50 so we can start the news. But HTCO, make some money back on that one. Still red on HTCO as a result of some boneheaded trades earlier, but definitely cut the losses a little bit more manageable on this one. So we're going to keep an eye on this one, because if it sets up again at 30, I'm a buyer, especially if it holds up. Assassino, we're ready to start the news segment with Sia.
Our first story is that China has blocked Meta from acquiring Manus AI for $2 billion. China has ordered that Meta Platform's $2 billion acquisition of our AI startup Manus should be fully reversed. Now, China's National Development and Reform Commission has banned the acquisition of that decision and has also been ordered on the grounds of national security, as said by China. Meta representatives have also stated that the transaction has complied fully with all applicable laws of the country and that they anticipate an appropriate resolution to this particular inquiry. What has Manus done? So Manus has developed a sophisticated AI agent capable of writing in-depth research reports and also developing and preparing complex presentation slides. So the inquiry into the sale basically reflects Beijing's broader attempts to protect the country's AI know-how. Now, both the U.S. and China have recently tightened export controls and restricted the exchange of tech professionals to safeguard certain domestic interests. According to Chinese law, any foreign investments that may carry a national security risk are subject to review and potential mandatory reversal. Many of the top executives at Manus are also Chinese nationals, which has added to the regulatory scrutiny over the transfer of intellectual property. And Meta has stated that there would be no continuing Chinese ownership interests in Manus and that the startup would discontinue its China-based services. Currently, Meta trading flat.
Just be aware, guys, Caroline Levitt is currently speaking. White House press briefing scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Usually starts quite a bit later, but it has begun. She is speaking. Once she starts taking questions, I'll let you guys know in the chat. But either way, this White House press briefing is underway. Back to you.
Yeah, so this is an interesting story. So number one, right off the bat, I worry about Meta's agentic abilities because they made this acquisition specifically so that they could move into the agentic phase of AI. So this obviously puts them back a little bit with respect to that. Now, whether they can do it internally or they can acquire their way out with a different company if they actually are prohibited from following through with this, we'll have to wait and see. But this story is quite interesting. So it's basically two guys. They're both Chinese. And the company was originally in China. And then they wanted to kind of sell it. So they moved the majority of the company to Singapore, and they set up shop there. However, the Chinese regulator is saying, look, you moved it really without our authority, and you sold it without our authority. So in our eyes, this company is still Chinese, and we still have jurisdiction over this company. And what they also did was they prevented the two individuals that I just mentioned there at the top, Manus, from leaving the country. Essentially, I don't want to say it's another Jack Ma, but it's so they can flex. They can show that we're still, in control of companies that originate in China, and we can control whether they decide to leave. And that is their case in point right there. They do not want these companies starting in China and then, there's a huge exodus outward. They want the technology to remain there, to employ people there, to flourish there, as opposed to it, starting in China and then flourishing in the United States or some other jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. So this is interesting how it resolves. I think maybe it might form the basis of the Trump-Xi negotiations, which could be.
So you think that has something to do with it?
I'm assuming it probably, maybe not, maybe President Xi posturing ahead of the move here because he knows Meta is obviously one of the biggest companies in the United States, is that and the other, and it could present as part of their negotiation.
What do you think about this as this accusation, potential accusation?
Accusation?
Yeah, accusation. Sorry. Yeah. For Meta, like, what does that mean for their employees? Are you going to get more layoffs, considering Manus being that kind of agentic feature within?
That's a good question. Yeah, the layoffs part I didn't really consider, but the weakness in their AI is already well documented, whether you're looking at it from just a simple LLM or their lack of agentic AI. And this was supposed to I don't want to say cure that, but at least get their foot into the door in terms of agents. And now they're going to either, like as I said earlier, either do it from internal with Alexander Wang and company with a super intelligence lab, or they're going to have to acquire a different company elsewhere and probably pay more.
What's that feature that obviously Super Intelligence Lab just released as of late? What's it called again? The new tool they just released not too long ago. Zuck, it's not.
Oh, is it the video generating one?
No, it might be. It was something where just like in image generation. I'll look that up momentarily. Okay. It's just slipping my mind essentially. But yeah, I mean, this could be a potential roadblock here for Meta, right? That just from an agentic standpoint, we already know that they're lagging. So if this deal's not going to get done, maybe what needs to happen is Donald Trump and obviously President Xi need to come to a deal, and then maybe that might open up the doorway a little bit for this to go through.
All right, see ya.
About Qualcomm will be reportedly developing its AI smartphone processors for OpenAI, as we discussed earlier this morning. OpenAI is working with Qualcomm and MediaTek to develop custom smartphone processors, according to Taiwanese analyst Ming-Chi Kuo. Now, Luxshare has been named as the exclusive system co-design and manufacturing partner for this new hardware initiative. The project also aims for the mass production of these AI-centric smartphone processors by the year 2028. The partnership will allow OpenAI to leverage existing supply chains and also focus on the integration of its leading AI models at the chip level. Now, currently, Qualcomm was trading high at the beginning of the day, up around 11 to 12%. Currently, it is trading flat, up 0.3%.
Quickly before we go on.
No, I was referring to MuseSpark.
MuseSpark.
Is
it video generating?
No, it's essentially first model from Meta Super Intelligence Labs. It powers the upgrade Meta AI assistant and is designed to be small and fast while standing more complex. That was the thing. As for power usage, this thing is supposed to be extremely efficient, and they did comparisons with other kind of agentic tools as well too.
So this OpenAI Qualcomm tie-up is quite interesting. I happen to like it because I like when the hardware creator is also the originator of the software. That way you have that vertical integration. And the case in point is really Apple, and why Apple's hardware and software experience dominates, whether you're looking at PC or you're looking at phones, is because of exactly that. The vertical integration. So they create their chips designed to work with iOS. The M-series chips are designed to work with Mac OS, obviously, and that seamless integration is what makes their experience so much better than going on a PC, where Windows has to design the software, and then there's like 100 different other suppliers, whether it's for the motherboard, the hard drive, the RAM, the CPU, and every other component in there is sort of this unholy concoction of different suppliers, and then you get the Windows experience that we all know and love, and I say that very, very sarcastically, I think Windows is hot garbage, especially as compared to Mac OS. So I like this strategy that you're going at it from the hardware and software version. That's great. Now, when it comes to Johnny Ives and all these different products that are slated to come out of that tie-up between him and his company and OpenAI, we'll wait and see. Let's get a product prototype out there. Let's see what the form factor looks like, and then we can make a decision. But he wouldn't be the first company that tries to take on Apple in a cell phone. In cell phone competition. Quite frankly, I think it's been hard for a lot of companies to make better cell phone experiences than Apple.
Yeah.
I know a lot try, and we have a lot of Chinese incumbents, Oppo, Honor. You and I always talk about Xiaomi, right? Yeah. Good experiences, but none really reaching the level of Apple. But hey, let's wait and see.
I think wait and see is something that we definitely need to clarify. I don't know, just to add to Sharif's point, I mean, if you have already dominant names here, like Google, and then you have the Android phone. So I don't know, really, right? Like, this could potentially be a pretty big bust. Like, you got to remove people from ecosystems, and I don't know if we're ready to do that yet. I mean, Apple Intelligence, if you get a release on that, the upgraded version of Siri is more or less what I'm referring to. And that's my big issue. Like, what if you spend a bunch of cash on this and then it becomes a complete dud? Like, how much market share are you looking to actually capture here, Sharif? Because I don't know how much there is. People are integrated into their ecosystems, and that's what you have to do, is you have to remove them. And I mean, like, I'm going to be looking at this from someone, Apple, who's been in the space for so long. And then I'm not going to say Johnny Ives and Sam Altman are these rookies, but that's what they are, essentially coming into this space. And it's like, hey, are we really fearing them? How much can you actually steal from us? And I don't think it's going to be that much, to be, unless it's something that's like, oh my God, oh my God, you need to get this, right? But you're talking about a smartphone, so how, like, what really could we get from it? You know?
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's the thing. I was expecting a different form factor from the Johnny Ive tie-up than a phone. I think when now you're talking about a phone, I think it throws the ball back into Apple's court. That's just my personal opinion. But the second thing is, I would have been a lot more worried if this was 6 or 8 months ago coming from an OpenAI. I feel lately, and you never really know because this is a different division of OpenAI with the Johnny Ives coming in, OpenAI has lost its way a little bit, and they're kind of being outdone now by the real big company, Anthropic, obviously taking the enterprise angle. But to be fair, now to kind of contradict myself a little bit, OpenAI focused more on the consumer, Anthropic focused more on enterprise. This is very much a consumer product, if you think, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I think, honestly, Sharif, I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like that next step is like something has to be like a projectable. You know what I mean?
I like that. Yeah.
But then how do you, like, I mean, you can maybe use something, but I think a projection, exactly, is what I think hopefully can be the next step. I think it's just super cool, in my opinion.
Great comments in the chat, by the way, guys. I like the thinking here. All right, let's go to Adair for her take.
Guys, I'm talking about the market reaction here with Qualcomm because it's really interesting. We had this gap up on Friday for seemingly no news other than Intel sympathy, and it started a little bit after the Intel sympathy move as well. Now, this is pretty interesting because this, like, honestly, pretty much the first thing I thought when I saw this news in Qualcomm today was, as Sean indicated today as well, maybe someone knew something somehow about QCOM a couple days earlier on Friday that led to that gap up. Now, obviously, that's pure speculation, but it is fascinating here how today on Qualcomm you get another gap up, but you give up the entire gap. As of right now, we're trading up like 0.16%, right? So we basically give up the entire double-digit move. I think that is pretty significant. I think the way this is traded on this news has been quite interesting. So beyond what the actual story is and what it means going forward, I think this is price action we should keep an eye on for QCOM going forward. And I think something that certainly struck me as odd as someone who A, just looks at a lot of these headlines, and B, tries to keep myself familiar with a lot of these moves. So yeah, QCOM could be an interesting one. If we get more moves like this, you have to wonder if there's some kind of insider action at play.
Sorry about that. All right, Sia, what story we got next?
We're talking about, now, before I just give you the headline, I want to say what this is aiming at. So with the aim of fostering local collaboration, South Korea and Google have now reached an agreement to establish an AI campus in Seoul. So the goal of the campus is to strengthen the partnership between Google and Korean engineers and startups. So the facility will be housed within Google's existing Seoul offices and will serve as a hub for universities and research institutes. Google's DeepMind AI researchers will collaborate directly with Korean counterparts at the site. And Google DeepMind CEO Demis Hassabis and South Korea's Deputy Prime Minister have signed a formal memorandum of understanding to initiate this project. So South Korea has specifically requested that Google deploy at least 10 high-level engineers from its U.S. headquarters to Seoul campus. Hassabis is hoping that the partnership will help train the next generation of talent through its partnerships, through its internships and advanced training programs. He's also described how South Korea has a great industrial base, pointing to its leadership in critical AI value chains, especially in semiconductors. And this will position South Korea as a strategic partner for Google in development of robotics and hardware-integrated AI. South Korea's strength in manufacturing chip production is also seen as a vital asset for Google's broader AI infrastructure goals. Currently, Google on the up, trading green 2.2%.
So I want to mention here as well, Marijuana Moment reporting that the DEA is going to start accepting applications from medical marijuana businesses that want federal rescheduling protections as soon as this week. Not much of a move here. MSOS is not doing too much, ACB and TLRY, but I wanted to give you guys this headline. Again, the headline is that Marijuana Moment reporting that the DEA will start accepting applications from medical marijuana businesses that want federal rescheduling protections as soon as this week. Back to you.
Yeah, I like this Google South Korea story, for the lack of a better name, for exactly the same reason that I like the Qualcomm OpenAI tie-up. It is, again, vertical integration between the hardware manufacturers. We know that to be the South Koreans, whether you're talking about Samsung and scaling RAM or whatever, DRAM, and processors, or you're talking about SK Hynix, as well as many other South Korean companies. They're excellent in manufacturing the hardware. And now we know the software comes from the US side. In this case, it can be Google's DeepMind. So I like that they're working in cohesion together so that the hardware jives with the software, whatever Google DeepMind decides to do here. And that's not really mentioned in the article. We don't really know what their intentions for going over there are from a software perspective. So another, and you see this a lot too, quite frankly. You're seeing this now with custom ASICs as well. Not just because, you know, it's cheaper and more energy efficient, but when hyperscalers pursue custom ASICs, what they're getting is an application-specific circuit.
Yeah.
So it is tailor-made for that specific application.
Yeah.
And if anybody has learned anything from Apple over the years, it is the importance of having software-hardware cohesion.
Yeah, and I think they did a pretty good job with this, in my opinion. Obviously, just getting some of the Korean engineers working on DeepMind just to continue its accelerative growth. To be honest with you, 10 engineers were from Google, from the U.S. headquarters, will be going over there as well, too, which I think is pretty interesting stuff. Nonetheless, I mean, Google's going to be at the top of its class for quite some time, right? Like, we just know what's going on with Gemini. We talk about DeepMind, and then also something that we've stopped talking about as of late is Willow as well too, right? So Willow kind of just a different segment, the quantum computing aspect of Google. So I mean, whatever they got going on, they're putting their right foot forward, in my opinion, and they're going to continue to grow at a substantial rate.
Let's take a look at the morning note over here and see how the trade plan ended up jiving with the actual plan. So momentum long was very specific. Momentum long, they were looking for 347. Above 347 with volume and a target of 350. And boy, oh boy, did you get that. If you waited for that 347 pre-market high break, you were well rewarded. 347 breakout and the target was 350. You got that in spades. In fact, you got 352. The pullback long didn't quite come in. The pullback long, in fact, the pullback long was freaking money. Look what it says, pullback long, 342 to 343 hold. Joey, can you read the bottom of that one right there?
What does it say?
342.75. If you were looking for a pullback trades that I like, I don't really like breakout trades as much as I like pullbacks. 342 to 343 hold, continuing setup using EMAs. You were well rewarded. The breakdown trade, it says If it lost 340, you could get a quick move to 335. That didn't come in. But whether you or not you took that 347 break or you took the pullback long, the morning note was spot on with the Google trade. We're going to be looking at basically all of these. I just figured this would be a good idea to be able to kind of put the morning note to the sword here to see whether or not the levels coming in are actually driving on the day. So we're going to do this now from each one. So there you go, guys. Good call out here by the morning note and right up into that 352.5. See ya.
Talking about onsemi and NIO next. So onsemi is officially expanding its long-term collaboration with NIO to support the transition to 900-volt electric vehicle platforms. The partnership leverages ON's elite SiC silicon carbide technology to drive efficiency and performance in NIO's latest lineup. Now, system efficiency and scalability are desired and described as paramount since electrification is entering this new high-voltage phase. The expanded collaboration has been highlighted as a deep engineering alignment between the semiconductor supplier and the automaker. So using the elite SiC technology will enable higher performance levels and significantly improve efficiency for long-range EV platforms. The new high-voltage technologies are featured across NIO's latest EV models, making their debut in the 2026 Beijing Auto Show. The partnership is also designed to provide NIO with a faster time to market for its next generation of EV architectures, and aligned technology roadmaps will allow both companies to co-develop power solutions that will maximize the benefits of silicon carbide. ON's CEO Hassan El-Khoury has emphasized that deep integration is necessary to meet the demanding requirements of 900-volt systems currently on trading flat, and NIO as well trading flat.
Yeah, this is good. I mean, I got to tell you, I don't really have much to add here to this news item. Improves performance, it improves efficiency and time to market. Some of the strategic benefits of this tie-up. It aligns with the broader industry transition from 400 volts up to like 800 to 900. That's the premium EV differentiation, possibly also margin potential as they can charge a little bit more for that. What I do like about this story, other than obviously NIO gaining a little bit of traction locally there for EV sales, is that it kind of positions onsemi as a critical supplier in the EV power semis. That competes with Wolfspeed, it competes with others. So I do like that aspect of it, but there is breaking news. We have to go to Adara.
Caroline Levitt saying that a proposal to potentially reopen the Strait of Hormuz and push back any talks about nuclear has been discussed by President Trump and his security team. She said that she wasn't going to say if the discussions were still happening or not in terms of the talks with the security team. But either way, sounds like we do have the U.S. administration fully aware of and actively discussing that reported deal we mentioned earlier that was being proposed by Iran, basically saying we'll reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but we do not want to necessarily have the conversation about giving up our nuclear capabilities as of yet. So again, proposal currently being discussed. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, what's your take on this, Joey? NIO, onsemi?
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you said there, Sharif. It's just meant to improve, essentially, efficiencies, drivetrain improvements, everything, more longevity and further range within the battery. So it's a pretty good look for onsemi. As for onsemi, this thing has been on a pretty big run too, guys. Like, you got to take into consideration 70%, 75% off of those lows. So you're seeing it across the board in a lot of these semiconductor names, even the ones that aren't that popular, and that's going to be onsemi with a substantial run off of the lows. I mean, 20 days from March 30th, right? You can see that low of $52 and you climb up to 97. So you're not far away from 100% return. It's not going to hurt them, this catalyst, that's for sure.
All right, let's look at the technicals here, Assassino. So look what the intraday setup said. So if you want to go long, you're looking for a hold above 640. That didn't happen. It failed 640 immediately. Pull back long, higher low above 620. Look for continuation. It didn't quite do that, but the short was in. Look at this. Rejection of 640 to 650. Fade back to 620. What is, Joey, can you read out that high for me right there?
Where is it, brother?
Right there.
650.
What high is that?
640.
640 on the dot, and look where it finds support. 618. So you would have covered, you would have made plenty. That was a great call out there by the morning note. Short rejection of 640 to 650, fade back to 620. That's the intraday setup. We're not looking at the swing, so always look at the left side when we're talking about intraday. But the morning note calling out Neo almost to the penny. Missed a little bit there, so it should have said 618 short. But it said 620 short. I'm assuming 620 because the closing print on Friday was 621. So probably just thinks that it goes back to break even. But this actually did go negative momentarily, Joey. What are you looking at, brother?
No, we're just getting the breakout here in the market, right? Like we've been sitting in this Bitcoin trade, looking for it to climb a little bit higher. We're getting that. We have Tesla continuing to climb 377. That thing had a low of 364, bounces off that low. So that's been an absolute beast. Oh, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
New all-time high on NVIDIA? Yes, you're absolutely right. 214.19. This is what I was talking about this morning. You're going to see a big-time move there. But there it goes. IBIT off to the races, off of the lows, participating with this market rally. This is exactly what we want to see. We'll piece a little bit more off right here at 56s. Let's see if we can catch a fill on this bad boy as Bitcoin starting to climb a little bit higher, but the overall market super strong here today.
All right,
well, I should say that's Tesla and NVIDIA, really.
We're talking about Domino's Pizza's earnings. So DPZ has reported a revenue of $1.15 billion for the first quarter, but it has missed the Wall Street estimate by a whopping $10 million. Total revenue is still up 3.6% year over year, despite falling short of the more aggressive analyst expectations. EPS has fallen 4.6% year over year to $4.13. It has missed the consensus estimate of $4.27 for the quarter. International stores have seen a growth of 4%, while U.S. domestic stores have generated 2.8% growth during this period. Same-store sales are, that is a tongue twister, are 1.5% higher at U.S. company-owned stores and 0.8% higher for franchise locations. Despite the misses, DPZ has also noted that Q1 was another quarter of positive order count and market share growth within the United States. Now, Domino's has experienced a decrease in free cash flow during the quarter, which is attributed to the negative impact changes in the operating assets. The stock is trading within a 52-week range of $346 to $499 range, but it did move close to its annual lows this morning. Now, currently, DPZ in the red, down almost 10%.
Apparently, the short float on this SIA is 10.2% of the total float. That's kind of, I don't know, I mean, you can look at this the way you want, but it feels like that there's significant bearish sentiment among some of the traders here, especially on a big name like DPZ. It looks like as if, you know, what's it called? The corporate-run stores were operating a little bit better than the ones that were owned by franchises, as they performed a little bit better, 1.5% for the company-owned stores, 0.8% for franchise locations. We're going to pause for a second. There's breaking news with Adair.
Just be aware here, guys, DIS dropping. President Trump just called on Disney and ABC to fire Jimmy Kimmel because he was unhappy with comments that were made about the Trump family on Jimmy Kimmel's show, I believe on Friday. So either way here, guys, DIS to the downside. President Trump basically saying here that he would like Disney and ABC to fire Jimmy Kimmel immediately. So that's why we got this drop here in DIS. I also want to mention here, looks like Caroline Leavitt just ended her press conference. She has, in fact, left the podium. So I will summarize a couple remarks here that she mentioned specifically about Iran that I think are of note. For one, as I mentioned earlier, she did say, and this is when we got this kind of spike in oil, that President Trump and his security team are currently reviewing a proposal from Iran that would allow for the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, but also would table some of these nuclear capability discussions. She said that she can't confirm that President Trump and his administration are considering the proposal, but they are talking about it, and we'll hear from Trump and Iran soon. Furthermore, she could not confirm or deny, A, if we had any of these mines removed from the Strait of Hormuz, and B, how many mines were removed or were not removed. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So that's kind of the only thing that I really have to say about that. I mean, I don't have much to say positive about DPZ. It's not something that I follow all that closely. Margin pressure as well. Think about input costs with food going, the cost of food going up because of energy. That could eat into margins. I'd like to know why the corporate stores were operated a little bit more efficiently than the what's it called? Than the franchise-owned stores. Also, looks as if their same-store sales did decent. What's it called? International sales saw growth of 4%, while U.S. domestic stores generated 2.8% growth. So the international market growing a little bit more aggressively. I'd like an explanation as to why. Is that consumer preferences in the U.S., or is it cost pressures on some consumers maybe deciding to eat in? You know, some things to worry about there.
Yeah, a lot of questions. Yeah, but one thing I want to obviously talk about, more promotions, right? What does that lead to? Shreve, you just mentioned margin compression, right? Even though they're stating that they're grabbing market share, the space is getting a little bit crowded. Didn't someone offer to buy Papa John's, I believe, not too long ago? So at the end of the day, it's a tough space, and if you have too many deals, you're going to see that margin compression really kick in, and that's not going to be good for essentially your top and bottom line. So yeah, not too much to say really on Domino's. The stock hasn't been performing well either. Sharif, I mean, it hasn't even been close to climbing off of the highs. $500, you're down to $333, so that's a 33% haircut in Domino's Pizza. So yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a race to the bottom, because I don't know if it's going to be a race to the bottom essentially with some of these pizza names.
All right, let's look at the technicals on this is Tesla. Tesla's ripping up, by the way, and I don't know why, but it is absolutely ripping up. Tesla double bottom into 365. It's now about to hit into 379. In fact, I think it just got into 379. So good look for Tesla. But let's look at DPZ. Let's look at what the trade setup was. So the short was a bounce into 358 to 362. Look at that. It didn't bounce at all. So look to the next one. Breakdown. If you lose 350, momentum short extension. Look at that flat bottom break coming at 350. Area hold at 605. Hold all the way until 8:10 a.m. and it loses 350 quite aggressively. Doesn't even look back. And the low of the day is right around this 328 area. That's exactly what the breakdown was showing you there. The breakdown trade under the trading plan. Good look here for the shorts on DPZ. DPZ, by the way, short sale restricted, down 9.33%. Fantastic breakdown today, following the exact trading plan on the morning note. Shout out. Sia's not here. Okay, so we'll just go on to the next story then.
Talk about it. Let's talk about love.
Vertiv expanding AI cooling stack with Strategic Thermal Labs deal. So Vertiv is acquiring Strategic Thermal Labs. That's STL. Vertiv VRTV or VRT, I think. VRT, let me just double check. Yeah, VRT for Vertiv. They're adding liquid cooling and thermal validation capabilities at the AI chip server interface. The deal directly targets AI infrastructure bottleneck that includes heat density as well as cooling efficiency in high performance compute. STL, though, here's what they're bringing to the table. Cold plate design, liquid cooling expertise, and simulation validation tools. That obviously helps shave off a buck or two in the R&D, but it does strengthen their full stack infrastructure offering. Vertiv is positioning itself sort of as that end-to-end AI data center provider. We mean like they give you the power, they give you the cooling, they give you the lifecycle services. So full stack from top to bottom, management emphasizing the rising AI compute intensity, as well as the thermal challenges now at the chip level, which is getting worse and worse because they're getting better, these chips, right? Which means they're heating up, is critical to becoming, a critical constraint. Management strategy is to integrate STL after the acquisition to improve system design and commission longer-term operations. That could lead, according to management, to higher margin. We'll have to wait and see. The key implication here, though, Joey, is this reinforces Vertiv's as a pick and shovel AI play, specifically in the next gen cooling, either liquid versus air. We'll have to see which direction they take. But this is an area that is very, very much in vogue at the moment, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I mean, it's obviously, it's a huge play into like essentially your cost of energy as well too, right? So as for Vertiv, as Shreve mentioned, picks and shovels, something that we're not really talking about too often. But if you think about this run from last year, April 7th, you get 510%. So we talk about the caterpillars, but what about some of these cooling systems that you need essentially for that whole data center? 510% in VRT.
We have to read this.
What's he saying?
Danny Boy Fade Runner. Love this guy.
Does he need it for the cheese dispenser?
Dropping another 5 in the chat, Joey.
What's he saying?
As soon as I found out that Obi started his own, I think you mean own here, AI company, OBAI, I thought to myself, oh boy, and bought a bunch of it up. Up 25% today. Go Obi. I like that. Shout out to my man, Danny Boy, Fade Runner. Old boy is right.
Spelling his name wrong, though, my guy.
Okay, Joe.
It's all right.
That's fine, man.
It's all right. We don't even
call him out.
All right, it's all right.
Let's take a look at how the, do you want to comment? You already commented.
I already commented.
Let's take a look at the price action on VRT as compared to what the morning note said. So a bit of a tough one here. So you didn't get that breakout. So the morning note's trade plan was as follows. Intraday, not swing. Take 330 with volume. You didn't get 330 today. The best you got in the pre was 328 on the dot. The pullback, though, this is where it was wrong. Buy dips into 322 to 324 if structure holds. Well, structure certainly didn't hold. It really was dropping off a cliff. In fact, it found support at around 307.5. I wouldn't have taken this trade just because it kept making lower highs and lower lows. So there's no reason to say, oh, yeah, this is the level. But 322, it was gauging 322 to 324. That would have been yesterday's close, Friday's closing print, which is about 323.5. 322 would have brought it to the top end of this range. So your trade wouldn't have come in today, and it says avoid chasing the mid-range. Wait for a range expansion. You certainly didn't get that today at all. I mean, it gapped up initially. I want to say to the tune of, it was up about 1 and change in the morning, 1 and a third, but it really couldn't hold that. And to go green, I think we got to get to about 323.5. So we'll have to see if that ends up coming in. But yeah, the morning note didn't really get it on this one, but you wouldn't have been getting in because it didn't really hold structures. Yeah. What are we talking about next?
OpenAI and NVIDIA's next-gen autonomous cooler. OpenAI has unveiled its next-generation autonomous driving domain controller, that will be built on NVIDIA's Drive Hyperion platform. This new system is powered by Drive AGX Thor with NVLink, which is specifically aimed at L4 robo-taxis and autonomous mobility. This system is designed to deliver significant gains in the AI computing performance and energy efficiency for self-driving vehicles. It supports the latest AI models while meeting core L4 requirements like multi-sector sensor fusion and full scenario perception. Now, the domain controller is engineered to handle a high complexity scenario understanding, which is essential to navigate dense urban environments, as we all do know it. Tesla is a great example for this. So the domain controller is, OpenAI has been a long-standing NVIDIA partner since 2017, and they have been working together on various autonomous hardware versions of it. So the company is expecting a new platform to support a portfolio spanning multiple compute tiers and specialized cooling solutions. This flexibility will enable deployment across a wide range of autonomous applications just beyond passenger robo-taxis. The integration of NVLink's technology will also allow for faster data transfer between the chips. Currently, Pony is trading flat and NVIDIA up on the day 3%.
So this is NVIDIA's, I don't want to say the first iteration, but one of their major ones into getting into AVs, autonomous vehicles. And obviously, they're not going to be running their own fleet. Neither will Pony, though. My understanding is Pony's going to be doing it through a third party, but let's wait and see. So, a couple of things that I like about this. This is yet another application of the Thor process as well. And we've seen this chip deployed on robotics before. NVLink here is also key because of the data transfer significantly higher with NVLink. Obviously, that drops latency down. Latency very important for autonomous vehicles. But what I do really want to see more of is how this operates in the wild. We've seen the tie-up now between NVIDIA and Mercedes directly, where Mercedes is going to start throwing this Thor and NVLink level 4, if you believe the reports, driving system on some of their newer cars. So we should see this sooner rather than later in production vehicles to kind of gauge how it's doing in the real world. But what I really like about this with NVIDIA is they maintain all the margins. Like, I'm not trying to compare them to Uber. Uber's taking a bit of a different take. They're like, we're going to make ourselves the marketplace. We're not going to spend any money on R&D. We're going to make ourselves the marketplace. NVIDIA's like, okay, well, we're not going to run the cars. We're not going to make the cars. We're not going to run the service. We're just going to make the chips that are doing these. Now, one quick thing here. It does have all the different sensors like your Waymo's has, right? So you got the LiDAR, you got the radar, you got the cameras, you got the sensors, the infrared sensors. So by default, by virtue of its setup, it's going to be expensive. Why do I say that? Because Tesla has presented us with an alternative, a camera-only based system, which Elon keeps pounding the desk on, that is more scalable and a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
What do you feel about this, that they're kind of taking the traditional route to this AV? NVIDIA, that is, and Pony.
Yeah. I mean, but see, the thing is also we have to take into consider regulatory purposes, right? Like we know with Waymo, it's like, hey, they're getting in places quicker. Why? Because I think LiDAR is favored opposed to what we have in the camera system. I gotta show something here. A system essentially in Tesla. So I think that would be a huge factor, right? Especially in China. It's like, what are the regulators preferring essentially as a form of technology and a software, right?
That's fair enough. Assassino, I'm going to send you this, brother, because this is Waymo absconding from the scene of an accident.
Yeah,
okay?
It ran.
It smashed somebody and then got the hell out of there. Like a thief in the night. To the Midday chat? Absolutely. Assassino, you request, you get, my man. Here, we're going to go Midday Madness. Midday Madness. Okay, there we go. We're going to throw it in that. There we go. It's on X. Should be really interesting. So let's do a little bit of the TA here on Pony.
Yeah.
See if the morning note came in for the win or for the L on this one, and then give Assassino and Fabian just a minute there to set up on that video, because the video is funny. And there's damage to the Waymo too. And it's like,
I mean, it's still early days, as they would take.
It is. I'm just hating, Joey.
No, and that's fair, right? Like, that's a legitimate question. Like, what happens? Is there a kind of a shutdown?
Hold on. Play it again, Fabian. No problem. Let's look at the TA here, Joey. So the trade plan on Pony was to look long above 11. You didn't get it. The best you got there in the pre was 1091. It said pull back long only if 1065 to 1070 holds. That didn't hold. You failed. You failed all the way back down into 1047. Then it said failure short below 1050, risk of fade towards 1020. So you got the fade towards 1050, you got it all the way down to 1045, but this one basically did nothing. It dropped a couple of points from 1070 into 1060, now it's showing 1059. So I don't think your trade would have come in here, and the morning note really didn't get this one, because basically it did nothing. It looks like basically a bear flag, trading barely above the volume weighted average price. What is this thing down on the day? It's down 0.94, so very much a consolidative day. Let's see this video. So here it is. This is the beginning of it. And yeah, thank you for playing it slowly. There's the Brock up car. That looks like an NX or an RX.
Is all over that.
That looks like a Lex, right? That's either an NX. And then if we can zoom in a little bit on the back of the Waymo, you're going to see it in a second. Look at all the damage to the back on the right.
Get out of there.
Yeah, it is damaged.
It's leaking something.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so these things aren't perfect, man. Whether you got LiDAR, you got radar, you got infrared SIA, it doesn't really matter. They're still making mistakes, these cars.
It reminds me of that one robot in that movie, iRobot, that went rogue and didn't listen.
What was his name? He had a name.
I don't know.
He had a name.
No idea. Sorry, can't remember. But it's literally giving that sentiment here.
It does feel that way. Do you have any comments, Joey?
No, we went over with Pony.
You were good?
We were good. Yeah.
All right, see ya. Sunny.
Let's talk. Sunny, yes, thank you, whoever said that. Thank you. Anyways, we're moving on to our next story. Verizon has reported an adjusted EPS of $1.28 for the first quarter, beating Wall Street analyst consensus of $1.21. Company has posted its first positive first quarter postpaid phone net additions since the year 2013. Total postpaid phone additions have reached 55,000, representing a massive year-over-year improvement of over $340,000. Consolidated adjusted EBITDA has grown 6.7% year over year to $13.4 billion. Cash flow from operating activities has reached $88 billion, a 2.6% increase, which is compared to the prior year period. Quarterly revenue of $34.4 billion has missed the analyst estimate of $34.82 billion, despite the fact that it 0.9% year over year. The revenue shortfall has been attributed to a disciplined approach to promotional spending and moderated equipment upgrade activity as set by the company. First quarter results also include an 80 basis point impact to wireless service revenue growth due to a January network outage. Verizon has raised its fiscal 2026 adjusted EPS guidance to a range of between $4.95 to $4.99, exceeding the consensus of $4.91. The company has also raised its total retail postpaid phone net additions guidance to the upper half of the 750,000 to 1 million range. And CEO Dan Schulman has emphasized that putting the customer at the center of the business is reducing friction and also factoring the increasing long-term loyalty. Currently, VZ in the up by 2.4%. But before we go on to the boys, Adara, what do you have to say about this stock?
Yeah, I think interesting is not the numbers, it's not the guidance, it's a couple of comments that were made, I believe by CEO Dan Schulman, at least the major one here was certainly made by him, but made by executives during the company's earnings call. Now, if you saw the stock, it popped. I mean, obviously it was already up, it gapped up on this report, but it popped up a little bit higher at 9:30 a.m. That's because we got some of these comments here with management claiming that Verizon is actually part of Anthropic's Project Glasswing and Mythos, which was their massive cybersecurity initiative. Then Dan Schulman also said that Verizon's in, quote, deep talks with some hyperscalers and large tech businesses to actually use Verizon's fiber and 5G products for AI infrastructure. So lots of massive cybersecurity and data center and AI infrastructure claims being made by Dan Schulman, CEO of Verizon. We'll have to wait and see if anything comes of these, but I found this to be beyond fascinating, and honestly, like, to me, this is the standout part of this report. I will be watching VZ, oddly enough, as potentially a data center dark horse, even in the cybersecurity space going forward now.
So what stood out to me is one of those situations we don't see a lot of, where you do well or you beat on EPS, the bottom line, but you miss on that top line in terms of revenue. Well, why was that the case this time around? Well, because they kind of refused to give out either discounts on phones, right, for new signups, or to reduce their tariff, their monthly tariff for the payment plan. So they held on to margins, hence the EPS beat. However, what it's showing you is without the discounts that they've, refused to do, they're unable to reach that top line number that the market is gauging that they are able to reach. So that does concern me a little bit here, that without discounts and without, eating into margins, they're not able to grow revenue as organically enough to meet the street's demand. So that's my concern a little bit there. Now, whether or not that changes in the next quarter where they do decide to kind of take the promotional route, I think we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, like the fact that Dan Schulman, the CEO, that is, basically saying the company's turnaround is gaining momentum and they're beginning to reclaim market leadership. I mean, I don't know. When I would go down to the States to visit my sister, we have something called Roam Like Home, right? Where basically we can just use our phone plan the way that it's structured here in the States for a fee, $5 a day, $10 a day, whatever it is, right? And so we get our choice of different carriers, right? So you can go on Verizon, you can go on T-Mobile, you can go on AT&T, take your pick. The carrier that you can go on. So sometimes what I do is I'd switch carriers really depending on the area that I'm in. But what I noticed was, at least, historically in the late, 2010s, like 18, 19, 20, and even the beginning of this decade, that Verizon always gave me the best signal.
Okay.
I don't think that that's the case anymore, Joe. I got to tell you, I'm liking T-Mobile a little bit better, at least in SoCal. And, the reason is SoCal's so difficult is because they got mountains everywhere. It always obstructs the cell signals. Yeah. So my sister will be talking to me on FaceTime. All of a sudden, there's a blank out. When you're with T-Mobile, fact check me if you guys are in SoCal right now. I'm getting a better signal all around with T-Mobile. I don't think the cream of the crop anymore is Verizon. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair. But also, like tower, you can take in who has more towers essentially within that. Who's spending more money? No, as for each individual segment, I mean, business segment down 1.6% year over year. The best performing is going to be the consumer essentially with 42.1% margins, in which Sharif was talking about not too long ago. And we talked about the communications service sector. Essentially, one of the stronger names was going on a bull run when we've seen that rotation out of some of the semiconductors, which we're starting to see a rotation back into it. I was looking for strong sectors, and that was going to kick things off with T-Mobile, as Sharif was mentioning, and Verizon Wireless. They were all looking relatively strong with 28% climb here off of the February lows in VZ. So a pretty good look, starting to pull back in a little bit. But yeah, I mean, the guidance might be a little bit of an issue as well too, Sharif. I mean, they are looking at a little modest growth, 5 to 6%, which isn't horrible, but nonetheless, their best performing segment is going to be the consumer at 42.1% margin.
Yeah, I'm reading some of the comments here. It looks like you guys are kind of agreeing with me a little bit. Angelo saying T-Mobile is the best. The DC guitar, Verizon has become awful. Digger Devil, T-Mobile was a bad name over here, went bust years back. I don't know where you are, Digger Devil, let me know. And then Trig Trades, T-Mobile has now become the superior network. Tony, he's like, no, VZ, still the best in my opinion. BWalk, Verizon isn't the strongest in SoCal anymore. Chaz Leist, AT&T and Verizon share the same towers. Leonard, T-Mobile in LA is confirmed good. Randy, since T-Mobile uses Starlink, it can do that extra mile. I didn't know that. Other Zinc, Sharif, correct. T-Mobile has passed Verizon. That's just been my suspicion. I didn't know any of this information, quite frankly. But I just always thought that Verizon was, leader of the pack, and I don't think that's the case anymore. Whether or not they can turn it around, I'm wishing them luck.
I'm happy with it.
Let's look at some of the TA here, Joey.
Yeah. Let's
see what we got. So the trading plan, breakout long above 425. Your target there is 48.75 and then 49.25. So you got the breakout 48.25. You got the breakout right there, and it did make its way up to 48.75. In fact, 48.75. It went to 48.73. So there you go. Off by 2 pennies there. The pullback long. Here's what it says. 46.70 to 46.90. 46.70, almost on the dot. That's a 46.75 hold. That's right at 920. 46, what's the exact price there? 46.75 on the dot. Then second candle, you get 77s. And then 46.90, if that holds, it definitely held the 70. And then you would have definitely made a buck or two on that. So the morning note coming out with the TA pretty good, but you're going to have to time this, obviously, because you could have taken it in the pre-market, in which case it wouldn't have worked. Failure short, below 46.50. Well, it never made it down to 46.50. So you wouldn't have been looking for there. And that opens a move, according to the TA there, at 45.50. So make sure you're getting these every day, baby. These levels are solid. Sia, what are we talking about?
Final story for the day, we're talking about Snap. Snapchat has been upgraded to a buy rating by Redburn. So Rothschild & Co. Redburn upgraded Snap to a buy from a neutral with a new price target of $10. That is on the upper mark from the previous $5. So this firm views Snap as a returning GAAP profitable for the first time this year, which is a major milestone for the social media company. Now, the ongoing subscription momentum for the Snap Plus service has been cited as a key driver for the improved financial outlook. Analysts have also highlighted a potential breakout of the company's augmented reality specs, driving a stronger core business. And for this, Snap is up on the day almost 9%.
9% on this news?
Yeah.
I guess it doesn't take much, Joey, but no. Look, I like the VR angle or the AR angle to this. I worry that they may not be the company with enough money in the bank to get this done. It feels like it's going to be an extremely CapEx heavy, very competitive space, whether you're looking at Meta, you're looking at Apple, or some other names that could come from the other side of the ocean there in China that could compete with Snap. I think you're going to need deep pockets for this. I don't know if Snap, the company that's going to be able to do this. We've been talking about Snap for years now as a possible acquisition / buyout target. That hasn't even manifested at all. I haven't even heard rumors about that. So, what's your opinion?
I think it's like a big waste of money.
On to buy Snap, right?
No, yeah, that and like obviously they're trying to come out with that hardware thing as well too, right?
Yeah, bro, this is not easy work.
No. I think it's a horrible idea, considering how much like market share they actually hold in that space. Like if you're telling me that Reality Labs can't even operate at a net profit, and it's the largest social media platform out there, what do you think you're going to do in Snapchat? No. I think it's a big waste of money. I don't think it's going to do anything. It's just going to drain their pockets.
And let's even be more honest about it. If their user base is mostly young people in general, let's just go with that. I know you like it, but like it's not a hard and fast rule.
No,
Most of the kids that I see at the gym, if they're in high school, they're always on Snap. So here's the deal: if your user base already doesn't have much money,
exactly. Okay, what are you gonna do?
Then you really want to get them on the very expensive product like AR or AR glasses, which are super expensive. Now, sure, mommy and daddy can fork over some money. That's fine. But it's not the space that I would be looking to monetize.
No, they just don't hold enough market share, in my opinion, in order for them to really get this rocking and rolling. Yeah, it's chilly in here, eh, Katina? It's a dot. there you go.
Katina Man is long NVIDIA.
He's long, and yeah, NVIDIA is absolutely a monster. Another new all-time high not too long ago, 215. Katina Man, what was I talking about? That move, all-time high in NVIDIA. The long terms are liking that face. Slaba will hit that one, but we can't get Bitcoin to get going here for some reason. Oh well, nonetheless, yeah, continue with your technicals. I just think it's a big waste of money. As you mentioned, the people who are typically using this don't have that much cash on hand. I think it's a bad idea to get into.
I have to agree with that. Look what the trade plan says here. For Snap, breakout long above 590. Your target is 605, then 620. Let's take a look at what 590 did. You got the breakout right at 930, break up at 590. And then did you get 605? You got 605. How about 620? Joey, what's the high of the day? 620 on the dot. Snapchat up over 10. I was about to say over 10%. Up 8.85%. So that was the breakout trade there if you were looking long. What did it say? Pullback long only if 565 to 570 holds. What'd you get there on the initial open? The low is 576, so didn't quite make it down into 570. In fact, you got a bit of a triple bottom right around 575 there. And then the failure short was to go below 550 on the short, and then it opens a move to 530. That didn't come in at all. Friday's closing print on Snap was 565. We never revisited that level. We didn't close the gap, but that breakout long above 590 with a target of 605 then 620, that was absolute money on the trading plan for Snapchat. Make sure you get this note every single morning. If you're a YouTube subscriber, just go over to the YouTube homepage, click posts. It's there every day. We do 10 now. So before we were doing news only, right? Now we're doing TA for these ones with a little bit of a new setup. So you get the kind of the summary of the story, 1/3 dedicated to the story, 1/3 to the technicals, and the last third to the trade plan. Make sure you're getting it every day. As you saw there, it's pretty accurate with the trades. Shout out.
Did we go over our super chat there?
Oh man, sorry. Right, take it over, baby.
Randy trades futures. I don't know. We'll ask him $2 Canadian. Bang, bang, bang. We like that. Couple snow pesos there. Thanks for the stream, guys. No, thank you. Appreciate it. We're here every day, same time. Same bad channel, essentially. So absolutely. 8 a.m. Join Sharif and I at 11 a.m. And then other than that, you have Neil and Sean on Brendo, Adara at the desk. Adara always going to be there, going to be bringing your news. So anytime. We're not planning to go anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, and we got Sia as part of the team now.
Yeah, Sia as well. Sia a part of the team. So a lot going on here. Thank you
and very much. Part of the team. Yeah.
Yeah, so we like snow pesos as well too. So bang, bang. Snow pesos. Like the snow peso. Let's make a petition for we can name it that. But nonetheless, guys, we're still sitting in this Bitcoin trade. We got a nice little pop up. We'll go over some of the trades here today. Bitcoin being our better one. We catch this breakout. Bang, 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 bang. Pew, 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 pew.
Crazy.
Right there on IBIT. It takes us a couple more attempts for us to get rolling. But this downtrend, we might get stopped out break even. Let's trail out of that one there. So we did get stopped out half as we do downtick. We have NVDA continuing to slowly grind higher. Tesla is on one here today, and so is Google, up to a high of 353. So some of the tech names really starting to rally here today. What a recovery off of the lows and a big-time buy program on Tesla. Let's pull up this 10-minute chart here and see what we got. Holy schmoly. That's a lot. Ooh, there it is. 1120 all the way to 120, so 2 hours of straight buying on the 10 minutes there on TSLA. I'm going to head over to the other desk as we get prepared. I'll leave it up with Sharif. You guys will see me tomorrow. There's Sia. See you later. Goodbye.
I always do that every day, bro. Yeah, I'm like, see ya, and I actually don't mean it that way.
Yeah, no, we don't. I came on screen to say bye. I'm going off screen now.
Okay, we'll catch you later. How about that one? That's a little bit better. Catch Joey Options 8:20 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll talk a little bit of options talk. Okay, I see what you did there, Dan R. Oh, you sly bugger. I'll leave it off to Sharif for a couple of seconds.
No worries, brother. There goes HTCO into another high of the day. HTCO is absolutely ripping, guys, and this was what I meant. Like, when you breach that, mid to low 30 or whatever area, you're likely on the way, to that next $10 area. With 38.65 high, showing 37.70 now. It's up, as I mentioned, 235%. Great breakout for this one. We had a bunch of trades on HTCO during the midday. It hasn't done that many shares. That's the funny thing. Only about 10 million shares, 9.9999 million. Let's see. There it is, officially 10 million shares now, really ripping up. Look for the structure to hold. You can very clearly see support here at around $32. What a move that was above 32. And this is a very, very clean area. Look at the $30 area support, then it's $32 area support. We'll see if it ends up being 36 here, that the next area of support, because there's a lot of interactions with that $36 level, so be on the lookout. But this one could see 40 quick as you like. And if you're a small cap trader and you have the time, don't stay tuned. That's not what I'm trying to say. Wait for 4 o'clock for HTCO if it doesn't give you anything now, because this one could absolutely rip in the aftermarket once it catches that bid, once the exchanges shut off, the volatility halt parameters, and this one can move as it likes willy-nilly without being stopped. HTCO could be a monster play. With the same idea, watch for this one to be a monster short tomorrow, okay? This, first red day, as Luis would say, this could be very, very good both ways. Long in the aftermarket, and then short, we wake up in the pre tomorrow, take a look at it as a gapping down, gapping up. What's the situation? HTCO could be a monster play to the downside, and we're going to send you now to your boy Joey Options on the afternoon show, and then he's going to do his thing with the Katina man who's at the big board.
All right, guys, welcome back. Now, we talk about multiple styles of trading, but I think there's one that really stands out more than others. Extremely popular, but there's specific things that we need to identify when we are trading this particular style. Guys, let's talk a little bit about breakout trading.
All right, here we go. It's breakout, baby. And this is actually a great example here because we have a super hot stock. And what is that stock? It is Intel. I mean, just look at how this just kept on gravitating, lifting itself all the way to the high side. And so, when you're looking to make these kind of trades, you're looking for stocks that have catalysts. You're looking for reasons for it to break out. Well, what better than this key level right here? $87. We hit it 2 days ago. And look, we're trying to break it today. So all of a sudden, at open, we get close to that level. And we say, hey, this is a hot stock. It's in the right space. It's got the chip news. It's got investors. It's really starting to go. We're heading into earnings season now. So let's wait to see what happens with Intel, right? This is how it looks on the daily chart. It actually doesn't look much better than this. You get escalation. You get it moving to the high side right here. You get a nice little bump up today. You see Intel's up on the day. So, hey, why wouldn't we take the long? This breakout actually looks fantastic. Let's throw it back to the desk for real quick talk here from Joe about this breakout potential here on Intel. And then I'll go and show you, I'll dive down into the 1 minute chart, and then we'll have a quick little look to see what happened during the day here on Intel. But it's looking great. It's heading into 87 here, Joe. So this kind of a stock looks prime for a breakout.
Prime for a breakout. There's multiple things that we can take into factor when we're looking for specific names to break either support or resistance zones. What we want to focus on essentially is the tape. Is the tape strong? And most importantly, when we're looking for a breakout, what is the volume telling us? If the volume isn't supporting the move, the chance of us finding any form of continuation starts to dwindle. Let's take a look at what Intel did on this breakout.
Has no problem with volume. This actually happens right away, almost in the first half hour of trading. And here's that same $87 mark again, just on a 1 minute time frame. So as we look at Intel, we say, what exactly happened here with Intel? Well, look, here it is. Market opens up, escalation through, hold the view up, right back up to 87. So you're like, okay, here we go. This looks like we're going to pop through this level, right? No, big time rejection right here. So this is a failed breakout. And it's not like we thought 87 was gonna hold or rip through. The best way to treat this kind of a stock is when it's heading into that key level. Look, let's go back another one. This is 87 up there, right? Let's go forward. This is 87 right here on the minute chart. So this is the same day, but we have a failed break. What I think we have to do is when we have an example of 87 up here ticking through and not going, the best idea is to wait for it to hold 87. So here comes the price right up into that level one more time. And look, it does not hold. This is 5 minutes, banging its head again, banging its head. The move back down into the 25 period. Tries again, and then whoosh. The sellers come in and say, hey, look, if we can't take out 87 and hold above it, then we must fall back in. Do we think it still takes it? Yes, I do, right? This is a very strong stock, still has some upward momentum to it. But I feel like, especially when we're already testing a past breakout level, the best things to do is let's wait, let it break through that high, dance around, and then we'll use it as support instead of resistance. This is a failed breakout today on Intel, but hey, we could have got away from it very, very easily because it does not hold that level. So you can't break out if you actually don't go through.
Absolutely. It's either a breakout or a potential fake out. Guys, multiple things that we can look at and put it into place. Is like, where is the volume? Is there demand here? What is the options chain telling us as well? So Intel been on a big time run, but it doesn't look like for today's session, as we're trading within the range, that we are going to continue this move. There is no demand north of 87, and we can tell that on the volume and the tape as well, too. So not too bad of a look, multiple strong sessions, but today, not participating in the full-on recovery here in the market. Now, as for NVDA continuing to climb, I'm not in anything right now. I got to shut the platform down over there, and then sure enough, we will look to find some more potential trades. Multiple attempts on Bitcoin. We have the AMD trade as it's continuing to climb higher, so that's looking good off of the lows. Multiple things. Is this a new all-time high on NVDA?
Oh,
yes,
you know it.
250.68. There you go. Face.
Great call, man. We called about this.
Man.
I mean, look at this, man. We're now $1.50 in the money here on NVIDIA. And I just sat down here at like this is 1:30. And I was just like, you know what, man? This is exactly that example that we sort of had. Not exactly, but it's an example that we had there on the big board. And that was just that, could we break through? Could we break through and hold? Well, we break through 214, comes back in, breaks through again, comes back in, holds. That next breakout, we go, let's go, man, because we had an easy out. This out actually, I don't know, a little bit. I wish we had more shares. I mean, we did take a good amount of shares here. This was a 15-cent stop. You know, we were going to stop out on a break of 214, right here, right where this 25-period moving average was. So now we're up in the money now, $1.30, $1.40. So this is going to be about 8, 9, 10 to 1 right now as we just continue the escalation to the north side on NVDA. And in fact, let's take another piece out right there at 57. So we'll take another piece out there and just watch this thing continue to go. So we're really happy with that one. And thank you so much for that little look there, Joe. We have trade breakouts. What a great midday show it was with Sharif. I saw Sharif posting something about kettlebells. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Outshine me over there, Sharif? Come on, man. I liked it. I liked the form, Sharif. Some criticisms. I'll talk to you about that later. But so far, so good on that one. The salmon was pretty good. Did you get a chance to have it? No, you did not, I guess, because you're on the midday all day, so I won't spoil it for you. But salmon well cooked, and I don't know if it was roasted or grilled or a combination of both, but it was a good one there as well. So we like that one today on that Intel talk, and there goes NVIDIA. And Joe and I actually started the day, and I remember we were like, hey man, we're long. Our cash is in the market, but where are we trying to do some damage in? And it was just a sort of consolidation at NVIDIA. We were throwing some shade at NVIDIA for quite a while here. Just the fact that it hadn't done anything for 8, 9 months. And that, if shade is facts, then that's both, because it hadn't really done anything. It had disappointed us earnings were great, actually, both times. Earnings here, but the follow through on earnings were pretty weak, right? And so we're gonna have to wait about another 3 or 4 weeks until we get that earnings call. But at that point, this name will already be mooned. So there it goes, NVIDIA up 3.5%, continue to go. The only other trade that I had on all day, actually, I got stopped out of that TSLL. Thanks for telling me can trade TSLA, my guy, over there.
Yeah, but the long, my boy.
Yeah,
It's leverage long, my boy.
I know. We went short on it and it went ripped up. I'll show you that in a minute. And here's the TQs, man. Short, like this was just, honestly, this has made my day so far, as we make 5 times on TQs as we do on this NVIDIA trade. And then we just shorted it again, until it broke that magical 6250. Look, 6250 was our target from the whole morning. So, like, this is how I like to trade, man, and I hope you guys do as well. Yeah. Using support resistance, having your ins, having your outs. And look, sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't, but right now we'll join you guys while we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. So it's been pretty good. So there goes the range, yearly range, daily range, everything range there on our good friend NVDA. And then just back over to what that example was on Intel. There's that 87, right? And I know we were talking about volume. I didn't have volume up there just because it was in the very early mornings. We didn't have a crazy volume break or anything like that on Intel. It was more price action, and we've already come up to 87, and sort of we talked about that on a 5-minute chart. It was right over here earlier on there in the morning. We came up to 87. We got up to 87 a couple days. Yeah, no, it was right there, actually. It was 2 days ago morning. Then we faded off. Then this morning as well, faded into oblivion there for INTC. So they're hitting that back down. And I remember we actually had on our sticky note written down Intel at one point breaking through 8.7. So yeah, we've got the news popping through here. I mean, a quick little check on USO. We'll let Joe get all locked and loaded, and then we'll continue our fun time conversations. But there's USO up 2 and a bit percentage points here. And that was really the reason for my short bias in the market today, was sort of failed Iran talks. And I mean, I don't know if they're failed or not to say that as a true fact, but it's just we didn't get the sort of rundown there from President Trump that we thought of. Caroline Leavitt, I mean, a whole bunch of people speaking today. We didn't get really anything about a truce or anything like that. So oil continues to make a little march higher, as does the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is going to close out the month like just so hot fire, man. Like I don't even, I'm going to have to do some math here and use our little
on the month, we can figure that out for you real quick, my brother.
Yeah, I know. I can figure it out too, man. I got this little thing over here. Okay. You'll probably beat me to it because I know you're so competitive. If we go here, April, March 3rd. Joe wants to bet on everything. By the way, don't look at SanDisk. It's already
okay. I already got it. 18.02%.
Let's see what this one says.
Let's see what you got there.
I got 14%, but I trust on yours. I just use this little downtick right there to the upside. But wow, can you believe that? This is the major NASDAQ, man. This is the NASDAQ 100, up 13.5, possibly more, according to IBKR there on the NASDAQ. So, I mean, what a month. And you're not going to see months like that too often, right? And so we're going to be celebrating those kind of plays here today, as well as the NASDAQ really giving us, I saw some sort of a meme today. Yeah. Actually, maybe I can find it.
Find it for us.
It was on, well, I don't know if I can find it or not. It was on Twitter. And it was just a guy basically had this big-ass cigar in his mouth. Yeah. And he was using a blowtorch to light it. And it was like my portfolio this month or something. It was just like on fire. Like it was just like, you guys has the biggest cigar, the biggest blowtorch.
It's funny. It's funny because when the times are bad,
I know.
We don't really hear too much about, oh yeah, but then as soon as people's portfolios start to light up a little bit, it's just...
It's always back and forth, right?
I mean, some of it is... Man.
Oh, here, I also found something, here's something here. This is actually, everyone's been wondering where Obi's been at.
Where's he been?
So I actually found Obi right here at Binance. Remember Obi was talking about how he didn't have enough screen space? Yeah. Okay, sure, this guy's a white guy. I get it, all right. This is potentially not Obi, but Obi always complaining about not enough screen space. Yeah. Found him. But hey, look, this is like our little board here. We have like a board.
That is a board, so you could just have...
What the hell? Obi's running his own show now?
Yeah. Hey,
all right, Obi on Binance.
Look, he's got the stream deck right there.
Yeah, Obi's got the stream deck over here. He's got everything ready to go. Man, he's ready to hit some bank. A little gangster mouse here. I can switch with mine. Obi wearing... Are these...
He's sitting a little close to that screen? Or is it just me? Like, how do you see the whole thing?
I mean... Next time we have Obi on, we'll ask him about that setup because I'm.
Hey, did you notice did you see Fabian got the the time coordinate with the back? Like
I saw that. Yes, I saw that on. I saw that on Friday, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe it. And I didn't know. So it does change, with Fabian with the time of day. Yeah, that's pretty rad, right? So that's awesome, and that's a real time there of. It's not real time though, but it's Toronto. So,
it's relative. It's close.
You can see it's close. We'll say it's close enough. As we all wait for May 15th.
I actually wanted to talk about a little bit here because considering we're talking about what we're up on the month.
Some more NVIDIA.
With the NASDAQ 18%, we have the IWM GWM sitting in third place, up 13.8%, and SPY sitting in that third spot, up 12.75 roughly. But essentially, what I'm about to get at here, Katina, man, is we've seen the banks lagging. What happens when the banks decide to go on a little bit of a rally, which I'm sure they will at some point? Watch out for the SPY to really start to gain a little bit of ground here. And I like my JPM picks. So at the end of the day, it's a dip buy scenario in some of these banks. We had them all report right at the beginning. They're the first to report. And not horrible numbers across the board, right? So I think it's only a matter of time until we start to see the banking sector and XLF really start to climb the ranks here. We can take a look at the top performing sectors here on the day as well and see what we got going on. Comms leading the way. Google obviously at the top of that. Financials sitting up 0.6. What's our boy JPM been up to on the day as it's hovering around that 310 high? Dip by all day. Take a look at it from a daily as well to see what we have going on with JPM. I mean, we're still down about 7% off of the highs here, Sean. So I'm going to be looking for the banks, 8.6% to be exact. I'm going to be looking for the banks to go on a little bit of a run and establish some new highs because we've seen the tech names do it. And I think this is going to be that next sector that is going to go on a big time run. And JPM, hopefully going to lead the way on that one. Now, I mean, as for everything else, energy sector holding on to green. We can head to the lower end. Consumer staples, relatively weak. I was looking at Walmart not too long ago, not performing too well. We were talking about Target, Procter & Gamble, and then obviously you have Costco as well. Consumer discretionary to the downside. Probably being, I mean, big time recovery here from Tesla. What has Amazon been up to? Let's pull that one up on today's session, AMZN, and see how it's been performing. Okay, so on Friday, it put in a new all-time high. Man, oh man, like what a big time reversal. And I think the next question is, did we move too far too fast, and are we going to see somewhat of an aggressive pullback? Did we price in this conflict in the Middle East coming too quick of an end? I don't know. I think there's going to be a good buying opportunity, but not too long ago, less than a month, we were talking about Amazon being down 22%, and in the span of a couple of days, it's put in a new all-time high. So really nice move there in these magnificent 7 companies.
And we always talk about how sports is such a game of inches, right?
Yeah.
And like right here,
what was
did you
up with
see that goal?
Yeah, well, I didn't see it, but I heard it was controversial.
Yeah. So it's going to be hard, but there's the puck right there, and you can see it basically. So this is yesterday's goal there by the Edmonton Oilers. By Anaheim versus Edmonton in the overtime. And it's like, if you just pause it right here, the goal basically, you can't see the overhead view because Yari's skate is involved there and covering it up. But apparently, all this is doing is breaking it down by milliseconds. And apparently, it does cross the goal line there by 3 pixels or whatever it is. And there it was. So that's unfortunately for Edmonton Oilers fans. There, see, it's going. It's just like, you can't see it, but they did the math there. And it's like, if that's the line, you're going to get one more little, I don't know why it's still loading like this, but as it continues here, move forward. I don't know where it is, but anyways, long story short, apparently it breaks it, this is maybe a bad example, but breaks it by 1 little millimeter there. So shout out to the Edmonton Oilers as they continue to struggle against the Anaheim Mighty Ducks there. And just sports is just a matter of centimeters, and sometimes you have to break it down to pixels.
You do.
There on the replays. And that's kind of the cool thing about instant replay, right? I mean, I don't love it all the time, but it's better to have the call right than wrong. It sucks when it hurts you as your team, but
I mean, now the Oilers are down 3-1.
I know.
In the series, right?
Do you have a pick for the Stanley Cup?
No. Who do I think is going to win? Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado looks super strong.
They look really good, yeah.
I kind of want, the curse of Mitch Marner's hitting Vegas. Vegas might lose right now to
they tied it, didn't they? They tied it.
I think it's 2-2. But it's shout out to the Utah Mammoth. Brand new franchise in the NHL as well.
Yeah.
So.
And how much of a slap in the face is it that the Sabres haven't been in the playoffs for 14 years? They come in, they win their first playoff round. How many years did it take for the Leafs?
9. I think we won. We finally won 2 years ago. We won.
You know what I mean? It's just like, oh man.
But the Leafs. Look, there's a lot of obviously hatred for the Leafs as far as their playoff record is concerned. But they did make the playoffs something like 11 straight years.
Yeah, they had 9 straight years.
That's pretty.
Yeah, but they only had 2 series wins.
it's bad. It's bad. Where's Max at? I think Max is long NVIDIA.
Okay, yeah, I would be long NVIDIA as well.
Yeah, I mean, right there, now we're $2 in the money right now as it started to get upside.
This thing's going
wow. NVIDIA is just motoring, and I should have picked NVIDIA when you and I were talking about what to do for next week, for this week. I'm picking big cap names, but there it goes. This is the name that you and I talked about earlier on today, and it was just breaking out through its range. There goes NVIDIA to the high side. I mean, let me see when they're reporting. We do know that NVIDIA, obviously with these CapEx names coming through, you really think Google's going to stop spending? You think Meta's going to stop spending? You think Amazon's going to stop spending? Well, I mean, when they don't and they announce that they have more CapEx to go, that means that they're just lining up to buy some of these chips from NVIDIA, right? We've already seen Intel get to the high side there. We saw AMD going. We see Broadcom and whatnot. What am I looking for again here? Oh, yeah, the calendar. Yeah. So here's NVIDIA's calendar. It is unconfirmed, but we have it at May the 27th. Yeah. So we still have, actually,
a month today.
How convenient. 1 month today, and you'll get the biggest and the baddest of them all, the #1 market cap name in the universe, NVIDIA, taking names today, and honestly, just taking it all out. And holy shnikes.
Oh.
I wish I didn't see what that low of the day was.
Yeah.
I know Sharif showing the AI-generated sticky note there when he talked about that a little bit. The morning note.
Yeah, the morning.
That he has. We had NVIDIA go long at 208 today. All right, so let's go back over and have a look at what the low.
So that's why you need to make, that's why you gotta plug your.
207.50, but it was at 10:30, so we were sitting here, we could have taken that.
Okay.
So that's just me missing that trade there. But I wonder if we would have gone long 208, what we would have done about that. Would have we held it 40 or 50 cents? I think maybe we lose initially and then take it on the break back up. All right, I'm gonna take another piece out here, why not? I will take it out at 05, just put the offer out and get filled basically there for that. But there it is, man, the NVIDIA long pay dirt on me. And then right there, yeah, so this is, we danced with the devil a little bit here, and you're right, the TSLA long was it. And I was just seeing this little play right here at 12 bucks. So I thought we came back up, we went all the way down into 1140. We could talk about Tesla proper in a minute if you want. Tesla proper is at, anyways, the lines are gonna line up the same. Let me just go over to the price exactly of Tesla, because we're bouncing off 380, a little bit more key than just a simple TSLL level. But the reason why I did go short was this 200 period moving average actually sat right at the low of the day. So, the range low. So I thought maybe if we came back up to here, there would be a chance that we'd be able to sell this down. And sure, we got a couple outs on the TSLL, but yeah, not enough to make any money on it. So there, wow, NVIDIA, man. There it goes right there to the upside now, TSLA, along with TSLL. So I traded that, and then the TQs, we got out of the way on the short. It's actually kind of funny, like the market's, it seems like it's ripping with NVIDIA going. The problem is that Apple's holding us down a little bit here today. We talked about the negativity around the OpenAI phone potentially being launched in the next year or so. That name, hitting Apple a bit, and that's why the market maybe, did the downside. NASDAQ actually flat right now. So there's the NASDAQ trying to do its own thing here. I would rather go long than short now, though. You're above VWAP. You're above the 50-period moving average. The monster continues to go higher. So we'll have to look at Apple maybe as a dip buy opportunity if we get into 265. Feel like that's a little too low for that one. And then today's controversy early, which not anymore, was Altman and Microsoft there changing the royalties up with Microsoft and OpenAI, and that sent the market to the downside. But then I guess all is well in softy land as that goes positive here with big earnings. Joe picked Google and Amazon long. I picked Meta and SanDisk long. Yeah. So we're going to find out what happens here today for those names. And SNDK, yeah, you don't want to call that one up right now. This is 20 bucks. We went long at 1039 right there. Now that thing's up to 1059. Your pick's good as well, man. You had Google there at 350. So that's good. That's up $2. I really like Amazon, though. Regardless of what Amazon winds up doing, I think they're going to have a good quarter. You're flat on basically Amazon and up on Google as well. And Amazon pulling back in just a little bit. So, Joe and I filling in, Neil in back tomorrow. Joe filling in today, and great job on the midday show. I know you're doing a lot of work there. I know it's a little exhausting, and unfortunately, Joe, a little burnt out from too many espressos.
Yeah,
I thought you only had one.
Well, no, I had two of them. I had one double, and then the one that Randy brought.
Damn Randy.
So
Randy's
yeah,
always
no,
doing
it's all blamed on Randy. No, nonetheless, guys, it's been a pretty good recovery here today. I mean, we could talk hindsight all day. We did want that Tesla off of the bottom there. We've seen it, and then off to the races it goes. We tried it on a couple of attempts here with AMD's slow grind as it's continuing to recover from this morning's selling, and then you have that support level right around 333, a base around 331, and then now you're starting to recover a little bit here. Now you have a double bottom potentially here, triple bottom on IBIT, so you have a nice base that you can work off here. And we've had multiple attempts on Bitcoin continuing to climb. They worked out, one didn't, or two of them didn't, so shooting 50% clip rate, so you're positive here on the name, but the strong breakout over here, boom, 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 right out of the gates, as it was going oppo the overall market, just because, yeah, exactly, they're bidding. Joe is a real cheaper. Thank you. Appreciate that, you guys. But yeah, AMD definitely starting to recover. I would like to see it in Amazon, but not necessarily the case that we're getting. But at the two trades of the day, if you ask me, Sean, it's going to be Tesla with a monstrous recovery off of the lows, 364 low, now trading up to 380. Come on, man. That volatility is starting to step back in. And then we also have NVDA putting in multiple new all-time highs of 216. I've been saying this for quite some time. And AMD hasn't been participating in the past couple of days of rallying, and then we've seen that rotation into NVDA, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a nice exponential growth here within this name. I wouldn't be, like, 250, I think, is a reasonable target in the coming months by the end of the summer, and we know that volume is light in the summer, and when it's light like that, it's a good time for rallies. So I like what we have going on here. I'm going to be grabbing some more. I didn't get to this morning, even though it would have been a nice dip buy at 212. Wasn't necessarily the case, or even lower. You got lower here today. Man, crazy. 207 for the dip buy on today's session. Didn't pull the trigger on that one, but we're still locked and loaded in the long term and have a good amount of exposure to NVDA. Anything in particular that you're looking to dip by, Sean? I mean, Neil and I had this conversation not too long ago between, I think it was Microsoft, Netflix, and then another name we threw in that pool is, like, out of those names, what would you like to buy around this neck of the woods? Microsoft, not really as strong as I would like, but I think Netflix, I know where you stand essentially on Netflix, but that's where the name I'm leaning towards more is Netflix.
I'm leaning towards, I mean, I like to buy some more indexes. I think I want to get into that, but that's kind of an easy call. For me, something that I thought, has a chance, I mean, I like the business model here. What's up, Luis? I missed you guys last week as well, but glad to have such a great team filling in for all of us here. So very blessed to have that. I mean, there was a time where we were struggling to get people on board, and now we found our way. I like Uber. Okay. Honestly, I mean, I think that you're bouncing now off the 50-period moving average. It's still going to climb up into $86 there. I like it. I know Sharif showed a video there of Waymo. I think there is competition in there, and I think that's why we are down. But Uber being down about 30% from its highs, I think there's some value to catch up on this. A couple upgrades gets this thing back into the mid-80s, and then we can see if we can get going from there. I do like the business. We did have Joby a little talk today about how Joby was starting to get some of their flights going actually into Manhattan, I believe it was, flying over the Hudson. So Joby, I believe, had a decent story today. So we'll see if that ever gets going. For me personally, I'm not going to be getting into any of those little helicopters or anything like that anytime soon, but I do think that that's an interesting call there. I recently bought more SoFi. We talked about that at $18, so I think that's still around there. I do like what you're talking about there with the financials potentially starting to pick up. And then, and as Joe and I talk about some of these plays, we're talking about our own, portfolios here and things that we're looking at. And of course, for all of you guys, assess your own risk tolerance and what stage of life you're in as well. So there it is, man. Hood, another great call there. We have Matt talking about that, thinking Hood goes. I mean, I'm interested to see why 96. Is that just a simple mathematical number? Here, it looks like that'd be up about 20% if you're going to call 96 from here. So, and if we go higher, maybe you're just looking at this little gap level there. So yeah, that would be 96. I think most traders. So this is the thing about it, Joe. Well, I know you're talking about being long a little bit above this, but let's just say you bought in around 70 or 75. I think this is the problem with many traders is even if you get that huge move, like 96, we've already been to, we got to 90, 3 a couple days ago, 94 bucks, right? So we were really rocking and rolling. But are you taking profits?
That's like 20% just like that.
Yeah, so it's like, it's easy to fall back in, easy to ride the names up, but where exactly are you taking profit? I mean, we saw there's something similar to that in Marvell, taking a little bit of profits in that 130 marker. It rips to, what, 170 or something a couple days ago. So there goes, 170 and change. So you always feel bad when you do wind up taking profits. The one name that I think a profit take is maybe doing, if we can get a bump on Palantir earnings. I am a little worried. We got the stories last week about Anthropic. President Trump sort of feeling a little bit better about Anthropic now, and maybe getting them involved in some of these White House duties and whatnot as far as potentially Department of War. And I know that that's been a real strong point there for Palantir. So I'm a little worried about Palantir and competition coming up. So I think if we can get a bump to 160, 165, we may close our Palantir position at some point. So I think the easy money, and good call there, JL 822. I think the easy money on Palantir is over. You know, we're going to wait to see if we can get one more big report from them and then close out our position on PLTR.
I mean, you've been in it for quite some time, have you not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm long sub $10.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
So we're good on Palantir, but it's only good until when you get out.
Yeah, it is true,
so
right? Yeah.
Got to be careful about that.
It's very true, though. As you were just mentioning, it's like, okay, you can all have these great entries. You have this great entry, but where are you taking profit?
I think that's why options are good, because it kind of forces you sometimes
to get out. Yeah,
because you know that you might expire well out of the money. So if you don't take advantage of that 200% move or something like that, but then green is a problem with options.
And I think it's just a big lesson to be learned. Essentially, like even for me, when you have Robinhood in the span, you get in the trade, and then next thing you know, you blink a couple of months later, you're up 220%.
Yeah.
You've been in Palantir since $10. Oh, okay. Next thing you know, you're climbing. You're up substantially. It's like these 1,000% returns, and then it's like, oh, okay, you start to come back in. You cut that in half. It's like, okay, maybe next time we won't be so greedy. I sold some Robinhood at 22. It decides to climb up to 50s, but then I bought some back at 119, 118-ish roughly. So, I mean, you have to be thankful, and if you have the ability like if you're in the right position to extract profits from the market, especially after these monstrous runs like AMD, like right now you're like, oh yes, bag holding on, or I shouldn't even say bag holding, but holding on to this massive position where you get a 75% return in the span of a month in Advanced Micro Devices, Advanced Money Duplicator at this point, right? It's like, okay, take some profits because the chances of you getting a better price or it coming back in are relatively high. I think that's one thing is that people always fear out like, hey, we're going to miss out on this rally, but we've seen it time and time again. Even the best names come back 10, 15, and even 20% at times, and that's going to give you the opportunity to buy back in at even better prices. Yeah, Trippy, we're here once again. We're putting in that work. Neil, with the day off. I think that's a massive lesson that I've learned, right? Just throughout me trading.
Neil takes a lot of days off, or?
Pardon me?
You learned a lesson that Neil takes a lot of days off?
No. That like when you have these big runs, like 60, 70%, don't be afraid to take some off. You can leave some exposure, and I get it. You're looking for that massive run. That's what the majority of people are looking for. Like I have a friend, Sean, he's been in this company for a very, very long time. He's up almost $500,000, right? He's been in this company for about 5-6 years now.
You're right.
Up $500,000, and he's like, no, I'm holding it until I get $1 million. And a bunch of us are like, dude, just take a little bit off. There will always be another opportunity. I
don't like that talk.
To buy back in. So that's a lesson that I have learned for sure. Especially, and I told people, sorry to interrupt you, but I gave the perfect example. It's like I'm sitting in a trade, IBIT, for multiple years, and you see a substantial return, and then it's like, oh, okay, the thing pulls back 50%, and I sold a little bit, but not enough, and you just see all those unrealized gains kind of go away, where if you were to lock 30 or 40% of that in, you could just buy that back at a lower price.
People think
much easier said than done.
The ladies behind are so nicely branded because they're wearing red. I guarantee you that was not done on purpose today, but we do like that. That was the difference with you today, is the no glasses.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Is that why?
I feel like that.
You got lost in the eyes.
I got lost in the eyes, man. What a dangerous thing.
Yeah.
For Joey Options over here. We do have a new position though. Look which one it is. All right. We're in TSLA.
Yeah, let's go, man.
I don't know, man. Am I going to really switch over to this? Maybe I am. All right, let's see what winds up happening. NVIDIA, by the way, is a pump factory right now. We got some more out right there at 260. We should have reloaded it, but there it goes, man. Absolutely monstrous now as we make out new all-time highs here for NVDA as it's now up 4% and going. Gone. I'm gonna bid a little bit out here at 20 just because 5 cents. I don't know if I'm thinking that this break, there it is. This break down a little bit here on TSLL will create us hopefully a little bit of a panic move. I wouldn't mind getting a 24. Our stop is right up here 45. So if we do break the day's high, we're gonna get of this name. So about 10 cents is kind of what we're looking for here on TSLL as it starts to fade just a little bit. So not a bad call there for us on TSLL. Okay, here it comes back in. So we will take advantage of this. Hey man, maybe we will start to like this a little bit more, Joe. And we'll start to trade out of some TSLL at some point. But right now we're bidding some 27s. I don't have another bid out there. Maybe we get that, maybe we do not. And NVIDIA with a little bit of a pullback. We're getting lighter and lighter on this. Look, we haven't broke the 50 period since we started this whole thing. It really started to get going pretty much all day. I mean, it was choppy until 10:30, makes that bottom, not really a volume profile out there. This is not volume profile, but I just mean it didn't hit any volume profile spikes there. And then there it goes right to the upside. And since then, man, we really have not broke this 50 period moving average all the way up. So let's use this as our out, 215.60 right now. Again, the stop was an embarrassingly low break of, I mean, look where we're long at, 214.15. It did take a minute. Our first bids were at 30s. So we did have some bids at 30s. It did drop in. We were using sort of this 200 period, sorry, the 25 period as our out. Now as we graduate up, we can go 215. We don't have to be too exact, but okay, that's 50. So let's just go 48. I don't know. Right there, offer. Enter, accepted, good. Okay, we have to be careful when we set our orders here because if you have too many stop orders, one will cancel the other one out and it'll reject the most recent one that you put in. So you gotta be careful of that. So we'll wait to see if that can mature up a little bit. Tesla gives us that 27, so that was nice there as we get a little bit more out. So we're just holding these two positions right now. I'm just gonna refresh to see if we get any actionable trades going on. I know Sia is probably gonna come with a market recap at some point, so I'm not trying to steal the thunder. I actually don't know the timing of that. But right into here, we'll have a quick little look. Just putting some offers, make sure we don't get filled on those. Google and NVIDIA, it's Google really with a high take today as well. Taking out their all-time highs, breaking through 350, very, very impressive. Any sort of a pullback, I'm actually gonna put a little bit more cash into the account, waiting for an opportunity to see if there's a misstep by any of the mega cap names that hit. So I'm just giving you advice, that's now Wednesday. So if your cash needs to settle, get it into your account soon if you're looking to take advantage of some of those plays. Amazon, Google, Meta, Apple, all coming on Wednesday. And I'm missing one there. Google, Amazon, Meta, Apple. No, that's right. And then we only have Qualcomm.
Wait, sorry, Google, Amazon, Meta,
Not Apple.
Not Apple, Microsoft.
Apple's
on Thursday.
Right, I knew, when I was saying Apple, I was like, no, it can't be right, but Apple on Thursday, but it's Qualcomm was another big one there on Wednesday. So we'll have all that for you guys as well. Looking to take advantage of that. Interesting to see not your Walmart, but a pick that I think everyone likes in the retail space, Walmart getting hit downside a little bit today as well. Down 0.75%. And then on Wednesday, I think I closed it, but let's call it right back up right here. I could refresh this. What do you think the chances are if I refresh this is not 100%? Yeah, it's 100%. So there it is right now, 100% change in rates, not expected. So we are not expecting any percentage at all. We'll hear about what the talk is for the rate tool on Wednesday, and I'm not expecting much to hit there. So we'll figure that out with the current move in the Fed watch. And we can also take a quick little look here. Let's just see what the dollar's doing today. We haven't really looked there. Whoa, get down chart. Here's Bitcoin right now. So let's go look at the DXY. As we've seen, the dollar's been decent. We obviously got a good reaction over the last little while as the NASDAQ's been going to the upside. So let's go on a daily chart there for the US dollar and just try to zoom in just a little bit. As the NASDAQ's been really super hot, you do see the dollar coming back in a little bit. Weak dollar, generally pretty good for these mega cap names.
I'm just waiting. I mean, you can continue otherwise, or
I always feel like I'm being set up for something.
No, well, not really, but we can send it to C and see what.
Are we hearing for C in the background? I have my thing listed up on here. I'll have to log back in again. I looked over and Joe was like smiling and looking at me, so I was like, "Well, you kind of look like a bobblehead there." I was going back and forth. Well, not as bad.
I was just nodding. I'm like, yeah,
You're just nodding. So okay.
All right.
All right.
See ya.
We'll talk about the dollar when we get back. Let's go over to Sia.
Thank you so much, Joey and Sean. We're going to take a look, both the S&P and the NASDAQ currently trading flat, but let's look at one of the news that I have for you today, Spotify. So Spotify has teamed up with Peloton to launch a worldwide fitness content hub, and Spotify wants to increase its push beyond just music. And with that, the company is partnering with Peloton Interactive. The deal will make more than 1,400 Peloton classes available to Spotify premium subscribers across the global markets, which will embed fitness content directly into Spotify's existing audio and video ecosystem. So if you don't know what Peloton is, it is an at-home fitness app that basically is also an on-demand studio-style classes via internet-connected stationary bikes and treadmills. But neither companies have disclosed the financials for this matter. But the partnership is an indication that both the companies are considering strategic priorities. Now, Spotify has said more than 150 million fitness playlists are already active globally, with nearly 70% of premium users that are reporting they work out monthly. So currently, Spotify down 4%.
I mean, Spotify, we talk about Peloton quite often. I mean, at the end of the day, this stock is way past its prime, and I don't think it ever continues. I mean, they had the stores, they're closing down left, right, and center. If there's ever even any left, I mean, we had $10.53, now you're down to $5, 50% haircut. Need I go back anymore? Because it gets uglier as we just continuously scroll back. The peak of this thing was unfortunately in COVID times, right? $170, and then off to the races it goes, and then just never, ever, ever looks back. And there's nothing that's going to recover this. They can partner with Apple at the end of the day and turn into an AI like we had with that other shoe company that turned into it's turning into a data.
Oh, birds.
Bird, yeah.
From Allbird to Newbird AI. What's so weird about that, guys?
Well, I mean, Peloton, we're looking for something along those lines. But nonetheless, guys, $5.36, teaming up with Spotify. And we can pull up Spotify here. I mean, I don't know. You're an Apple Music guy, right, Sean? All right. Yeah, same here. I know it. Whoa, okay, all right, down. I mean, a lot of people love Spotify, right? You can take
Spotify's great, but what's the difference between Spotify and Apple? I don't know.
I think the mixes are a little bit better on Spotify.
Oh, the curated
exactly.
playlist?
I do believe that. I don't have it, but we use it on the television at home when we're jamming and cleaning. 36% off of the highs, though, here. 36.7% with a high of around $783. Now you're looking at $504. So, I mean, heavy competition. It's taken a lot of market share from Apple Music. Don't get it. I don't think we can forget about that. But at the end of the day, this stock has not been performing, especially when you're a one-trick pony. And they're paying Joe Rogan, which I never really understood, is that you're paying Joe Rogan all this money to upload your his podcast, but then you can just head over to YouTube and essentially listen to it for free. So, yeah, I always found that interesting.
Yeah, they got to figure out the licensing and everything, obviously, over there as well. Someone in the chat says, Sean is short Tesla. Yeah, that's what this is right now. This is just a levered long. And I had just, we talked about this last week, and it was just kind of like, a little bit less value. Some traders were asking, like, why don't we just trade TSLL instead of TSLA? I mean, I feel, you can obviously, if you're just looking at straight stock, I mean, they're going to trade the same. And, one's going to be I think it's triple, right? Is it triple or double? I don't even, TSLL, double only. So, yeah, 2 times. So, again, 0.4 versus 0.8. So there is a little bit more aggressiveness on these kind of plays here when you're looking at it. But at the end of the day, relatively the same. I mean, the marks will line up equally as well. So whether or not you're trading, like, there's the cross of the 50 and the 25, right? If we go over to TSLL again, same cross happening there. So maybe we'll try to bid out a little bit more at this area, and we'll see if we get some 27s, and then we'll wait to see about a 25 fill, which is actually what I was waiting for. Silver's on a little bit of a run here as well, as SLV started to make a march higher, I just noticed. So as we talk about the US dollar a little bit, well, actually I got to go back to the US dollar. There it goes, silver making a march higher. Nice little take on the 5-minute chart, heading up into your 200 period moving average. Generally, I like to fade when those kind of things come into place, especially when you have silver here. Kind of maxing out with that bottom take there about 11 o'clock on Thursday. That was 68.50, so that could have been a bottom. That's what we're running into right now. Silver looking to me like it's setting up for a bit of a short, but Again, up to you guys if you want to take that. We're still, by the way,
Why is my question mark doing this?
We got filled on, what are you trying to do?
Well, I was asking, yeah.
Oh, you're on a French keyboard there.
I'm on a French keyboard.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think we're sending it off to Sia once again. Or not
It's
again?
working in my ear now.
Okay,
so
okay. I'm not trying to.
Don't try to play me like that again.
I'm not trying to play you like that.
You know.
Boy. Okay.
There, but see, 250.
Okay.
So that's the problem. Like I would have already been $2.50 short on Tesla if I had this, as opposed to where I do have it. So yeah, that, or maybe someone just said that in the chat, but maybe about $2 difference there. So yeah, it just takes a little bit getting used to share sizing and whatnot on what the actual trade winds up looking like. From a winning side of things there as well. Okay, here we go from Mark. What's up, Mark C?
What's he saying?
What are your strategies and stocks for your retirement accounts? My strategy is very, very simple. What kind of mix do you have between individual stocks and ETFs and indexes? So
yeah, that's a great question.
That is a fantastic question. My strategy is from now on, basically, buying and holding everything forever and ever. And, now I take that back because that's just quick talk. I do think that when you're getting a move up, like we talked about Marvell, trim some. Intel trimming a little bit of that as well. When you get overextension, I think AMD worth trimming as well. But I always want to hold at least like, I was going to say 50%. I actually haven't even dug this deep into it. I've been investing my own money since 17 or so.
Yeah.
So like I remember having Apple at $30, Microsoft, like all these names, right? NVIDIA, the first time it broke 100,
your pops got you, your old man got you into it?
Yeah, well, he and I were actually watching Mad Money a lot.
When you were...
Yeah, so he would come home from work, and we would just be hanging out.
But my question, too, is because the average 17-year-old...
No, my dad is not big in them.
Unless they were exposed to it, so what got you
I wasn't
at that
the average
age?
17-year-old.
All right.
But because I was looking at that stuff.
Well, there you go. You were okay. So, but what made you start looking?
I mean, I read The Wealthy Barber. Nothing. So, my dad, first of all, Italian.
Yeah.
He worked since he was 6 years old.
Yeah,
he'd been working on bread trucks and because he came as an immigrant into Canada with his father. My father was born in Italy, came over here at 2 years old. And then my family had no money whatsoever. So he actually had to work for these other Italian guys. And my nonna, of course, had to have him work. 6 years old, you should be working, right?
Yeah.
Sent him on the bread truck. So he was delivering bread back and forth. Anyway, so long story short, he opened up his own HVAC company and whatever. So there's pictures. I should maybe find them. I'll bring them in when I was like 10, 11, 12 years old, fully decked out
in the HVAC,
in like the HVAC stuff, right? And was going on calls with his guys.
Okay.
So going out there and installing furnaces or
So
what I thought was I was probably just holding the wrench, but doing that kind of stuff. So and then I would get paid a little bit, $20 here, $30, $50 there. So I was just kind of investing it.
Yeah,
and so I opened up. I mean, I could probably show you.
So you can't say that there's one specific thing that's like, hey, what led you to the stock market? You were just watching it, like.
No, I think it was just a wealth creation. Yeah, but I mean, it was. Look, we hate on the fact that maybe it's not taught in school enough.
Yeah.
But it was taught enough that you would know about the stock market. Mm-hmm. And did you know the ins and outs of it? I'm talking 30 years ago, right?
Yeah.
I date myself over here. But definitely not as much information as there is now. So I just started buying the companies that I knew about. Like I talked about buying the bank that I banked at.
Yeah.
Buying Enbridge because the gas bill, I kept seeing that coming in all the time. And just making simple things like that. And I remember my father was getting in and out of, I told this story a couple times on the show with Neil, but my father was getting in and out of Costco back and forth. And so he was trading a little bit. And then when I went to university and graduated university, took financial there. So even
so you knew about it.
Yeah. Even when I graduated in 2002. So even if I said I was investing my own money for 23 years, it would have been since graduation anyways, right? And so, just getting involved with it and really just seeing now the power of compounding. I think so to answer that super chat, long story short, I'm going to try to always stay long at least like half of the position. So if I put in 10 grand into something, I definitely like to keep like that core position of 5 grand maybe, or half the shares that you invest. It doesn't have to be the price. And then get out when some stuff dips or goes up, and then try to buy a little bit back when it dips. Because No matter what you think, Amazon, if you look at the last earnings, that was at 240. It dropped down into 200. So if you took some out at the highs of 240, you were able to buy some back in, which we had done. So we talked a little bit about that. I bought some more Palantir.
Cheaper, yeah.
My average price in Palantir is not still sub.
Yeah.
Because I did buy some at 130 maybe 6 or 8 months ago when it dropped into that level again.
I think that's where it comes into the point where you mentioned, like, hey, where you are in life, like how old you are, and then the power of compounding. 10 years is such a major difference from, like, say, 17 to 27, opposed to being in the market and exposed for that 10 years, opposed to 27 to 37, right? So the power of compounding is extremely important. I didn't learn about it until I was in my early 20s, and I was just living in Liberty Village again at the time, literally in the exact same spot that I was over a decade ago. And my friend's like, yeah, Joe, man, you've been sitting on a little bit too much cash. You got to invest it in. And that's when I told you guys this story before. I literally Googled best marijuana companies in Canada, and then that's all I really needed, because it was at the time when they were talking about legalization, right?
I know. I lost. I lost so much money
in
same,
weed
man.
Stocks, man. We're down 99.9%. I made a lot, but I lost.
Down 99.8% is my best one.
Oh, okay.
Because that's still holding on. It's a little bit Tilray action.
Yeah, there you go.
We have other ones that were best marijuana companies. Now don't exist.
But I caught lightning in a bottle with that.
Okay.
One, to be honest.
Let me ask you a quick question. Here. Okay. Just to know the compounding thing.
Yeah.
If you're to invest, give me a guess.
Okay.
If I was to put 200 grand right now in the stock market, and what number did I put on here? I put 9%.
At 9%.
So compounding 9% over the next 7 years.
Okay. So around
200 ground, 9%, and the stock market's giving you about 12.5%, 13% over the last 70 years or something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm going low end, 9%. Nasdaq's up 14% this month.
Yeah.
So 9% a year for the next 7 years. What do you think you got? You don't even have to look at it. You just put in 200 grand, never put in any more.
Like 1.4, something like that.
$200,000, 7 years. At a 9%.
7 years? Oh, okay. You're asking me quick math. It's like 700, 800.
Yeah. It's $365,000.
Oh, really?
But anyways, you're almost doubling your money.
There you go.
And you've done nothing but put it in there.
For 7 years.
For 7 years.
Yeah.
And it's just, obviously the market has matured as well. But anyways, I just want to show you the power of compounding there. And especially in Canada where we have tax-free savings.
That's why starting early is really important.
Yeah, I mean, these two ladies in the back, I mean, anything, you got to put as much money in your account as you possibly can while you're still young, not old man Sean. What's up, Sia?
I actually have breaking news here. You can see it on the screen. FLS Flowserve pushing higher. Reports suggesting that Starboard, which of course is an activist investor, is going to be pushing to build a change in Flowserve. So again, building stake in Flowserve, pushing for changes here. FLS on watch, Starboard. So again, activist investor reportedly trying to get involved here in Flowserve. If I get more info, I will let you know. Back to you.
So that's just simple math there. And people are also saying, what about dividends? And if you add some dividends into that, I think the actual number that when we talk about 12 or 13% does include dividends as well. So I don't know. I'll have to double check all of that. But those are the numbers, and that is the magic of compounding. And so that's why, if you're sitting on $500,000 right now and you have it in there for a little bit of time, next thing you know, in that 7 years, at 9%, that 500,000 would turn into 900,000.
Yeah.
And all you've done is sat on your hands. You don't have to worry about all this crazy stuff. Oh, but that's the thing with the PDT rule now changing. That's going to be good for day traders as well, and giving you a little bit more opportunities to get in and out of stock as we go. What do we think about that XE stock? I mean, you want to talk about, let's look at some names here.
Energy name.
Possibly trade. So this is an SMR. These guys came out on Friday. Not that great. On Friday, we did have a downside play all day. Neil and I both were able to make a little bit of money, and then it dropped out through, and we got out once it broke through, and we got about a 50 cents worth of stop risk there as it flattened us out. Made that low at 27, now up to $34. Looking to take out its day high right now on XE. So we got to get up to 34.60. I believe that's a good break. If we can break 34.60, a possible good long there on, is that the high of the day? We can get it exactly here. 34.57, high of the day break there on XE. We'll see if some momentum comes back into that name, SMR. SMR, Sam Michael Roberts here, off of a nice bottom. I think it was about $10, up about 30% in a couple weeks there. Yeah, well, actually 940, 950 upside, downside, upside up to $14 there. So, you know, you talk about some low float names that do have the goods into it. SMR might just be one of those names as well, trying to battle through that 50-period moving average and give us a little bit of a hold right there coming back in. So good little take there on SMR, up 6% today. That could be worth something. We did get out, for those of you wondering, what happened to this Joker's NVIDIA trade? Well, there it goes. We talked about getting out on the 50-period moving average. So that was a good idea there, as that came out there at 215.50. That's starting to drop down again. Shoulda, woulda, coulda took the short. And maybe we should have, actually, as we had some protection here with our 50-period moving average and 25-period, respecting it for 3 or 4 hours until it wasn't Dr. Disrespect. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, that streamer guy.
I have no idea who it is. My kids sometimes talk about it.
Yeah, he's like 6'8". He's like a big dude.
Oh, man.
He got banned, though, apparently.
Oh, did he? He must have got Dr. Disrespected.
Yeah, he did.
Did you see iShowSpeed at Mania? I didn't see it yet, but I saw something. Apparently the guy jumped off. That iShowSpeed guy, talk about
he's an athlete.
Athlete, wow, that guy was very impressive. Him and Logan Paul just really doing well in the WWE
I don't really like Logan too much.
The Paul brothers, you don't have to like them. I mean, these guys are honestly like financial geniuses, what they've done there. The guy made $10 million on a Pokemon card.
Yeah, you see that? It was like he sold it at like 13 million.
Yeah, no, 16 million.
Yeah, which is
he bought
crazy.
it for like 3 half or 5 half, something like that.
And sold it.
Made $11 million.
So ridiculous. It's not even funny.
But again, that's using, and they're probably not the brains behind their social media, but it's using that power, right, to influence that Pokemon. The guy wore it down on. It's like I saw Kevin O'Leary at the Oscars or whatever. Maybe it wasn't the Oscars, something else. He had one of his sports cards on his neck.
Did he?
Next time that guy's on the show, man, I'm gonna talk to this guy.
Did you watch his performance in?
Which one? No, I didn't see Marty Supreme yet. Did you?
Supreme, yeah, I seen it.
And?
It was phenomenal performance.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Oh, his performance or the movie?
His performance was great.
Okay, next time he's on, I'm going to have you come on here.
We'll talk about it.
Performance.
I'll ask him if he don't slap me with the paddle.
What?
That's what he does.
Oh, does he? Okay, I don't know enough about it. You know what I saw was Michael B. Jordan, The Sinners, finally for the first time.
It was all right.
I saw that on the plane. Yeah, I thought it was really super slow.
Yeah, right.
For the first 2 hours.
I don't think it deserved what it.
I don't know. It's a different movie. I thought it was well done there, and the fact that he was playing both characters, I mean, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that. Cool.
Mad respect to Michael B. Jordan. I thought that was a pretty interesting, unique movie, but I feel like that one you kind of knew where it was going. So but yeah, not the greatest.
Have you watched this show called From?
No.
No?
Is it a good one? Is that
It's all right. Yeah, it's kind of like the horror movie or the horror version of Lost. Did you ever watch Lost?
Like Lost.
Yeah.
Kind of fell asleep a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was background noise, right?
Yeah, Lost was a good one. The wife absolutely loved Lost, and we got lost in that one for a while.
How many seasons?
Okay, good. We're getting some more recommendations about From. I'm going to find out if she's we're watching something called The Testaments right now, which is I forget what that's. Handmaid's Tale.
Oh, okay.
Prequel, I believe, or after.
I don't
Anyways,
think so.
over to which one, Andre? I keep screwing it up. All right, up to Sia over at the desk.
One is crazy. We're going to take a look at a couple individual tickers for the small cap segment today. Before that, the IWM trading flat on the day. But let's take a look into the individual tickers. FN Fabrinet is down almost 6% on the day with earnings result for their third quarter coming on the 4th of May. Then we have next our MBS. Sorry, I'm talking about BE next. Of course, I'm talking about BE next. So we have Bloom Energy. Bloom Energy is reporting earnings tomorrow post-market. Currently, the stock is up 2%. Revenue is estimated to be between $498 to $513 million, which is just a 50% year-over-year growth. Then we're talking about RMBS. Rambus Incorporated company that creates innovative hardware and services. If you don't know what that is, down almost 10% on the day because the company is reporting earnings post-market today with an estimated EPS of 64 cents on $189.7 million revenue. Analysts are projecting a 6.8% growth for the EPS and 14.3% in revenue. Sending it back to you.
Thank you. There's one thing that, Sean, I've seen someone in the chat mention, like, hey, NVDA being a little bit expensive up here. I mean, if we're looking at the trailing 12 months, PE 40.6 times, but the industry average sitting around 24.5 times. Now, I want to pull up, let's take a look at Broadcom and see what we got going on here from a PE standpoint. Trading at 22. Oh, okay, that's 81 times. So that's a little bit more expensive as Broadcom is all the way up here. And the same thing with the industry average, right? So we can take a look at AMD. How have you been performing? And I mean, over the past couple of days, 117 times. So I mean, if we're talking about expensive, it's below what we're seeing in some of the other larger names, obviously being Broadcom and AMD, the couple that we just went over. So yeah, I mean, I like it up here. I think just due to the fact that we had that lengthy consolidation, we were going to break out at some time. And sure enough, we are. Like a high of $116, I think, at our $216 on today's session. Big time move. That's 3.25%. That's a lot of capital being added. And we can talk about the market cap of the name as it's just continuing to grow. I thought that we would see not Apple, but Google really start to climb the ranks. But NVDA is worth over $1.3 trillion more than Apple right now, which is substantial. We're sitting at $5.2 trillion. So if we're talking about the first name to hit $6 trillion, I think it's either going to be NVDA and then maybe even potentially Google, to be honest with you. I could pull that up and we can see what we got going on there. But yeah, Google, absolutely monstrous and continuing to climb. This is, I think it's going to be 1A and 1B, essentially, 1 and 1B. So I want to pull this up and take a look at Google's market cap real quick and see what we got going on. $4.2 billion. Okay, so I mean, it is about $1 trillion below that, but I think just the pace and the trajectory that we're on, I wouldn't be surprised if it really started to gain some ground here.
We do have, I was just going to look.
Hour.
Okay, we're in the hour of power. Adara has so many posts on Trader TV Research. You got to make sure you go check it out. Check it out immediately. This is what's happening right here. So this is April the 28th. So my eldest's birthday. April the 28th,
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We have here in the pre-market Centene, there's that Spotify, as we talked about that. With Sia earlier, GM, so there's a couple big names coming tomorrow morning. UPS, I mean, FedEx has been doing awesome, so we can check out to see what UPS winds up saying, what they're feeling like for tomorrow as well. Coca-Cola, the major product manufacturing, their consumer staple name, Coca-Cola, BP Corning, there, and then it's tomorrow after market is when you sort of get some names that I think are going to be really exciting to watch. Robinhood right over there, as well as Bloom Energy. We got Starbucks. We talked about what Verizon put up today. Verizon had a good quarter. They were up 4%. We'll double check back on that after this. But T-Mobile tomorrow should be good if Verizon follows suit there. Apparently a pretty strong consumer in the United States right now as they had net subs higher Verizon. We'll see if that hits for T-Mobile as well. I don't know. Being over here, I'm not sure the difference between Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T. So, but Booking Holdings, their Visa, we'll see if Visa can get going. Really like Visa coming through there as well. And then later on in the Trump, going on again more. Where is tomorrow? Oh, Altman. Look at all this stuff over here. I was looking for let's check out this.
Yeah.
So this is the one that's coming on the 29th. So this is good enough for us to have a quick look at it. There's Amazon, there's Meta, there's Google, we got Microsoft, and then just one day later, 2 more for Tim Cook, and then we're out of there right now. Look at these revenues, though. Like Amazon's revenue, 177. Obviously, they get a lot of bump there from the retail side of things as well. But just Apple, $109 billion. That's on the quarter.
On the quarter, bro.
On the quarter,
That's
man.
insane.
You're talking about, if you do that, you're almost going to be at $500 billion for the year, right? If you can get that each quarter, right? So that's going to be an absolute monster. You're talking about their revenues, market caps.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about that, look at Amazon. But
their revenue. So their revenues is fine, but again, the margin on a lot of that is very small.
It's lower margin.
Yeah, because we'll spend like $5,000 a year on Amazon, but it's through buying toothpaste.
Exactly.
So they're making a couple cents.
Higher margins on AWS compared to obviously the
higher margins. I mean, there's almost no margins on the retail side of things. So
yeah,
and so I mean, how to deliver that stuff as fast as they can. Yeah, that's probably a loss leader right there, and I don't know enough about Amazon to talk like that. So, but I do know that Amazon is a big part of the portfolio, and we'll see what it winds up happening there into their number. And this was that example that we had about investing, right? It's like Amazon goes up, Amazon comes back in. This is where you get interested in buying it, and then this pop up. You can sell some off here if you're getting nervous about any of these quarters that we're about to see on Wednesday. You sell it off, it drops down in 10%, you buy more, right? 10% gives you not even that far down. That'll put you right back in here in the 240s again. So we'll see if Amazon wants to hold that bid out there as well. All right, let's go over and check out the trade rate to see what's going on right now. So this is eSignal's trade rate. So right here, 52-week highs today for NVIDIA, 52-week highs today for Micron, 52-week highs in the S&P 500, 52-week highs on Intel today, on XE. Well, that was just a brand new IPO. EDSA, whatever that is. There's our good friend Google, of course, and it's what a good friend that's been. 350, their brand new all-time highs, and that's about it right now. And they're saying for us to look at NVIDIA, AMD. So this is the trade rate. There's a bunch of different scanners you can have up here. I like the trade rate. It gives you names that are sort of trading with some sort of velocity to them there. So there's XE. Did XE break that? Why is XE so hot on here? I mean, we talked about that the other day. Oh, there it is. Flush from the highs. So remember we said what the high was, 34.57? We actually got up to there again and then flush off that. It looks like it's trying to support the 200 period moving average. I could see that one starting to go. Maybe we'll look at that. Is this TeraWulf? We like TeraWulf there today. $21 up 5% for Wolf. So let's have a quick look over there. Yes, that is TeraWulf. So there's TeraWulf, $21. They're looking actually to take out the highs on their daily chart as well. There's TeraWulf, nice move higher there, 2150 data name, taking out some levels there. About 50 cents away from their highs is TeraWulf. Man, honestly, Joe,
what's up, brother?
TSLA is fine.
Yeah, but you like...
But pass me like a pillow or something. I mean, this is honestly, I can't... I know I like to take pennies.
Yeah.
This is going to be a little bit much for me now.
Yeah. You got to hammer the shares on.
Yeah, you really got to hammer it, and I didn't really do that. So I'm losing a little bit of patience in there.
I wanted to talk about this Yas here.
Yeah, someone just said, yes, queen.
Yes, it is halted to the top side with a tap of $1.92. Now we're halted at $1.87 there, guys. You can see it with a tap of $1.92. Going to open up here momentarily. What time did it halt at? Approximately 101. Or sorry, 301. So it should open up pretty soon at $1.92. So watch out, just in case it decides to tank there, guys. Sharif's definitely the one who's been trading these ones, but Yas has been performing relatively well. Speaking of performance, 3.5% on NVDA is absolutely insane on today's session. Same thing with Google. We like talking about the larger names. I know you don't. I know you find it boring. Wait until you try NVDL. If you want to talk about more action, check out NVDL.
It's not that I find it boring. It's just like...
No, but I'm just saying, like, as for TSLA, NVDL, you'll like more. A little bit higher of a flyer, more expensive, around that $100 mark right now, and you get that 2-to-1. So I like, listen, you can smirk at me.
I'm not smirking at you.
No, but listen to me.
See, NVIDIA's only $200 to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. But no, if you want to talk about Action Jackson, if you're going to dabble into TQs, into TSLA, did I remind you of something, Action Jackson?
Yeah, because, go ahead, I'll say that.
And then NVDL is definitely the more of a high flyer.
Okay, we'll take a look at NVDL. Yeah. No, you know when you stay at these resorts, and some night, and we went there with our kids, so some nights there's they have the entertainment.
Yeah, you like the shows that they do?
Yeah, there was a great Michael Jackson one.
Was there? Yeah.
Yeah, man, it got me dancing.
Oh, really?
Honestly, yeah,
Nice.
I mean, I like some of those tunes. There's actually that new, regardless of, I don't want to talk about character or anything like that, but his music was pretty hot fire, man.
Yeah, man, $2, boom, 212, open up on Yas as it's climb up to 215, just like that. That thing was off to the races. Now 220, continuing to climb. Oh my, Lanta, if you were to mark it on open this one, you would grab 10% just like that, Sharif. Sean.
Yeah, I'll take that comment. Yeah, no problem there.
Because you guys are both on dumbbells, so I got you mixed up.
Very, very similar.
Yeah, exactly. Very identical.
Yeah.
But other than that, no, a nice break, about 130% on Yas.
I wanted to show you, speak of Sharif.
Yeah.
Here's HTCO. I don't even know if I heard him mention any other stock. He was loving HTCO.
Yeah, he was like...
there today. So a couple halts coming through on HTCO and a big name there today. Maybe we can be reminded if Adara's kicking back there, which he always is, of the HTCO news, because there today we were up quite nicely there. This is high trend Interna Group. I can look it up and see what's going on there, but a nice move up there. Wow, $57, fading right back out right now, taking out some of those levels. Looks like we might have had a reverse split-ish or so there, maybe. Yeah, definitely. Oh, no, was this a new IPO or something coming through? Oh, no, it was about 50 cents. Yeah, reverse split 10 to 1. And now going there, HTCO on one, as the kids say right now, to the upside. But fading back out now, trying to hold out on your 200 period. VWAP there holding $30. We can see what happens to HCTO. That TSLL, okay. Puff, puff, pass. We'll just put a bid on this one right now and see if we get a 28 and see if we can grab that. Take a look on our good friend NVIDIA. Couldn't keep it down for long, man. It broke through 215, but not for very long. Went to 214.80. Intel would be another one that we're trying to look at for potential long. I mean, I'm not really seeing anything developing. And, you know, do we want to go long or short? I mean, we just got to bounce off. I should have been paying a little bit more attention to the futures because this is going to be my P&L number one today is the TQQs. And we almost got into VWAP right there. So we'll see if we can bounce off of $62 if we do get in there. I'm exhausted, man. I had such a tiring weekend.
Yeah, you're saying.
Yeah, not much sleep. And then yesterday, just it was great. Not going to hate on the fresh air. That waxy, man. Like we were all last week, man. A lot of fun there. Obviously in Mexico.
Yeah. And you guys just got back from vacation.
And then we just got back, and I came in the very next day there on Friday.
Yeah.
Give you a little bit of a break, obviously. Not that you asked for one, but it was obviously, and you deserve as much time off as possible.
Yeah.
There, and then busy weekend, but it was great. Like it's great to be back in the swing of things. Are you a baseball playing guy or not really?
No, I was when I was younger. I played a little bit. I never played in a league though. I just played pickup with the friends.
Wouldn't it be fun if we actually had like and maybe a little bit? Okay, there we go. We get some.
Put the Trader TV team in there. Like in an actual league?
Yeah, Dara, who's behind us there? Only Sia. Sia, you play baseball or?
I've wanted to try though.
Okay.
Any sports?
I
basketball,
used to play basketball and badminton in high school, and I still play basketball.
Badminton?
Badminton, yeah.
Yeah, I like badminton.
I'm a dangerous badminton
player.
player.
Are you? No,
yeah.
I don't know,
I'm
man.
serious.
I'm dangerous.
Okay.
I'm dangerous.
This guy always is questioning me, eh?
I'm not questioning
I'm
you.
a very badminton. Yeah, that's a good one. That was a good one there. No, because while we were on vacation, what about pickleball?
Pickleball.
Do you know what pickleball is?
pickleball.
No, what is that one?
You don't know what pickleball is?
Oh, yeah. Same thing, essentially.
It's like
with
that,
the ball.
taking the world by storm
Yeah,
right here.
exactly.
It's
It's paddle. Yeah. It's like the air. It has like the holes in it, right? Pickleball?
It's like grown-up ping pong.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're playing a little bit of that. That was a lot of fun.
Paddle is apparently taking storm. Have you ever played?
No.
So it's identical to the pickleball thing, but what you have is two glass walls behind you, kind of like the squash.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But with a tennis ball, and then you can allow it to essentially hit off the back wall. But
pickleball is like taking over everything.
I can't play it right now, though.
No, so I'm not supposed to be able to
Stop and start.
Yeah, stop and start real quick on my knee, which has been almost 8 years right now. But pickleball is hot because they can now, especially here in Canada, when the rinks, they don't use them in the summertime.
No, they made courts.
So they
over
put them.
Mississauga.
Yeah, exactly.
In Mississauga, there's a couple.
You know what would be fun? Also, making a team and playing football. I don't mean American football. I mean like soccer.
Soccer, football, yeah. I think any of these things would be fun. I think we could do like a base, like Fabian.
What about softball?
Like a slow pitch kind of league. That way it's easy. You have no problems.
Get in there
and do it. Brendan's played. We've all played. Neil's played.
Yeah.
I'm sure Sharif's somewhat athletic. He probably wanted to play something there. I know he likes tennis.
We get him at DH.
He's like Sharif?
At DH, yeah.
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, I think that'd be hilarious. We can do that. Andre wants to do it. We have some of our viewers could join us as well if you're located.
Have you ever been to Lob Factory? I think that's something that we need to do as like a team.
I'm down for it. Look, Neil's supposed to be...
Lob Factory.
There's also bowling.
Exactly. So the last time we went bowling, I organized it myself.
Yeah, nice.
I left it up to Neil, was supposed to be doing, and I'll talk about this with him tomorrow.
Yeah.
He was going to set up a Trader TV like meet and greet.
Yeah.
So, but if I leave that up to him, that may never.
You never meet and greet the individuals. Nonetheless, all right, guys, right back in 119%. I'm down for any form of sports.
Bowling would be fun.
Bowling would be fun as long as there's no.
Are you a decent bowler or?
I was all right back in the day. But see, the thing is though, like this guy's like, I don't really play pool all that much, and the next thing you know, you're a pool shark. Brother, so anything you say, so anything you say in regards to bowling, I'm gonna be like, all right, whatever, man. So I got to take a couple of practice.
There's nothing better. My brother and I had a pool table in our basement.
Yeah, I used it, but I never got any good at it.
Okay. What is the No, I was going to say, Dara, what was the news behind HTCO today again? Because high trend
I haven't even seen, but I'll look at it right now. HTCO, you said?
Yeah.
High trend.
Yeah.
They don't have news. They just halted and halted and halted and halted.
Yeah.
Now, last Wednesday, April 22nd at 9 a.m., they announced a strategic expansion into lithium resources. But other than that, like you guys can see here on Benzinga, halt.
Yeah.
Halt.
So it just halted again. So that's
all I have. There's no news.
Okay, I was surprised because that's what I was hearing. All I heard Sharif talk about was HTCO. So I expected there to have been something today. I mean, we talked about this early on as it was halting during you and I show, Joe, in the beginning of the day. Opened up to like 3 or 4 or 5 straight halts right now. Rocket Lab starting to move upside a little bit. We're just hearing Investors Business Daily making a comment on Rocket Lab today as that gets going. ASTS is another name, ASTIS, AST Space Mobile, gets going on talk, of course. And this has been a pretty hot stock for a while, but starting to fade out now as we wait for SpaceX IPO to eventually come through. We got to go to who? Okay, then before we go to Sia, you more excited for Anthropic or SpaceX?
Anthropic.
Same.
Yeah.
Sia, you like Anthropic or SpaceX? Either of those tickling your fancy there?
Okay. Anthropic, me too. Yeah. But anyways, we're going to take a look at the board. Mixed sentiment here, electric technology. There's a mix of red and green. NVIDIA up by 3.5% after that news that Pony AI has unveiled its next generation autonomous driving domain controller, which will be built on the NVIDIA Drive Hyperion platform. And then in tech services, we have Google currently up 2.3%. And then we have Meta currently trading flat after hearing that China has blocked Meta from acquiring Manus AI for $2 billion. That deal has been scraped off. And then we have in the finance sector, BRKB up 0.76%, JPM up in the green 1.2%. Pretty mixed sentiment still here. Robinhood down 1.2%. And then moving on to consumer services, we had that report, let me just open this. We had that report from Domino's today with a missed earnings, the report that we saw by $10 million as per analyst expectations. Currently, DPZ down on the day, almost 9%. MACD down 2.4%. Tesla is currently trading flat, but in the green, up 0.83%. Amazon in retail trade also down 1%. Sending it back to you.
Thank you. I want to do this leading into earnings, guys. We know Wednesday after the bell is going, as Sean mentioned, it's going to be a Super Bowl. So it's going to be a star-studded lineup. And with that being said, we want to see what the derivatives market is telling us for expected moves. So right now we're sitting at $371 as a potential high and $332 as a potential low here on Google at 5.5% expected move. Slight uptick in the implied volatility, all right? So not too bad of a look there. I have Google, I'm pretty sure, on one of my Sean's and I's weekly picks, so that's going to be absolute hot fire. He has SanDisk. Moving forward, let's take a look at Microsoft and see what we got going on from an expected move. 6.1% with a high of 450 and a low of 398. Okay, once again, 6.1%. And this is a name that really hasn't found its footing yet, in my opinion. It's been down substantially. You went on this absolute monster run, and then you give back the majority of that in half the amount of time, and then sure enough, you continue and remain around those lows. Next name we're going to do is Amazon. As we move forward, Amazon, what are we looking at from an expected move standpoint? So this is going to be, earnings there, bang. We're looking at a 4.8 expected move with a high of 273 and a low of 248 on Amazon. Now, Meta, one of Sean's picks on the week. Let's see what we are looking at here. Digital ad revenue probably going to come in at a beat, I believe. So we'll continue to keep an eye out on that. 6.9% move, expected move here with a high of 724 and a high of 630. We know that with Meta's previous earnings report, you had that massive gap up. It just went on an absolute monster rally and then gave back the majority of that move after that. A couple more here before we send it back to Sean, and that's going to be Qualcomm, also signing a deal with OpenAI, Sam Altman and company. Again, I think it's just a really competitive space to be creating a hardware device, a mobile phone, considering you have Google, you have the Androids, and then you have the iPhone, which holds a dominant market share. Now, as for Qualcomm, we're looking at an 8.7% expected move with a high of around $163.78 and a low of around $137. At the money, IB really starting to pick up at 85.7%.
8%. So you're going to see an increase in options premium throughout the whole reporting cycle here today, guys, especially in some of the bigger names.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, good little call there, and people loving that website. So thanks for introducing us to that one. I was thinking just here on the TQs, I actually think we break longer on the futures if we take this day high out. You know, good support there at VWAP. I mean, we were short. You know, we were short. You know, I don't have a problem flipping over to the long. I think that, you know, when you are a prop trader, you got to have that mentality a little bit to be able to say either A, you're wrong, or B, you know, I judge charts almost by the second, by the minute for sure. And, you know, be able to look at something and be able to tell where the momentum is. And I just, you know, the fact that we didn't get to VWAP, we basically held this 200 period moving average. We got close enough to it that I like that support hold down here. So now the next sort of thing to break out is the high of the day. And if we're able to do that, then I think giddy up, man, and we get into maybe even these pre-market levels of $63 again, and we take out some levels, because we have to ask ourselves the question. I mean, as hot as a lot of these names have been that you just talked about, Joe, I mean, people are going to be short into earnings, or potentially just short into tomorrow, then a cover before Wednesday. I don't know what to think on that, but for right now, I think this is a decent break opportunity. I really like the chance that we tried, we tested, we bounced, now we're getting higher, so nothing wrong right there. We did get I mean, I'm still going to stick into this until it breaks. You know, we talked about getting, like, it was getting a little sleepy there on TSLL, but we were able to do fine on it. We were able to get out. That was a good short there at 35, 36. Some more fills there in the high 20s. We don't have any low 20s. And now I'm just going to use it against that high. We're not too far away from that right now, 45. So if we can break above that, then we'll get out. We just put a little bit more on there at 39. So that was the 39 fill there. If we can drop back into the let's just say low 30s, let's go 30. I mean, our stop is now 7 pennies, so let's just try to go 1-to-1. If we can get it back here, then I think that'd be a great opportunity to get out. 12.30. As I said, I think the futures look like they want to, not I think, it looks like they want to take the high. So when that happens, we do have some worries here, and that is you know, the short Tesla will probably get squashed if that does happen. So we have our order. We're ready to go. If the TQs, or even just here, if you guys are trading the Qs or the NASDAQ, we can look at the NASDAQ as well, either the micro minis or the actual minis. We can look at there, or the cash position with the Qs as a stock here. But that looks like if we can break anywhere around here, 664.15, 664.20, something like that breaking. And if we zoom back out a little bit, that's that high that we're thinking we can get into. So I would say there's about $1.20 or so worth of interest back up to the upside there for the Qs. And I do like that break. If you take it out, which is right into there, forget about this high wick there. That probably didn't happen. Our system gets carried away a little bit. 664.20 or so. And I think if you come back in and you lose about 70 or 80 cents on that, you can get out. So we'll see what winds up happening there. So that's my little take there on the Qs. We just did have a little bit of a move down into 33s. I didn't actually even put a bid down there. Let's put a bid at 32. We'll see if we can get something out there on Tesla. If that goes, I see the questions in there, buy, sell, or hold on NVIDIA. I mean, it always depends on what your positioning is. I got out once we broke that 50-period moving average. I still think the short looks okay up here. We have protection with your high of the day. And what I mean by protection is not anything other than it's your out. You don't have to think twice about it. You know, it's if it hits, it hits. And it takes you out and you don't get back in. I've been stubborn in my trading career of, you know, oh, I don't believe it, so I short it here, even right here. It breaks out, then it comes back in 10 cents. Like, oh, okay, you know, I got out too early, and I get back in, then it rips the high again. I think in a trade like this, where the momentum is definitely not on your side if you're going short, you want to make sure that that reversion is true, and you get out on a day high break. So whether or not you give this one to 216.50, I don't mind it at all, but you got nowhere near this to give me an idea of a break lower. So I still like the long there. I wouldn't touch this for the short just quite yet. I know I'm short Tesla, but Tesla and NVIDIA, not quite the same. NVIDIA's had a nice move back up, though, today. That is for sure. Let's go back over, and we can't talk about Tesla without looking at an AMD potentially for a minute there. AMD downside, down 3%, kind of barcoding, so no surprise why we're not really trading too much here as we wait for the big one to come through. Just seeing XOM hitting a bit here on the scanner, 150 break down through there today. A good move on it. Okay, so bouncing off of, again, the 200 period. So XOM's had a little bit of a move down over the last 20 minutes, now basing out at 148.50. So that could be a decent long now. I mean, nothing's really hitting the scanners everywhere. We did have some silver. We talked a little bit about that earlier as that was taking out day's high, and that right now is at the 200 period. So, at the 50 period right here at the 200 period on our 5-minute chart. So we're getting identified there. And actually, you know what? We did talk about that, hitting these levels. So that was a nice pullback on silver, but only worth 20 cents. So not really much going on over there. On silver. What else do you guys want to talk about? AMPX. Okay, what's up, Commodity Kings? Thanks for a name there. Amperis Technologies, AMPX. We just called it up on the E-signal chart as well, as we'll have a quick little look there. Up 5%, so good day there for them. Don't know exactly too much about this name. What was it? AMPX. Amperis Technologies, near its all-time highs as well, 22 bucks and change. Looking pretty... I mean, you get a cross. I don't necessarily believe in any of these death crosses here, but that would be your 200 and your 50 crossing up on a 5-minute chart. Nice move higher there. I would say if you're in this Commodity King, you might want to hold it till 2140. If you're the same Commodity King that I know, we like IoT and Samsara, Internet of Things. So this has been a good one. We were getting long in the 30s, mid-30s of this name, but we did have some dip buy opportunities to take advantage of that into the 24-25 marker. Nice move back up to 32. I like Samsara, Internet of Things, a possible name there. Just reminded me of them possibly turning EPS positive, and I remember when that happened for Palantir, really shot the moon. I don't even know if we want to look at Big Bear AI right now. That's been not the greatest stock. Sure, BBAI. I was gonna say it's still probably sub $4. So I'm still stuck long at 420 on this one. Have not bought anything recently at this at all. The 420 is still the mastermind of this move down, as we saw this go up. We saw it come back down, and then we just started buying levels. I remember I bought this level at 550, then we bought this level down here at 450, and then we bought something down here around $3, which gave me an average price of 420, and we talked about it all the way down, and we talked about it all the way back up, and to the point where we got an 850 tick, because we did the same thing on the way back up. We got an average price of 420, then we got some out at 5, then we got some out at 650, then we got some out at 850. Hadn't bought any more. Made it one of the picks of the year for me back in January, and when it was sort of consolidating, then it fell back in. Almost time to put the money where our mouth is. If we can come back into this $3 marker for Big Bear AI, I kind of like that name, but the AI trade is really just seems like it's condensed to the big trades right now. I mean, we see a name like the C3 AI. Some of these other names just continue to get beat up without a proof of concept. Big Bear AI is just a scanning, heat sensors, things like that into stadiums, into airports. That sort of when you put your arms up and they scan around you. That's part of that is Big Bear technology there. So
have we gone through that in going through American security?
Yeah,
we don't have that here.
No, it is in.
No, I'm okay. Yeah.
I guess it probably depends on where you're going. I think if you travel into Europe, maybe they get you the body scan there. But I don't know enough about flight logistics for that talk. But anyways, Big Bear AI, an interesting name for that. So I think if we can get into $3, we may pick up some more Big Bear AI, and their report coming later on this month as well, later on in the month of May.
I remember I tried to counter your play with some Rich Tech Robotics that hasn't been performed.
Oh, my robotics play is ARKB.
Okay,
that's Bitcoin. ARKQ.
Yeah.
That's a robot. Here it is right here. The robotics ETF.
Long buy.
And we actually bought this when we actually bought this live on the show, actually. And I think it was 107 or 111, something like that. It was down into here, and there was on the way back up, and there was an announcement made, in and around here. I think we bought it together on the show. It was breaking back out through there, and it was on news. There was some Tesla news, there was some robotics news. That got really cooking there, but fell back in on all that IGV worry a little bit. Could have bought some more, actually, and would have done well to do that, up to 129. So this is my Kathy Wood sort of play right now. I own a small piece of ARKK,
I wanted to
which is the
RKK?
innovation. This is the flagship for Kathy Wood. It's actually not doing too bad.
No, not too bad. I mean, Kathy, some of her ETFs were getting beaten to a pulp for quite some time. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to head back to what we were talking about not too long ago. We're just going to correlate some of these expected moves. We have Robinhood after the close on Tuesday. So let's take a look at the options chain and see if we see any outstanding open interest, any call or put walls or anything along those lines at that $90 mark. So that's $7 roughly from where we are right now. Options AI, where we're going to be looking at an expected move. And with the potential of the high could be here on Robinhood, and that's going to be of 93.93. So where is that next closest marker? And do we have any outstanding size leading into that report, or anywhere down the expiration cycle where we can go like, hey, okay, at $90 we have 12,000, but the nearest dated, which is going to be putting us right around here, that May 1st. We'll head over to the week. Okay, they're actually there. So May 1st, 120% at the money IV. As you can see, we have an uptick on that front. But at that $90 mark, you have 15,000 contracts. There was something that I was looking at anyways, aside from that, this Friday, that is going to be that expiration cycle. They report tomorrow after the bell, so keep your eyes out over there. And then we'll head back over to the mag groups that are continuing to climb. I've seen something interesting on AAPL reporting Thursday after the bell, but what we have going on May 4th, we'll head over to this expiration cycle once again, just to see if we can see any outstanding size and any potential call or put walls. And I'm not seeing anything on Google. Meta, typically light in the options volume, right? Just considering it's a relatively expensive stock, you would think you would see a little bit more, but that's not necessarily the case, right? People looking for that leverage style play, FBL, but that's where the derivatives market really comes into factor. It's just like, okay, well, we don't have this amount of capital. Obviously, there's a catch to something at the end of the day. It's like the fine print, but you can really use options as that leverage style play and help you get involved with names that you may not necessarily be able to if you're just going with a cash account or if you don't have a margin account. Now, $700 could be the mark. We talked about that being a potential high, a little bit higher than that here in META. But on this week's expiration cycle, 10,300 contracts open and still. So maybe we can run into that zone, and then I wouldn't be surprised if you see somewhat of a rejection. And then we also have Amazon, and we want to take a look at this name, AMZN, and see what we have from an options open interest standpoint. At 270, at that 270 mark, we have 11,700 contracts open at that specific level. And what was our expected move here? We'll take a look at the high potentially on the earnings report of 273. All right, so not too far off of that one. 273 with the 4.8% expected move here, so not too bad of a look. Implied volatility, you're going to see the uptick to 50.6%, and just going through some of the names. And I honestly only see this through one, and that's NVDA. Like when I look at it into the earnings report, you just see a substantial amount of open interest and options activity start to step in, and then it's like, oh, okay, it all makes sense when you have the ability to correlate a couple of the things and see what
we're talking about, man. Trading has to be fun. Ryan O'Day wanted to mention that it seems to be that we're having some fun here today, which we are, Joe.
Yeah, but isn't that...
I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah, for sure, man. Ask me anything. Oh, dude, today, I was going to ask you that. I was actually going to ask you, did you finish yours?
No, man.
Oh, man. We only have a couple more days left, my boy.
No, I'm very, very close. I just gotta fill out some more things.
Yeah, I'm stuck between two things. Am I just gonna go send it over to H&R, or am I gonna sit here?
My guy, H&R, this is filing in 3 days.
Hey, it's as long as it's filed before.
Well, it depends if you're owing or not.
Exactly.
If you're owing, they'll ding you on some sort of interest. But if it's receiving, they don't really care when you file. We did just get hit. Finally, TSLA. We'll ring the registers on that one. We'll go cha-ching, and we're going to go to C in 1 second. But there it is. So we did take a 34. We did take a 32 there as well as we continue to drop down in. And there it goes, man. And as I noted before, in order to make this interesting, we got to take a few more shares. So we do that there at 40, and there's a move down on TSLL. All right, Sia, what you got for us?
Money talks. So U.S.-Iran clashes in the Strait of Hormuz are fueling oil towards the 130s range, but they're sparking safe haven flows into the USD, which is currently trading around the $100 mark, currently at 98 to be precise. So higher oil and global uncertainty are also keeping markets cautious. The yen also under pressure near the 160 per dollar area. Watch out for any BOJ signals on rates or intervention. Also, the euro is being shaped by expectations around the coming ECB policy. That's all. Sending it back to you.
Yeah, U.S. dollar a little bit spicy there, as we talked about. The Nasdaq just kind of going upside out of control. It seems like these days. And you're just mentioning the salmon pretty good. I was saying to Joe, I like spicy mayo if you get a little bit of that on the salmon there. Some sushi, some maki rolls and whatnot. I love salmon so much. Salmon is so much more elite than the tilapia around here. I think it's Neil made a good choice on that one. Okay, so yeah, we were also asked for the imbalances. So Kenview today, although I'm getting a little bit, I'm slightly.
Kenview's always on there.
Kenview's always on here, yeah. There might be someone dumping some shares there. Of course, that was a Johnson & Johnson split off there. That's Tylenol and all that stuff. All right, so CVX, on here as well, GDX. I'm not really concerned about any of these numbers. I mean, these are not huge numbers at all. So, missed a super chat? Okay, let's go find out if we did miss it. Okay, here we go. What are your strategies for stocks? We got that one. Joe, here we go. Easy peasy with the stock right here. Ching ching. 0.2%, so $2.40. So
we'll say comes in with this
cash register. Oh, there we go. I hit the cash register, but I realized it's the same sound as when it first hits there. So Joe wants options, not stocks. Yeah, so there you go. NVDL. So yeah, options and stocks. I mean, I think when you are options. I mean, I guess the largest derivative is 3x. Do we know of a 4x one? I don't know. They should be capped, right? I don't think they should
outside be. Of, I mean, remember when we had those crypto plays where you had like the 50x leverage?
That's crypto. I mean, like if we're talking about equity.
Yeah, within the market, I don't think you.
Someone will come up with something probably over there.
No, I don't.
Oh, Dog in this fight sent me one. No, man, the extras still know I have to do this. Oh my God. It's like what is it? What did I say it was? $100 a month?
Yeah, no,
I just got to do this, man. My kids would love it. Everybody would love this. So please tell me I have not. This is ridiculous. It is insane. I do just want to try it for 1 month. You said something funny on the Midday show the other day. You're like, yeah, I just want to get like something that I can just get automated. So just send me to work and back. And I don't even have to worry about it. So I think we'll definitely try that. I might as well do it. But I think.
Why would you not? Like, isn't that kind of like the whole?
No, I really love driving. Actually, yeah.
I like road trips, but you like inner city.
Dude, I give you my car for one night.
You have fun with it?
You would. I
think the question is, would I have more fun just letting a soft?
No, you wouldn't, because there's no fun in that.
Why?
Oh, just relaxing, sitting back. What are you going to be reading? What are you doing? Studying options? Or
that's
happening there.
More talk.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think it's much more relaxing to obviously get full self-drive.
Yeah.
I should try it out. I mean, it's just because
why? Isn't that the whole point of getting a Tesla?
No.
Oh, no? Like, there's like two things, like the EV aspect.
First of all, I mean, it's charging up for free, literally down there. I mean, it came in with 30%, leaving with 100%, So it's all good.
So you have no fuel expense.
No, I haven't had it for a year and a half, man. I got this, well, actually, just coming up to a year, actually. It was last May.
I think I've only been in a Tesla when I take an Uber, so I've never driven one, actually. So
yeah, how can we get that done? What? Because you're always working on the Midday.
Yeah. So why don't you how about we do this? You get FSD for.
No, but I want you to drive it.
No, hold on. Listen to me. Let me finish the scenario first. Okay. All right. So you get FSD for the month. You just type in my address. You come pick me up in the morning.
Yeah.
And then we just FSD all the way into the office.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, Joe, come on. No, but I want you to actually drive. FSD for you is just going to be like a cab because no one's.
Yeah, it is pretty much.
Yeah,
but it's the whole experience. You know what I mean?
No, I know, and that's what I want to try it out as well. We have a trip coming to Vermont for hockey.
So you're gonna
Nah, I mean I don't want to be stuck in that. Like, it's just a Model 3.
Does it take away from the northern road trip? You know how you go up to the cottage in the summertime, and it's actually fun driving. But inner city, I think there's a little bit more use because it's just so much stop and start.
Dave says, what are you saying there, Dave? You're at 90. What is 91? I use 98%. What does this mean? So FSD actually calculates how much FSD you're using. That's pretty cool. 98% of the driving on FSD. I don't know. I think it's pretty cool to have it. Maybe, you know what? I just have to get it. I mean, what is
why would it?
What is $100? Like honestly, it's $4, $5.
You can always cancel it.
Driving in. Yeah, it's not. It's
not like you're locked.
Honestly,
in.
the amount of money that sometimes I feel like we spend on stupid things.
Other things. Like think about how many Amazon packages you think you ordered today.
No, don't get me started. I'm already in a decent mood, man. I don't need to get any worse of a mood than that right now. I'm just glad I own the stock.
Yeah, exactly. You get that to pay for it.
90. Okay, here we go. Dogs in the Fight drove to Boston. What? And Florida? See, this to me is what it's at. You know, you stop by, you get the Chick-fil-A on the road, you know, you grab your coffee. Drove Boston to Florida and back.
And
so Boston from here is about 11 hours when we drove it last summer.
Actually?
But the thing is, just a small model, I feel like I'm gonna go with the wife and the kid. That might be a little tight in that to drive that far. But Vermont's only 8.5 hours. About 2 hours outside of Montreal. So I think it's maybe even less than that. But it feels like 5 hours.
That'll be a good time.
Vermont, everybody.
The market's starting to come back in here. I forget
about the market.
Yeah, I know. We're in FSD everything here now. Nice little bounce there in Bitcoin. I mean, we got 20 minutes left. Maybe we'll find a little bit of a recovery here today. We were talking about some of the options activity heading into the reports on Wednesday after the bell. And then we also have the much anticipated Robinhood Tuesday after the bell, so I'm looking forward to that one.
What is the implied move on Robinhood? Does your website have that?
We were just
because I think that would be something exciting to check out. I mean, I think Robinhood, that 100. I always feel like when you have
12% roughly. Are you dead? Are they saying you're muted now?
No. I think it's my acting a fool. Is that better, Andre, or? See, sometimes you just gotta.
But it's the old school trick, right? Like if it doesn't work, you just kick it or hit it. No, at 12.2%, right?
12%. Okay, so we're going out right now. Robinhood at what? 90.
Right now we're at $83.
80. Oh yeah, that's right. Had a little bit of a move down today. So $83. You add 12% to that. You're gonna talk about another 9 and change bucks onto that. Puts you into the mid 90s. Let's just say on Robinhood. I think that's very, very doable. For anybody trading with Robinhood, I think you can get definitely that 9%, if not a little bit more. I mean, especially if crypto starts to go there. But if we're talking about earnings, I actually think it's going to be a bad quarter for them. And let me just say why. And it's because of crypto trading. I can't imagine that in the range that Bitcoin was in. And let's just call it Bitcoin right here as a chart, not IBIT. But if you look at what BTC's been doing, Bitcoin. We'll type that in right here. We'll look at it on Coinbase. And if we just look at that and we sort of zoom back out for the quarter, obviously that move down was nice. If you're trying to catch the short, I feel like more people might have been holding on for dear life and not trading while this was happening. And then I don't know if there was enough conviction in here or enough movement to get people actually excited once again about crypto. Obviously, that last little move higher there, some of those numbers will and won't be in the quarter. I'm not sure when their quarter end is, but there's the move higher there. So I just feel like for this time being right into there, I just don't see that much revenue coming via the crypto space for Robinhood.
Can I say something? Let me say this about it. I find it weird because typically in downtrends we see a little bit more volume, right? Like volume stepping in. So that'd be more transactions, more essentially fees being held. But yet when crypto moves lower, we're like, hey, the quarter is going to be bad. But if we're going off a transaction basis, you can see that the volume upticks. So wouldn't that be better for the company?
Which company? How much does Robinhood? You tell me. I don't know how much Robinhood holds. How many Bitcoin does Robinhood hold? I mean, if they don't hold anything, then no, then it won't make a difference.
But what I'm getting at here at the end of the day is like if we're saying that, hey, if something's moving lower and the quarter might not be good because Bitcoin's selling, but if there's transactions being,
I'm just saying there is. I don't think. Look at the transactions.
Yeah, look at the amount of volume.
Oh, into there, fine.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I'm saying that's starting from February. Like I just wonder what the 3 months
in Robinhood.
Yeah.
I mean. That's reflected of the stock, not necessarily what's going through the exchange.
So more, okay, a lot of that volume, I bet you, is not retail trading.
Yeah, okay,
right? You're going to have bigger institutions in there buying. Now, we don't know what we'll hear about. We'll hear about the quarter, but I believe even last quarter, I believe crypto transactions were down.
Down?
So I don't know, because think about us as a show. how much did we used to talk? Like when Bitcoin was at 125, you and Sharif had your bets going.
Yeah, we had that.
Where's it going to go? And like right now, everyone's scared to say, are they buying the dip? Is anyone getting involved? Over here, everyone's worried that Michael Saylor is getting liquidated, so on and so forth. So I just worry that potentially bad quarter there for them, but there still is a trading revenue side of it as well. I mean, with the NASDAQ going to all-time highs right now, ES going to all-time highs, many of the names floating around.
And Bitcoin's still
short,
down.
Yeah, a couple. I mean, there hasn't been like the GME, GameStop sort of movements yet. We had Open Door that was going nuts about 6 to 8 months ago. So, you know, those.
Car was, as of late, Car.
Yeah, Car was good. Car might have been too expensive before it even got going. But yeah, so we'll see. You know what? I mean, can we do a YouTube poll, if anything, Andre or Fabian right now? Why don't we just say Robinhood higher? Can we just say Hood? So $ Hood, higher or lower after earnings? I think that's reasonable.
I think that's reasonable, yeah.
And then we can see that way we're not making a huge prediction, greater or less than 12%, whatever. I just say higher or lower on there. I'm going to say lower off the number, but then a really good chance that it battles back to green and goes up from there. But I think when we log in and we see what Robinhood after earnings, so it would be they report Tuesday night. So Robinhood Wednesday morning, higher or lower?
Yeah, I'm with you on the lower.
Okay, you thinking lower as well?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see. I think it's going to be very, very mixed when we do have that. We have a request. I see you have the imbalances going there. But that's a little small on the.
Yeah, we'll get a bigger.
Sort of by size, and you have a better size there. But here's what the imbalances look like right now. Not huge by any stretch of the imagination, right? I mean, there's really nothing too much on there. We do not get, for those of you interested in the imbalances, thank you for asking, we don't get imbalance data for the NASDAQ until 350. So names like NVIDIA and Apple and some of the names you may be interested in, not quite going well. You know, a name that I've been buying some lows in, Oscar. I mean, we've been talking about Oscar Health, and I really have liked that name for a minute, and the reason why is because of these lows. So if you guess that I'm in at this around 12 or 13, you're going to be guessing right. And we've talked about Oscar for a minute, so we're not cherry picking. It did go up here into 23, 24 bucks. We were able to get some out a lot earlier than that. I think we got some out around this $21 mark as we get an alternative to UNH here, Oscar, going a little higher today. UNH was pumping through, I think, 2% as well or so today for United Health. Not sure exactly what the story was with United Health, but they are pumping high side today. Oh, no, actually flat, but just now starting to go actually Adara. So there might not be a crazy story on UNH. It looks like it's just trying to go now.
Confirmed, there is no story.
Yeah, so nothing really going on there. All right, man, the poll is now up. So you guys, I'm going to put this up now. Here it is, Hood, after earnings, Wednesday morning. Where do we think? I'm going to go lower right now. See, we sort of thought this could be the mix. 55-45 right now for this name. So we'll see where the play is going to be here for Robinhood before or after earnings coming through. So thank you, YouTube, for that one. We'll check back with that in about 10 minutes. So get your votes going right now to see what you're thinking. Try not to. I mean, I appreciate Joe saying lower. He's a shareholder there. So try not to let your opinions influence what you're voting. But if it does, that's fine. I mean, nothing wrong with that. 45-55 right now for, as Neil calls it.
Well, I played the reverse psychology game on Jesse Martinez there. He's like, Joe, what did you vote? I said higher, but I actually voted lower. So reverse psychology.
Is that what that is, reverse psychology?
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm playing with you, bro. I voted higher too, though. I didn't vote higher, Jesse. Ha ha, I got you. Voted lower, ha ha. No, it's obviously, we don't want to joke around with
Nailed
that
it.
stuff. Yeah, exactly. So he did, he voted. But no, in all seriousness, I did vote lower. Yes, opening up at 153%. We have a halt. No, it didn't halt again, but it climbed up to $2.50, so not too bad. NVDA 618 call. 420 call could print if it holds. Yeah, let's pull that bad boy up. We were looking at some of the far out options activity on AMD. This morning, actually, I should say, at $450. I don't think we're going to climb there, but that's where we've seen the most amount of activity. We'll head over to NVDA. Why, in particular, this $420 strike? Is there something that really attracts you to that name that's going to bring us out into that June 18th expiration? And let's see what we got going all the way up here. How much did you pay for this? So it's essentially a lottery ticket. Yeah, if that's what you're looking to get at, right? So, I mean, there's so many key things. Thanks, Save Man, Woman, Peace. So there's so many things important. Like, you're not paying anything for this contract. Now, you're not going to probably gain any intrinsic value on it, more or less just time value. And if you understand your objective, then by all means, continue to rock and roll. This thing was worth $12. But if it goes back up to 6, that's 100% return in that contract. So I hope that works out for you. Not a crazy amount of time, but you don't need it with the objective. And it sounds like you kind of know what you're doing. Buying those lottery tickets for those big time moves, and then sure enough, you close it out before you even get it relatively close to the expiration cycle. So I like that style of trading. And once we do get options here, I said that's kind of the approach that I'm going to take, is that, Sean, is like we have the SPY or the Q's call options, right? Like if you go somewhere in the cycle at the open of the day and you just want to place a little bit of a kind of a bet in the direction, you can just go like, hey, this 717, as you get closer to the end of the day, the 717 call option is worth $8. So you're just putting on $8 worth of risk. And if it climbs and it doubles for some reason throughout the intraday, then congratulations, it's essentially 100% return. But if it's not, this is SPY at 717 call that expires like in approximately 13 minutes. But you would buy it significantly earlier, like at the money. And then if it climbs higher, then you close it out way before the end of the day, and you can find yourself in like a 30, 40, 50%, and even in best case scenario, 100% return, while only risking a couple of dollars on the trade. So I like that a lot.
Me too, I like that one. See ya? Madeira? Or nobody.
Or no one.
There it is, crypto. Okay.
Just going to take a look at some coins. So Bitcoin currently trading in the $76,000 region, down on the day 2.4%. ETH also down on the day 3.5% here, trading around the 2,200 mark right now. And Solana as well, down on the day 3%, but currently trading around the $84 mark. There's nothing crazy happening in crypto today, nothing news related, but that's all just giving you the overview of the charts.
All right, RMBS Rambus coming after hours today as well. I mean, Newport, good name there as well. Probably best of breed there. Visa, potentially best of breed. These guys are going to come through as well. Nice downside tick. I mean, this does not look like a very healthy stock, does it, right here? Visa just ticking lower and lower and lower. But we just did take out, sort of broke that trend and got higher as we had some new lower highs being made here as we kept on going, and obviously this way as well, still being respected to the downside there. Tried to break the trend rate here, breaking through that 305 marker, so we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening now with Visa today. I think that's going to be an interesting report coming out. And then we did have RMBS. We talked a little bit about that RMBS right here, Rambus. I think we got a super chat about that earlier as well. So RMBS down 10% heading into earnings there tonight. But what a hot stock this has been. Wow, $80 up to 160. Call that a double in 3 weeks, RMBS. So if you're on that name, you've already done real well as well. We just got a recent halt coming in here, VSA. We only have 30 seconds now. That's TCTM Kids IT Education. Okay. Some of these Chinese education names, I remember when they got sort of defunded there by China, they started going crazy. I can't remember some of those symbols, but they were just like down like 90% and all that in like one day. But here's VSA with a halting move too, and HTCO has been something that has been a halter. I'm in TSLL. We'll wait to see what winds up happening, but right now we do have the imbalances out right now. So we'll actually sort this by the filter here where we get only the broker information. So there it is. Well, there it is. So now we have NASDAQ. I don't know what ACLX is. That looks like a buyout to me right now. So that's a quick sell. There's Rivian. We talked a little bit about, so we have Tesla on board right now, but there's Rivian ticking higher with a little bit of a buy imbalance. So there's Rivian not going too much upside. Ooh, Microsoft with that negative news story today, but down today. And Microsoft, oh, yeah, that's right. When I type this in, it actually doesn't show me the up or down now. This is an error. I got to actually take this to our CTO and tell them that this is a problem with this. XOM, right there, Rivian. CoreWeave today. What is CoreWeave up or down today? Here as well, CRWV. Just real quickly on this one, up 1.5%. They catch a buy, and they're ticking through the day's high here as well. With that being said, I'm just going to exit out, man. Our Tesla trade did pretty good. We were able to get some out there. Now we're bouncing around, so nothing really going on, but a couple shorts there this afternoon for me on Tesla. That TQQ trade did not break through. I actually canceled the order. It just didn't. It happened just in the last 2 minutes. So we were looking for, I mean, we called this move, came back in, bounced off VWAP, bounced off the 200. There's the take. I believe if there was more time in the day, and if you're looking to trade after hours, I think this name does continue to go higher than NASDAQ within your fighting earnings. There's the break. Hey, we said we liked the break, and at least it gave us a couple pennies there if you have it. A little too late to get the juice going. Joe and I have to be flat at 4 p.m. every single day. So the juice is loose on the TQs right now as the NASDAQ gets going just a bit higher. They're closing at a gorgeous level right now. Nice end of the day upside as the NASDAQ gets back to Greensville. And I believe the S&P was always green this afternoon. Yeah, up 0.2 right now for the S&P 500. So up and away into the close. And this has sort of been what we've been doing lately, going out near the highs, and today is just another day that ends in Y.
But that was something that we were discussing about earlier this morning during the morning shows. It's like, I wouldn't be surprised if you have some initial selling right out of the gate, and then the market does a full-on recovery, which essentially it did. And then you also have a couple other names like Tesla continuing to climb, a big-time V reversal over there. And then we had NVDA touching multiple new all-time highs throughout the intraday session. So, I mean, here it is. You have the pullback, and then shortly after, you just continuously establish these new ones. So blue sky territory in NVDL, the largest, or NVDA, sorry, I should say. So used to trading these leverage names, but blue sky territory for the largest market capitalization company in the stock market. You breached that 212, and sure enough, it was a breakout. And I was talking about this, right? Like, look at this big time move in AMD. Like, this is monstrous. 69% to where we're currently trading at, but like in the span of a month, you have from the trough there to the peak, 76.7%, right? Like in the span of a little bit when the stock wasn't doing anything whatsoever. And then we also talk about the Marvels. One thing that we I think needs to be discussed is that Jensen $2 billion into Marvell. So are we really looking at them as an aggressive competitor, especially when they're putting investment into that? So, I mean, at the end of the day, $75 all the way up to 169, that's 121%. So a lot of good, strong moves. And I just think it's time for NVIDIA to have a sustained and strong breakout, 46% in Broadcom. Right, so I mean, it's just strength across the board in these chip names, and in a trade that we thought that was going to cool down for the year. And I remember last year, Katina, man, I was like, there was a very little chance when we were talking about this. I think it was after the tariff tantrum. I'm like, just the way that the market was looking, I'm like, I don't think we see the market into a new high. Boom, what does Donald Trump decide to truth? Buy stocks. And the next thing you know, a couple of months later, all-time highs. Right? And it was the same narrative here. It's like, okay, we have the conflict in Iran. We're down 12% in the SPY. We're down 8% in the NASDAQ. We have all of the Mag 7 with the exception of Apple, all in bear market territory. Well, that's a thing of the past clearly now, Sean, as we have NVIDIA at all-time highs, Broadcom, we have Google putting in all-time highs today, Amazon on the brink of it as well, too. So the only one really now lagging are, the ones lagging now are Tesla and Microsoft. So it's been an absolute monstrous and strong recovery. I think a lot of it has to do with the CapEx.
I 100% agree, and that's why we're saying that it might not be a horrible idea to maybe take something off the table if you're worried about CapEx, because if those numbers come just a little bit lower. Look, tomorrow's trade today, I already know what it is, it's NVIDIA long. Just got to find a spot. Today we wrote down NVIDIA 208 long. NVIDIA's bottom's 207.50. It's going out at 216. So, you know, we definitely played the momentum to the right side today, thinking that NVIDIA, and you and I opened the show at 8 a.m. talking about how NVIDIA did have a nice push forward here today, especially if we did get close to that all-time high break, and that's exactly what winds up happening, taking out that 212.50 marker. Neil will be happy with this one, as he was upset that he didn't have AMD anymore, but he had.
But he rotated it. But that's what I was saying to him. So he's like, yeah, he sold a little bit of his AMD that he's been in a while, but he's like, I rotated into NVDA. I think that's actually, like, considering what you and I have been preaching, essentially, is that when you go on these big runs, nothing wrong with chipping a little bit out and then rotating in a name that might be lagging.
But the problem was you got out of AMD at like 250.
Are you ever going to catch the top? I mean, $350, I get that,
right? It's a rhetorical question. Right. I mean, no, you're never, ever going to catch the top. And I think that's why, I think he was just kind of just playing around with it, but saying that I think there is smart things to do is rotate.
And if you do, is it intentional? Like if you, okay, yeah, you sell at this point and it happens to be the top?
Dude,
I don't think so.
you cannot.
Yeah.
To be able to predict the tops or bottoms of something is virtually impossible.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the bottom's always going to be 0, but I don't know what the top is going to be for some extent. So, yeah, I'm just looking at that today. And then, we actually had a name on here, Poet. Let's just have a quick look at that, as I don't think that that's really been too much of a mover since the early goings on of Poet. So nothing going on here this afternoon other than just kind of barcoding, but this is what it looked like this morning as they got that canceled contract from Marvell. I think I'm getting the headache just because too tired, and in my throat, my voice. Like I said to Marissa today, I was like, there's no way this thing's gonna last all day.
What's that? Your voice?
Because like yesterday we were at baseball a couple of times there. That was really a lot of fun, but like, you know, going back and forth with the kids on the field, and then we coached, we had sort of a workout for the girls yesterday as well, and that was exciting and interesting. There goes TSLA, fire off the hot dog cannon. Joe, I don't want to take one of those glizzies in the face.
I'm not a big, unless it's from the street, man, street meat.
Street meat, yeah, that's awesome, man. Street meat is awesome. Okay, so that's the Glizzy factory. But there comes Tesla right back in, so we'll take a little bit of an advantage of this move back into the end of the day. We'll see if we can bounce off 1227, but I'm just going to get out right now, put a bid there, see if we get it. And that's that, man. So we're all good right now. A couple good trades there today. NVIDIA was well spotted. Come on, NVIDIA. Right there today. So that was a nice move from 214 up there. Now closing at the day's high. Wow. Just play momentum. I think this market is a very, very momentum-based market. That is for sure. So we'll see if that can get going here for NVIDIA into tomorrow, right? As I said, I think tomorrow's trade today, smart to look at NVIDIA long early, see if we get some dip buys into that. And then, honestly, I know we're trading Tesla, but could be something there. And then on earnings day tomorrow too, I think Robinhood probably gets a little bit of love throughout the day tomorrow as people start to position themselves a little bit there for Robinhood. And just thinking about where that could potentially go. So there it is. Now we get our fill there on Tesla to end that trade. So a couple good shorts. We lost our way there trying to short Joe off this little number there, the 200 period. But then we find a top and play with that a little bit. And that's what that is right now for Robinhood. Or for Tesla.
Nice, good look there, guys. A couple of attempts here on AMDL. The second one got us rocking and rolling here. Comes back against us. We stop out break even, but a nice climb higher, all the way up to 32.33 here in AMDL using the leverage product. And then we're also getting involved in some Bitcoin, multiple trades on this intraday session that worked out for us. The first one being our best one. All right, so as Ricky Bobby's dad once said, if you're not first, you're last. And then that's essentially what we have going on here.
Talladega Nights.
Yeah, exactly, Talladega Nights.
You have a favorite Will Ferrell movie? Or?
Yeah, Semi-Pro is up there for me.
Semi-Pro, that's a good one there. I like Step Brothers.
Step Brothers is a good one.
Old School is also
old school.
I know. You know, a little undercover one where it's just seasonal. I mean, Elf. I think you did a great job in Elf.
Anchorman is great as well, too.
Oh, Anchorman is great. Steve Carell in that one as well. All right, Joe, what did you think of the...
Oh, are we ready? Are we doing this?
Well, I mean, it was salmon. I mean, we had roasted and grilled salmon today. That was roasted potatoes. We had the Greek flag. I thought, I mean, I'll give it a 7.5. Piece of salmon. I thought the veggies were really good. We had some eggplant there. We had some zucchini. Like, first of all, roasted zucchini or grilled zucchini is one of my favorites. There, shout out to my paisans. But what are you giving that thing today?
I'm going to give it a 7.3.
Okay.
I'm down with the.
Well, I'm glad we're somewhat agreeing.
With that is the salmon. I can always give that a high rating. So 7.3 coming from me.
4, 3, 2, 1, and that's it, man. We are now done. So that goes the end of the day today. Thank you, Joe, for joining me. We'll be back with Neil tomorrow. The Nasdaq goes out at 0.2. So relatively flat there today, and relatively flat goes the ES, although we did have some excitement a little bit early and then a little bit as we get into the lunch hour, but then the afternoon grind is real as we continue to grind higher there this afternoon. A couple earnings plays that we'll be looking out for tonight, so check those out, including Visa, Rambus, and a couple other names going through tomorrow's big ones there with Robinhood, as we talked about. SoFi later on after that. So, very, very good day. Any plans for tonight? Is there any hockey? I mean,
no. Yeah, I mean, playoffs, not for me, no.
When do you get back on? Is that going to be the fall?
I probably won't be playing until next year.
Oh, next year or next season, like the fall, or you're thinking?
No, I won't start. Yeah, I won't. I can rejoin mid-season, so I'm thinking maybe at the beginning of the year.
You're like that guy that's on the injured reserve where they're just calling in the reinforcements at the end.
That's what
get that playoff push.
And then when I step in, you know what I mean. Let's see.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna get back on the rollerblades, right? Like we'll get back on the rollerblades first, but get our stick.
You're doing the running, and you're getting the.
Now I am, which I'm gonna be doing this evening. We're gonna try to get outside and get a nice little run in here today and hit the calisthenics workout. But
so we want to thank everybody for watching. I think it was we had Joe and I had a lot of fun. So it's been the first time that we had done a show together. I think it went real well. So.
No, we done one before. No, yeah. We know. Oh, all right, whoa.
You guys did shows together in March of 2025.
March of 2025.
Yeah.
All right. Joe, it's been a really great time doing my first show with you in a year. Thank you, Joe, for that one.
You can't trick Adara. You have to know she has.
I'm not trying to trick her. Who said we're trying to trick her?
I told her not everyone is as accurate from their data as she is.
I mean, we haven't done a show in a year. Like Joe has obviously improved. I've probably gone the other way in my hosting abilities.
Relax.
But I think, so it's been great doing it with you here today.
Yeah.
So,
does anybody else want to grade their lunch or no? That's it. We're going to cut things off.
What do you girls think?
I ate lunch. It was food.
Yeah,
and now I will not be cooking the salmon fillet that I bought. So it does impact my dinner, and that's the only extent to which I will review lunch. Okay. Because I don't want to eat salmon twice in a day.
Okay.
I would say I like the bread because I love garlic and I love bread, but I don't know. The salmon tasted weird for me, so I am gonna cook salmon tonight.
Whoa.
Holy crap! Salmon's very popular around here.
I told you I had it multiple times over the weekend. You never gave it a rating though, Sia, but that's okay. We don't need to give it.
Remember, we can't. Adara is not rating the lunch.
Yeah, she's not rating.
6.5.
Woo.
Okay, 6.5.
Yeah.
Not bad. All right, man. Bed Bath & Beyond, all these names coming out and reporting. So you're going to join us tomorrow. Joe's got to get out of here. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, Joe, for everything.
I got to do my taxes, man.
Oh, man, and me too. I just got to push send. Thank you to Joe.
No, hold on. Before we send it off, if all you got to do is push send, when the last time you were at that step, why didn't you just hit the send?
I still have one more thing to do. It's like,
all right.
No, but I couldn't put, no, it's ready to go.
Okay, it's ready to go?
It's a matter of.
All right. I'm going to do TurboTax, my guy.
I think, that's what I'm using, TurboTax. Self-file, it's pretty easy to do that right there. But, all right, thank you so much to everybody. Tax deadline day is April 15th in the States. So they're already.
Ours is the 30th.
Yeah. So, but if you have self-employed income, which we should because we're trading commission over here, you actually get an extension as well. So it's actually not even really due on the 30th. But okay, stay classy, Toronto. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Neil and I on the ones and twos. Joe and Sharif back to usual business tomorrow. We'll talk to you then. Ciao.
Last break.